I, female 25, have a daughter that is 7-year-old that is a cheerleader. When I initially signed her up, it was just for her to have a hobby. My daughter absolutely... You ever hear of a damn period? You're enjoying this, aren't you, you sicko? Even if you give her the $3 back, it's not the same $3. You must be brain dead. I still, to this day, am not dunking on Peloton for the Peloton wife commercial. I don't know anything about your relationship or your history except for what you've said, and you said he was a good father, but based on this one post, I think you might be a liar. This is what the internet is like, and it's probably been like this forever. Look what you done, society. You proud of yourself? This lady hates her husband and kids. The other day, she again made a speech. Women, am I right? Walk your butt. Walk your butt. Yes, I got rattled by a 9-year-old, but in my defense, he looked like he was 12, okay? When I yelled at him and let him ruin my family gathering, I thought he was 12, which would have been way more sensible. I know, React gets a bad rap. People literally, like, with a straight face, they'll type out stuff like, this is low-effort content. Play the same video game you've played for 400 hours and say nothing over top instead. When did you get so lazy as to try to come up with original jokes while reading things? When instead you could be playing League of Legends just going, well, DMCA music plays in the background. But I thought to myself, what's my brand on Twitch? My brand is judging people's behavior in public. And especially, I like Am I the Asshole, the subreddit, because of the fact that you get to hear people's perspective on the way that they behave in public. Not everybody gets to think about that. You know, when you see someone like cut you off in traffic, you never get to talk to them and be like, hey, why'd you cut me off? It's always just like, oh, you know, they probably kick their dog when they get home and stuff like that. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to check out some of these and see. Uh-oh, this one's a little spicy. Some of these are updates. Maybe we'll go back to them at some point. But am I the asshole for telling my friend she is reaping what she sowed? Uh-oh. At the beginning of quarantine, my friend Bella proposed open marriage to her husband, Mike. The timing was off, obviously, but she thought about it a lot and said it was the only way for her relationship with Mike to survive because she loved him dearly but felt unfulfilled. All right, names were changed to protect the innocent. During quarantine, the two of them became even closer, but Mike didn't expect Bella to actually go through with the open relationship she had proposed. Am I the only person that cannot trust the story where the woman is named Bella? I can't read the story with a straight face because it sounds like Twilight. Like it just sounds like fan fiction. Anyway, cut forward to an hour ago. Bella calls me crying, saying Mike cheated on her. I'm all questions because Mike would never. She tells me she tried calling Mike all day, but he had a date and hasn't come home yet. I said, wasn't that sort of okay between you two? She sobbingly tells me that yes, this was sort of the deal, but that he hadn't been able to go on she hadn't been able to go on a date yet because she's so busy with work being back. Mike went on his date as if she meant nothing, that he hadn't disclosed any details to her, and she felt he was just ridiculing her. I didn't really know what to say and told her, well, honey, I think you really said the word. Well, honey, I think you just reaped what you sowed, honestly. You hit her with the hun. You took the honey pill. She's furious with me and screamed at me for being an awful friend, that I should understand how she feels. I kept quiet, but honestly, I think she's upset that her husband is just doing what she proposed in the first place. I haven't talked to Mike yet, but am I the asshole? Okay, let's assume that this is not fake, okay? I think we can have, you're the asshole, not the asshole, everybody sucks here, or fake. It might be fake, but let's operate on the assumption that it's not, okay? There's a couple of different questions here, okay? First off, is Mike the asshole? If we're to take the story at face value, my judgment on that, Mike is not the asshole. She didn't like how it felt. That doesn't make him the wrong person in this situation. Is the OP kind of an asshole? I honestly am going to say a little. Is there a little? I would, if I were the judge in asshole court, I would put you on asshole probation here. And the reason is you didn't do anything wrong except tell the truth, which normally you would, if you're 4 years old, you believe that that's good to do in all situations. But when your friend is going through like a hard time, they're calling you sobbing, you should not utter the phrase, told you so, well, honey, I think you just reaped what you sowed. Like that's the kind of thing you say to like your nemesis when you've bested them in combat or in the marketplace of ideas. I think that's a situation where you don't have to be like, wow, Mike's being a dickhead. I can't believe he would do that. But you also don't have to say, well, honey, I think you just reap what you sowed, honestly. That seems like a little much. So I'm going to say you're the asshole a little bit. Your punishment in my court of public opinion is you got to apologize and say, I shouldn't have said it like that. And that's it. Is Bella the asshole? I feel like you can't, I don't want to call her an asshole because like, hey, she proposed the situation. Afterwards, she decided she didn't like it. That doesn't make her an asshole. It makes her, regret her action. Maybe a little bit naive or, she is reaping what she's sowing. I guess she is saying her husband is ridiculing her, but anyway. How about, am I the butthole for causing drama during an important football game? Can I just say something right off the bat? My hunch is no. It depends on the situation, but it depends on the drama, I would say. This one is terrible. Let's see. We can always look, Uh-oh. Get out of this relationship now. You are not the asshole. However, your partner is a world-class giant asshole. That's the first thing I saw. So I'm anchored on that. But let's see here, okay? Spoiler. Last weekend, I, female 27, ended feeling a wee bit poorly with what turned out to be appendicitis. Okay, sentence one, a wee bit poorly. I'm pretty sure that appendicitis is when it feels like your stomach is on fire and gonna explode and you have to have emergency surgery. Anyway, so she was feeling a wee bit under the weather. We were away for the weekend with my partner, male 39, so I had surgery at a hospital. I was feeling a wee bit poorly. Oh, no. So I had surgery at a hospital 3 to 4 hours away, as one does. I had a small complication during surgery, so I had to stay until Wednesday. My partner returned to work on Monday, but he came back to pick me up. All right, well, that's nice of him. Hey, that's a 3 to 4 hour drive. I know that she went through some stuff, but hey, that's round trip. That's like a 6 to 8 hour drive. That's a pretty nice guy. She could have just taken an Uber. The timing was bad because there was an important football game yesterday, and it was really important for my partner to watch it. I am not English, so I don't quite get the importance, but it's a big deal for him and so important I wanted to make sure he'd see the game. I suggested booking a room near the hospital so we wouldn't miss it due to the drive, but he wanted to see the game at a friend's place. He said he'd make it. Hey, nothing's gone wrong yet, okay? It does appear to be going in a bad direction, and I can see where it's going, but this is all totally fine. If the Canucks were playing in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and my wife had appendicitis and I had to do a round-trip drive to the hospital and pick between that or the game, I would go to the hospital because I'm not a fucking idiot and it's just sports. But maybe, sure, I would be like, let's watch it while we're there. Like, let's get a hotel room or something. So it was nice of her to suggest. While we were waiting to get me discharged, he was getting agitated because it was taking a long time. He had to wait outside, so he was in his car the whole time because of restrictions at the hospital. After a couple of hours, he sent me a text that he had to leave or he'd miss the game. Wrong answer. Wrong You should not. I don't even need to say it. I think at some when you say things and they come out of your mouth and then you regret it, there's a little forgiveness built in because it only takes a fraction of a second to get your brain to say something that you regret. When you're typing it out on a phone, surely at some point you got to be like, I should not send this. Like, you shouldn't have even started typing it, but after you got halfway through the text, you got to hit the backspace button on that at least. Anyway, after a couple of hours, he sent me a text he had to leave or he'd miss the game. I begged him not to leave and reminded him I could book a hotel, but he left without me and luckily made it on time to see the start of the game, which as an England fan was the best part. He said he'd come pick me up tomorrow instead. Really bad. Really, really bad. This is not a hotel where I think you can just kind of be like, oh, can I just take another night? Luckily, one of my friends came in to get me in the end. That's nice of them. Maybe you should be dating them. Oh, she didn't get to the hospital until late, and we got back to London around 2 a.m. The whole time I was trying to call and text my partner, but he only said we could talk about it today. The whole evening I was texting and calling ever since the moment he left me at the hospital. He only sent me one WhatsApp back that said he'd pick me up later, but wanted to see the game. When I got home that night, he was so angry at me. He said I was the most selfish asshole for constantly ringing and texting him during the game, and that I ruined the game for him and embarrassed him in front of his friends. Whoa, is that your loving girlfriend again? Wow, your girlfriend's texting you during the game? That's so embarrassing for you. He said he cannot even look at me, and I bring so much drama, it's humiliating to him. I feel at a complete loss. I think I might be the asshole for not understanding the cultural significance of football and asking my boyfriend to do a completely unreasonable drive to pick me up. Am I the asshole? If this is real, again, we're operating on the assumption that it's real. I want to believe that it's fake because it's damaging to my psyche to believe that this human being exists on planet Earth. Is the easiest judgment of all time. You are not the asshole, and probably your boyfriend should be like in prison. It's really bad. I love I don't know what to call it, but I love when people phrase their like super reasonable opinion as if like it's brave. I totally agree, and I am English. Yes, it's coming home, and it's an amazing achievement for our country, but I would never abandon my partner at the hospital just so as not to miss the first few minutes of the game. Yeah. Oh, really? Wow, what are you, like a monk or something? You wouldn't abandon your partner at a hospital 4 hours away just to not miss the start of a football game? Sort by controversial. Okay, I'm going to put it off screen for a second for you while I sort by controversial. I got to read this one. Oh, no. Everybody sucks here. He obviously sucks because he's a massive pile of garbage for treating you this way. Yet here you are enabling him. You are clearly going to stay with him despite hundreds of people telling you not to. He doesn't care about you in the slightest. Good luck. Ooh, I don't know if I would have gone in that direction. Anyway, yeah, he's the asshole. You're not the asshole. But also, honey, you got to dump him. Am I the asshole for not telling my parents I'm going to a college states and states away from them? I'm going to college next month. My parents are strict. Their rules: no dating out unless in a group, no swearing, no girl allowed over or going to her house, no phone in the bedroom, no phone at night, no passwords. Social media has to be checked by a parent. Keep location on, Life 360. Curfew 9:30 p.m., no whispering. No whispering. What the heck is that? Everything else I was like, it's really bad. Don't get me wrong. But no whispering has got to be the actual like dumbest rule I've ever heard in my entire life. If I want to watch something, they have to review it first to see if it has a lot of inappropriate content, etc. Honestly, your parents need to get a life, for one. I went to college with some people that were raised in kind of a controlled environment like this, and some of them were honestly, they'd had way more damage done to them by their parents. I remember I lived with a guy, and the guy is nice, don't get me wrong, but one time his parents drove down unbeknownst to us from like 5 hours away, and she walked through like our crappy off-campus house with like a glove on and was doing this to like see if there's any dust on the surfaces. And I'm like, yeah, there's dust on the surfaces. There's 7 people that are all 19 years old living here. We're not dusting. Also, you don't live here. So like, get over it. You drove like a 10-hour round trip just for that. The most confusing thing about parents is they know their children will be considered adults at 18, but they shelter them and are overly strict with them as they get close to that age. How will they function as adults when they have no sense of independence? My fake alarm is going off. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the zoom out to write in the third person to lampshade exactly what the post is trying to say. You ever been a teenager or heard a teenager talk? It's all about them most of the time. So the fact that you did that zoom out has me suspicious. But anyway, fall season starts. It's called the semester, kid, but I guess you haven't been outside that much. I can't blame you. 2 weeks after I turn 18, so my parents can't really do anything. I spoke to my third cousin in Houston, and I'm going to be with her. I wasn't going to tell my parents until August got closer, but they found out recently. They're angry. My dad doesn't want to let me go. I told them I'll be 18, so it's not his choice. They told me I need to be close to home in case something happens. I said, we still have tons of extended family in Houston, and I'm going to be home with a family member. My parents called me a selfish brat. They walked away while I was still trying to defend myself. Am I the asshole? If, again, assuming it's real, obviously no. And the good, well, you know what? Even if it's fake, the story entertained me. It's worth it just for no whispering, which has got to be the most arbitrary rule I've ever heard in my entire life. Some of these headlines, like this one. Sorry, okay. Originally, I was gonna say, am I the asshole for not telling my friend's daughter the truth about being a paramedic? That's just I want to know how that story goes, but I don't know if I can not read this one. Am I the asshole for talking about my aunt's watermelon ass? My son and his friend put up a tire swing in the yard for my grandchild. I posted a picture of me swinging in it on Facebook. My aunt, dad's sister, commented on it saying, I hate skinny people. This is one hell of a start. I'm not one for Facebook drama, so instead of commenting back, I called her. I basically said, I don't talk about her watermelon ass, so she shouldn't be talking about my weight. Oh. Now all my aunts, 5 of them, are mad at me because apparently skinny people can't be body shamed, and I should have told her first that I don't like those comments instead of straight out calling her on her watermelon ass. He keeps typing it, man. I don't think I'm the asshole. Because it's not like I told her I'm skinny because my sisters and I have always exercised more, so we didn't inherit the family watermelon ass. But skinny is also something I didn't have to really work for. It's just how I am. Edit. I accept my everybody sucks here verdict, but I'm going to take that to mean I suck, and so do all 5 of my aunts. If I'm going down, they're going down with me. I'm going to be honest. Okay, I've been doing this for too long. I slipped into the react mindset. I was going to say not the asshole, but they are kind of the asshole, but they're also based. I gotta know this one. Am I the asshole for not telling my friend's daughter the truth about being a paramedic? Please don't repost anywhere. Okay, then let's not. Okay. Am I the asshole for driving away from a hiking trip with my boss's husband? I recently, female 26, moved to a new city after getting a job. I've been having a hard time making friends. Most of the people I know so far are from work. We all get along, but we aren't close. More like acquaintances. Very reasonable so far. My boss, Sue, has been very welcoming since I moved. She often has us all over for dinner. She loves to celebrate whenever there's a baby, birthday, big milestone on the team. Last week, I was out to lunch with Sue and a few other coworkers when Sue told me about a hiking group her husband runs and how it's a great way to meet people. She said he'd be leading a hike on Monday, and the whole team should go since it's a holiday. Monday was my birthday, but I hadn't told anyone. I didn't have any other plans, so I said yes to the hike. These are normal people so far. I can't wait to see what kind of monkey wrench fucks the whole thing up. I drove to the meeting spot on Monday, which is kind of remote and up in the hills. Nobody was there when I arrived besides Sue's husband, Greg. Okay. I asked him where everyone was. He said no one else could make it, and it would just be us on the hike. It was early morning and still dark, and I didn't know Greg other than seeing him in passing at Sue's house. I knew he was probably a nice guy, but I felt nervous going hiking in a dark, remote area with a man who's practically a stranger. Completely reasonable. I called Sue, and she told me that something came up with her kid, but I should go. It'll be worth it for the view, etc. I still felt unsettled and asked Greg if we could postpone for a day when others can come. He got frustrated, saying it's no big deal and we should hurry up and start. Red flag. I was more nervous at that point and thanked him before saying I was going to head home. That upset him even more, and he came toward me and asked if I thought he was a serial killer. He seemed angry, so I panicked and jumped in the car, saying I had to go. He kept yelling at me to stop as I drove away. Would a serial killer do this? I was on the way home terrified when Sue called me. Apparently, the hiking trip was a cover for a surprise birthday party the team was throwing me at the lookout point. Oh, come on. She found out my birthday through Facebook, and Greg was supposed to lead me there. I felt terrible and offered to drive back, but Sue was pissed and said I ruined it for everyone and made Greg feel like a creeper. Now the environment at work is tense. Sue and my coworkers only talk to me when they need something, and they didn't invite me to team lunch. If this is not a fake story, in my opinion, the biggest assholes are actually the coworkers. Like your boss and her husband being deluded because they were too close to the source. It happens. Your team members who can get a bird's eye view of the situation and could completely understand why you thought you were going to get murdered by your boss's husband, being like, we're going to ice you, that's a dickhead move. And this might even be controversial. Nobody involved is the asshole for setting up the surprise party. A little bit of like the dumbest way possible to do it. Like, hey, we're colleagues or acquaintances. At best, we're going to throw a super sketchy situation to lead you to a surprise party. Not the way you should do it, but pretty dumb. Not assholes necessarily. Everybody icing you afterwards, huge assholes. If this story is real, you're obviously not the asshole. Get in the van. It's for a surprise party. I love the idea. It does make more sense now. Like if I was leading a hiking trip and only one person showed up and they were like, I'm going to leave, so I don't think you're going to murder me, but just in case I'm going to leave, I would be like, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. I certainly would not just go, hey, what do you think, I'm a serial killer? But if there was a surprise party like a kilometer away and they were relying on me to get the birthday person to the surprise party, I might get a little, I'd be like, no, come back. I'm normal, you know? Like that might get me to be angry. Not angry. You know what? You're right. I probably would have just been like, hey. But that would have been so much creepier if you're like, hey, there's a surprise party for you. All your friends are there at the top of the cliff. That would have been like way scarier, I think. I'd be like, I'll just I don't know. It's just a bad situation all around, I would say. Okay, I'm looking for red flare. Am I the asshole for not paying half of my boyfriend's rent and bills? There could be some meat on that one. Gonna try and be brief here due to the character limit. Well, that's a first. My boyfriend, 26 male, and I, 24 female, have been dating for just over 2 years. We never lived together. Well, I would say you're not the asshole then so far. My boyfriend took a job in a different city 2 hours away without asking me for my opinion or telling me that he'd applied for it. It was his dream job, and so not taking it was never an option, he said. He never asked me to move with him, but even if he had asked, I wouldn't have been able to. I live in the same town as my parents, who are both ill, and I wouldn't want to move away while they still need me. My job is also here. The city he's moving to is also nearly twice as expensive to rent in. This obviously caused some friction between us, and we nearly broke up, but I ultimately agreed to visit him regularly. The train to see him is about $50 each way. We don't live in the U.S., but that's the current conversion rate. So I'm spending $100 to $200 each month to see him. And I pay half of any grocery shopping we do. Okay, I feel like I'm unschooled again. Last week he told me he wants me to start paying half his bills and half the rent for when I come to stay with him. Your boyfriend is stupid. I don't even need to read the rest of the story. Like, he's got an okay thing going here. You really want to spend half of your time together doing like an Excel spreadsheet of like, well, you were here from the 11th to the 19th. The month, this is February. It only has 28 days, so I'm going to need you to pay half of a third of the rent. And then also, this is how much data we used over this. Like, just become an accountant if this is the kind of stuff that gets you hard. Like this, it does seem like a Cash App question for 9th grade unschooled. Can I add as well as maybe this is too technical, but his rent is inelastic. Whether she's there or not, it's going to cost $975 a month. I'm assuming, like, I don't know how much electricity costs there, but I can't imagine that it would, having one more person in the house would raise the water and electrical bill by more than like 10 or 15%. Like, it just seems like a little, it just seems needless, I told him I wasn't okay. I already pay $100 to $200 on train fares to see him. Now, what she is not noting is that, sure, she's paying for the train ticket, but she also gets to go on a train ride, which is a lot of fun. So, if anything, I don't know why she's trying to act like that's a cost that she doesn't want to bear. It's like being on a pedestrian roller coaster. So that's the first time I think that maybe she's the asshole. I have to pay for my own apartment. If I paid half his rent, my cost of living would be higher than his for a situation I didn't choose. He replied that it wasn't fair that his bills increased when I came to visit him because of the water and electricity. He's actually not her boyfriend. He's her landlord. I told him my train fare was the equivalent of that, and also much more expensive than just my portion of the water. So if he wanted me to pay half the bills, then he would have to pay half my train fare. This wouldn't be fair as he's not the one taking the train, so he shouldn't have to pay. My own twisted brain actually came to the conclusion of where this guy was going. Oh, I'm supposed to pay half of your train fare and I don't get to even get the thrill of going on the train? At this point, I just told him, pay half my train fare, or we both move somewhere that isn't expensive, or I stop visiting. He told me I was unwilling to compromise, which apparently is just doing whatever he says and not suggesting anything else. And the atmosphere has been frosty ever since. I don't think I'm being unreasonable, but I've spoken to a few friends, and the opinion seems split. So I'm putting it to the Reddit hive mind. My ex-husband bought a house without discussing it with me and quit his job without discussing it with me. Who are these people, man? This is crazy. Your husband bought a house without asking about it? It's Jim from The Office. It's such a great line. I asked him to pay half my train fare. He said, why? I'm not taking the train. Am I the asshole for telling my brother not to bring his wife to family events? Oh, League of Legends. Oh, no. I come from a very orthodox family. There's certain rules for women in my family, like not wearing revealing clothing such as jeans, makeup, or roaming around alone at night. That's the problem with Western women. They're always doing crazy stuff like putting on denim pants and roaming around at night. You talk to any American woman, you ask her what she likes to do. She's like, I like to put on my Levi's, just go roaming. Not really with like any kind of purpose or goal in mind, just kind of, feeling it out there. I'm aware that most of it's unfair, but they won't change, and I can't move out without losing all contact with my family. A few years back, I started attending this language class. My parents agreed very reluctantly. As long as you don't wear jeans, no jeans. I don't want you showing off your body in those incredibly stiff denim pants. And became friends with a girl there. Introduced her to my older brother who would pick me up from class. Long story short, they fell in love and eloped. Probably the most work that Long Story Short has ever done. My mother was devastated. She cried for days and blamed me for introducing that witch to my brother. My brother moved into an apartment pretty close of ours, but maintained his distance and gradually died down. I'm assuming that the brother didn't die down. There's the controversy. Until this year when they finally decided to reconcile. I thought they would tone things down and slowly get my parents to approve of their marriage. It was naive of me to think that. My sister-in-law only wears short pants and skirts for every family event. She's wild, man. She's like Madonna. She talks about moving to Europe, never having kids, and everything else that would give my mother a stroke. She has the luxury of saying all this and running back to the safety of her house. She's got the luxury of living her life how she wants to, and then running away to a place that she probably partly pays for, while I sit here with no choice but to deal with my mom's insanity. I repeatedly asked my sister-in-law to just wear normal clothes. Can you stop with the freak stuff, the short pants? Come on, you're enjoying this, aren't you sicko? Showing up wearing your short pants and skirts. Can you just wear some normal clothes for a few hours? But she doesn't listen. I guess this is her way of rebelling or getting revenge. Recently, my older sister gave birth to a child, and there's plenty of ceremonies that are to be performed. These ceremonies are huge. Most of my relatives will be attending. I can only imagine the fights that will start at home. My brother called to ask me if there's something he could do. Fucking asshole. Dickhead. I straight up told him not to show up or show up without your wife. He called me an asshole and said I was just like our parents. Oh, I know that the only people in the wrong here are my parents. You're half right. You're half right on that. But I know them and I know they won't change. And I don't think wearing different sets of clothes for a few hours is a big deal. And if it is, they can just not attend. So I think I'm not the asshole, but maybe I just can't see it. So tell me, Reddit. English is not my first language, so ignore my mistakes. Your English is fantastic. Your language class, if that was what it was for, really paid dividends. You're very erudite and articulate. Unfortunately, the content of your posts is batshit insane. I'm also terrified because the edit is probably 3 times longer than the original post. So let's see what kind of context we can get here. Edit. I live in a South Asian country, definitely do not have the resources or the support to leave my family, at least not right now. Okay? I have no issues with what my sister-in-law wears. If I was, I never would have even befriended her, which I did before she married my brother. Thank you very much. I'm a free thinker. Just because she's wearing jeans, I don't judge someone just for the choice of pants they choose to wear. When I said she talks about being child-free and moving to Europe, I did not mean she should not do so. What I was trying to say is she's aware that this will upset my parents and will still bring it up in front of them. I'm guessing most of the comments are from people in the West. It might be easy to walk away from your family where you live. Family is everything you have here. However, I asked for judgment from an impartial source, so I will accept whatever verdict I get. Can I tell you, that's all fair. And, okay, they did also say they're going to be turning 17 this year. I walk back a little bit of the foul language I used. That I assumed they were in their 20s, so... We're walking it back. Am I the asshole for being shocked that my friend will get married before me? I have this friend, let's call her Jane, because her name's Jane. We're in our mid-30s now, but we were roommates since freshman year of college. She's one of my closest friends, and I know her super well. And I know that for all of her 20s, she had horrendous luck with her love life and was extremely insecure about it. She always wanted to get married and have kids, kept ending up with douchebags who would cheat on her, or men who straight up didn't like her, daddy issues, and crying about it. And I was always there for her through it and reassuring her how she won't die alone. But her love life kind of became a punchline. I was always there for her, telling her she's not gonna die alone. That being said, her love life was a little bit of a punchline in our group of friends. Everyone was there. She laughed about it too. She had a fun time with it. Oh, that's so good. Sometimes she'd go along with it, especially once she got into her 30s and was still single. She'd say like, haha, yeah, guys, we all know I'm going to die alone all the time. And I know she was torn up about it, but we were always reassuring her that it's not the case. And she was in therapy about it. That sentence is so... Let me try again. But her love life kind of became a punchline in our group of friends, and sometimes she'd go along with it, especially once she got into her 30s and was still single. She'd say like, haha, yeah, guys, we all know I'm going to die alone all the time, and I know she was torn up about it, but we were always reassuring her that it's not the case, and she was in therapy about it. Anyways, about a year ago, she finally met an incredible man and they fell in love almost instantly. He proposed to her last week and she's just completely over the moon. I've never seen her this happy. This weekend, we all went out to celebrate and all our friends were saying how we're so happy for her after a long and difficult road. It was really emotional. For context, I'm single. No boyfriend, and I want to get married too. But I'm not a pathology like she was. And so I said, I can't believe Jane will get married before me. She started crying and stormed out, and the evening was completely spoiled. I tried calling her this weekend, but she was hysterical and said that I didn't have to point out that she's so unlovable and it's a miracle she tricked someone into proposing. Jane, have you forgotten about the fact that your love life is a punchline in our group? Jane. Come on, Jane. Have you forgotten about how we always used to make fun of you for the fact that you wouldn't ever get married and you die alone? And then we were like, I'm just kidding. Have you forgotten about all the fun jokes we had about you living alone for the rest of your life? It's quite sad. ... But that's not what I meant. That's her own baggage. I'm not a pathology like she was, by the way. I apologize, but also suggested she should talk to her therapist. Hey, I'm sorry if my joke offended you. Have you ever considered that your reaction might be something you take up with a mental health professional? Because I don't think that I did anything wrong. And now she completely refuses to speak to me and won't answer my messages. A couple others in our friend group are on her side, while some have said that she's overreacting and will come around. Am I the asshole? Wow, this is, pretty bad. No, people in chat are like, it's the worst person I've ever seen. She's not a war criminal. But maybe that's because she hasn't had the opportunity. But then, I do like that on Am I the Asshole? People like go for the jugular vein. Who knows? Maybe OP's disgusting attitude is the reason men don't find her attractive. Oh, I'm sure of it. No one likes a bitter, jealous bully. Like that, she was rude, for sure, in her comments. At the same time, that's a little over the top. It's the classic, like, internet thing, right? Where, like, someone behaves badly in public or they engages in like a social faux pas and people are like, yeah, they should be killed maybe, I think. And everyone's like, so true, 1.7 thousand upvotes. Am I the asshole for telling my friend's wife to eat a salad? Say probably. My wife has a friend that she's had since high school. In high school, they were both around 105 pounds. I'm sure that this is what your wife has told you, but it's just very weird knowledge to know how much your wife's friend weighed in high school. That is, I have no information about what any of my wife's friends weigh to begin with, but the fact that they know what they weighed in high school and have used that in the first sentence is a little much. Anyway, just strange energy from the start. However, since then, the friend has gained an excessive amount of weight and is closer to 200 to 215. What are you, like one of those guys at the fair that guesses how much someone weighs just by looking at them? My wife is very health conscious and always works out, so even though she's in her mid-30s, she still looks around 19 to 20. And is very toned and fit and weighs only around 120 pounds. Why is it's so much focus on the numbers so far? I just don't know why you have to point out that your wife looks like she's 19 to 20. Anyway, anytime her friend sees her, she makes comments about my wife being too skinny and she needs to eat a burger. It bothers my wife and pisses me off when she does this. Well, we moved across the country years ago, so she only deals with it every couple years when she comes to visit. Well, the last time she was here, she wasted no time busting out the burger comments. After we picked her up from the airport, we stopped for lunch. As soon as we sat down, she pointed to the burger section and told my wife she should order something from there. As soon as she said it, I pointed out that they have several salad options and she should really consider ordering one. Now everyone is pissed. Am I the asshole? Okay. You don't look at the results yet. You got to give your own opinion first, okay? I think OP is the asshole, to be honest. Now, are they out of line? Are they wrong? I don't know. That's a little bit more, that's not the question, right? The question is, are they an asshole? What's an asshole? You know, kind of going over the top with a haymaker when you're in public and you're talking with your friends. You kind of just jab a little bit, you know. You don't go for the knockout that ends somebody's career. You just kind of try to wound their pride slightly and then, you know, make a joke at your own expense as well. I feel like maybe the husband or the OP in this situation is like, my wife keeps talking to me about how annoying it is that her friend keeps telling her to eat a burger. However, it probably is worse for your wife that now you've made a joke at her friend's expense. So now the whole situation is awkward, whereas what could have happened instead is you just go, no, I think I'm just going to get a salad. She eats a burger, and then you go home and go, that was fun. I do wish she'd stop talking about the burger stuff, though. You kind of got needled a little bit, just a little needling, and then you replied with like a hydrogen bomb. So I think that they're the asshole. Not a major asshole issue, but I think they're the asshole. But I do have to say, not the asshole, 45%. Look, I can't necessarily suggest that I have data to back this up, but I think that my hunch is that given the demographics of Reddit, a guy landing what they perceive to be a justified ribbing at someone's weight, especially his wife's friend, probably inflates these numbers a little bit. Whereas in real life, I feel like we'd probably be a little bit... Honestly, I'm surprised that there's only 10% of people that are like, you're the asshole. Am I like the only... Well, no. I'm part of the 10%, I guess. But I didn't think that the proportion of people that understand this is so low. At home, you bitch about everything. I don't like this, I don't like that. Hey, yo, I had a great time at dinner. Did you notice what they ordered? Really? And then they scraped the stuff off? What do they do? You don't get to... And then, like, the fact that you talk about that stuff in the privacy of your own home is one thing. But then to go out and be like, hey, how about you stop scraping the lettuce off your burger? You know, like that's just... You don't have to bring up every minor grievance that you have with everybody else. You know, you gotta keep some social decorum going. Am I the asshole for wearing compression shorts to the gym? I gotta know, I don't even understand. I recently moved to a new city and joined a local gym. I always worked out at my apartment gym, but this new apartment does not have one, so I joined a local chain gym. When I work out, I usually wear compression shorts and a t-shirt, mostly because I find them most comfortable for the types of exercises that I do. However, a couple weeks after joining, I had a woman come up to me and tell me I needed to put pants on. This wasn't a gym staff, just another member. I asked her if there was any rule or dress code that specified that. She said she didn't know, but I was exposing myself, which is inappropriate. For the record, my compression shorts are not translucent or any... Oh, really? Your compression shorts are not translucent. That's good. That you're not buying translucent clothing to wear to the gym. They're a gray heather or black fabric. Hold on. Okay. So just so many... Every word changes the dynamic here. I pictured them as being black. And I was like, you know, I'm sure they're short. I'm sure they're tight. But at least they're dark. Now he's saying they're gray heather. That's a little bit more obscene. Gray heather is an underwear color. What she is referring to, though, is the bulge, which obviously is visible when wearing compression shorts. I told her I don't believe there's any issue with my shorts and put my headphones back in. A couple of weeks later, I had a different woman come up. What are the odds? 2 people with the exact wrong opinion. Wow, crazy, man. I had a different woman come up and do something similar. She said, "Are you going to put pants on, dude?" To which I told her I was wearing shorts. The gym itself hasn't talked to me about this. As far as I'm aware, it's not that unusual to wear compression shorts. Nor do I see how they're different from leggings, which are very common. I can understand how the visible bulge may make some people uncomfortable, but how hard is it to just not look at it? Wow. You're definitely the asshole. And I'm gonna say something else, okay? My hunch is that your dick is not as big as you think it is. I think you're wearing tight compression shorts. I think this guy's getting a little thrill. I think when women come up to him, he's like, in his head, he's like, oh, another woman threatened by my unbelievably huge bulge. I think that he is trying to, I think he's getting a rise out of this based on the way that he wrote this. I think he's a little freak. I have to be honest. These are longer than I thought they were. I know the screen region's a little screwed up. They're longer than I thought they were, but they are much tighter than I thought they were. It seems like they go to maybe just the top of the knee, but they seem very tight. What is this? Why is he vibrating? What happened to his hands? What's going on, man? He's moving so fast they couldn't catch him. Can I be honest? This changes my opinion somewhat. I still think OP is kind of a weirdo, but that doesn't seem that bad. I in my head I was picturing shorter, I was picturing not briefs, but like boxer briefs. Oh, click play, it's a video. Oh, I see. And I'm sure the gray is worse. It's one of those things where you're like, if one person comes up to you and is like, your outfit's inappropriate for the gym, I think you could be like, take one of these and call me in the morning and give him a middle finger emoji. If 2 people come up to you in like a week and they're like, hey, your outfit's making us uncomfortable, I think you should, maybe consider wearing pants to the gym instead. This reminds me, actually, Kate and I were going for a walk yesterday. We saw probably like a 70-year-old man. And he had like an old-timey pair of binoculars. And we were like, what is this guy doing? Like bird watching or something like that? He was not bird watching. He was looking at joggers and sunbathers and et cetera, and just not touching himself, but just looking. But and you gotta be careful with what you're saying. In a way, it was almost like weirder. Because if he was engaging in an act of self-love, I think I would be like, he's just, out of his mind. But him just kind of like passively taking it all in, I was like, is he storing this data for later? Or like, what's going on? Top post. Hi, Reddit. I'm Wes, and I lead our sustainability efforts at Accenture. Okay, Wes. You're not an asshole, but at the same time, I do kind of wish you weren't at the very top of the board here, but that's okay. How about this one? I like this. Would I be the asshole? Am I the asshole for siding with my mom over my wife and humiliating my wife in front of my family? My wife doesn't get along with my family. I do not allow any blatant disrespect, but I know they don't like her. I had to cut off my younger sister because of how disrespectful she was. But we are still in contact with my mom, stepdad, and middle sister. This doesn't seem that crazy so far. I mean, it's family's family. It happens. My wife thinks that my mom is a picky eater. I don't think that's fair. Growing up, I was exposed to a huge variety. We ate stuff from different cultures. We ate vegetables. My mom loves spicy food. It's usually in the second paragraph, you just end up getting something that makes the other person, it finally reveals the personality flaw that is going to lead to the rest of the post, and I love it. She just doesn't like the type of food my wife grew up with, which usually involves barbecue sauce or thick gravy. To be clear, my mom will eat the foods without the sauces, but my wife won't accommodate her and says it isn't her job to coddle my mom. I kind of get where she's coming from because my mom is used to getting what she wants and can be ridiculously stubborn. Last time they came over, 4 months ago, my mom refused to eat. She said my wife could have separated the piece of chicken before putting the barbecue sauce on, and she was just being a bitch. Okay, that's a little much, I would say, personally. But maybe there's some foundational aggression that's happened here in the past. It's an easy everybody sucks here. Can I also say, without being too judgmental to begin with, it's just barbecue sauce, I don't mean to suggest, you can't have food preferences. I think it would be a little bit of a different story right now if she was putting... I mean, it's delicious tang and sweetness. The idea that you would separate the breasts if she asked for it, I guess is fine. But I'm just surprised. That's all I'm saying. I did yell at my mom for the language, but I'm sick of this. For tonight, I asked my wife to make anything not involving barbecue or gravy, and she refused. So I went out and got my mom salmon and vegetables from a local restaurant. When my wife saw it, she called me a piece of shit. She told my mom if she wanted to eat it, she had to go outside, and then she got mad because my mom went in the pool. She ate on a float. We don't have chairs out there. Are you telling me? So tell me your family is dysfunctional without telling me your family's dysfunctional. Asked my wife to cook something that doesn't involve barbecue sauce or gravy. She said, impossible. Literally can't be done. That you've just eliminated 99% of the foods that exist on the planet. Okay. Your mother-in-law comes over and she says, couldn't you have just given me a plain chicken breast? Bitch. A little bit over the top on top of that to begin with. Then he said, the guy said, hey, mom. OP says, hey, mom, don't call my wife a bitch. That's a little rude, but I will go out and get you salmon and vegetables from a local restaurant. Wife calls you a piece of shit. And then says, if you want, which is so abnormal, if you want to eat the food, you have to eat it outside, which is, I just can't imagine having a demand like that to begin with. I guess she's just offended. And then your mom gets on a floaty and eats the salmon and vegetables in the pool. That's unbelievable. It's so many bizarre behavioral choices in such a small space of time. I just imagine that, the mom eating the salmon in an above ground pool on a floating chair, and the wife seething, looking through the blinds. My dad ended up cussing at us both. So I had to ask him to leave. It never gets better. When we went out to get my mom, my wife tried to splash her and make the float tip. My mom got away and my wife ended up in tears. Needless to say, we will not do dinner at our house again, but I feel like such an ass. I think I was technically in the clear, but my wife cried and that hurts me deep. Edit. Why are so many people asking why I don't cook? I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not allowed to cook. That is something my wife asks of her partners and it makes her feel secure. What the hell are you talking about? The husband cannot cook because the wife forbids it. Let's assume it's real, okay? But that's insane. Also, I do doubt, can I just say that I doubt that the number one question he got is, why don't you cook? I am guessing the number one question that he got is, why doesn't your wife just cook something without barbecue sauce or gravy? Because that really eliminates like less than, I think, 30 foods. So who's the asshole if we're assuming this story is real? It's everybody sucks here that's my verdict right now. But can I tell you, I kind of don't think the husband sucks. Mom sucks. She called son's wife a bitch. There's basically no situation that makes that acceptable. There's probably a couple, like if she hit you with her car or something like that while she was looking at her phone. But simultaneously, like that's over the line, especially just because she made a food that you don't like, okay? Even if you ask for her not to do it, you'd just be like, oh, you just swallow your pride on that one and then never go back, I think. The wife is a total asshole and insane as well. So much of this is bizarre to me. In particular, not allowing your mother-in-law to eat food that she brought in your house, and then also trying to tip over her floaty in the pool. I will say that although I said the mom sucks, the fact that she chose not to just eat outside, like on the grass, and instead she ate in the pool is actually kind of sick. That almost redeems her. However, the husband being not an asshole here, almost, to me, I feel like if I was in the court of public opinion, I would want more information. Because I don't believe that your mom is an asshole and your wife is an asshole and you're just like an impartial third party. I believe that if we ask them for their opinion on the story, we might get a little bit more context to the husband's behavior. Because I doubt that it's like an asshole stew with like a little not asshole, piece of cornbread on top. I bet that there's something else going on here. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay property tax on a condo I have no legal ownership of? A little context. My wife and I received a very large sum of money from her parents to use as a down payment on a new property. Hey, call off the dogs. Call off the dogs, Chad. We don't know yet. Don't judge them based on the fact that they received help from their parents. We should be happy for them until they get interviewed by Bloomberg about how to pay for their home. And you won't believe how this 24-year-old paid off her student loans. I, ate ramen noodles for every meal. I made sure to get day-olds from the donut shop so that I didn't have to buy any donuts. And also my parents gave me $750,000. Until they do that, we don't judge them. We're happy for them. We'd all like to be in the same situation. I wasn't in a financial position to commit to a mortgage because I'm a student. Okay. 3 words later or something like that, I'm already like, if your wife's parents give you money for a down payment, you gotta use it to buy a house. That's the catch, okay? I don't know if that's where it's going. It sounds like they got a lot of money to make a down payment, and then he was like, I don't want to get into that sort of commitment, and I'm hoping he didn't buy like a bunch of booba coin or something. But while I have a little bit of income through scholarships and part-time work, it's nowhere near enough to commit to that kind of purchase. My wife decided if I didn't want to commit to a mortgage, she would just buy the property herself and use the income from her other property that her parents bought for her that she rents out to pay for the new condo. Okay, I regret putting myself as a human shield here. My own personal thoughts notwithstanding, I think it let him have it. So, oh, I don't feel comfortable paying a mortgage myself personally. Oh, that's fine. Well, I'll just buy it then, and I'll use the income from the other suite to pay off the mortgage. The condition to this was that I had to sign away my legal ownership of the new property, as I would not be paying for it. I agreed. We already have a prenup, that this just continued to the trend of keeping our finances separated. After closing on the property and moving in, my wife informed me she needs me to start paying the property tax as a form of rent for me living there with her. Hold on. So this is when two libertarians get married. I'm trying to put myself into the mindset, okay? I don't even understand the situation, okay? So we have wife. Wife has rich parents. The parents bought wife income property. They also gave wife and husband the money to buy or to pay for a down payment on their own house to live in. Okay. Husband said, that's a lot of commitment. I don't want to be a part of that. Wife said, I'll just buy it and I'll pay the mortgage with the income that the other people are grinding themselves to the bone for from my income suite. All right. But husband and wife are living in property too. All right, I understand. Now, wife wants husband to pay rent in the form of property tax as penance for living in the house. Can I tell you something? Despite what I just said, and despite the fact that it's insane to ask your husband to pay rent, I'm actually like almost a little bit on her side, just because like they are both living in the place. She is taking part of her income to pay the living expenses for both of them in a house that they share. It does sound, oh, I'm getting -2 out the gourd. Wait, okay. Immediately chat raised like 17 good points. One of them is he doesn't have any legal ownership. That is true. Because he doesn't have legal ownership, why should he have to pay for any part of the house? Well, because he lives in it, but then that's not your wife. That's just the landlord. Which you could kind of have a little of both, but it's weird. It is a little weird, yeah. I don't know. Let's see where this goes. It's spicy already. After closing on the property, my wife informed me I need to start paying the property tax, as it is the form of rent for me living there with her. And while we've been splitting rent our whole relationship, it rubs me the wrong way that she had me give up ownership on the property, but then expects me to help pay for the property. The money going towards the taxes may as well be going towards the mortgage. Well, sir, I can see you're not an accounting student, because even if you're paying a mortgage, you are definitely also paying your property tax still. But, I digress. I'm just saying it's not an apples-to-apples comparison. At that point, what is the point of me giving up ownership instead of just owning the condo together? FFS, we've been married for years. I feel like I'm being financially exploited. I don't make much money over the summer since I'm not attending summer classes, and she knew that going into it. But in order for her to cover what she owes to the bank, she even demanded that I give her the $300 my parents gave me for my birthday. Bruh. Oh, no. When your girl boss, wife, landlord demands your birthday money you got from your parents. Oh, man. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay? This is a tough one. Let's read more. I feel like I need to explain better. This should be good. I was never expecting to not pay anything. We each have separate bank accounts, but also a mutual bank account. She uses her personal account for the rental income from her other property. I use my personal account for my disability income from the VA. Any income that I would have saved by not paying rent would be put in one of the joint accounts. My problem is that this is taking money from our joint bank account and putting it into her personal account to then be transferred to the bank for the mortgage or to pay property taxes or whatever the else. My brain is dead. Whatever the hell else she wants to do with it. Well, look, I don't have this situation, so it's hard to relate to. You know, we basically just pool everything, and this is very complicated. I mean, I think this is one of the reasons that like I wouldn't want to do this, because it seems kind of like there's a weird accounting system, and also like maybe a power imbalance as a result of it. I do understand what the guy is saying in the sense that it sucks that he is not going to be getting any equity, but is expected to pay the property tax. However, I do also, and this is merely from a business standpoint. This is ignoring the fact that they're married. But like, she is paying. I know that technically it's the tenants that she has that are paying, or her parents. But if you treat her as an entity financially, she is paying for the living arrangement. Now she's getting equity out of it as well. It sounds like she would rather be, like, I mean, just my 2 cents. I would like to think that if I had this relationship, I would be like, you're my husband, I'm not going to charge you rent. But apparently, she is a ruthless, objective capitalist, and she goes over the balance sheet and the income statement every month, and then goes, you know, hey, this freeloader he's taking $1,400 a month out of my pocket. He's trying to live here without, you know, helping us out at all. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. It sounds like he should move out and then expose himself to the free market of rental inventories and see if he can get a better deal. And then maybe if he gets an agreement for that, he can bring it to his wife / landlord and be like, are you willing to match this offer? I'm not willing to pay you $1,400 a month for the property tax. However, I did just find a studio apartment across town for $900. If you're willing to meet me in the middle and you match that offer, then I would be happy to consider it. I mean, I do love that. I mean, I hate to be this guy. This is like a huge punch down, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I never learn. But like, you know, you're married to somebody. You're in your late 20s, and she's like, hey, could you give your parents the money your parents gave you for your birthday to help with the household expenses? And he's like, this is outrageous. I get it, you know, you're on a fixed income and your parents have given you some money for fun, but like that's part of being an adult and having some responsibilities. Not the asshole. Your wife inherited family funds to acquire the property and has paid the mortgage with the income from the other separate property. A demand for you to pay the property taxes would in fact constitute a commingling of funds on the condo, and it would become a marital property. That this may be a lawyer. I refuse to argue with them. They said the word commingle and marital property. That makes sense, though. It definitely seems like if you pay the property tax on a house, you are entitled to some equity. However, simultaneously, all that means, I think, is that the wife needs to pay the property tax, but then just draft a separate arrangement to start charging rent. She needs to get him to sign a lease. Instead of being like, hey, I need $1,400 a month for property tax, she needs to be like, I'll pay the property tax, but rent is $1,400 a month. What do you mean I'm the ass? I'm just trying to separate the legalese here, okay? I was coming to say you're the asshole until I saw what she's asking you to pay. Property taxes on my house are $4K a year, so I was thinking on a condo she's asking you to pay under $2K a year, which would be reasonable since you don't pay rent. $1,400 a month for property taxes, though? Is the condo on Mount Olympus? Otherwise, she's trying to get you to pay your mortgage for a place you have no legal claim to. And you're already covering all the utilities? No, not the asshole. I mean, $1,400 a month. It stood out to me, too. Based on your update, sounds like she forgot about taxes when she did her budget and now wants you to pick up the slack. It's also rude to change the agreement and demand your birthday money. I know it's not fair. It's just the expression birthday money. When you're talking about somebody like over the age of 15 doesn't make it fun to laugh at, but it's just you don't hear it that much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, IMO couples should have fair finances, not equal finances. If you make a third of what she does, you should pay 33% of shared expenses. No way in hell you should be paying more than she is. Well, yeah. I mean, especially because she's got the equity. Not the asshole. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, now we're getting into straight up like legal situations. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, look at it. It's like 7 edits, dude. Okay, so I know this sounds bad. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay an artist for her work? I know this sounds bad, but I genuinely don't think I'm at fault here. So I'm currently planning to get my apartment repainted completely since I've just moved in, and all the walls happen to be white. I was talking to a friend about this when she told me, oh my God, did she paint some messed up stuff on the walls? I can't wait. I was talking to a friend about this, and he told me he had a friend who had just recently graduated art school and was really into wall painting. I told him I didn't want any wall painting done because I had already planned out most of the coloring scheme. I need to get to the point here real quick, but it's kind of a red flag, I think, when you're like, oh, I'm a painter. Oh, really? Like, what do you paint? Walls? I was expecting it to be like, watercolors or something like that. I didn't think walls. Anyway, he told me his friend was looking for places to practice wall painting because she's new to it and hasn't really found places she could do it without it being vandalism. So I called her up, we had a chat. I said, I don't mind letting you paint the walls of my bedroom because I'm busy for the next few days and it isn't a common living space. I checked with my painters, they told me they could easily paint over that. They're not free for a couple of weeks, so I haven't moved in yet, but I told him to ask his friends to go nuts in my room without scraping or causing any damage. I told her that her work would be painted over. She said she's simply doing it for the practice and wouldn't mind as long as she could take some pictures for her portfolio, and that I would be doing her a huge favor letting her practice. Okay. So far, this seems like a prelude to the classic statement, no good deed goes unpunished. So fast forward a couple weeks, I go to my room, and it's absolutely amazing with a bunch of designs and a lot of edgy art. So I decide I wouldn't get it painted over. Problem is I have a contract with my painter and still have to pay him for my room, even if he doesn't do the job. I called her and told her the room was great and I'd be recommending her to anyone who asked who painted my room. She then, out of the blue, asked me how much I'd be paying her for the work. I told her about my painter situation, that I would have paid her the amount I was paying him if I didn't have a contract. She got mad and told me I was taking advantage of a young artist. She's literally 3 years younger. She said she'd sue me for payment, and I reminded her of our agreement. She said that was done on the basis I wouldn't be keeping it. I told her I was doing her a favor by giving her a place to practice. I never had any monetary obligation. She blew up at me and called our mutual friend, so I explained my situation, how I simply don't have the funds, but he thinks I'm an asshole too. So Reddit, am I the asshole? Did we have to have like a landlord one followed by like an artist not getting paid? Because like, I know that I'm on the chat side in this, genuinely in my soul. Sometimes there are little contextual details in these stories that make it something that can be argued over. It sounds like in the story, look, in principle, artists should be paid for their work. And in practice, they should be paid for their work and probably paid more than they are. That being said, if the arrangement was set up, you get to have a practice space. And I'm not good, because you, in some situations, you might even charge for a practice space. And then you get paid in the ability to, hone your craft for however long. no other finances are exchanging hands, and then you ask for money later, that makes OP not the asshole. Is it King Solomon, the one that's like, there's two people that think they claim to be the mother of the baby, and then the one, they're like, okay, well, they split the baby in half. Like, I don't remember how the story ends. It can't be anything but a gruesome tale. But I'm like, well, it was under the impression that it was going to be painted over. So I do think that if the artist is not going to get paid, they still have the ownership of the art to the extent that they can force it to be paid over, or painted over, I should say. If you make something cool with your art to practice with, and then they decide, hey, like, I want to keep it in my room now, I think you could be like, give me, a couple $100, or I'd really like you to paint over it, because who knows, like one day this could be worth, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a ridiculous like argument to objectivism, but that was the terms of the agreement. So if you want to adhere to them, then we should adhere to them. Where the heck was I here? Edit. I never wanted my room to be painted by an artist and don't have the money to get it done professionally. Can I just say this is the reason you just say no to everything? Maybe this makes me a dickhead. There were times, occasionally, I'll get almost like a ridiculous request via email. Someone will be like, hey, can you hop on like a call for 10 minutes? We'll talk about this. 10 minutes is nothing. This is what I'm worried about. I'm worried that you're a damn liar, and this quick 10-minute call is going to result in an email like 18 months from now that's like, my business failed thanks to you, and now you're going to pay. Like this is why you should say no to almost everything, especially if it's not your idea. No good deeds remain unpunished. Anyway, moving on. I never wanted my room to be painted by an artist. I don't have the money to get it done professionally. I thought I'd keep it because it looks great, and I could recommend it to other people who saw it about her. Edit. I did not charge her anything for letting her use my walls for practice. Yes, neither of these make OP's case any stronger, I'd say. I didn't commission her to do it. I didn't even give her any guidelines except not to scrap the walls. This was supposed to be letting her practice and make a portfolio. I wasn't trying to con her. Okay, so I actually have a lot of sympathy for OP, because there are people on Earth who have never left the confines of their bedroom, and all of their lived experience comes secondhand from reading things on the internet. And it's like you end up with these situations where there's absolutes, like literally you're trying to exploit this artist. And I can understand why she's probably getting way too many hate comments. That being said, these are not looking... these are not making her look any better. But anyway... I wasn't trying to con her, for fuck's sake. I thought it wouldn't hurt me to let her practice since I was going to be repainting anyway. I didn't originally plan on keeping the art. Yeah, but you kind of are now, though. You can see, like, you're simply leaving the door open just enough for her to have something to argue with. If you were just like, fine, I'm painting over, then I think it's okay. Then I think nobody would be like, you're the asshole. But I was thinking of paying her a token amount, whatever I can, but now I'm torn because I think that would actually give her grounds to sue. She does not have the right to claim ownership or intellectual property rights of the art right now. I checked, but I don't want to get myself into more hot water for trying to do a good thing. The painters were contracted. There's so many edits and are being paid for me reserving their time. At least from what I understand, it's too late to cancel any charges. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just cut from a different cloth. I'm like, why even post the thread? I'll just paint over it. And the painters are going to be there anyway. Turn it into an NFT. Yeah, I think you have an ultimatum. I think you can pay her and keep it. That's the right thing to do. Or you can paint over it and be in the moral right and not pay her anything. It's a strange thing, but it's like, here's the situation, okay? And this is the worst analogy, but I'm laughing my ass off thinking about it. Imagine you had like 2 bites of your sandwich left, right? And then you were like, hey, can you throw this in the garbage for me? And then you handed it to someone, and then they ate it instead of throwing it in the garbage. Would you be like, oh, no harm, no foul? Yes, that's what I would do. Is it possible that someone would be like, are you going to pay me 50 cents for those 2 bites of sandwich? Because I was of the impression that you were going to throw it in the garbage, destroying it for both of us. But instead, you ate it and thus are receiving some value from it, even though it fundamentally didn't change what I thought was going to happen to the sandwich in the first place. Don't you think it's fair that I get some compensation for the value that you've derived from this? I don't know. Oh no, this right here, OP. Simply tell the artist to make her happy, you'll be repainting the room. Then take as much time as you need to decide what would be even better than the paint that you have right now. A year to malicious compliant. Everyone on Reddit is like, being a good person and like making this situation happy for everybody if possible, that would be great. But you know what would be even greater? Owning somebody on a petty technicality. Keeping their art and also not paying them because they didn't read the fine print on the contract we didn't sign. How about this? Am I the asshole for telling my daughter that if she won't stand up for herself, I don't want to hear about it? Your daughter, okay. Well, look, I'm going to tell you, sometimes you just gloss over some of this stuff in the headline and you think to yourself like, oh, well, let's hear it out. Look, I'm only the father to a 10-month-old daughter. She doesn't get into these kind of problems right off the bat. At least I hope not. But simultaneously, it's a good start. Am I the asshole for telling my daughter if she won't stand up for herself? I don't want to hear about it. I divorced my wife almost 20 years ago because her work life became so severely toxic to my mental health. I was developing extreme anger management issues. What a bitch. How? Just immediately, I divorced my wife 20 years ago. I developed anger management issues, but it wasn't my fault at all. I had no agency. Her work life became so toxic, it just made me so mad. To keep it short, it didn't matter who it was. She would not stand up for herself at work. So day after day, she's telling me these work stories about how upset she was. I'd give her suggestions and nothing would change. Things escalated and slowly but surely I'm building a resentment I didn't know was there and found myself angry anytime she would talk about work. She refused to get therapy or do anything to improve her situation. Our marriage slowly fell apart because of it. It wasn't until I decided to get therapy myself because I couldn't control my anger that I realized the relationship itself had become toxic for me. It took a lot longer after that, but we ultimately divorced as a result. Okay. At least he's acknowledging that he has some issues, but the fact that he, despite the fact that he had been married, he didn't pick up on like one of the number one keys for maintaining a human relationship, which is sometimes people just want to vent and they don't want to have their vent where they get their stress out be met with like, well, why didn't you just take one simple solution and do it? Sometimes you just got, maybe the reason, and I'm getting too into this early, but maybe the reason she didn't want to stand up for herself at work is because, as much as this sounds, maybe like a little passive, some things that make you annoyed at work aren't worth getting into like a confrontation over, especially as it might affect your future employment status. Like sometimes shit rolls downhill in an environment like that, and you just got to be like, I'm annoyed as hell, but I'm just going to go home and vent to my spouse because that's like one of the roles they have when you talk about when you exchange vows for richer or poorer. Do you vow to listen even though sometimes a solution will pop into your head that seems like it could fix the entire issue? Do you pledge to recognize that they probably thought about that solution and then thought about, here's the reasons I don't want to do it. So help me God, amen. I don't think you say amen in the vows. I don't remember. Anyway. Fast forward to present day, and my adult daughter is now working in the federal government, and she's letting the same thing happen to her. We talk on the phone every other day, and the past 3 phone calls, she's complained about the same situation. I've given her... Well, the only thing I could say at this... You think at any point in this guy's treatise, he's like, maybe it's genetic? There's the complaining gene? It couldn't be that, like, literally everybody complains about their job. It has to be... it's just a habit that's been passed down. We talk on the phone every other day. I've given her suggestions and nothing has changed. I immediately recognized my anger building, so I stopped her last night and told her if she can't stand up for herself, I don't want to hear about it. She called me an asshole and hung up on me. Look, men, I'm glad we're talking about anger, our emotions. He got therapy, so on and so forth. But aren't you got an adult daughter who's working for the federal government? That means you got to be like in your mid 40s or older. Like, can't you just deal with it? I know how this sounds, but like, can't you just, push that down and have like one too many Yinglings on the weekend like a normal person? Like, I just don't understand. Yeah, they're your kids. This is what they're there for. They're not just to complain, but at the same time, I think you got to take some responsibility for your awareness here, or for your own well-being. I guess you are, but not in a healthy way. Oh, here we go. I love when an edit comes in and the person has clearly missed the reason that people think that they're an asshole and they're being a little bit judgmental. Here's some instances of me standing up with my wife. She'd be in a team of 5, but because she was very efficient, her team lead, super, or manager would keep putting more work on her. Even when she had more work that she could do, she would never say no. At one time, she was on 7 projects, and everybody else in her team was on 1. She just wouldn't say, I can't, I'm swamped. I can't, I'm swamped. I would literally suggest you say something like, I'm already on 7 projects. I don't have time. I know X is only on 1 project right now. Have you asked them? That's a great way to get ahead in the corporate politics game. Hey, thanks for giving me more work, but Jessica's not very busy right now. Maybe Jessica could do it? That's a good way to get uninvited to the potluck. She would complain and stress out and have breakdowns before the week started because of work anxiety, but she still wouldn't say no. After years of seeing this happen to my wife, but her never doing anything to change it or to try to improve herself so she'd have the confidence, the anger I was feeling at her workplace was carrying over to her. I couldn't stomach hearing about her work anymore without immediately becoming angry, but I kept bottling it up until I couldn't anymore. Now my daughter is letting the same thing happen to her. So I just keep hearing just hearing about it is immediately putting me back in that place again, and the anger I used to feel is coming up with my daughter. This is I'm a little surprised to see that. I mean, this is literally I can't even scroll further. Anyway, I'll just tell you, it's you're the asshole 43%, not the asshole 39%, which is a little surprising for me. But I do know that's the Reddit demographic as well. I think there might be a lot of, let's say, younger people who are like, well, if she didn't want a solution to the problem, she shouldn't have been talking about it in the first place, And by the way, I so often hear this as like, women don't want a solution to their problem. They just want to complain. Whereas men are like hardwired to be like solutions providers. And I'm like, I think I bought into that like Kool-Aid when I was in my early 20s. But now I'm like, dude, I just love to complain all the time. Sometimes I'll just go into the Discord and I'll complain about like a stranger I saw. I'll be like, you won't believe this moron that I saw at the grocery store yesterday. People don't go like, oh, they should go up and tell them to modify their behavior. They just drop middle finger emojis and say, give them one of those next time. And I'm like, hell yeah. Complaining's just, it's part of the human nature, Anyway, I would say before we look at the update, absolutely the asshole. Look, I think you got to separate the concerns here, right? Is it okay to not love hearing someone complain about something that seems easily fixable? Yeah. And if it was like someone that's a little bit further outside of like your sphere of influence, then, you'd be like, hey, if you're just going to constantly complain about this stuff, you ever thought about adjusting your behavior? Then, you could say that maybe to a friend or to an acquaintance and get away with it. But to a spouse, that's really like, that's part of the foundational duties, I think, which is like, again, I made a joke about how it's part of the vows, but like, much of the communication that happens between spouses is probably just like bitching about stuff that happened at work that day. You get it out, I get it out, and then it's okay, what do you want for dinner? 2 hours later we decide and we eat, then we go to bed. Like that's basically what it's all about. So if you're not up for that, that doesn't make them the asshole. It It does mean that you know, maybe you did the right thing by getting divorced, but I think he's also realizing that, you know, literally everybody does this. Like, I don't believe it's, this is like a just the mother and daughter situation. I think pretty much everybody that he talks to in his life must bitch about work now and then, but simultaneously everybody else he can just like walk away from. So yeah, I think it does make him the asshole. I mean, I hate to be like, you know, as the husband or father, your role is just to lay down and go like, yeah, okay, wow, she sucks, wow, that's crazy. But like, yeah, pretty much, you kind of gotta, and you recognize that they do it for you as well. Or maybe like if they don't do it for you, you should start venting a little bit more. You should, when you have a bad day at work, instead of just shoving it down inside, you should start going off. Oh, Lord. Every time. I wanted to lead by clearing up a few things. My wife and I were married for 7 years before my anger issues manifested. I was her emotional support for even longer. She introduced me to solutions and support. We had our own rules. On our daily walks, I just listened. If she spoke about work at home, it meant we could discuss it. Normal, just a very normal sort of arrangement to have with your spouse. On our walks, you can complain. That's the safe spot for complaining. When we're within the confines of the home, any complaining is met with a solutions-based response. I did tell her she needs to get help, but that was at the end of our relationship. She refused couples therapy, personal therapy, and insisted it was my responsibility to be there for her. Okay, well, let me just say, that does make her kind of the asshole if we take this as true. You know, you refusing to be involved, or her refusing to be involved in therapy makes her kind of the asshole. Sure, okay. My daughter is nearing 30 years old. She is not a child. And I'm happy to say we have a great relationship. Her regular calls should be proof of that. She did call me an asshole, though. For those wondering why my anger is hard to control, here's why it's different for me than other people. Prior, I never really got angry. I was raised with the belief that if something happens, it's happened. You got no control over it, so don't let it bother you. I never had much of an experience with anger because of this. When I started to feel it, I just bottled everything. I ignorantly believed that I had control. Update. I had a Zoom call with my children. I started by apologizing to my daughter. Okay, acceptable. I've never spoken to either of them about why their mother and I divorced, so I explained it to them as minimally as I could. I confessed my mental health struggles with anger. I made it clear it wasn't her fault. Now they have the whole picture. Again, I'm just like, React's Cord wouldn't exist if this were the case, but yeah, this is like, I mean, it's just, it just scares me that like a father to a 30-year-old woman is like, before I thought to apologize, I just ran it by Reddit first to make sure I wasn't gonna, you know, beta myself or something like that. But anyway, the conversation went well. I answered their questions as best as I could. I reassured my daughter she can always speak to me and she can vent to me. A little sus, but that's okay. She asked if it would help if she let me know ahead of time that she wants to vent about work, and it was embarrassing, but I asked if she could. We agreed that she'll text me bad work day, and if I'm able to, I'll call her. My son didn't have much to say, but he did tell his sister she can call him to vent too. Okay, that, you know, if it works, it works. But again, I don't know, maybe I'm idealizing the situation where I'm like, I think if you're the dad, you kind of gotta, you know, I mean, look, it's good, probable mental health, like quarantining. But I do, when I look to myself as being like a, you know, if I'm like 60 and my daughter's in her 30s or getting to be in her 30s, and she texts me like bad work day, and I'm like, sorry, I'm not in the right headspace to help you out right now. I'm like, you know, I kind of feel like that it's, if you got to do it for self-care, you got to do it for self-care. But at the same time, I'm like, you know, this is kind of your role as the father, I guess. But anyway, whatever. If it works for them, it works for them. You know, different stuff for different people. What you got to do, you got to find your daughter a spouse. I think that's my asshole solution to this, which is that I think you need to, this is like an unethical life pro tip. You need to find your daughter a spouse that can receive the venting instead of you. Because it sounds like he wants to live in a world where nobody else ever talks about their problems. So I think at this point, you got to start being the matchmaker for your daughter. You got to be like, hey, I've got to have lined up a series of great listeners. Pick one. But then what if she has to vent about her husband? No, I think that's a sibling thing. I think then she texts the brother and says, bad marriage day. Anyway, not much else to say. Thank you to everyone for your kindness and time. For everyone who was hostile with me, I hope you find your own peace. I love that, man. Look, he seems like he came to the end of being a nice guy. But I love that he was kind of like an asshole in the first post. But then at the end of the second one, he's like, I hope you find a way to get rid of your anger someday. Anyway. Still, that's a good ending. Again, it might not be the way that I would ideally solve this problem, but if they were able to come to a solution, like as a result of that, then who am I to judge, right? Who am I to say that that's not okay? Am I the asshole for kicking my mother-in-law out of family dinner after she said my lasagna tasted like freezer lasagna? Yes, absolutely. Don't even need to read it. Anytime you kick your spouse's mom out of family dinner, you're on an uphill battle to have the moral high ground. Like they could pull down their pants, take a crap on the carpet. They could, insult your kid or something like that. But even just insulting the food, it's tough to tell them to get out, I guess. Anyway, it's early. Let's see. Mother-in-law is a fairly typical passive-aggressive mother-in-law. Tell me you hate women without telling me you hate women. She's a fairly typical passive-aggressive mother-in-law. You know how they are. Nice to my face, but the food is only ever fine. She purses her lips at my parenting. My food is only ever fine, but everything that my sister-in-law cooks is heaven sent. Sister-in-law married the favorite son and gives mother-in-law unlimited access to the grandkids. This is spicy. We had a big family dinner the other night, and my husband brought up how she is about my food. He said it in the kitchen out of earshot of mother-in-law. Brother-in-law decided to do a test and had father-in-law, her ex, cover her eyes and asked her to try something. First of all, there was literally 10 minutes of back and forth about her being convinced it was a cockroach. So by the time she got it into her mouth, it was probably cold. So the mother-in-law, she thought that her family was going to be like, hey, close your eyes. We're going to feed you a cockroach. I wouldn't cross my mind whatsoever. But anyway, then there was some shrieking because they were laughing. So she was convinced they did something to her. Then more shrieking because she wanted her eyes uncovered. So father-in-law finally let her go and said it was fine. She said it was fine. It tasted like frozen lasagna. Brother-in-law shrugged and said, sorry, I guess she doesn't like your cooking. Mother-in-law asked if I cooked it, giggled, and then said they shouldn't have put her on the spot. Everyone was laughing, and I was just over it. I said that was what I cooked for dinner. If she didn't like it, she could leave. Mother-in-law said it was fine, and her new husband tried to make a joke that it was better than cockroaches, but that did not go over well. That's me at the family gathering when things get awkward, too. I'll be like, hey, at least it's better than cockroaches, and everyone shoots you a look like, shut the fuck up. This goes deep, man. This is resentment that started building before you were even a twinkle in this family. We didn't even know who the hell you were when the roots for this one started to take hold. I said she should leave, and she acted all confused. Mother-in-law left with her husband and brother-in-law and sister-in-law, went after them. Father-in-law defended her and said I was being too sensitive, but my husband took my side. Finally, it doesn't happen that often. 53 minutes of React Court. We have the first sane husband, who I have to imagine in his head was probably like, this is all very silly, but I know my role. He said she can't come back until she apologized. Now sister-in-law and brother-in-law are saying, I set her up, I'm a crybaby, and I just wanted a reason to kick her out. It's just like so many steps to get mad. You know, like it's such an elaborate kind of Rube Goldberg machine to make yourself upset. Can I also say, though, that it's possible that her sister-in-law is just either a better cook or alternatively cooks food that's more to the liking of a, you know, middle-aged American woman, which could happen. Sure, you know, I'm assuming it's American because it's insane. Okay, so you have a scientific hypothesis. You set up a test. So far, this is relatively okay scientific method, right? You say, let's feed her this lasagna, because my base case is that I know that this shit fire, and we're going to cover her eyes, and then when she eats it, she'll give her honest opinion. If she says it's good, which 100% is what's going to happen, that's where she deviated from the scientific method. Your null hypothesis is supposed to be deniability, I think, most of the time. But anyway, if she says it's good, then I'll be like, gotcha. And then all this will be water under the bridge. Surely there will be no other implications. If she says it sucks, then I'll get mad and kick her out of my house. Maybe this is an entitled thing to say, or maybe this is just ego driven. But when I trust my own palate to some extent, you know, I know what I like. When I eat something that I cooked and it's delicious, I'm like, it's delicious. If somebody was like, yeah, it's okay, I'd be like, oh, sorry, my bad. But in my head, I'd be like, your palate fucking blows, lady. This shit is fire. Are you kidding me? This is delicious. I get, though, that, you know, you're in a big family situation. There's some jockeying for position, you know. It's you watch too much Succession. You're trying to figure out where you are in the family dynamic. Are you more of like a cousin Ed, or are you the heir apparent? So like I get that part of it, but I'm just like, it seems like a lot of overreacting for something that's so small. I think there's like if I'm being legitimate, I think there's like a 25% floor for not the asshole, because OP always writes the post, right? Like when OP writes the post, they always make it seem like, here's this issue that's so important to me, and then my mother-in-law, who's like a typical mother-in-law, she's fairly passive-aggressive, kind of a bitch, you know, fairly typical. I'm just saying, I don't know why I take so much issue with that. It's like, it's just such an unnecessary detail that says so much about the character of the poster, I think. They could have just been like, you know, they could have just cut the sentence out and not put that evil on all mother-in-laws. They could have just, like, a mother-in-law is not even like a role. You know, it's like all women who have kids who have been married. That's like, it's probably like 15% of the population. It's such a huge generalization. It might even be more than that, but I'm just doing some back of the napkin. Anyway, I'm kind of, and I'm not trying to make you mad, chat, but I am kind of losing my mind at the number of people in chat who are like, what they should have done is taken the sister-in-law's food and then blindfolded the mother-in-law and see if she said she liked. They tell her that it's the OP's food, but it's actually the sister-in-law's. I'm like, sure, you can probably design the experiment to be double-blind, scientifically valid, repeatable, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you could get 100,000 mother-in-laws that are, you know, across multiple demographics and classes and so on and so forth, income levels, and then, you know, the various self-reported degrees of lasagna enjoyment. I think it's more like this situation shouldn't have come to pass in the first place. But, dude, actually, I'm stealing from chat now, but they gave me a great idea. What about a reality show? Oh, this shit was slap, man. What about a reality show? It's a cooking competition. Like the mother-in-law from two families cook their best dish together, like to compete against one another. And then like Gordon Ramsay judges who the best chef of the mother-in-laws is. Oh, man. Now that would be a show. You could see the fireworks flying. Oh, and here for the 400th time this season, We have hot dish. This is Greta's hot dish. Am I the asshole for not wanting our son to bring women into our house in the middle of the night? Oh, no. Let's see. Arguments are horrific. That's just, I don't know. Why does it start like a song by The National or something? Arguments are horrific. The arguments arise regarding our oldest son, 25, and his refusal to adhere to a rule that neither his longtime, short-term, temporary, etc. girlfriends are allowed to come in our house in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, our 25-year-old son, he continues to flaunt. Our sexy hunk son continues to flaunt this rule. Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm not just going to bang this girl in the bushes like you want. I'm going to go home to my safe, warm bed. As background, this issue came to head a number of years ago when we told our son his longtime girlfriend could no longer come upstairs after 10 p.m. where we have our family bedrooms. 2 days after we implemented this rule, he was caught breaking it. He did it again a few years later. Honest question, dude, are you stupid? This is insane. Like, this is in my opinion, kind of almost an insane rule to have, even for like a teenage child, to be like, you can't have your boyfriend or girlfriend upstairs after 10. But a 25-year-old is well beyond kind of the bounds of absurdity. Since then, there are numerous instances of girls we know and girls we don't know that come and go into our home at all hours of the night. The latest occurred with this long-term girlfriend being snuck into the house at 5:30 and leaving before the house awakened. The security cameras caught them purposely trying to be avoided. I feel like I need to raise another concern here, which is, if the only way you can notice this stuff happening is on the security cameras and no crimes are being committed, then who cares? If your 25-year-old son snuck his girlfriend in at 5:30 for like an hour and a half and you only notice later that day when you poured over the security footage like a psycho, then what's the big deal? My wife and I decided that even though he was 25, he would have a curfew from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. Where, by the way, this is not the asshole, is the flare here. I'm dying. My wife and I decided that even though he's 25, he would have a curfew from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m., whereby he either had to be home by midnight and stay home, or had to stay out until the next morning. Oh, this curfew was a means to address these issues and was created jointly between my wife and I. Both of the parties involved. Me and my wife, who side on the same issue, and also my wife is always capitalized, which is truly hilarious, but didn't even ask the child. Okay, my wife communicated this curfew to him 2 days ago. I refuse to speak to him because he's bigger and stronger than me. Last night he came home at 1:50 a.m., 2 days after the new rule, it was broken. He did call my wife to ask if he could come home late, and she agreed. So it sounds like he actually didn't really break the rule. It sounds like he got permission to break the rule, actually. I told her that I was shocked he would have the nerve to even ask 2 days after breaking our only real rule except for the other rule. This resulted in another huge argument in that I feel like the lack of retribution is the root cause of why he keeps breaking the rule. Why wouldn't he keep breaking the rule? The only thing that happens is my wife and I fight as a result. This guy's actually like my son. We've got to remove the safety net and let my son hit rock bottom. This destructive habit of coming home after midnight and sleeping with his girlfriend in his own bedroom is too much. He's going down a bad path. I feel it is fair and reasonable to not allow our 25-year-old son to bring his girls to our home in the middle of the night, and while my wife agrees, this continues to happen and be a source of arguments. Her perspective is that I have it in for him, and my perspective is simple. Just show us the necessary respect by doing exactly what I say at all times and follow this pretty obvious rule and also the other obvious rule. I'm being called the asshole because I won't let this issue go, and it's a recurring source of arguments, as I feel is a lack of respect which is fundamental and shouldn't be let go. How about the lack of respect that you've got for your adult son, who was probably like the age that you were when you had him in the first place? My wife thinks I'm the asshole for not letting the issue go and for not waiting until he eventually moves out. I am dying. Not the asshole, 63%. What? I already know what the comments are going to be, but I am going to read them. You know as well as I do what it's going to be. We'll say it on 3. 3, 2, 1. Your house, your rules. Even if you told him he had to strip naked when he comes in and get deloused, you know, even though he's an adult with autonomy and you should have your son's best interest in mind and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. If you pay the mortgage, then legally it's not, you know, you're the jurisdiction, you're the warden of the prison, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, yeah, also maybe a little jealousy because it sounds like the son is just laying pipe 24/7. You know what? Not the asshole. It serves him right. If you're gonna fuck, you're gonna fuck in the daytime, mister. Not the asshole, but you need to enforce these rules. Hold on. Tell me more about this part. Not the asshole, but you need to enforce these rules. You either need to start being a boner killer and banging on his bedroom door when he brings these women home. But that would require the father to wake up when it actually happens instead of merely poring over the security footage like a fucking psycho the next day. Or you can put an extra set of deadbolts on the door that get locked at midnight and unlocked at 7 a.m. Holy crap, you guys are insane. Anybody else lock their son out of their house because I don't like when he stays out a little bit late? Don't get me wrong. Like, someone coming home at 4 a.m., like, if I woke up, would be annoying for me. Coming home at, like, 12:30, I would be like, he's 25. He's 25 years old. Also, you should tell your wife that your son is never actually going to move out. How would you know this at all? Why bother when he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, with no consequences, and have someone to keep the house clean? This has to be an alt for the OP. It's the only, I'm not even gonna get into the economics of whatever, just like, do you think the kid really, like, if he had options, he would be like, oh, I love living at home and getting harassed by my dad for, like, going to bed at 1 a.m., even though I'm an adult. I don't know if this was, like, edited or something, but the kid's 25 years old, has no job, accused his dad of having it out for him when he was told to get a job, and pays no rent. Like, none of that is actually located in the post. Maybe that was edited later. I don't know. It sounds like he made that up. Everybody sucks here. Your son is the asshole for not respecting the rules of your house. However, you and your wife are as well for allowing it to continue for so long. I am dying that there is, we're only 2 parent comments in here, but I am dying that nobody has said your rules are ridiculous and have gone too far, and instead everybody else is just like, you're the asshole for not enforcing your totally sensible rules. Not the asshole. Why are you coddling a man in his mid-20s by allowing him to sleep in his bedroom when he pleases, and apparently doesn't even, like, wake you up? You got to see the security footage after. I got the impression this is more about them not wanting to be awoken by the sound of ham slaps more than trying to coddle their son. So good. Ham slaps. Not the asshole. It's not his house, it's yours. If he wants to do whatever he wants, then he could just buy his own house. He's the asshole, not you. He's being disrespectful by not listening to you. Holy crap, man. This is crazy. Yeah, I don't know why, and I don't think this is, I always default to the idea that it's like an American thing, and I don't think that's fair. I'm just realizing homeowners have lost their mind. As one myself. I'm like, look, I don't even make the rules in my own house, so maybe this is just par for the course for me to be a little bit lackadaisical about it. But I'm like, when you have, like, a kid, like, you can say your house, your rules, but at the same time, like, I feel like the kind of parental love you have for your son has to, make it a little bit more accommodating for that as well. Is this a rule as well that I'm not? This is why you need a notary public. If you pay the mortgage, you're the only person legally allowed to fuck in that house. Please do not let the landlords figure this out, because it's going to be written as a clause into every lease. You really trying to fuck in the garage that I converted into an illegal suite? No ham slaps allowed, honey. This is insane. I would never disrespect my parents. by having sex in their home, comma, while they were there. When they weren't there, it was open season, man. Not the asshole, but isn't it a little late to demand respect from your 25-year-old since he violates your rules every chance he gets? Do people... I can't believe I'm spending like half an hour just on this one specific post, but it's the first Am I the Asshole post I've ever seen where I disagree so much with the consensus. Like, this one's blowing me away. I think you gotta realize, like, there's two reasons that someone might break your rule, okay? One of the rules is... one of the reasons someone might break your rule is because they don't have respect. The other one might be that your rule just is stupid. Like, your rule might just actually suck, and you've designed it in such a way that there's essentially no way to comply with it. You know, if you made a rule that was like no eating, and then someone was like, hey, 12 hours later, he was breaking it. He couldn't even make it a month. I mean, it's... Anyway. Not the asshole. Okay. Your house, your rules. When he has a place he pays for, he can have his own rules. Sounds like he needs a job and an apartment. Thanks, the cum catcher. I do find this part weird. Or he had to stay out until the next morning. I'd rather have my kid home if he's got nowhere else to go. Like, what's the point of that? What's the desired effect? By the way, you're not the asshole. Your house, your rules. If he wants to break the rules, he can get his own fucking apartment. He can pull himself up by his bootstraps. By the way, this one part of your post specifically, I think, makes you an asshole. Not the asshole, by the way. You're not an asshole, but I agree with you 100%, except for this one specific part that I think makes you an asshole, but you're not the asshole. Okay. Hi, he does not pay rent or any house bills. Okay. So this is where some of the info came from. He's 25 years old. Kick him out. You're going to make me cyberbully, man. This is where you then go into their post history and figure out what else they're posting. If they ever posted anything about the economy being fucked up or like minimum wage being too low, that's where you go into the post history and you're like, oh, really? Because you were advocating for someone who's 25 years old to get kicked out of their parents' house just because you're jealous that they're laying pipe constantly. Dude, I'm dying at this stuff. Not the asshole. It's your home, your rules. You make the rules. If he wants to make the rules, he needs his own place. He needs to grown up and GTFO of your house. He's acting like a baby. I'm surprised a woman, the air quotes don't even make any sense, would even date someone. Oh, you know what? Because here's what he's saying. Any woman that would date somebody who doesn't respect his father's curfew is not a woman. They're merely a girl. I understand. That's what he's saying there. By the way, he's getting super entitled, and that isn't going to change. Source, dude, just trust me. You should give him a 60-day notice to evict. This will help him grow up. I know it works from experience. A post that I read on the Turning Point USA forums. Holy shit. It's his home too, minus 13 posts. Oh, no, it isn't. He doesn't even pay rent or help with the bills. Besides, there's a pandemic. Bringing strangers home is dangerous. But not between the hours of 7 a.m. and midnight. That's when the virus sleeps. Oh man, what a post. I mean, that one. Whew, I got a lot of meat out of that one. Am I the asshole for refusing to contact a restaurant about an unwanted curry? Is this not literally like we talked about this? Before I even put it up on the screen, I'll put it up, but before I read it, I'll just tell you we've done this before, and I talked about it. If DoorDash sends me food I didn't ask for, like more food on top of the food that I originally ordered, dead prawns tell no tales. I'm keeping it. When I ordered the food, I didn't ask for a job, where now I've got to be the steward of this food and make sure that the humble DoorDash corporation knows where to, because it's not like the One Ring, DoorDash could just refund the other driver or refund the other customer. And they'd probably prefer that, honestly, as opposed to getting like, I don't even know if there's a process for giving the food back, if that makes sense, and then getting it to its real destination. But, I think if someone was like, oh, your food got lost, it'll take an hour to get there, I'd be like, nah, man, just give me the refund. Anyway, my girlfriend is making me feel fucking insane right now, so I need a reality check ASAP before I explode. My girlfriend came over to dinner at my apartment. Well, how old are you? My girlfriend, age, came over to dinner at my age apartment tonight, and we ordered Thai. Oh, Jack talked Thai. Jack talked Thai very well. When we got it, there was a curry dish that neither of us ordered. I double-checked the receipt, and I wasn't charged for it, so I was like, sweet, free food. She told me I should call the restaurant, and I said, fuck that, they're fuck up. Why should I spend a second thinking about it? I'm just going to say, and maybe you're in a different kind of relationship, it's kind of like aggressive wording. Like, it's just a little too, like, it's just sharp. Like, it even though I agree with the principle, it kind of offends me just hearing it. It's Crashmore. He took the Crashmore pill. Fuck that, they're fuck up. Why should I spend a second thinking about it? Bullshit. And she said the curry could be for someone else's, and that they could fix the mistake if I called. I told her she was being ridiculous, and that if someone didn't get their fucking what the hell is wrong? If they didn't get their fucking curry, they could call the restaurant themselves, and that it wasn't my problem. She got all pissy and said I had a moral obligation. I'm not kidding, semicolon. Those are the exact words she used, colon, moral obligation to let the restaurant know. This post was brought to you by Charles Bukowski. I told her that she had to be kidding, but if she wanted to call a restaurant, she was more than fucking welcome to. She obviously didn't do that because who the fuck would, and just sulked, ate quickly, and left. I can't imagine why. I think she's off her fucking rocker. But I'm here to ask the moral philosophers on this sub if informing the restaurant about a fuck-up is actually a moral obligation. Quick answers preferred, because if I'm the asshole, which I sincerely doubt I am, obviously, I'll apologize. Update, last night while I was in the middle of writing another defensive comment here, I realized how pathetic I was being, arguing with strangers on the internet instead of actually being with my girl, who I love to death. I called her and apologized. Told her she was right about the whole thing and that I acted like a complete dick. She said she was sorry and that she felt I had backed her into a corner with my initial reaction and that she was just being stubborn. We're both stubborn people, so I completely get it. We laughed at the moral obligation comment and that was it. We're all good now. I completely agree with, I just saw it in chat. Somebody said, not the asshole, but the asshole. It's like you're not the asshole for refusing to contact the restaurant about the unwanted curry, but you were the asshole for the way that you spoke to your girlfriend, and also the way that you wrote the post is just dripping with asshole energy, top to bottom. I'm not angry about the amount of F words. I don't get offended necessarily by cursing. My favorite comedian is not Brian Regan. But just they carry a certain kind of tone. If someone asks you to do something and you use the F word like 4 times in your reply, it basically what you're saying is you're a fucking idiot for ever asking me to do that in the first place. I'm smarter than you. How could you be so dumb as to ever suggest that in the first place? Why don't you do it if you want it done so fucking bad? Why don't you do it yourself then? Like it's just it makes you seem like a piece of garbage. He could be swearing politely. My girlfriend told me I should call the restaurant. I said, fuck that. It's their fuck up. Why should I spend even a second thinking about it? I don't want anyone to have the worst day at their boyfriend's house ever, by the way. Do any of those fucking curries ever pop out the fucking bag with like a huge refund? And, it's just very uncomfortable, right? She obviously didn't do that because who the fuck would just sulked women, right? Ate quickly and left. It's not a big deal. I just insinuated that the thing you asked me to do was the dumbest thing you've ever had in your entire life. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my... And she's going to get all pissy about it. His words, not mine. She got all pissy. You know what you should have done? And it's easy to say in hindsight. Instead of making it butting heads, I feel like you should have looped her in like you guys had just done a heist. You could have been like, well, we could call the restaurant. I agree. That would be like the nice thing to do. On the other hand, isn't it true that a stolen curry tastes the sweetest? And then you could be like, oh, we're so bad. And then you got a little, and then for years in the future, you've got this, you know, anytime you like, you know, illegally park or something, you could be like, hey, you know, you knew you were dating the bad boy as soon as we got that stolen curry. And then she'd be like, oh, you know, you'd have this little shared history going on instead of like, what the, he said that? He's not killing me. You know, it's just, there's so many different ways you could have spun what an actually like good thing is into like with the positive that it actually is. Trying something a little different today. We're going to be, for React Court, just having a laugh. Less judgmenting and more just having a laugh with the OP at a restaurant's expense. So we're at a subreddit here called WeWantPlates. And WeWantPlates is for restaurants that serve food in unorthodox ways. I mean, you can see the About community. We want plates. Crusades against serving foods on bits of wood and roof tiles, chips in mugs, and drinks in jam jars. By the way, you ever feel like your computer's spying on you? We said the words OnlyFans like 20 times in the last React Court. Guess what our advertisement's for? You mining Bitcoins in there, you little shit? Friend of mine went to a restaurant and their starter came in a book. Okay. This is just pictures of the food to be what is this? Okay, so there's like some pancetta or some is this a charcuterie board? Oh, okay, this is, I understand what they're going for here. But also it seems like kind of, I get what they're going for, but it seems kind of disgusting. Okay, so what appears to be happening here is, you know, sometimes and this happens, okay? You go out to a restaurant, you get charcuterie, they bring out the board, and they hit you with an info dump. This is Tillamook cheddar cheese from Wisconsin. This is Casamarsa that we got from Sicily. This is blah, blah. This is Hungarian black pepper salami. And they're hitting you with yeah. And there's the din of the music. And you're like, I don't know what any of this stuff means to begin with in the first place. So the idea that you have, sorry, from Oregon, Tillamook from Oregon, I apologize. The idea that as you were like eating, you could follow what you were eating with some context could enhance the dining experience, but is absolutely disgusting that the meat is just wedged between pieces of paper and then like is greasing up a little, you know, fat trap there. It's just, and even just, it's already gross to peel sticky pages, but then to peel sticky pages and eat the food that resides inside of it just seems very unappetizing to me. You know, in every cook's life, I think you struggle with presentation. You know, I've had some culinary sins before in my life. I used to sometimes marinate a steak in Budweiser, thinking that was like a really cool guy, sophisticated thing to do. Is like, oh, waste of beer marinating a steak. Shit beer turned into shit steak, honestly. One of the meals I cooked all the time in like my second year of college was like a chicken breast, slap it on the George Foreman grill, then salsa on top of the chicken breast, and then cheddar cheese on top of the salsa, and then just squeeze that George Foreman grill down as hard as I could. So I'm sure that I've done some questionable things when it comes to food and food presentation. This is just one of those things where you're like, why? I don't like any food where, like, to me, this just looks like a liability. My beef Guinness pie. This, on the other hand, is absolutely heinous. Typically, this is a dish that would not be mixed together, right? It would be like kind of filling on the bottom and then mashed potatoes on the top, and then you would take a spoonful and eat it like that. That's correct. It's not meant to be mixed together. Okay, so here's my question. It's a multi-part one. Sorry, Guinness is in English, but like this, to me, this just looks like England. This does not necessarily look like it's served at the Guinness brewery itself. But here's what I'm saying. So do they want you to use the spoon to try to cut to dip a cross section out and eat it out of the glass? Because if so, I have a lot of problems. One being the filling to potato ratio is all fucked up. Like, you want that to be a little wider, because otherwise it's like, I mean, it's just too damn tall, right? And then the other one would be, do you scrape it out of the glass onto the plate? In which case, it wouldn't be mashed potatoes on the top anymore. It would be mashed potatoes on the bottom. I get it also, by the way. Like, you're supposed to drop a shot of Jameson in here and chug it all. Yeah, can I get a beef Guinness pie Boilermaker, please? Can I get a Guinness pie bomb? Can you imagine? Honestly, I have a strong, imagination stomach, and just thinking about trying to chug something with this consistency made me a little sick to my stomach. But this is one of those ideas you'd see on Kitchen Nightmares where you're like, the chef would be like, so get this, it's Guinness pie, but we put it in the cup to look like a Guinness pint. And I think Gordon Ramsay would be like, have you ever thought about the radical idea of just making it look normal and taste good instead of, I don't go to a restaurant to be like, wow, the food that I'm eating looks like one of the things it's made with. Anyway, I love the broccolini. Also, considering that this presentation, and I'm not saying it's inspired in a good way, but they put some thought into this. The rest of it is so embarrassing. For the spectacle of this pint glass of Guinness, it's just like a little spoon and a bunch of, broccolini sitting on the side. Like, it just looks so depressing. The long spoon is also, it's kind of like prison, right? Like, this looks like an airplane spoon or something, but oh man. How am I supposed to eat this? Is this a challenge? Okay, at first I was like, I've seen some flaming dishes before in my life, but when the wind picks up and it started, it actually, the flames get like a 6-inch spread on them when the wind picks up. That's a little much. I guess you gotta reach in over the top to try to grab it. Plin, plin, plon. It's very, this seems like serious liability. Oh, this next one is gross, man. Our corn chips were served in a rusty bucket. This one's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know what you could even comment upon on this one, but imagine getting to the bottom of the corn chips and it's just the bucket's all rusted out. Oh man, they ate it. I might eat it too, honestly. I could get over myself for this one, but maybe it's not rust. Okay, maybe it's seasoning, but you gotta get. I mean, it looks a lot like rust for one. Whether it looks like shit is maybe just as maybe not just as important, but you get the idea. It's definitely rust. I'm just saying, if it looks like a bird crapped on your food, then even if they're like, oh, it's not bird crap, it's aioli, you'd be like, there's seeds in it. Pasta sauce bread in a wire cone. Serious, like, just why energy radiating off of this? How am I supposed to eat this? It just looks fucking horrible. How are you supposed to eat it? It's the worst one yet. It's just disgusting. Like, are you supposed to eat it with a knife and fork, or do you grab it with your hands? Can you imagine eating a calzone, but like inside of the calzone is a bunch of noodles and fettuccine alfredo, man? I think I would straight up throw up, to be honest with you. I don't think I could do it. I hate when you get served like a really saucy food in a pretty flat plate. Just give some flatware that has like a raised edge so that I'm not constantly babysitting like a pile of gravy to make sure it goes off the table. But this is like nothing compared to shoe boba. What do you think you would start with here? Do you think you would start with the heel, or you know what it is? It's nice that you could actually you could share this maybe with like someone that just wanted to try boba for the first time ever. You could be like, I'll take the toe and you can take the heel. See if you like it. This is, I have to imagine that this is more expensive than it deserves to be. Plus, you're absolutely right. Shoe boba, I believe, was Anakin Skywalker's nemesis from the first Star Wars pod racing scene. Crepes served as babushka barbe. The thing that is so great about this is that it's being weighed at like the grocery store right now. Like, this is not a restaurant serving this. Like, are you at the deli counter and you're like, hey, give me one of those babushka barbes? Or is this I gotta start going to different grocery stores. Hey, can I get 300 grams of babushka barbe, please? I don't hate it. Like, it's weird, don't get me wrong, but I don't hate it. Apologies. Due to manufacturing issues, we're running very low on wooden skillets. Therefore, most meals will be served on plates. The saddest story ever told. Oh, no. You know what? We'll just leave instead. They carried my bill out on a typewriter. I hate that shit, man. Oh, this is the one that just... I'm like, the dinner's over. I just want to get the hell out of the restaurant. You're dragging over a damn typewriter. Servers have biceps like bulging out of their sleeves. Come on, man. Do it. Hey, when it comes over, I don't need the machine. I do need the machine, though. It's 2021. Oh, man. That's just needless. I guess I'm not supposed to eat my soup. Oh, I think what makes this subreddit so great is that like every single one of them is just like, but why? You could have just put it in a bowl. Hello.
And new kicks.
Well, new shoes. Look at this. Hello, honey. Kate, it's a subreddit for restaurants serving things in stupid ways.
Okay. What the heck is that?
Someone I knew got her food on some kind of bone. That's just a big old bone. I don't even know what that's. Maybe it's from a cow or a horse.
Elephant?
If they got an elephant, like, that's an elephant pelvis or something. That's crazy. La la. 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 Apple pastry served on an image of a plate on an iPad. That is tacky. I couldn't agree with you more. They're almost taunting you with the image of a plate. La la. La. La 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 la. I mean, is it satire? Yeah, but I don't want satirical food. I don't want my food to be a parody. I just want it to be you know, food. Ravioli on a clothesline. Also, it's pretty good, right? Also seems a little bit ridiculous. Ravioli on a clothesline.
That's pretty good.
I don't think you like this is if I worked here, I think I would be pissed. Cuz I mean, for the diner, I think this is worse because the ravioli is punctured. Which is just I would rather have them be pristine if possible. And it's definitely possible because you could just make a plate. But then the fact that the dishwasher has to wash 8 clothespins every time.
I doubt they wash those.
They gotta wash them, right? Like, this is an American starter called fried ravioli. So if you watch Kitchen Nightmares, you'll see it on like literally, I would say half of the episodes. Whenever they're like Gordon comes in and is like, "Hey, what's good here?" They're always like, "Oh, you gotta get the fried ravioli." It's like a little deep fried little pizza roll type thing, but it's just so needless. Also, what is this? Did they build this out of like an old sewing machine or something? I don't understand what it even is.
I guess it's a little too big.
Oh
She just
no!
shook her feet and they just came off.
Oh no! I watched my fries drift away because someone else wanted fried zucchini. What the heck is this?
The title is good.
So it's like a shareable platter, but instead of being a platter, it's on like a Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, look.
It's not that bad.
It's not. It's funny. I mean, like, here's what I would say to OP on this one. I would just say, hey, you can wait a second for the fries. When they grab some zucchini, you can just pull it back around. It's weird. Like, I would prefer if it was just on a plate of some sort. But sure, this is, at least it works. Like, some of this other stuff. Even this, like,
oh my god.
that's probably Whistler.
No.
You don't think in Whistler they would serve you pizza on a snowboard?
That sounds horrible.
I could see it. Well, you know what? I've never seen this soda before, so it must be another part of the world. You know what it is like I just don't know what I'm looking at. Like I can't tell where the pizza ends and the board begins. Friend sent me this. I was not as impressed. Okay, so this is like the original, right?
okay.
These are all iPads. That's
But why are they all plugged in?
I bet they have the image of the plate underneath them when you curry on a chopping board. This is just idiocy. I don't know how many times we've been through this. Like, why do so many restaurants serve saucy food on a flat apparatus? And then the rice on the side with all the crinkle cut carrots in it, and
What is
if any, it's not like this would be bad still if they inverted it. Like if they put the curry in the bowl and the rice on the thing, at least you could spoon one bit of curry onto the rice and eat it.
Yeah.
And probably not spill so much, but la la la. She's like, you're blocking my view of myself. Literally 6 nachos for the whole table. Look at this kid. The kid is so like.
who thought of the? Is it the same restaurant with the ravioli?
It might be. You can't use a clothespin on a brittle surface like this. Like it's gonna shatter your tortilla chips. That's not what it's built for. This is like drying your dishes on a clothesline. You're just begging for trouble. Again, I am not simply being like, obsessed with how the workers feel, but like for 6 tortilla chips, the workers, maybe they wash the clothespins, maybe they don't, but they've got 3 sauce containers, 3 bespoke wooden spatulas. That's 6 things to wash just so that they can eat 6 tortilla chips. She has contagious laughter going right now too. Like
Yeah.
it's.
Were you scared?
Sometimes she fake laughs though. She goes ha 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 ha. Another user stole my pic from a previous post here. and made it to the front page. So here's the uncropped version. I don't know. I mean, what's? Am I missing something? It is like it's in a mug. Babu, that doesn't seem that bad. I think they got upvoted for the social engineering, which is fine. This is getting out of hand. In a restaurant in Canada last night, I was served pudding on, and I wish I was joking, an ancient VHS copy of The Bodyguard. Oh, this is a bedpan. This is like what you would pee in at the hospital?
Oh, what? That's gross.
All right, that's pretty gross. I needed more context on that. Hey, this is also dumb. I wonder where that is. I'm just going to guess that it's Toronto.
I was going to say Quebec.
The most awful thing ever. Broccoli impaled on a metal thing?
Supposed to be a tree or something.
I just don't understand why. It's just insane. Love it when sand gets in my soup. I mean, maybe it's edible sand. I hate that.
What is the purpose of that?
I guess it's like a cool treasure hunt, you know? Like when you get the dish, you get to go, you get to look for your soup. And
I
then
think that's the server.
Yeah, you might be right. It better be the best soup I've ever had in my entire life. Overcooked eggs served in the pan they were cooked in. Thanks. Okay, that is a situation. The food looks horrible. It's way like the service is terrible, but the food looks so bad. I don't even understand this one. So this is the DJ known as Marshmallow. He cut a head of lettuce in half, and he's throwing a bunch of spinach around it. Okay. And then what happens next? Okay, there you go. You thought he was going to make you eat that a whole head of lettuce, dummy. Thank God they're not doing this in the back. That would be so boring.
What are they?
I think it's like some yellow peppers, some cucumbers.
Are they making salad?
This is a big salad. Some cherry tomatoes. Which I love how he dumped the cherry tomatoes like upside down to make sure they stayed in the middle. Everything else he was just like well, and don't forget about the hearts of romaine, the premium cut from the lettuce. We'll zest some lemon over. Oh, some lemon juice. Okay, you're really not gonna zest that? I'm just gonna say it's kind of a lot of lemon juice for a salad,
Yeah.
but I mean he's really going.
Oh, God.
He went back for thirds on that one. Oh, and then it's the Salt Bay with the salad knife. Okay, man, this just keeps going. Man, you're in the middle of a conversation or something like this, and then your salad's here.
Can you imagine leaving your cell phone on the floor?
Oh my God. I look at the guy, I think is like, please, just, can you take it away? What do you do when you're done with it? Do they just have like a scraper?
Yeah,
They come and scrape it into the trash can? Is Parmesan, what? I don't even know what that is. Mushrooms, maybe?
Olives.
Oh, big olive? I think they're mushrooms, honestly.
Really?
Mystery meat. Those beans, rocks. That sucked.
Rocks.
These same tiles were in the bathroom. Okay. It has a plate, but
Oh my
still.
God.
It's also terrible. This is served on a plastic rat skeleton. Also, this looks like a private event. Maybe this is like the Rat Enthusiast Association of North America, because it is also probably the worst charcuterie platter I've ever seen in my entire life.
See you, Dada.
See you. It's like a pint of cranberries, and then cheddar, mozzarella, and brie, and then just like 7 handfuls of crackers. Like it's don't get me wrong. If you were like, do you want some? I'd be like, hell yeah. Oh, I've seen this. I saw this one on TikTok back in the day. Wow, just what I wanted. Finger wine. This was like right at the start of COVID. I saw this video and it made my head explode. I guess this is in the Czech Republic. The server just walks around and is like, do you want red or white? And then just takes his finger off the gun. It's so good. Oh, man. Let's find one more. Get up to 16 free meals. I work as a dishwasher. I want plates, please. Thank you. I told you. I told you the servers are hating this more than, or the dishwashers are hating this more than anybody else. And then I gotta look at this. Just go ahead and dump all my shrimp over some empty beer cans, please. It just absolutely looks just vile. By the way, did you know Modelo is the #1 selling import beer in the United States of America? I don't know what I would have thought that it was, honestly. But I would have thought Modelo would be like in the top 5 for sure, but it's #1. I had no idea. Am I the asshole for refusing to go to a concert with my wife after she called the lead singer her dream man? This all depends on the band. If it's like 30 Seconds to Mars, then we got to have a conversation. It's Bono. Oh, no. It's Sugar Ray. That's even worse, man. Okay, please tell me the band. I gotta know. My wife is a big fan of rock music. Crazy. About a month ago, she started going on about one of her favorite bands and how cute and talented the lead singer is. Of course, that's no problem. I'm not jealous of a random celebrity. However, she then proceeded to tell me this lead singer is her exact type and her dream man. She even said at one point, if only he wasn't married, but tried to make it sound like a joke. Okay, look, that's pretty bad. I mean, you can say, like, oh, they're cute, they're attractive, like, etc., etc. But when you take it a step further than that, if it depends on how it came across, okay? It depends on how the joke came across. You don't have to be insecure. Like, if somebody was like, oh, if only he wasn't married, I'd totally be into that. Or if only I wasn't married, I'd totally be into that. I don't think that in every situation you could just be like, oh, flip the script. Like, what if the husband said that about, like, Paramore or something like that? You know, but in this situation, because it strengthens my point, I'm like, what if you flip the script on this one? For context, this man literally could not be more different from me. I'm on the bigger side, mixed race, short hair, and the musician is a skinny white dude with long hair. I'm just laughing. I didn't expect that there would be a race component here, but okay. I know she didn't mean it to be hurtful towards me, but it kind of stung to hear straight up how different I am from her dream type appearance-wise, and her comments brought up some insecurities that I thought I'd gotten over. It wasn't a big deal, so I didn't let her know this upset me at the time and moved on from it. Turns out the band is coming to our city in a few weeks. My wife originally wasn't able to get tickets since they're so expensive, but this morning she texted me her coworker bought tickets but can't make it and is willing to resell the 2 tickets at a much lower price. She called me to confirm that I would go with her and she should go ahead and get the tickets. I took a minute, but I said, oh no. Honestly, I'd rather not accompany you to a concert where you're just going to be fawning over your dream man the whole time. Ooh. That's one that clearly you've been turning over and over in your head in the shower for like 3 weeks. And it just, sometimes just the most venomous kind of message can come out of your brain fully formed, and it's clear that you've been thinking about this way longer than the person who casually asked the question. That's cringe. I don't say that word often, but that's a little cringe. Clearly the wound had been festering. I told her I'm not mad at her or trying to, honey, I'm not trying to start drama with you. You're my wife. I don't want to start drama with you. I just would prefer not to accompany her to this particular show. We haven't talked since last night, and I don't really feel like apologizing. Am I the asshole for not budging on this? Edit, for everybody asking, the band is Tame Impala. I'm not cool enough. Tame Impala was getting popular like right as I stopped listening to any song that came out from that point forward. So as soon as Real Estate came out with Beachcomber, I was done. I was like, I'm full. Lead singer kind of looks like Jesus. Okay. But does he talk like an animal that you remember when you were young? Talks like a gentleman, not like an animal. What am I talking about? Anyway, look, I don't like the Killers either. I'm surprised, okay? Keep in mind how I started with this, by the way, was by saying that I think she went a little bit over the line. But I think he's definitely the asshole. Like, he took... You know what this is? And you can really, like, make Am I the Asshole posts as I think you should leave sketches. This is... A guy and his wife go to a magic show. The magician humiliates the guy. The wife stokes the guy's insecurities, and then the guy goes back on stage and goes, I make 10 times what you make. Well, you wouldn't know it from that suit. You ruined my life. It's just... I think his response, his feelings were hurt, but your feelings can be hurt, and then the action you take as a result of that can be not commensurate with the slight that led to your feelings being hurt in the first place. And just because maybe the first stone was not thrown by you, that doesn't mean that you're not the asshole for the way that you responded. However, I don't even think he's like a huge asshole for saying, I don't want to go with you to a concert where you're just going to be fawning over your dream man. I think that's an asshole move, but if he at least, with the benefit of hindsight, what appears to be like 18 to 24 hours later, if he had just been like, hey, I'm sorry that I hit you with a nuclear bomb when you asked me if I wanted to go to the concert, but my feelings were actually hurt by all the things that you said about the lead singer in the first place, then they would be cool. But then there also would not be a post, because instead he has gone to Reddit and been like, am I the asshole? So I think if the longer this situation goes on for, the more that you're kind of the asshole here for sure. I mean, like, she's not gonna like leave you for the lead singer of Tame Impala, okay? And if she does, you can get like a lot of play on like the talk show circuit, get interviewed by Pitchfork and stuff like that. You know, like you got an avenue to exploit there. It's just a concert. It's good. Just take her to the concert, and then like it's fine. Like, I don't know. It's, who cares? I just don't. I guess I get that his feelings were hurt, but when you look at it from a rational standpoint, I'm just like, why don't you just apologize to your wife, go to the concert? They're a well-liked band, right? Are they good? If it was Imagine Dragons, I'd be like, hit the gym. But, like, get over it, man. I guess it's... And by the way, this, not to the same extent, but this happens to me now and then. Kate will watch, like, a K-pop video and be like, oh, G-Dragon's so hot. I'm like the anti-G-Dragon. I'm just like, okay. Whatever. Like, what are you... If Big Bang came to Vancouver and she was like, do you want to come to the concert? I would be like, let's go. I know this, so they go, hey. They're going to think I work there, but, you know, that's fine. What the hell is G-Dragon? He's a bad boy. He smoked marijuana in a Japanese bathroom. It was a big controversy in 2011, because in South Korea, pop stars don't do bad boy stuff. They're like the way that they're bad boys is like by having an earring, whereas in North America, if you're like a bad boy, you'd like, you know, throw a TV out of your hotel room window or something like that. In South Korea, it's like he took a puff of a joint in a Japanese bathroom stall. Anyway. Yeah, okay, there was that one guy. He got sentenced like a couple years, or to a few years in prison last week, right? Anyway, that's not a bad boy. That's a bad guy. That's two different things. The bad boy is like a veneer. He's just a bad person, okay? There's a distinction there. I want to see the comments here because it's always more fun to look at the comments when you disagree, right? Let's see on this one. 42 may be the answer to life, the universe, and everything. It's this, dude, so much this. But when it comes to your team's processes, you need a platform that's customized to your needs. On Monday.com, you can build the perfect project management tools for your workflows. So much this, man. I already know that my assumption is that some of the comments that are up near the top are going to be things that are like, not the asshole, she way crossed the line, your feelings were hurt, etc., etc. But I don't know, maybe it's difference of opinion, maybe it's difference in perspective, but I am also kind of like, if your feelings can get, if your feelings get hurt and you're gonna like fester on it, you also have to take some responsibility for not telling her that at the time. You know, if you really were bothered by something and you're gonna let it simmer and build resentment and then come back with like, an uppercut later when you get jabbed slightly, then you had a responsibility that you messed up a little earlier to be like, hey, that's over the line. At which point you wouldn't have had to worry about it at all. You know, because she would have been like, oh, I apologize. And then, it's always easier in hindsight, but I'm actually super surprised with all the you're the asshole here. It's not like you're preventing her from going to the concert. I, too, think of every dispute that happens in a marriage as, being a set of pros and cons, and it's more of like a tort law dispute as opposed to, two individuals with responsibilities and commitment and feelings. It's not like she can still go to the concert. She'll just not be able to enjoy it at all because she'll be thinking about the fact that, her husband is mad at her for being at the concert. You just don't want to go with her. I can understand how it may be a bit hurtful to hear your wife constantly go on about wishing she was with someone else. It doesn't matter if it's a complete fantasy that would never happen. Saying someone the exact opposite of you is her exact type sounds harsh. Maybe she didn't mean it that way. Maybe you wrote it in a way that reflects as poorly on her as possible. Or maybe not. But I don't think it's unreasonable for you to be hurt. Let her find a friend to go to with her. Agreed, but often the replies are from children who shouldn't even be allowed on the internet. I feel bad they're even allowed to be giving ratings in this sub. Or the replies are from relationships where they shared celebrity crushes without the SO getting jealous. Oh, man. I'm 18, and this is what the real world is like. So many kids, so many 8-year-olds logging on to Am I the Asshole, writing essays about how they should solve their relationship problems. Not the asshole. Your feelings are valid. You're not being malicious. And again, I could be wrong. This is where I consider myself superior to most of the comments, to be honest, is that I always like this. This is not me coming from on high, giving my objective viewpoint of how things go. Is just giving my opinion in 2 cents, okay? I'm not saying this is definitively the right way. I think if your wife says, can we go to this concert for my favorite band? And then you reply, honestly, I'd rather not accompany you to a concert where you're just going to be fawning over your dream man the whole time. That's malicious. Like, you're like, this is not like what you say when you want to come to a solution. This is like, I'm going to get back at you because you made me feel bad. So I'm going to like flip the script on it. He should have said, after he said that and she started to cry, he's supposed to go, who said that? To try to like diffuse the situation a little bit. She's blindsided and upset now because your legitimate feelings appear to come out of nowhere. Yes. Correct. I disagree with this part, but I totally agree with this part. If your feelings were hurt, you should have said something about it then. Again, perfect world, but I'm surprised by all you're the assholes. I'm fairly certain if it was a man fawning over a female celebrity and his wife was uncomfortable, no one would call her an asshole. Let me think about that for a second. Because I flipped the script and now he's flipping the script on me. All right, I'm willing to cede that point. I think if you flipped the exact same situation, he would come across like an asshole. The cultural norm, it's more normal for a wife to talk about her celebrity crushes than the husband. I don't know why it is. I didn't create the culture. I'm a participant, actively feeding into it as time goes on. But it would be like a wife being like, oh, my celebrity crush is like Antonio Banderas. That's like something that doesn't cross the bounds of normalcy that happens all the time. But if I was, and it wouldn't make me uncomfortable, if I was like having dinner with, if I was on a double date or something, and then my friend's wife was like, oh, like I love Joel McHale. I would be like, okay, that's normal. If he said, yeah, I want to fuck Allison Brie, I would be like, okay, maybe we should just calm down a little bit. All this talk about community everybody's getting heated. So this whoopee cushion is this whoopee cushion's gotten everybody too excited. That being said, I'm not saying that that's right. I'm simply saying that's one of them fits more with the culture and one of them fits less with the culture. Whether or not that's valid, is a different point altogether. So I'm not sure there's a situation where you can flip the script. But anyway, I am stunned at the number of people who are like, you aren't stopping her from going to the concert. Yeah, like you're not restraining her from going to the concert, but like you kind of are. You're like in a psychological sense. Like, you really think that she's going to be like, okay, and then like, hey, Jenny, come to the concert with me. And like, she's going to have a great time watching her favorite band. She's not going to enjoy it knowing that this is something that's driven a wedge between her and her husband. It's an ultimatum without having the courage to offer the ultimatum in the first place. She could still go and just have terrible memories wrapped up with it. Like, come on. Not the asshole. For you to have so many differences in appearance to the singer and her outright saying that he is her exact type would make anyone make the connection that you are not her type, you have every right to take it personally. Agreed. And then we're flipping the script. However, I wish that there's like one implied sentence here. Well, actually, you're right. There's a couple of things. One is she did marry you. So, like, you're probably like kind of her type or like one of her types. For one. And then also, I was waiting for the like, you have every right to take it personally. But you should have talked about that in the moment rather than spend 20 showers concocting the perfect comeback if this situation ever came to pass. But instead, we get the script flip again. But I'm happy to... Look, comment deleted by user. They probably got cyberbullied. User was cyberbullied for this post. I'm happy to see someone else who thinks everybody sucks. This kind of fantasy crush and sharing it with your partner is not uncommon or unreasonable. OP's wife messed up, actually hurt him. Maybe it was unintentional, probably. Okay, I would hope to agree. And then he messed up by pretending to himself and to her that it was no big deal, when in fact he was quite hurt by it, and it brought up insecurities for him. Good. So far, so good. So far, I agree. So she's in the wrong for going on and on about her crush to the point where it hurt OP's feelings, but OP's in the wrong for sweeping those feelings under the rug instead of talking with her honestly about them and then blindsiding her with them when she had the rare chance to purchase tickets and needed to act fast. Too reasonable for Reddit right now. So much this. Your wife loves you and doesn't want to hurt you. If she didn't give you a crap about your feelings, she would have just shrugged off your statement and said whatever and gone with a friend without batting an eye. But she does care. Your words are not the only thing she's listening to. When you say you can go, but I won't come just to watch you fawn over him. What you're communicating is, I feel like you've chosen him over me and I don't want to be faced with your feelings for him. If you go without me, it'll just solidify for me that you care more about indulging in this crush than in being with your partner. This person is better than me at the React court. They're even more articulate than I am. So yeah, you're wanting to assuage your feelings by setting aside a rare chance to... You're wanting her to assuage your feelings by setting aside a rare chance to see a band she really loves instead of just doing a little introspection and admitting you have feelings and talking to her honestly about them, even if it's hard to put into words and you feel stupid. OP, please take ownership of the piece you could have handled better. In most conflicts, there's a little blame to go around for everyone. Apologize for the way you brought this up. Apologize for not telling her when she first hurt your feelings, but tell her her words were hurtful and that you do genuinely feel she must not find you terribly attractive. If you accept her apology, the two of you can figure it out. How do you give awards on Reddit? This is like... Madman Max 224. I'm not... Congratulations, or I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm not going to read all that. I'm not sure she actually cares about his feelings based on her response. Like, when she came home in tears hours later, like a total bitch, and when she didn't walk through the door with a six-pack in her hand and be like, babe, I'm so sorry. You're totally right. I shredded the concert tickets. Like, clearly she doesn't care about your feelings. I'm not sure she actually cares about his feelings based on her response. It was immature and insensitive. It's clearly bigger than some dumb celebrity crush. I wasn't there. It was clearly bigger than the celebrity crush based on the vocabulary. And honestly, it's genuinely hurtful to see someone you love express their desire to be with somebody else. Yes. Yes and no, I guess is what I would say. Like... Look, so I'm getting stun-locked by like anonymous teenagers on Reddit, but I'm just like, I just don't understand that it's like so over the... It seems like she made a joke that just like went too far, and what she shouldn't have made it. But he also shouldn't have been like, everything's fine. It's not, I'm like a big, strong guy. Nothing hurts me. And then years later, well, no, maybe days later, be like, you screwed me. You've wounded me. And now now that you're showing me some vulnerability, I can get back at you. The fact that she was surprised due to his lack of communication aside, her overall response was childish and incredibly immature. Every comment has reversed the situation. And I doubt you would rule the same. Man. It played the Uno reverse card. Yup. Then she had the audacity to accuse him of trying to make this about him when all he's doing is expressing his feelings. He isn't telling her not to go, just that he doesn't want to spend hours watching her ogle over her obsessive celebrity crush. Fuck that manipulative shit. So dramatic, man. I'm fine with an everybody sucks here. Yeah, I think that her joke went too far, as we said when we started this. But also simultaneously, I think that he clearly then went too far in the other direction. You're reading it dramatically. Look at how it's written. Fuck that manipulative shit. That's the TikTok explainer voice. I have been married to my husband for 5 years. My husband's family are your typical snotty Catholic mega religious people. My husband is not religious, but still remains respectful of their beliefs and has always lived his second life in private. You can do that. You can be a swinger and not tell your grandma. Haven't you heard the random rules? No one should have two lives. Now my middle names are wrong and right. I joined a dating app with the sole purpose of finding us another couple or even a unicorn. Chat, can I get a little help on this one? A unicorn is the swinging term for a bisexual single woman. Okay, thank you. Because who doesn't want a relationship? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Now I feel like I'm up to speed here. Thank you for the education, chat. Is so horse with the horn on his head. Oh, man. Well, if you can find one of those, geez Louise, we are living in the future. This was my husband's idea. Usually we go to parties where we feel safe and not judged. I'd never use a dating app, so I posted your typical what I do for work, what movies and music I like. I identify as bisexual, so myself and my husband have shared a few women and never had an issue. Well, on the app, I guess some girl who knows my husband and his family saw me, They confronted me in front of everyone and accused me of cheating. His aunt said horrible things about me. I tried to tell them he knew, but he didn't back me up or say anything. The argument got even more heated, and that's when I exposed us. I told his family everything, how we've shared other women, slept with other couples, and even that they've babysat while we did this. I believe that was the asshole part. My husband felt that I disrespected his family for saying that, even though he didn't stick up for me while they called me, I don't even want to say it, among other things. Now his innocent, holy reputation is ruined, and he says because of me, he can't show his face to his family. Am I the asshole? Hey, see, this is more fun. I don't think she's the asshole at all. Like, what's the alternative when she gets called out like this if he's not stepping in to protect her, with the truth? The dude should have stepped. The dude didn't even have to say like, oh, we're like swinging or whatever. He could have just been like, yeah, I knew, bullshit. You just come up with something. You didn't have to like shoot your whole load, pun intended, I suppose. But like, she also could have said that. I don't know. I would be mad that I was being thrown under the bus by like the only person who can like get me out of this jam without me exposing their secret. That's okay. She didn't have to say all the stuff that she said, but simultaneously, I'm like, I think she was kind of getting back at him for being silent, and I gotta say, you go, girl. Then also, you can't be mad about what people do when you babysit. You're not a paramedic. It's not like, oh, you called me for this. Like, if you were going to see, like, some shitty movie, you'd be like, well, that's one thing, but you guys were practicing an alternative lifestyle? I'm not looking after your kid anymore. It's just... If you were going to see Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings, that would be one thing, but you're going out here you're getting involved in all this dirty stuff. Are you defending yourself? Yeah, because I'm trying to get a babysitter so I can go see Shang-Chi and The Legend of the Ten Rings, man. I haven't missed a Marvel movie opening weekend since, like... I don't even know. I think since Doctor Strange came out. It's been a while. Not the asshole. And you know what? I mean, that's a perfect ratio right there. Not the asshole. 69%. Oh, I love a wedding one. How could this happen? Am I the asshole for refusing to give up my dream wedding dress, though it means my fiance's family will not attend? Oh, baby, there's some edits. I'm in a lot of turmoil right now, and it feels like everything's falling apart. Now, you've sufficiently made me feel guilty for trying to mine this for humor. But moving on, I have never had a great relationship with my future mother-in-law. It isn't terrible, but I can sense that she doesn't like me. My fiancé is very close to his family, so there's been some tension. I didn't invite mother-in-law wedding dress shopping because our relationship is awkward, but I thought I'd show her a picture to make her feel included. My dress is a beautiful, flowy, beachy dress, but not technically a wedding dress and could be ordered in color. I bought it from a small local boutique that we both love here. Mother-in-law said that I can't wear that dress because she bought the same one for her 50th birthday, which is 2 weeks after my wedding. Is this really worth breaking up the family over? Mother-in-law does have the dress, though, in a mint green color. There's enough detailing that it is clearly the same dress, and she has the receipt to prove she got it first. Okay. Lavish birthday parties are a thing in our circle, so I know she has invested serious time and money in this party. I said that I'm still going to wear the dress, despite the fact that I could easily return it with no loss, because I didn't do this out of malice, and I love it. Mother-in-law says if she wears it 2 weeks after I do, everyone is going to think she's pathetic and copying her son's wife. I said, sorry, but peterparker.wave, I missed the part where that's my problem. This is so good. Everyone has gone crazy since I said that. His entire side of the family and the friends mother-in-law invited have all backed out of the wedding, so like 15 people, and it will be noticeable. His sisters were supposed to be in the wedding party on his side, but dropped out and have blocked him on everything. They blocked him? They blocked their own brother on everything because his fiance is going to wear the wedding dress that his mom's going to wear to her 50th birthday party? That's crazy, man. Oh my God. I glanced further. His stepdad won't talk to him and says he regrets raising him, and he isn't this can't be real. He isn't a real man because a real man would stand up for his mom. His bio dad is even on mother-in-law's side, which doesn't surprise me because they are good friends, but he called us up just to shame us the other night. My fiance is hurting and found out his family had a big beach day and invited everyone but him. He called mother-in-law and they talked, but didn't come to a resolution. She said if I refuse to do the right thing, the only answer is no one going to her party can go to the wedding. He tried calling sister-in-law and found out she blocked him. He is mad at me now and feels like she had it first. Let me just start by saying let's assume it's real because that's the only way we can ever discuss these to begin with. The fact that this is an everyone sucks is hilarious to me. I want to make sure that computes. This is because okay. So when I scroll down, I see not the asshole eventually won out. I couldn't imagine this being like a plurality of everybody sucks here. Because like, look, I hate to say it. There's a hierarchy of events, okay? Wedding, pretty close to the top of the list. Maybe there's some other stuff up there. Surgeries, child's birth, admittedly, funerals, of course, yes, but wedding is close to Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, New Isaac expansion, etc., etc. Wedding is high. It's near the top. Isn't it? Like, you're already rich, clearly. Can't you just, shut the fuck up? Who cares? She gets to choose whatever dress she wants to wear. It's her wedding. Everyone would agree on that. Oh, sorry, you can't wear this dress to your wedding because I'm wearing it to my 50th birthday beach party? That's just idiotic. You can wear whatever you want to your wedding. You can wear whatever you want to your beach party. If you get annoyed that other people are going to be like, oh, you're copying your daughter-in-law, then you can buy a new dress, especially because you still got the receipt. This is not like a first-come, first-served situation. Like, I got dibs, I bought it first. The wedding trumps a birthday party. It's the rules, man. Also, your family or your husband's family is insane. This is idiotic. Normally, when I read these, I'm like, people need to talk more. This is one where I'm like, you've been done like an incredible service by the fact that these people want to remove themselves from your life. They did it without you having to do it. You get to maintain like the moral high ground. And you know how many times you could talk to like 98% of the Earth's population, and if you were like, yeah, they blocked their son and brother on everything because I was going to wear the same dress to my wedding that they were going to wear to their mom's 50th birthday party, people would be like, that's crazy. You could farm that for attention for the rest of your life. I think you've been given a glimpse into the future and an incredible gift. I do need to see. I mean, like, I'm assuming this is one where I don't want to click on the comments because I'm like, I think they're all just going to agree with me. But I would like, let's see the first everybody sucks here. Everybody sucks here. All of you sound difficult except possibly your SO who's caught between a bunch of self-righteous, entitled people who don't care about the damage they do. I can't believe it's the second comment down. The mother-in-law is difficult, but so is OP. You could have been the bigger person and gotten another dress. Seems like OP chose it to make it more difficult and is a bit of a B-Tidezilla. 1.2 thousand upvotes. You should help your fiance out and not wear the dress. Get a different one because you're ruining his relationship with his family. And yeah, they're being assholey, but he loves them and you're driving the wedge. This is all she did was she's being so B-Tidezilla is a bridezilla. It really doesn't sound like she's being a bridezilla for wanting to wear the dress that she picked out. And her whole family blocking their own son and brother because of the fact that the woman that he's going to marry is going to wear the dress that they're going to then wear to a birthday party later is a substantial degree of magnitude above just wanting to wear whatever dress you actually chose for your own wedding. Okay, she did say that's your problem, which is very funny. Everybody sucks here. To be honest, you kind of walked into this one by purchasing a non-wedding dress from a local boutique that the two of you both like. You should have just gone to like some kind of industrial wedding store. You could have taken a flight to Spain and bought a wedding dress there or something like that. Happens all the time. This is what you get for shopping at the same store. Honey, you reap what you sow. There was always going to be a distinct possibility of something like this happening. Maybe you can suggest going dress shopping with your future mother-in-law to find her a new dress for her birthday. That sounds like that's going to be a fun time. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that brunch. It seems like there's... 50th birthdays are kind of a big deal. Not like a wedding, but a significant milestone. So I understand she wants to look nice for it. And there's probably still a good chance a large number of the guests of the birthday will have also attended the wedding. And she's not totally out of line for thinking people might say she copied you. And this is where you say, but who gives a shit at all? Clothes are meant to be worn. You could, I mean, why don't you just tell them the truth? I bought it first, actually. Did you know? I actually bought it first. Or, what if you just said, you know, she looks so good in it, I thought maybe I would pick up one for myself. Or just go, haha, yeah, anyway, moving on. We closed the merger last week, and now our bank account's grown by like another 8 figures. Like, I just don't understand why this has to be such a big deal. But again, you're the one buying your wedding dress from a non-local bridal boutique, so you were running the risk of buying something that other people would want to wear to non-wedding events. And as you know, clothes, as soon as you take them off, they explode. The concept of wanting to wear this... Whenever I go to H&M, which is where I buy many of my finest outfits, I buy an $8 t-shirt off a rack where there's 15 of them, put it on, pay for it. 2 weeks later, I'm wearing it. If I see somebody else wearing it, I say, listen, buddy, what the fuck do you think? Is that basic M from H&M? Burgundy basic M? I'll have you know, today's the day. There's 35,000 of them being worn in Vancouver right now. It's on site, buddy. Don't you know I'm wearing this? And I'm only 3 months away from my 33rd birthday. Oh, it's the 10th anniversary of your bar mitzvah? Yeah, well, my mom... is celebrating her uncle's birthday next Friday. It's just crazy, man. Like, who cares? You're wearing the same... They're meant to be worn, I guess is what... It's just... I mean, if you are like this, if you get wealthy and you act like this, you're actually just stupid. And I don't apologize for saying it. Like it seems like they got it all together, like from a financial standpoint. Just fuck off and enjoy being rich. Canapes in the garden, you know, people bringing around cocktails to you while you talk about dumb shit nobody cares about. Just enjoy your life. Why add this needless drama and be miserable like people who have real struggles? It just seems like you royally screwed up if you can be wealthy enough to care about this and then you also care about it. It's like a simulatory problem. It's not a real stress. Which I know is rich coming from a Twitch streamer, but I'll be the first person to tell you I'm a bit of a hypocrite myself. Everybody sucks here. You're all sacrificing relationships over a dress. No one here is in the right. I love the idea that you could just fix this by ceding to an unreasonable demand. No matter how thin the paper is, it's still got two sides. Can't you see you're in love? And then I feel so bad for your husband. He's torn between the worst human beings of all time and the person he chose to spend the rest of his life with. How can I choose? It's not possible. All I know is that I'm completely innocent in this situation and had absolutely no role in how it played out. Oh my God. How about this one? Am I the asshole for taking $3 from my little sister's room to tip the pizza guy after dad accidentally didn't tip online? I noticed my sis usually has cash sitting in her room because she's a cart prepper for a hotel and gets tips. She's had it sitting out before, but she knows I'd never steal from her. Well, my dad and I were frantically searching for cash around the house because he accidentally hit cash and not online tip. I texted her if I could grab a few bucks for him because it's so crappy to not tip somebody. She didn't respond. I didn't see any at first, but there was a wipes container partially popped open that had some money in it. I took $3 and let her know right away that I'd pay her back. She woke up from her friends this morning and is going ballistic, saying no one was supposed to find that money. And I said, I understand. Absolutely, go ahead and hide it elsewhere. I won't do it again. I didn't want to, but I felt the situation called for it since he was going to be there soon. Closest place to get cash back was 20 minutes away. She said she no longer trusts me. I crossed the line, and I'm starting to feel like I did a very bad thing. To put it into perspective, we were both living there in our early 20s while she's school. And because I just left an abusive relationship, I didn't think she would get that mad, honestly. Can I tell you? Not the asshole. I'm stunned that this is 62% you're the asshole here. Like, this look, I know how this comes across, okay? It's $3. Like, I get that the principle of it is she had money that she was storing and she was hiding it. She didn't want anybody to know that it was there. That, we can argue the philosophy of that all you want, but like, it was found. So, like, she can be upset that the money was found, but it is $3. And I would do this, I think. If somehow, I mean, I'm just going to tell you straight out, this would never happen to me because before I submit any form online, I look over it 20 times. Regardless, okay? If, let's say Kate was away, I ordered a pizza, accidentally hit cash, 100% I would go through the drawers. If I found a 20, I would pay for the pizza. And then I wouldn't be like, gotcha. I would be like, hey, just so you know, I took a 20 to pay the pizza guy, and I'll give it back to you like literally whenever. Would you steal money from your baby? I'm telling you straight up, let's assume I had like a 10-year-old child. If my child was asleep and they had the only cash in the house with which to tip the pizza delivery person, I would absolutely steal the money from my child. There's no question. And because it's like a steal to fulfill this transaction. And then when they wake up, you go, hey, just so you know, I took like the $10 you had on your dresser to pay for dinner, but I'll give it back to you like today. Saving this to send to your daughter in 10 years? If I raise her right, I think she would agree with me. But if they're a 10-year-old kid, what are they going to do? They're not going to get in the car and drive to the candy store. I'm in complete control of when they have the capacity to spend the money. I get that you can't just like logician your way out of every argument, but I'd be like, yeah, I borrowed. Look, yes, I took your money. What are you going to do with it? You gonna scan it and then buy V-Bucks? I don't think so. It's cash, dummy. Is 2031? Where are you going to spend cash? You're going to go walk to the, I don't even know, to the mall? I don't even know what 10-year-olds buy, honestly. You going to cry, little Goblin Jr.? It's part of the social contract of a family. If you stole the money, never told her, and then when she found it, like that you denied it or something, that makes you an asshole, even if it's $3. If an unforeseen situation came up where you needed the money, it's $3, which is like, look, I'm oversimplifying. But if you're like, I need $1,000 to pay for my car repair, and you take somebody's $1,000 and don't have the means to pay it back, that's a different story than $3. We need Reddit's opinion. It is stunning that this is 62% you're the asshole. Mr. Moneybags over here. That's not even a tier 1 subscription, man. Update. I gave her $5 and she forgave me. I learned a lot from the critique. I wasn't ever trying to double down on what I did. You did borrow $3. It's not that big of a deal. I genuinely wanted to understand her anger, and now I do. I was wrong. Shut up! The internet! What have you done to this young adult here? You got them, they're gonna carry this guilt for the rest of their life. First off, you gave her like a 60% return on the loan in, 2 days? This is the most incredible investment that's ever existed in business history. And now you got them tricked into thinking they're like a total asshole. You went through your sister's stuff without permission to take money to tip for a meal your sister did not eat. Wasn't even on the premises when it was ordered or delivered, and you're wondering if you might be the A? Yes, absolutely, you're the A on every front. Making your sister financially responsible for not her meal, knowing you should get permission but not waiting until you hear back from her, prioritizing a $3 tip over her privacy, the list goes on. I won't regale you with all the other stuff that reflects poorly on you. Instead, I'll just say the list goes on, and then who knows? There could be 1,000 things on this list. There could be 0 more. We'll just split the difference. Hey, pizza guy, can you just wait? I'm just waiting for a text from my sister to see if I can go take the $3 that I found in her room. You're cool to hang out here for a literally indeterminate length of time, right? Could be 10 seconds, could be 24 hours. And hear me out here. When the text comes back, if everything's A-okay, you get a juicy $3. That's crazy. Look, you wouldn't want me to... It's so much this. Okay, sorry. You know, she should have texted back faster. Hey, take the $3, but save me a slice. You're the asshole. Regardless of the amount, it was her money. I, too, judge every situation exclusively by the principles instead of the reality of the situation. Even if it was a single penny. You are an asshole for taking your sister's money. Even if you needed 1 penny to pay for medicine that you needed urgently to survive, it's her money. You should simply maintain the moral high ground while dying. Let me fix it for you. Am I the a-hole for snooping through my sister's stuff to get her hidden stash of money? Yes. Okay, I mean, look, for snooping, yes. It depends, okay? If there was a wipes container that was open and you spotted it, no problem. If there was, if you had to find it under her bed or something, I do think it makes you kind of an asshole. But I'm guessing you also entered her room without permission too. Can I just say, like, fuck off? That's too much, okay? But, like, you're, like, in your 20s. Is your family... You entered my room without my permission? Like, it's just so minor. You're the asshole. You had no respect for your sister. If I was her, I would get a lock for the bedroom door. I'm sorry, you told her to go ahead and hide her money elsewhere when you snooped around about it for the first time? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This is like a 40 question mark sequence here. You're the asshole, not you trying to wash your hands of this capital offense that you've committed. If I were you, I would probably, you're on notice, sir. The police are looking for you. Not you trying to absolve yourself of this terrible grievance that you've created for your totally... Because you wanted a widow pizza. You're the asshole. You didn't get a response. That didn't give you free rein to just go steal money from her. Even if there was the intent to repay it. And even if it's $3, which I think we need to continue to restate is probably about the cost of the smallest cup of coffee that you can get at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm just making sure we're all anchored on this. You know, like in the court system, there is, petty theft, grand larceny, armed robbery. Like, based on the severity of what the crime is, you're treated differently. Like, for $3, I guess they're not talking about taking it to court to begin with, but they would probably be like, stop wasting my time. I'm just wondering if there's an amount of money, like if people made this post about a quarter, would people still be going, you're an asshole with 10 question marks at the end? It's not about the money? Or would they, at that point, would they be like, it's just a quarter. I think there is an amount of money where people would be like, okay, you shouldn't have even made that post. For a nickel, really? You're making the post? I guess $3 is above the threshold. Oh, here we go. Grundle Stiltskin. Everyone in this thread is freaking out calling you an asshole. LOL, it was only $3. You tried to ask her if it was okay. Then when you did take it, you told her up front and said you'd pay her back. The only thing I'd have done differently here is I would have gone and gotten the money to pay her back right away. Also, maybe she should have said you were looking around for any loose cash or change in the house and saw the open container. That's why you texted her. Honestly, seems like there's underlying issues in the relationship. I have a good relationship with my family, and if they needed to take $3 from a stash in my room and paid me back, I wouldn't take it all. Congratulations. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 9th top comment. It only took us 9 higher upvoted comments to find the first sane and normal human being. 399 upvotes. You breached her privacy, prioritized the $3 tip over her well-being. The list goes on. 38 upvotes. It's just $3. Look, dude, I'm learning so much. I feel like many people on this subreddit have never had a relationship with other people. Everything is black or white. They have no concept of nuance. Like, yeah, by the dictionary definition, the OP did steal, but given the context, is it really worth freaking out about? I mean, it's $3. Oh, man. You're the asshole. It's not really about the fact that it's $3. But in so many ways, is that not a detail that's germane to the situation? If it's not about the fact that it's $3, hypothetically, if you stole $1,000 from her, you would be reacting with the exact same magnitude. If he stole $1,000, would you be writing the comment saying it's not about the $1,000? Or would you be saying you should be in prison? It's literally about the $3. On the occasion, it would have been better overall to not tip the driver. Source, not the driver. Is so good. People are so dramatic, not the asshole. I'm the sibling who always has cash in my room. Sometimes if my mom's in a tight spot where she needs cash, she'll take some and let me know. It's not a big deal. You tried to ask permission, but we're short on time. You let her know right away, told her you pay it back. I don't see how you betrayed her trust when she was informed as it was happening. I know some families are less close than others, but to be in your 20s living with your family and throwing a fit because they borrowed $3... ... You're the asshole. The amount doesn't matter. You're the asshole? You're the asshole. Your sister needs to put her money someplace else so you don't go in there and taking it. She knows I'd never steal from her. Now she knows for a fact that you would. You're the asshole. I'm losing my mind. You're the asshole. You technically stole. I get not tipping is bad, but it's not worse than stealing. Even if you intended to pay her back, you still stole and you didn't have permission to touch it. Are you telling me you didn't have some change in your own room, even if it was in coins to make the tip yourself? Your dad also didn't? No Cash App or anything you could have handled it with? You're telling me that you thought you had a close enough relationship with your sister because you've grown up together for 20 years that you could borrow the sum of a small cup of coffee from her, pay her back before she even returned home and have her not get upset about it? Are you fucking stupid? You touched her piece of paper that symbolizes that she can give this to a person at a store, and in return she can get an 8-ounce cup of brown liquid. Even if you give her the $3 back, it's not the same $3. You must be brain dead. They're distinct pieces of paper. It's not about the money. It's not about what you were going to do with it. It has absolutely nothing to do with any of those things that clearly make this apparent to any normal person that this is not a big deal. What it is instead is a very black and white issue. Are you pro-grand larceny? Or are you a moral person? Personally, as a Redditor, I see myself as a moral person. I would never steal anything. Except every Hollywood movie and television program that's ever come out. But that's different. That's different. Stealing, quotation marks, my mistake. If it were me, I'd like to think I'd be annoyed, but understanding if I got paid back. Since I used to work as a server, I understand people survive on their tips. That being said, I get not tipping is bad, but it's not worse than stealing. Especially when you completely collapse the nuance of the situation. I get that not tipping is bad, but it's not worse than stealing $3 from your sister and then paying her back in a day. Anyway, I understand why your sister's angry. Source, dude, just trust me. Anyway, that's React Court. A lot of asshole ones right off the bat. Oh, man. I'm just scrolling down a little. Check this out. Am I the asshole for telling my stepson's Bumble date that she should focus on her career and children rather than dating men like my stepson? Oh, man. Oh. Oh, it's been a good month, huh? Am I the asshole for telling my wife not to clean so angrily? Oh, man. It's interesting start so far. Am I the asshole for telling my stepson's Bumble date that she should focus on her career and children rather than dating men like my stepson? For context, my 36-year-old this person's 36. They got a 19-year-old stepson. I don't know who to relate to. I'm okay. I guess I'm like basically the same age as the dad. All right. My stepson lives at home with my wife and I. Last weekend, I found a woman in my living room after I woke up in the morning. She had slept over in my stepson's room. My stepson was still asleep. He normally sleeps in late on the weekends. When I first came downstairs, she was crying on the phone. I proceeded to introduce myself. Hello there. I just picture that story. Hello, welcome to my home. I proceeded to introduce myself. She said she was on the phone with her mother, who was taking care of her son while she was staying over with my stepson. I proceeded to ask if she knew my stepson through his job, and she said they met through Bumble. Sorry, they met online. Bumble. We talked a bit more, and due to reasons I will explain, I ultimately told her that she should not be prioritizing dating, especially men like my stepson, and should instead focus on her career and spending more time with her son. Here's the thing. My stepson has been living with my wife and I since he graduated high school over a year ago. He's handsome, tall, and in shape due to his full-time work as a swimming instructor and lifeguard. Fucking asshole. Fucking sexy dickbag. Chad. Just picture him in his tight red shorts and his glistening body giving those swimming lessons. That's not me putting on a character, by the way. I'm mad. Since he graduated, he has brought numerous women over to our house. At least 20, but I have lost count now and not always aware due to working sporadic hours. Good for him, I guess. At first, my wife and I were surprised about how he was meeting them. He barely has enough time to date and uses most of his free time in his room playing video games. When we confronted him about it, he said he just uses online dating to set up dates and brings them to our house or drives to them. Why do you... This is just a simple question, I guess, from somebody that exists in between 36-year-old dad and 19-year-old stepson. Why do you need to confront your stepson for this? This is not... No. This is not as bad as security camera dad, who was like, you can't... If you don't get home by 11, just sleep on the street. This dad just seems like... I mean, maybe a little curious... I just don't understand why you got to confront your son for going on a lot of dates or, let's be honest, just making your basement sound like Animal Planet 3 or 4 times a week. Oh, okay, hold on. Last year he had 2 pregnancy scares, which he handled himself. Something tells me that there may have been another person involved in these pregnancy scares, but maybe that's just my theory. Furthermore, a few months ago, I noticed he kept bringing back 2 different women to our house in alternation. Although I've always been a monogamous long-term relationship type of guy, I understand the whole gist of young men sowing their wild oats. My wife doesn't seem to mind as long as it's safe. However, I feel like my stepson might not be being completely transparent with his dates, and I currently believe he's not a good candidate for young single mothers. You gotta get a hobby, my man. That's just crazy. What, do you want to be like his administrative assistant? Like, we know when you go into a doctor's office, you got to like fill out a form and do an interview with the front desk about why you're there. It's like, hey, welcome to my son's bedroom. If you could just take a seat right there, he'll be right with you. First, I just want you to know he does tend to bring back women in an alternating fashion. I do need to ask about you personally. Do you have any children? What are your career plans, etc., etc.? It's just none of your business. You are the asshole. For sure. It's not that big of a deal. Like, you're not a turbo asshole, but just, chill out. Like, it's not, you're not the person who controls everybody else's life and decisions, Just let them live their life. You can give advice, but you working as this weird, arbitrator of how people should spend their time is very strange. To clarify, the big weirdo energy. I will admit I have a protective urge when it comes to single mothers. Tell me you don't have a t-shirt that says I don't even want to make it up, but it's like, if you mess with the queen, you have to deal with the king's army or something like that. Okay, so his wife has been in therapy due to abusive relationships. It's fair. While I'm not saying my stepson is abusive, I do not believe that the hookup culture he's engaging in is healthy for a young single mother with their whole future ahead of her. Children and career come first, in my opinion. I feel like a lot of people run into this confluence of confusion. You can have an opinion, that's no problem. It's when you start to not just tell it to other people, but act like you're coming from on high with this advice. Plus, dude, you're 36. I don't know if you are of the opinion that makes you some grand old sage or something like that. You're still basically a little kid. It's actually kind of, you and your child are basically peers. You're not yet, but in 10 years, you're going to be the same age, which is, something to keep in perspective. You're in no position, if it was an 80-year-old grandma or something like that, and she's like, here's my advice, you would be like, first off, she's coming from a place of a lot of lived experience, but also secondarily, whatever, grandma, go back and watch Live with Michael Strahan or whatever, who's even on Live with Regis and Kelly now. You just gotta, you can, there's a difference between having an opinion, and my opinion is kind of, for the record, she can do whatever she wants, but I also am when you're a single mom, I'm not saying you can't have any fun. Well, no, I was gonna say I agree with him a little, but I actually don't. There's, you can go out and have some fun if you have your child being handled responsibly by a babysitter. It doesn't, he has an assumption, I guess, in this post that is she's going out all the time and getting, railed by random lifeguards and being an irresponsible parent. Most of the railing is probably happening past the child's bedtime anyway. Anyway, yeah, you're the asshole. The more I talk about it, the more I'm it's just weird that you. This seems like the kind of guy he becomes he's Dwight Schrute, right? He's Dwight Schrute, and his son is Jim Halpert, and now Michael Scott is allowing him to have the smallest modicum of power over his son, and he's like, "Are you sure you should be doing all that fucking?" It's just weird. Don't date my son if you want a long-term relationship. Okay, great, very honest. Don't date at all, be a mother, you're the asshole. That's definitely true. Okay, yeah, I know. User received gold for this post. Shooting stars, Reddit silver, dudes, really? Not the asshole, but situations like this. Oh no, it's the realtor. You're not the asshole. Source dude, just trust me. But situations like this are beyond uncomfortable. If I were you, I would not let the stepson bring flings over. Look, okay? He's 19 years old. In the economic reality of 2021 is very different than it was in 1952, okay? In 1952, the window of time where somebody was capable of making an informed decision about copulating, and also the window of which they were able to maybe get their own property, or at least like move out on their own, there was probably like it's a narrow window of a couple of years. Nowadays, people are, with real estate prices so insane, rents so insane. COVID to begin with, I mean, COVID broke out when this guy was like 17 years old, maybe. Kids are not going to be leaving home until they're in their mid-20s, maybe later. You got to come up with some kind of situation, like some kind of agreement in the hotel of mom and dad to allow this stuff to happen. Otherwise, I think you're just being kind of ignorant at this point. Like, it's gonna happen. This is like South Korea, which is like the only other country I'm familiar with, has the same thing going on where like you're not supposed to stay over with your boyfriend or girlfriend until you're married, but that's like not realistic. So instead, they go out to like karaoke rooms, DVD bongs, which is like where you go and watch a movie and then you just do it in there, and then some poor like minimum wage staff has to clean up your stain instead of the way God intended, which is that your mom finds it when she washes your sheets 4 days later. Like, just get over it. It's just the idea that you would be like, you can't bring prospective romantic partners over is just like complete denialism to me, at least. You'd be fine if your daughter in 19 years brought back the whole band of Nickelback. Look, it's easy to say in principle. We could not make that. There would be a space problem. It wouldn't be on immoral grounds or taste or anything like that. We don't live in a place that's large enough to sustain what would at that point be 8 adults? When you include my family, this place cannot fit 8 people. You can do it like one at a time, maybe over the course of a week, do some kind of rotation or something like that, but not simultaneously. It's not like a permission thing. It's more that like, I don't want to have to like ask Chad Kroger to like, oh no, I'm going that way. Hey Chad, I know you're standing in front of the fridge, like doing a text, but like I need to move. I need to get some water from the fridge, right? Like, cut his mic. Okay. Am I the asshole for asking my wife not to clean so angrily? I love this. Because I think that I can relate already. And I love it even more because he has been judged in the way that I judge myself. Oh, this is a recurring issue that happens regularly, often leads to fights. Last night it happened again. My wife is a bit of a neat freak. Her cleaning standards are definitely higher than mine. I've tried to adapt and clean more often. It's not a problem for me. I don't mind cleaning most of the time. The issue is that it's hard to predict when messes will set her off and send her into a spiral of angry cleaning. Here's what happened yesterday. We got back from a trip to Costco. We're both exhausted. I unload the car and put the perishables away before I leave but I leave everything else out to take care of later. Then I go to decompress and play video games before bed. All right, let me tell you, brother, we take it from a wise old sage at age 32. Everything up to this point, you have some defensibility. You've got a lot of sympathy. However, as soon as you, and I know what you're going to say in response to this because I have the conversation with myself, okay? When you're putting the groceries away, you got to do the whole thing, okay? You can't, because it's a shot along the bow to put half of the groceries away and leave the other half out. Because what you're saying basically is, I've already done enough. It's your time now to do this other 50%. The way that this accounting, the credits and the debits of household work do in a married household is that you do the whole chore and then you mentally keep track of it and you go, I put the groceries away. I did the whole thing. I get one chore credit, and then you have discussions about how to exchange those credits and settle the accounts later. If like here's the thing. If my wife was like, we need to vacuum and mop this weekend, and then she did half of the vacuuming at her own convenience and then knocked on my office door and gave me the vacuum and was like, your turn, I would be upset because I'm like, basically you're saying like you chose when it gets done and then you're forcing me to do it when you want me to do it. Instead, you vacuum everything and then later you go, hey, I vacuumed, you can mop now, and I mop when it fits nicely into my day. Otherwise, because if you leave half of the groceries out, you did half of a chore, but you also left a mess when you didn't have to. You instead of making the place clean, which is the goal for a neat person, you left the place messy in order for the chores to be done in an equitable fashion, which is like putting the cart before the horse. And I say that as somebody who's been there many times. I know everyone's like, capitalist marriage sounds exhausting. Tell me you got 25 yellow McDonald's paper fillet of fish wrappers on your office or bedroom floor without telling me. I have 10 empty water bottles in my room. Oh, man. Not me. It's maybe like 3 or 4. But I leave everything else out to take care of later. Then I go to decompress and play video games before bed. Look, I'm not policing his enjoyment. But sometimes I do this too. I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. I just need to play some video games before bed just to relax. Then I'm on Rocket League like, wow, 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 wow. Nice shot. Nice shot. Wow, what a save. Wow. Sorry, honey, I can't do the chores. I'm just decompressing. Wow, wow. Anyway. The thing that set my wife off was a moldy piece of fruit on the counter. Understand? It's a caffeine burp. I apologize. Understandable. It's gross. It should just be thrown away, right? It's not so simple. Something tells me that this runs a little deeper than they had originally alluded to. My wife gardens and she hates just throwing things away. She has several different compost bins. And she likes to save fruit seeds to grow them. She's gotten upset with me before for throwing away old fruit she was saving for something, so I hadn't thrown away this piece of fruit that she put there because I wanted to check with her to see what she wanted to do with it. So she goes to the kitchen for something, sees the moldy fruit in the boxes, and decides the kitchen is a mess. She starts to angry clean. I can hear her in the living room, huffing and puffing and slamming things. I feel like an asshole because now I'm playing video games while my exhausted wife cleans the whole kitchen, but I really wanted to just relax, go to bed, and take care of everything the next day. Anyway, I suck it up, go to the kitchen to try to convince my wife to just go to bed and let me clean everything. I tell her basically that it's really stressful when she angry cleans, and I think she needs a better way to manage her anger. Ooh. The best laid plans of mice and men. I get that is frustrating, like genuinely, but I think you gotta put yourself in her shoes for like at least 5 seconds and be like, you like it, you're wired in a certain way, you want things to always be clean and tidy. They're not clean and tidy, and it seems like it's because your husband was like, I can just put away this stuff tomorrow. I'm going to go play some video games. Which is true. Like, you could still put them away tomorrow, don't get me wrong. But you could also just nut it up for like 5 seconds and put them away then, and then play the video games 5 minutes later, okay? But that notwithstanding, like, if you put yourself in her shoes, right? She's mad that she has to put some extra stuff away. She's mad that it's unclean, so she starts to clean herself. By the way, I can't say this for certain, but I'm going to imagine that maybe she is passive-aggressively cleaning a little bit and making more noise than, would be necessary. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit of the husband's guilt manifesting itself as like when she makes noise while cleaning, it's because she wants me to feel bad that I didn't do the thing that deep down I know that I probably should have done to begin with. But also, I know that this, like, we're getting back into like the capitalist marriage Lamau point, but like, you gotta just put the groceries away. I do that myself all the time. Like, I rationalize it myself because my wife and I have different standards of cleanliness. And over time, I've slowly, moved in her direction, but it's like it's a learning process, and it happens through habit. Like there were times when I was like a bachelor, I would do the same thing. You get home from the grocery store, you put your ice cream in the freezer, you leave the other groceries on your counter for like a week. Who cares? And then you, rather than take 2 minutes to put the groceries away, you'd rather get in like a 15-minute argument about it, right? Oh, sure. Let me waste all my time moving the crackers from the counter to the cabinet, where then when I want them, I'll take them from the cabinet and then put it on the counter. That seems like a really good use of my time. But then, like, when you get older, you're like, I'm just going to do it because it, like, looks nice. Anyway. Look, I can relate to this guy, but he is definitely the asshole. It's just because I can see myself in the post doesn't mean he's not the asshole in this situation. I think this is one of those things where when you read it from his perspective, you're like, it seems like you might be the asshole, but also simultaneously, I can understand where you're coming from. I bet if you heard it from her perspective, he would wither like a freaking raisin, man. I bet her perspective is like, my lazy ass husband, we got home from Costco, we're both tired, I went to clean the bathrooms, he put away half of the groceries, which took like 30 seconds, and then I saw him playing Rocket League on the PC with like 8 bags of groceries from Costco just staring me in the face. So obviously I got upset because things were messy, and then I went to tidy, and he was like, oh, don't tidy, it makes me feel bad, because it makes me feel like I didn't do my part. You know, it's like, again, I'm the OP, basically. I'm just saying, OMG, stop cleaning, lol. Oh, I angry clean. I angry clean because we've had the conversation multiple times. The conversation about doing an equal load. The conversation about how I'd also prefer to rest when I get in or get up. The conversation about doing these tasks when they need to be done and how it makes both our lives better. I angry clean because it solves the immediate problem, and maybe when I get a chance to rest, I can think about having the conversation again. You're the asshole. Oof. I told you that it would look different from the wife's perspective. So if it's a non-perishable, when does it need to get put away? If it's just in your head that it has to be done right away, you can't be mad at someone else about that. The fact is you want it put away right away. I live in a cube. I eat all my meals off of a paper towel on the floor. Why the society tells you need tables and chairs, cabinets and cupboards. Nah, drawers? Are you crazy? I leave everything easily outlaid in a 16 by 16 grid on the floor. I know exactly where everything is. And every time. Why leave stuff on the counter? Why not just complete the task? Not everyone has the energy to just, honey, look, Chad, I don't want to be like canceled for this, okay? I'm not suggesting mental illness doesn't exist, merely that in any post, whenever anybody has any like piece of bad behavior, it's just a timer until it gets attributed to something that they can't control. It's never like I don't want to do this thing, and even that's okay if I would just talk about it. It's always like, actually, not everyone has the energy to just do it. I don't know OP or his situation. Why not just complete the task? OP? I don't know OP or his situation, but anyway. Sorry, it's just Twitter poisoning. You know, you make like a joke and then somebody's like, well, actually, maybe the people at Best Buy couldn't stock the shelves because they're depressed. And I'm like, I'm not trying to insult the people who work at Best Buy. I was merely making a joke about the system's design of the online pickup order system, okay? It didn't have to go in that direction. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my wife name our daughter Everwinter Rain? This is an interesting title, huh? Because that is a bad name. And as a result, I don't know if you could be the asshole in that situation. My wife and I are expecting a daughter. We already have a son who is 2 years old. Look, can I say something that's over the line? I'm going to do it and then I'm going to apologize, okay? You want to name your daughter Ever Winter Rain? Tell me you don't believe vaccines work without telling me you don't believe vaccines work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Twit longer. I would like to say, when I suggested that if you named your daughter Ever Winter Rain, you were an anti-vaxxer, I was merely trying to be humorous. I was not trying to insinuate that a super cool name like that indicates science denialism. I was just trying to make people laugh, but I realized that maybe I crossed over the line. /? Okay. So my wife and I are expecting a daughter. We already have a son who's 2 years old. Our agreement was that I got to name the first baby and she got to name the second baby. Look, this is not germane to the post, I'm sure. That seems like a really stupid way to break up that duty. I think you both should agree on all of the names. And if you can't agree, you should just keep looking, honestly, until you find one that you both find amenable. Because that seems like a recipe for this exact situation. I went with what I thought was a strong, somewhat unique name, but that could just as easily suit a musician as a lawyer or a doctor. I picked the name Calvin Heath, the middle name after my brother who unfortunately passed away, and my wife was fine with it. My wife told me she wants to name our daughter Ever Winter Rain, where Ever is the first name and Winter Rain is the middle name. I don't think this is a good name and that it isn't fair to our daughter because Ever is a word and I don't think it passes the Supreme Court Justice test. I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound professional. It's confusing because it's a word, and I don't think it would suit her into adulthood. Look, I agree. I don't know why he's putting... I mean, like, I guess it's like a lifetime of education treating us that something is not persuasive unless it's written in essay format. But you could just be like, my wife wants to name our daughter Ever Winter Rain, and I don't like it because it sounds stupid as hell. And 98% of people reading the post would be like, say no more. I suggested Winter as the first name with a more normal middle name like Emma, so she has options, but my wife refused. But our agreement was that she got to pick the name. Am I the asshole if I refuse and don't sign the birth certificate if she wants to name her Ever? Man, you are fucked. This is a really good example of, in a mundane capacity, but a really good example of like you reap what you sow. You know, you got carte blanche for the first name. You didn't, and this is your mistake, you didn't drop a nuclear bomb with it. You went with something that was a little unique, it had a little personal touch to it, but was relatively conventional, and then your wife was like, now is my time. Ever Winter Rain. What you should have done is gone with something ridiculous to start with, like you should have been like poop emoji is the name of my son, at which point you would have dissolved this ridiculous agreement. This is like a classic scam technique, by the way. You have already collected a reward. Your reward was naming your son without your wife being able to veto it at all. Now you're forced to argue from a position of having already accepted that reward and maintaining the cognitive dissonance of like, well, look, I know that I got 100% permission to name my child, or the first child, but you don't get that same permission. I'm not saying he's an asshole, because Ever Winter Rain is a name that I find disagreeable. But I think he's doing a noble thing. I think he's going to eat shit for it, and that there's something admirable about that. This is why you can't agree in this situation, right? You can never, especially, I don't mean like it, I'm not suggesting that his wife was like, here's how I'm going to screw this guy over. I'm going to let him name the first child. He's normal. So he's probably going to name the child something relatively normal, and then I get to shove through my agenda on the second one. I'm not suggesting that's what happened. What I am suggesting is, I think if you ever get suggested that, you know, you pick the first name, I'll pick the second, you got to be like, you know what? Let's just both collude on both of the names. And then it's like making a coalition government work, right? You're never going to get 100% your way, but they're also never going to come down with like an edict that makes you want to die. You're going to end up probably with not your favorite name, but at least a name where like whenever you introduce them, you know, on like Activity Gym or whatever, you don't have to be like, she's named RuneScape. Rowena? No, it's RuneScape. RUNESCAPE, RuneScape. Not the ass. And by the way, this post is engineered to have as close to complete consensus as possible. At the risk of sounding like a caricature, it is a man having a dispute with his wife, which is already probably like a plus 5% chance to not be the asshole on Reddit. And then also, it's one of the things on the internet that people feel most strongly about, which is like, isn't it weird how people get named dumb shit? It's like 100%. I'm surprised it isn't higher. I gotta read some controversial comments on this one. Gonna go with not the asshole because your wife sucks at naming things. That name is dignifiedly hot trash. 100%. I say this with respect. 100% millennial energy. This post was written by somebody who was born between 1984 and 1992 with 100% authority. This is just a phrase that it's like it's a seed phrase to tell me you're a millennial. Everybody sucks here. Why in the world would you make such an arrangement? You could have built in a veto clause. Okay, it's tort law now. Or made certain minimum requirements. You didn't. You're an asshole for wanting to go back on the arrangement now that it doesn't suit you. But who thinks of such a ridiculous name? Does she want the kid to have to explain and spell her name every single time? Not the asshole. Your wife wants your daughter to be a young adult book protagonist. Not the asshole. Not the asshole. Yeah, I agree. Oh no. I'm waiting for the story that's like forward, my friend's sister's cousin's friend works as a first grade teacher, and there was a student whose name was LA-A. And I said La-A, and then they said, actually, it's Ladasha. Source, this is really true, I promise. For real, actually true. Happens. It's happened to everybody's friend of a friend of a friend over the course of the last 30 years. I work at an elementary school and see all kinds of weird names. We had a whole family of children named after movie swords. Blade, Excalibur. Okay. Ever is fine. I think it's a bit weird myself. It's fine. I think it's a bit weird. Names should be a joint decision, IMO, but you chose your path and now she's choosing the name. You're the asshole. I just gotta, I understand where you're coming at this from, okay? But, I think this is one where, as the husband, you gotta recognize that you're breaking the terms of the arrangement, but this is like a force majeure clause. I putting myself in their shoes, I think I would be content to let my wife choose the name, but then if she chose something truly outrageous, I'd be like, I'm sorry, but I have to be the asshole now. This is an act of God. I have to do right by my unborn child by not letting you burden them with this name. I went to a high school with a boy named Ever and never thought twice about it, and he wasn't bullied for it. It's not a super common name, but it isn't unheard of. Mila Jovovich named her daughter Ever Gabo. Hey, excuse me. Hey, it's not that weird. Mila Jovovich named her kid Ever. See? Ever Gabo. Actor Robert Carradine has an actress daughter named Ever. She's not just a daughter, she's an actress daughter. Alanis Morissette has a son named Ever. Popular Mormon mommy blogger C. Jane Courtney Kendrick has a daughter named Ever. Has there ever been a sentence more designed to make the source untrustworthy than popular Mormon mommy blogger C. Jane Courtney Kendrick has a daughter named Ever. That's like saying, hey, O.J. Simpson named a horse Ever. Like, that's... Mila Jovovich, okay. She's a public figure. Robert Carradine, kind of, 30 years ago. Alanis Morissette, all right. Popular Mormon mommy blogger, C. Jane. I'm not trying to say, I don't know who Courtney Kendrick is, okay, Courtney Kendrick. But anytime you hear the expression, popular Mormon mommy blogger, C. Jane, you don't expect that there's going to be something positive after it. It's going to be like, popular Mormon mommy blogger C. Jane incarcerated tonight after it finds out she was feeding her kids exclusively chunky peanut butter for the last 10 years. Over to you. You know, it's just, the sentence is designed to perk up your ears because you're about to hear some fucked up stuff. I've never heard of any Scottish boys with the name Ever, and I'm Scottish. I think Mila Jovovich was lied to. On the one hand, you're Scottish. On the other hand, Chloe Glowy. Are you calling Chloe Glowy a liar? You might live in Scotland and experience a lot of, like, you know, being introduced to Scottish people. Sure. But I read on the internet that Mila Jovovich named her daughter Ever Gabo because she said it's a Scottish boy's name. Park tested. Tell her to close her eyes, pretend she's calling her daughter in from the park. If yelling out loud, ever sounds stupid in front of fictional parents, then it's going to sound stupid in front of real ones. I got to understand. I prefer the park test to the Supreme Court test. Fenton! Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are you wearing a windbreaker inside? Because I am a windbreaker inside. Based? All right, I think we got one more in us. If your workflows still consist of long email threads and casual conversations in the hallway, you need Monday.com. The smart way to manage your team, Monday.com gives you the visibility you need to monitor all ongoing projects in real time so you're always in control. Tell me your Trello without telling me your Trello. Would I be the asshole if I don't tell my best friend's dying mother that my son is actually her grandson? I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. Am I the asshole for grounding my daughter for using an evil spell on her deceased mother? What is happening? I don't know any of these, man. Am I the asshole for choosing a friend wedding over my sister's segregated one? Am I the asshole for refusing to move out because my polyamorous boyfriend's wife doesn't want another dog? Am I the asshole for refusing to move because my polyamorous boyfriend's wife doesn't want another dog? I'm not judging the lifestyle. I'm just trying to keep the nouns in my head to figure out how these people are connected to one another. Am I the asshole? This is a person A. I won't move because my boyfriend, person B, his wife, person C, doesn't want another dog. How does this happen? Because she has a dog and she's going to move in, but they want her to move out with the dog. Okay, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. Okay? Delete it. I don't want to be seen as judging this because, like, I genuinely don't care basically at all what people do with their personal lives. The only thing this makes me think is, like, that's really complicated. Like, it's the same thing when I was, like, watching the Tiger Woods documentary, and it was like he has 14 mistresses. I wasn't like, I mean, there was a part of me that's like, wow, that's like a scumbag move, but there was another part of me that's like, man, you gotta be, like, tired as hell, Tiger. That's a lot of work, man. I keep, like, 6 people in my life in contact. It's like my mom, my dad, my wife, my daughter, and then like the Discord group that I talk to. That's it. And even then, sometimes I'm like, I'm too tired to like, check in with my mom today. Tiger Woods was like winning every single well, they're not Grand Slams, right? What are the majors? He's winning, 2.78 majors a year, married with 3 kids, millions of dollars in endorsements. He's got 14 mistresses as well. Don't you ever just want to like sit on the couch and just take like a nap or something? That's crazy. Is it gone? The post is deleted. All right. Does it get archived? No. Okay. I had to know. Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend an exercise bike? Can I alienate everybody? I still to this day am not dunking on Peloton for the Peloton wife commercial. And maybe I'm missing the nuance in it, okay? So the Peloton wife was a viral dunk campaign where it was like an ad where this wife was like, hey, my husband got me a Peloton. And then she journaled like, up at 4 a.m. drinking juice on the Peloton, and she was like, she did, anyway, she was working out hard on the bike. And the whole campaign got dunked on because people were like, wow, what an asshole. Like her husband basically got her a present that was like, lose some weight so you can be a supermodel. And my whole, like, when I watched it, I was just like, man, I wish someone would buy me a Peloton. This shit is expensive. It would make exercising more fun. If Kate got me a Peloton, I'm not dropping a hint. They're very expensive and we don't have a lot of space. But if Kate got me a Peloton, would there be a part of me that's like, she's calling me a little chubby? I would be like, yeah, she's not wrong. That's why I want the Peloton in the first place. I would welcome it. I would take it as a positive sign. But anyway. So I always thought the dunk campaign was like a little too much on the Peloton, but there's a gender difference for sure. I get what you're saying. When you're saying you don't understand you're a man, it's because when a wife calls her husband fat, it's based, right? That's what you're trying to say, like it's so much harder to be a man because like we're constantly body shamed like that. I'm picking up on what you're saying. I totally get it. Okay, am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend an exercise bike? The last 3 years have been rough on my girlfriend of 4 years. She's lost a few family members, lost a job, but luckily for a new one, lots of stress in her life. She turned to comfort eating to cope and put on a good amount of weight, nearly 100 pounds. For about 3 weeks, she's been saying, I need to lose weight, I need to work out. If only I had the stuff here. So hearing that and wanting to help her out, I bought her a Peloton bike for her apartment without telling her first. Wanted it to be a surprise. She took the gesture, not as I intended. She took it as my boyfriend telling me I'm too fat. My intent was, hey, I know you're always talking about losing weight, working out more, let me help. Kate, tell me you're a software engineer without telling me you're a software engineer. Unfortunately, I can't investigate because you've deleted your account. There was problem. I applied solution, and you have the audacity to be upset with me? It makes no sense. Please debug. Rubber duck, debug me. Explain to me. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say, okay? I don't think that this makes him... I don't think he's an asshole for buying his girlfriend an exercise bike. I do think there is like a little bit of an asshole vibe just in like the first couple of sentences. The last 3 years have been rough on my girlfriend of 4 years. She lost a few family... Like, I get that he's not saying, hey, some people died, so I bought you a bike. But even still, I'm like... lost the job, luckily got a new one. She's got a lot of stress. She turned to comfort eating to cope and put on a good amount of weight, nearly 100 pounds. I don't know, something about that is, I don't know, that sentence just kind of like weirds me out. I don't know that, like, I don't think, I guess I woke up on the different side of the bed today. I don't think he's an asshole for this. Maybe I'm being the guy now who's like, she can't be mad. He bought her a $2,000 bike. I mean, I don't know, because like I'm putting myself in. I can't put myself in her shoes as much as I would like to, because it would strengthen my point, right? But like, this is one of those things where I'm really like, listen to me, okay? It's not actually about the issue at hand. I think like socially there is learned behavior, and one of those learned behaviors is you don't buy your significant other, especially if they're a woman, you don't buy them exercise equipment. You don't buy them a gym membership. You don't buy them, an exercise bike, because the learned behavior in society is that triggers an alarm bell that it's like it's over the line and it's seen as like, I bought this for you because you're fat, which there's probably situations where it's true, but simultaneously, she also might have just wanted the damn Peloton, but apparently she didn't. And she's saying, I gotta work out. I would start working out if I just had the stuff here. He got her the stuff and she's mad. I think, I'm gonna say it, I think she's being a little bit of the asshole in this situation. If we take OP at their face value, okay? If she really said, I need to lose weight, I need to work out, if only I had the stuff here. And then he bought her a Peloton. And she's openly mad at him for getting the I don't know, man. I'm like, if she was just enjoying, her lifestyle, and then he bought her a Peloton unprompted, kind of an asshole move. If she said, I would love to work out, I just want the stuff here, I take that in my brain as like, this problem wants a solution. Apparently what it was actually is, I know that I've put on a little extra weight. I just want you to know I have a good excuse for it. Please don't try to help me at all. That's all I'm saying, okay? What would you do if Kate buy you a Peloton? We covered that earlier. I would be stoked. Because I know I put on a little weight. And I would be like, yo, is that a Peloton? That's sick, man. I'm not saying you should that everybody on earth should be like, oh, great, a Peloton. I'm just saying, for me, I would be like, that's fine. The other way around? Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm getting stunlocked because I just don't know how to answer the question. I mean, my wife has never expressed an interest in getting an exercise bike, so I think that would just be a bad gift. But it would be a bad gift for a different reason. It wouldn't be because of the insinuation. It would be because I bought her a Peloton, and then I'd, be in her office every day like, hey, can you give me a Peloton? Can I ride your Peloton real quick? Hey, I'm just going to sneak in here for like 45 minutes and ride your Peloton. Is that cool with you? Like, it would be the Homer Simpson bowling ball gift, right? Where I would just get her something that I wanted to actually have myself. I got to see the comments, man. I've never felt like more at odds with society, which we are living in, by the way. Deleted account, man. This guy, he didn't do anything that wrong. Did you cyberbullied him into deleting his whole account? By the way, before we get down here, I'm sure there's going to be comments that are like, you're the asshole. You admit yourself things were stressful for her and people in her life that she loved have passed on. And then you had the audacity. And look, if you read it in the most malevolent light possible, I understand, okay? But she said, I need to lose weight, I need to work out, if only I had the stuff here. Even if she said, like, my understanding of human communication, which is fucking twisted, obviously, but if someone said, I need to lose weight, I need to work out, I'd be like, oh yeah, me too. Yeah, we should totally do that, and then just keep kicking the can down the road until it becomes a bigger problem where the mood strikes, right? If she said, if only I had this stuff here, that's like the executable at the end. That's like, I have a problem in need of a solution, IMO. That's my take on the subject. This, I need to lose weight, I need to work out, idle conversation. Yeah, me too. The only thing rising in the pandemic is my cholesterol. Hey, if only I had this stuff here, that's where you've invited an extra step in my opinion. But, okay. Soft, you're the asshole. Definitely should have had a conversation first, like asking her what kind of fitness gear she would like and letting her be a part of the decision. Okay, so the conversation part I think makes sense. However, am I so fricked up that like asking her what kind of fitness gear or equipment she would like and letting her be a part of the decision is like, I also think that the same logic applies. Like if he's an asshole for getting her a bike, I think if he was like, hey, specifically, what kind of exercise equipment would you like to have? I think that's almost like the same style of assholery. It's like you're trapping her in a box now, one way or the other. Like I think this creates the situation where look, I'm not trying to defend the Peloton company. Their treadmills did kill like a couple of kids, okay? Now, the bikes seem very nice. They seem very nice indeed. I'm not trying to insult the bikes, okay? I'm just talking about the company. However, also the CEO doesn't drink water from glasses. When he wakes up in the morning, he drinks 72 ounces of water out of the bathroom faucet like a damn psychopath. But anyway, I think we're maybe throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, okay? Let's not... Is it that he bought a Peloton that's the problem? Like if he got her some resistance bands or like a Bowflex or the thing that electrocutes your abs, she would be like, oh, thank you, but no bikes. Like, I don't understand. The Peloton is like the Rolls Royce of stationary exercise equipment. If she's mad that he got her a Peloton, I feel like if he bought her like a dumbbell rack, she would have freaking like taken his head off or something like that. I don't know if the equipment's the problem, but I do agree that the conversation, I mean, everything on am I the asshole is more like, one conversation would have solved the problem, right? Like, but that's why the subreddit exists. So I'm glad that people are bad at talking to one another. But generally, when a girl says those things, the first thing she wants is reassurance, and then you can move into the territory of if you think it would make you feel better physically and mentally, I can always help you find ways to. I just want to find what's best for you. Look, I don't disagree, but I feel like we're also, this is like an evolving metagame, right? Like I think, like maybe in the 1950s, if you were the husband who was like, if you think that's what would make you feel better, I would just want what's best for you would work, because you would be in like the top 5% of men who were sensitive. But now that the male sensitivity is higher, this is also, they can sniff it from a mile away. That's like, oh, you're just saying that to be nice. You need, like, I'm not saying you have to buy her a Peloton. I mean, that's crazy. I'm just saying you got to, I think that's an old school line that could work. I don't think that's going to get you anywhere. That's just my 2 cents, at least. I mean, again, you can't flip it, because I can't put myself in the shoes of somebody who's grown up, surrounded by Cosmo magazine and stuff like that. Like, and I'm gonna pop the bubble for a lot of men. The conventional wisdom that like men age like wine. They get so much more handsome as they get older. There's like 8 guys who, were schlubby in their 30s, and then like in their 50s, they turn into like a silver fox. The average 50-year-old man is like, it looks like a stuffed animal that's been hugged too much. And I say that as somebody that's on that path myself, it's like... Yes, there's a lot of Tom Brady and Josh Brolin and George Clooney and stuff like that. But if you walk down the street, there's like a lot of guys who are, they're coming apart at the seams, right? No, you're wrong. Totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah, if you're like a 22-year-old guy who's drinking a lot of Manhattans like Don Draper, you're definitely going to look like John Hamm when you're 45. You're definitely not going to look like canned ham. Anyway. Moving on. Sorry, people don't want the truth bombs here today. So I can't put myself in her shoes specifically, is all I'm trying to say. But I do think that if I was like, I should lose some weight, and my wife was like, if you think that would make you feel better physically and mentally, I can always help you find ways to. I just want what's best for you. I would be like, I get it. You're nice and I'm a little fat. You don't have to rub it in. Just buy me a Peloton. Bruh. Fuck you, bruh. 6-word bruh, edit. If I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't treat her like that. I wouldn't take her idle whining about wanting to get healthy seriously. I would just enable whatever lifestyle she wanted. Wow. Oh, you're such a nice guy. You say it best when you say nothing at all, buddy. I'm going to give you the benefit of the... Bruh, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say not the asshole now that I farmed you for karma. But, dude, that was a really brainless move on your part. Even if she expressed interest in it, she's clearly insecure about how she looks. So the logical, well, you wanted it thing is going to seem really cold and unempathetic. Pelotons are also really expensive. I don't know how long you've been dating, but that kind of investment is a little much without talking it over first. Yeah, but like, you know, if you break up, give me the Peloton back. That was Peloton virtue signaling, IMO. There's a few things I'm willing to dig my heels on. For the most part, I'll say something, and then whenever chat's like bad take, I'm like, oh, don't hurt me. The kangaroo video might be digitally manipulated, and the Peloton ad was not that bad. There's just a bunch of people who wanted to jump on it and be like, I would never do that. Plus, don't care, didn't ask. Plus, your bike's $2,000. By the way, it's... The guy in the post, he never said, well, you wanted it. She took her gesture not as I intended. She took it as my boyfriend is telling me I'm too fat. My intent was, hey, I know you're talking about losing weight. Let me help. This guy inserts himself as like, where was it here? Well, you wanted it. You see, he might just be... getting yelled at without, he might not be going in hard is I guess what I'm trying to say. I'm going with not the asshole. My wife often mentioned to me that she wanted to work out. I did nothing. After a couple of months, she finally told me she wanted a stair climber. Worried about the backlash if I did buy one, I dragged my heels on getting it. Look what you done, society. You proud of yourself? You made this wife's life that much more inconvenient because of your response to the damn Peloton ad. She was like, I'd love to work out. Wink, wink. Husband was like, can't buy her something. I'll get canceled. She's like, I'd like a stair climber. Husband's like, nice try. You think I was born yesterday? Buy you a piece of exercise equipment you specifically asked for? I'm not trying to get canceled. She finally flatly told me to go and get it. I was shaking in the Planet Fitness. Told people to put their phones away. No photos of me buying this Stairmaster. Hey, who's this Stairmaster for? It's for me. It's for me, okay? It's for me. Anyway, I don't think this guy did anything wrong. Am I the asshole for taking away a hobby my daughter loves? I, female 25, have a daughter that is 7-year-old that is a cheerleader. When I initially signed her up, it was just for her to have a hobby. My daughter absolutely... You ever hear of a damn period? Jesus Christ. My daughter absolutely loves cheering, and with everything that's going on between my ex-husband, aka her dad, I was glad she found an outlet to get her mind off all the family drama. Period. Throughout the summer, my daughter spent the majority of her time training in gymnastics and dance, but in her gymnastics... And then when you put the period, you put the preposition right after it to start the sentence. And then you capitalize the I. Are you trying to make me have a fucking aneurysm? Sorry, I'm leaning into it too hard. I apologize. But in her gymnastics class, her coach really took a liking into my daughter. And my daughter also adores her back, but sadly this summer she spent most of her time with her coach more than me, because I'm a single mother. And it's sometimes hard because I also have 4 other kids besides her, so it could be hard finding that one-on-one time with her. All right, that's like... That this sentence has illuminated the meta aspects of what's going on. That was a great sentence. My daughter talks about her coach nonstop and all the things she does with her, and even other moms tell me that my daughter is the coach's favorite, and paranoid side of me starts thinking, is this relationship weird? Because when I looked at my daughter and the coach together, is literally looking like mother and daughter. When school starts back up, again, I told the coach she can't come as much because school's starting back up. She gets kind of visibly upset that I was putting school first before cheer. She then offers that she comes straight after school for an hour and a half fully paid for. My daughter really wanted to still attend her class, so I agreed. But now this week she asked me if my daughter can join her elite team. But that means more time my daughter will have to spend training, and I can't travel with her all the time because I have other kids, plus I have a custody agreement with her dad, so it's really not in the cards. So I told her that she can't, and we got into this disagreement. She told me I'm holding my daughter back and she can be in the Olympics, that I'm neglecting her, and that she's trying to save her to become like me, which was a mom at 18. That was yesterday, and I cried when I had time to myself. Look, I'm sorry. More information on the coach. She literally an Abby Lee Miller. If anyone watched Dance Moms, she's very intense when it comes to training the kids at her gym. The elite team coach is referring to is a travel team that age group 9 to 12-year-olds. I did try to look to transfer into nearby gyms, but the deadlines for registration already passed. I have to be honest, I feel like none of the meaning of the post made it into my head because I was so focused on reading it. So I just want to go over it. She's 25 years old. She has a 7-year-old child. The 7-year-old child loves cheerleading. She went to cheerleading, which led to gymnastics. At gymnastics, she became very close to her coach. The mom, understandably, to some extent, is a little jealous. That's one aspect of it. But also is finding it difficult to allow her daughter to spend so much time at gymnastics. Is it because she's jealous of the relationship that she has with the coach, or is it because she also has 4 other kids, which I have to imagine is like incredibly exhausting? And I got to tell you, we're not getting any help from the peanut gallery on this one. 43% you're the asshole, 42% not the asshole. She could be an Olympian, though. Yeah, but like probably every 7-year-old could be an Olympian, right? Yeah, we need to see a video of this kid doing gymnastics. That's the King Solomon decision. If I see this kid do gymnastics and they're doing flips and landing like perfect tens like Nadia Comaneci, then I'm like, you're the asshole. Let the kid pursue her dream. If she can't even get up on the pommel horse, then no, you're not the asshole. The coach is trying to grift you. I need to see video evidence of how good this kid is at gymnastics, okay? Anyway, it's pretty, like, if the coach actually said, you're holding your daughter back, I want her to not become like you, which is a mom at 18, that's pretty messed up. I mean, if anything, if she's an Olympian gymnast, she could be a mom at 18, because don't they retire when they're like 16? She could take her 2 gold medals and just kind of like, enter the next phase of her life. I don't know why, I'm just making jokes. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Chino Senpai, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. It seems like she doesn't want her child to be with the coach because she wouldn't have brought up how jealous she is of the relationship with the coach if it wasn't part of the issue. So I think if we're assuming that that's part of the issue, then yes, that makes you kind of the asshole to potentially limit your daughter's potential because you're jealous that she has a relationship with a coach that makes you feel like, you're not as good of a mom. It sucks, by the way. That's part of the human experience, I guess, is navigating emotions like that. But also the coach is kind of like an asshole for, the things that she said if she actually said them. So gymnastics coaches don't necessarily have the best reputation for being nice people, so I'm not surprised. Necessarily, at least from... I don't mean that stuff. I just mean, like, even, like, you watch documentaries on gymnastics or gymnasts, and they're like, yeah, I was 6 years old, and my coach would, like, make me do the splits and then stand on my shoulders so that my freaking pelvis would explode. It's like hardcore training at a very young age. Because you hit, like, your peak as a gymnast, I think, at, like, age 17 or something like that. This is not phrasing. Like, you're just reading it in the worst way possible. It's the same when I was like, it's like a chat full of people, the same that was like, when I was like, I always fall asleep listening to audiobooks. Like, I've been listening to The Rise and the Fall of the Third Reich, and like 8 people in chat were like, a little problematic. Is it? It's not a how-to. It's not like 12 steps to create the Third Reich. It's just history. He's getting brainwashed in his sleep. It's the same thing we play WarioWare. I'm like, screw Ashley. There's 90 people in chat. She's 12 years old. Yeah. And no, like, first off, I didn't mean it like that. But then secondarily, like, you're bopping me because, the height of humor is that's what she said. And then thirdly, it's a cartoon witch that doesn't exist in the real world. You got a problem. You gotta learn how to talk like adults. It's too much. It's not walking on eggshells. You're walking on the sidewalk and people are trying to throw eggshells. You know, with the least generous reading of what you just said, if you filter it, not me, but someone who's crazy might misinterpret what you're saying. If you say, just shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. All right, moving on. Am I the asshole for telling my coworker it's not my fault that she's single? When she said it's not okay for my husband to send me gifts at our workplace? This is part of the watermelon ass continuum of am I the asshole posts, which is somebody was insecure, crossed the line, and then you dropped a nuclear bomb on them. I think I should clarify. Oh, okay, hold on. We're starting with a clarification, which is pretty rare. I think I should clarify. He does not show up to work to deliver the gifts in person. He usually sends me breakfast because I can't have breakfast early in the morning. So when he goes to work, he stops by my favorite cafe, orders what he knows I like, and tells them where the order should be delivered. The owners are his friends, so he gives them the notes to be delivered with the order. Look, that is very nice. But also, I can see how that would make your coworkers dirty. Dirty? Angry. Look, there's nothing wrong with sending your significant other food at work. But if I was hungry at work and like my coworker was constantly getting her favorite breakfast delivered every single day by her loving husband, I would be like, man, what a bitch. It wouldn't be fair. Just to be clear, I would be in the wrong. I would be the asshole. But I would be mad. My madness wouldn't justify my feeling, you know, it wouldn't make me have the moral high ground. I would just instead be like, I would be jealous. And that jealousy would make me angry. But it wouldn't be her fault. And last but not least, I received the order at the entrance. Nobody receives the order for me. That's why I do not understand what bothers her so much. Again, I am not trying to take the side of the jealous coworker. I don't know what bothers her so much. I bet you take that back into the cubicle. Shh. Steam comes out of it. Smell of scrambled eggs and the ham and cheese croissant and, you know, fresh hot espresso. Just filling up the whole office. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Happy to see it didn't alienate everybody. Also, it bothers her that I put photos of my children and my husband on my desk, which does... Look, okay, I get it. She's jealous, okay? We move on. Let's talk about the issue at hand. I get it. I'm wary of any story where they start by digging a hole to throw the other person into. Like, before we've even really gotten to the meat and potatoes of the post, she's already like, didn't ask, the streets watch HR now. Like, you know, she just keeps digging it up. Ratioed, plus you're bald, etc., etc. He's a very romantic and attentive man, and I love that, but my coworker doesn't like it at all. Wait, isn't there like a meme image that's like, you know, you consent, she consents, but isn't there someone you forgot to ask? And it's like Jesus Christ. You consent, she consents. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Susan in HR with their arms crossed. Nope. Oh, you skipped a line. Sorry. He usually sends me a rose and coffee every day. This dude needs a hobby. I'm just being straight up. I'm not gonna say this is guy wisdom, like I got it all figured out, okay? Because I know myself and I know the people that I know. I don't know everybody on planet Earth. If your husband he surprises you with gifts at work now and then, that's great. He's a dream come true. If your husband buys you a gift at work every day, he has, in just my hunch, at some point in his life, he committed a capital offense. He killed somebody, kidnapped something that was involved with the mafia. Like, it's just too much. A little bit of romance is great stuff, very admirable, very aspirational, but a daily rose, I mean, it's not just the fact that, you know, a single rose is probably like $10. It's the fact that, like, literally every single day, like, there's not that many things that people do on a daily basis without failure every single day. Like, brush their teeth, maybe shower, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. I'm honestly starting to get on the side of, like, maybe, like, if she got breakfast in the morning and then also, like, at lunch, coffee and a rose every single day, I might be like, come on, it's a little much. Anyway, sorry. Sometimes he also sends me chocolates or food from my favorite restaurant. So every day, he gets you breakfast from the cafe. He gives you a rose and coffee. And then on some days, he also gets you either chocolates or food from your favorite restaurant. So in an 8-hour workday, on average, you're getting 2 to 3 surprise gifts. I'm actually now at the point where I'm like, I feel bad for the wife because it's almost like too much generosity. I'm like, you know, you get a call on your desk phone again and you're like, hey, there's another package here for you. Can you just put it at the front desk? Like, this is too much. It's way too much. Oh, dude. More chicken cordon bleu from the fat duck. Oh, it's fantastic. Oh, it must be a Wednesday. Anyway, sorry. I keep getting stun-locked by headcanon that I made up myself. I don't necessarily think that her coworker is right, but I definitely, like, the more time that it goes on, the more I'm like, I can kind of understand at least where she's coming from. Like, if it was the occasional gift, that's one thing. I do think the coworker's jealous, okay? Based on what has been posted. You never know. Because maybe if Susan wrote this post, she would be like, am I the asshole for getting annoyed that 2 to 3 times a day we get interrupted by my coworker getting a gift and everybody crowds around her desk and goes, aww. I'm not jealous or anything. I just think that it's annoying that multiple times every single day we have to pretend that her husband is so amazing. You know? Like, I think if you wrote it from the other person's perspective, you could also write it in a way that makes her seem like she's more in the clear. So all I'm saying is I could totally understand if at the office there were, like, gifts coming through 3 times a day for the same person. Or for anybody, but the same person. At least, you know, you could just talk to them and be like, don't you think it's a little much? It's none of the coworkers' business. Bro, it's like we work in an office. Everything's everyone's business, unfortunately. I think she should chill as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's an office. You know, you can't even get a new pair of shoes. That was like my dead man walking moment. I shaved my head while working my summer job, went in with a full-ish head of hair on a Tuesday, came to work Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. with, you know, clean shaven. You have any idea what that's like? Nobody's minding their own business. It's so fucking boring. Everybody's looking for anything that they could talk about that's not like, you know, Microsoft Excel or Outlook. They're like, holy shit. This guy didn't just get a haircut. He cut it clean off, man. This is like the most exciting thing that's happened here in like the past 6 months. And that made me so mad because I'm professional enough. The things my husband sends me don't bother anyone. Like, literally false. They do bother her. I'm not saying that means it's right, but, like, why are you lying if you have such a good position? If you have the high ground, then why do you need to make stuff up to try to make your argument stronger? They're not a distraction to me either, but according to her, they are. So I told her that it's not my fault she's single and does not receive anything from anyone. That maybe if she were not so bitter, someone would at least send her a coffee. And she got angry, and now she told everyone I was rude. If I don't apologize, she will talk to HR to see what they can do with me. When I told her I didn't think of being single as a bad thing, I only said it because she sounded like an envious person. Apparently what I said hurt her. Wow. Okay, so you blew her out. If we're debating who won in the argument, you won. You landed the uppercut straight to the glass jaw. She's down for the count. I lose a little bit of respect because then you said being single is not a bad thing when you clearly used it as like a, you know, as a hammer blow to knock her ass to the mat. Yeah, the King Solomon solution is get your husband to send her some coffee. You think that would make her feel better if her coworker's husband started giving her some coffee? I'm putting myself in the 35%. I think this is an everybody sucks here. And when I say everybody sucks here, I really do mean everybody sucks here. I think the OP sucks for hitting the nuclear option. I think the coworker sucks for being like openly jealous. The photo about, or the thing about not allowing your kids' photos there is just insane. That's like every office ever has that. Not having your kid. I mean, are the kids' photos like them in kiss makeup or something? Even then, it's not bad. But if it's just them, like, pardon me, in their backyard with their golden retriever or something, and like, who cares? That would be sick, man. If they were in the Psycho Circus or at the Magic the Gathering of the Juggalos. I also think the husband is a little fucking. He's just. Okay, maybe this reflects poorly on me. Maybe this reflects positively on me. But I think when someone tries this hard, it's scary. Like if they do little gestures that are like, you know what? And I'm not saying he's a killer, but it reminds me of like Dirty John. You know, where he's like, oh, he's like such a nice guy. Wow, he's so good with everybody. Oh, he threatened to kill my daughter. Ah, whatever. Like, we're in love. Oh, he tried to kill my daughter. Okay, oh, well, you know. Like, for me, this is someone's fake idea of being a good husband with the volume cranked to 100. Like, and maybe it's different from person to person, but the ideal partner, in my mind, is not somebody who gives me, you know, gifts every single day, multiple times a day. Because then I don't know, it just seems weird to me. It's, you know, occasionally they come in and go, hey, you know, I'm thinking about you. Here you go. Like, again, this is mostly for argument's sake, right? Like, I'm not trying to play the if you flip the script card. But like, if you were at your office and your coworker's girlfriend got him gifts 2 to 3 times a day, would you be like, she's a great girlfriend? Or would you be like, be careful, you're going to do something wrong that you didn't even know was wrong, and she's going to actually kill you in your sleep? Maybe it's a gender bias on my part. I would be like, I'm a little scared for you because it seems like the intensity is cranked up to infinity on this one. The husband has just played a lot of dating sims. Maybe. Prezzies! Love is dead for Ryan. Excuse me. It's like a manga reader's view on love. Is that it's you buy me, you know, scotch, and I buy you like ice cream parfaits or something like that. She loves the beach, so I bought her 10 parasols, right? Like, that's not the relationship. Is, you know, I'm sure for some people this hits different than for other people, but it's like, you know, it's more about supporting each other in what you do, and like, you know, being accommodating and being there for one another. It's not, you know, it's not buying, hey, well, you can't be mad at me, I buy you 30 coffees. Oh, wow, you weren't complaining when I bought you those 30 coffees last month. You know, this is like, I don't know, it's just weird. At some point, I think I would be like, I can just get my own coffee every day. Don't, like, it's not even about the money. It's like just about, like multiple times a day you're getting stuff delivered to my office. Like, just to go golfing or something. Like, I don't know. Like, just let me be my own person for like 7 hours. And then, like, when we get home, we're a couple. And then, like, that's good. He's very romantic. Also, like, totally not like a serial killer. I just hope he has the dash pass, man. Go to the comments. Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. Everybody sucks here. She may be jealous and should not have said anything. You replied with a personal attack, which puts you on the same level. As a random person, I just have to say it's weird that your husband sends a gift to your place of work every single day since you met each other. That's not romance. That's peeing on your property so everyone knows it's taken. Romance can be public at times, but the workplace is a weirdly public flex. Chat blown out. I agree. The alpha redditor agrees with me. Ergo, we're both right and normal. Am I the only one who doesn't think ordering her breakfast is a gift? ... question mark. Edit my first awards. OMG, thanks, y'all. Come on. This didn't need to be awarded. Who's spending money to to highlight this. Am I the only? You highlighted a DAE on AITA? STFU. Lol. Nope. I'm here with you. He's making sure she's fed and feels loved. We are so fucking fucked, man. We're so fucked. Does nobody else see how fucked this is? I'm so fucked up. Plus, OP is pregnant, so he's also making sure his unborn child is cared for. Look, come on. He's not wrong, but the phrasing is like really good. Everybody sucks here. Sending stuff to work every day is a bit try-hard and unprofessional. Why can't he get you flowers at home? Because then you wouldn't have a commanded audience for your grand romance. I would roll my eyes as your coworker too. I'm so... I had to go to Reddit to feel normal. I had Chad gaslighting me into, like, I think romance is dead because I think it's weird to get 5 roses a week at work. I had to go to Reddit just to feel like a normie. Does nobody else see how messed up this is? Anyway, she should have ignored it. And when she said something, you could have been less snide. I worked with a woman whose husband sent jewelry and ginormous florals every major holiday. No one minded. This is Phyllis from The Office. Note, the top 3 paragraphs of the post... Wait. Sorry. No one minded. She was pleasant and got her work done and wasn't smug. That seems... I mean, sure, major holidays. Who's going to say no to a major holiday? 50 years old. Owned. Not the asshole. This is no different to you ordering food in yourself every day, which a lot of people do. This woman needs to focus more on her own work and less on what other people are doing. I do respect, to some extent, them keeping it to the issue at hand. Even though I agree with the earlier posters, it kind of isn't fair. Like, if the husband is actually, like, a really nice guy, and he would read this post, like, he's like, wow, I got my wife so many awesome gifts because she's pregnant. I'm just caring for her and making sure she feels loved and taking care of my unborn child. And then every post on Reddit is like, wow, this guy's an old fucking pervert. Fuck me, I guess. You know, maybe he's a super nice guy. I'm the streamer, so, you know, I can say whatever I want with no repercussions. I'm just saying, like, if you take it at face value, we have no reason to believe he's a bad person. I have my suspicions, that notwithstanding. We don't know. It kind of sucks that the age gap element becomes the focus, and this is more of like a judicial reading of how things are going. That being said, it is a 24-year age gap. That's a lot. That is a lot. Is it my business? Well, I mean, she made the post. She didn't have to put the ages in the post. If she didn't want the age gap did not, there was no reason for it to be added to the post. Except as a cry for help, is what I'm saying. It was the age of her husband important? Was it salient when it comes to him sending the gifts to the office every day? I don't think so. I think she put it there to be remarked upon. Saw NL at the Whole Foods on Robson. Hold on, this is a good one. Said hi and he spat in my face and called me a sissy. You know it's a lie, because anytime I go down to Robson, I'm not grocery shopping, I'm eating. I mean, come on. Sura's down there. Donbo's down there. Hello Nori. You think I'm gonna be going to Robson Street to pay, you know, $80 a pound for ground beef? Are you insane? Your city, your rules. Exactly. Got to deal with that parking too? Not worth? Come on, man. You got to deal with that park. What are you talking about? There's a lot right in the Dombo and the Hanam supermarket. There's a lot in the alley behind. Look, I'm gonna tell you, it's supposed to be like $3 an hour, but it's free if you shop at Hanam. But they're not gonna check that. Like, if you're there at night, they're not going to check that. You just park there and, like, they're going to assume that you're going to Hanam. Now, someone might smash your window and steal a quarter out of your cup holder, but that's on you for leaving a quarter in your cup holder when you parked in downtown Vancouver. You should know by now. You're the asshole. Well, everybody sucks here. I got spotted at a grocery store last weekend. I got in line for the self-checkout, and there was a person in front of me. I was stunned. I had a hat, I had sunglasses, and I had a mask. And they were like, Ryan? And I was like, you got me. They were very nice, though. They were like, well, so this is the grocery store. And I was like, it's one of them. It's one of them. And then they said, that's such a weird coincidence. I was just watching the Jug Meat stream. I've seen you downtown like 2 times in 10 years, but I never said hi. No, it probably wasn't me. It was probably just another like 5'10", 195 bald guy wearing a baseball hat, pushing a stroller, who walks on his toes and is writing down everything that happens in a moleskin. This person, don't you fucking hate it when people rush to walk in front of you and then they slow down? Anytime someone walks in front of me, I immediately start tailgating them, and then I pass them again, and then I slow down. Anybody else hate when you go to the movies? Why is the floor so damn sticky? I just keep it all up here, man. I just keep it all up here. Oh, like you're doing right now? Am I the asshole for telling my husband we aren't spending Christmas with him? Today, my husband and I got into a huge fight about Christmas, in particular, Santa. Okay? Because I'm assuming you have a child and you want to tell them that Santa is real and your husband doesn't because he's a STEM lord. That's just my guess. Okay, not a STEM lord, appears to just have a different religion. But anyway, Christmas has always been a huge part of my life. It's my favorite time of the year. I believed in Santa until I was 10 or 11. Chat, close your ears. By the way, I believed in Santa until I was 12, I think. I've told this story before. My parents went out one Saturday to buy groceries. I was just home alone at age 11 or 12. And then when they came back, it was like March, right? They were like, we got to tell you something. The Easter Bunny's not real. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I'm 11. I'm not an idiot. And then after that, I said, it really makes you wonder about Santa Claus as well. And they went, okay, look, we plead the fifth on that one. You got us, etc., etc. So that's where it all fell apart for me. It's a very only child story. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm not mad. Like, it's not like it really inhibited my life too much. But anyway, 10, 11, I'm sure is late, but it's not that crazy. I asked a lot of questions and was told by other kids that he wasn't real until I admittedly knew deep down, but just loved the magic of it all. I still do. My husband, Chris, I'm assuming asterisk means name is changed to protect the innocent, never celebrated Christmas as he is a Muslim. He only started participating when we met 11 years ago. He knows how important Christmas is to me. Every year we go to the Christmas events, light looking, the whole works. Our son, Louis, is 4. Chris Kringle, perhaps? And my son, St. Nicholas, he's very articulate and has started talking about Christmas and Santa, in particular, writing him a letter. I told him it was a bit early, but that we would definitely do that closer to Christmas. Then I left for work. I came home 9 hours later, and Louis was acting strange. He wasn't crying, but was clearly upset. I presumed he had gotten in trouble because he was acting similar to if he'd been scolded or gone to timeout. I asked Chris why Louis was upset, and after some pressing, Chris told me that he told Louis Santa wasn't real. He told Louis that Santa was based on St. Nicholas and how he was Turkish, just like Daddy. Look, I don't know if that's true, but that's just a very funny thing to say. And be like, you know what? I'm gonna blow up this kid's whole spot. I'm gonna blow up this kid's illusion of the world just to tell him that Santa and his dad are the same ethnicity. I lost my mind. We'd previously agreed not to tell Louis that Santa wasn't real until he started asking questions about whether or not he was real. The magic I experienced with my son during Christmas is so special, and I'm angry my husband has prematurely taken it away. I'm angry that he has ruined my child's magic when it comes to Christmas. My husband showed absolutely no remorse. Said I'm an asshole, told me it's not a big deal. I feel like if roles were reversed and I'd said something about Ramadan or something he values, he'd be furious. Okay, but Look, I know where I'm going with this one, but like Christmas has a religious significance, but Santa doesn't have a religious significance. You know, it's like Christmas is, celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ on a religious level. Santa's just like a guy. Santa's like the hallmark Jesus Christ. He's like, he was invented by like Toys R Us, right? At least in his modern sense. What are you gonna make up about Ramadan? Like, you're gonna be like, yeah, John Ramadan's not real? What are you talking about? He was invented by Coca-Cola. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You're blowing up Warren Buffett's spot. Like, you're not, it's on a different level. I told my husband that Lewis and I would be spending Christmas in my hometown this year, 4 hours away, and that he wasn't invited if he was going to be a buzzkill. He's a good husband and father, but his lack of remorse or care for something I value has made me furious. He thinks I'm overreacting. Okay, here come the edits. Lewis has not asked if Santa was real, but was instead talking about the North Pole, and my husband decided it was a great time to tell him Santa isn't real and St. Nicholas is Turkish like him. I don't think I was clear in my post, but I'm upset that he undermined me and our agreement and was without discussing with me. I feel blindsided and like what I value doesn't matter. Husband, okay, yes. I mean, like, edit 4, we are divorced now. This is a tough one, okay? I genuinely, even though it's kind of a funny one, it's also kind of a tough one. You can't just be like, hey, everything in our marriage is totally fine. You're like a great dad and a great husband, but you're not invited to Christmas. Like that's over the line. That's like the most, well, it depends. It's wrapped up in culture and it's wrapped up in religion, but at least in, I mean, I'm an atheist and Christmas is like the holiday that I hold most sacred because my family gets the most time off. So it's kind of something about that December environment is, it's sacred in an extent. Like the idea that you're like 11 months of the year we're married, but like that 1 month of the year that is like perhaps one of the most important, we're like, you just like live on your own for that one. And also, what about his presents, right? You can't you can't cancel the prezzies on him, but he also definitely did something he shouldn't have done, ignoring the fact that at some point the child will find out that Santa's not real to begin with. If they had an agreement that they were going to tell him when he's 4, who cares? If they had an agreement they're not going to tell him until he's 18, who cares? Well, that's funny, but who cares? But him just being like, oh, by the way, Santa's not real, but also the guy he's based on is Turkish just like me, is hilarious to imagine the conversation, but also it's a dickhead move. Like, you're not invited to Christmas is like the warning shot you fire before you serve somebody with divorce papers. How can she be like, everything's fine, but you're not allowed to celebrate Christmas with us? Like, that's what's weird to me. That's why I think she's the asshole, in addition to him being the asshole as well. He broached the bubble first, but I think she took it a step too far. Now, the question is not who's worse. Did both people do something wrong? Yes, I think both people crossed the line. Now, let's see where I diverge from Reddit as a whole. Not the asshole. This degree of maliciousness is really deep. Jealousy, envy, resentment, I don't know, but your husband drew blood with this, and you need to ask him why. What? He drew blood? I just... Tell me you watched It's a Wonderful Life 75 times a year as a child without telling me you... Look, I like Christmas. There are some people who they like Christmas. You know what? The kinds of people who are like... And if you're in this group, this doesn't mean you're crazy. I'm just saying, like Thanksgiving ends and immediately they're like the Christmas tree goes up. We're watching a Christmas movie every day throughout November and December, except for the fact that, there's only been 4 good Christmas movies ever made. You get the idea. Like they turn the radio station to the Christmas music and they listen to it for, 10% of the year, even though there's only been 3 good Christmas songs ever written, so on and so forth. And this, he didn't really draw blood. It also doesn't really sound malicious. I mean, you think he had like foam coming out of his mouth? I'm about to end this kid's whole career. Hey, did you know Santa Claus is Turkish? What an asshole. Your husband is not only an asshole, but he's an ignorant asshole. Nicholas was a Byzantine Greek. The Turks didn't show up for a few centuries later. This based and history pilled. Not the asshole. You can fix this for your son by telling him Santa only brings presents to people who believe he's real. So dad never got to have Santa because he never believed, and that's why he thinks Santa is fake. Okay, look. I know that chat's going to be like, this is creating like a weird precedent for your child. Look, it's a kid, man. Like, if it works, it works. Who cares? You get bigger problems. You are doubling down on a lie or on the truth with a lie. But like, he's 4. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like... This is not, in my opinion at least, this is not where things start becoming unwound and then like 40 years later they're like, it all went wrong when they kept feeding me lies about Santa, okay? This is, whatever. Okay, you're not the asshole. Is anyone gonna talk about the fact that like, disinviting him to Christmas is kind of extreme? Not the asshole, but unfortunately you're married to one. It's so funny to me because this is like a Curb Your Enthusiasm bit. Like Larry David accidentally letting people know that, letting a kid know Santa's not real. It's a dick move, but I'm feeling bad for the husband a little bit here. Like everybody's going off, man. Not the asshole. He did it sneakily on purpose. Your child was upset. Did his dad comfort him at all? Did he dismiss your child's feelings as well as yours? Is that a good father? I don't know anything about your relationship or your history except for what you've said, and you said he was a good father. But based on this one post, I think you might be a liar. This is crazy, man. The husband is confused. That's probably an understatement. Also, at the time, the area was Greek and is now on the southern coast of Turkey. I have calmed down a fair bit now and can see why he feels excluded from the whole Christmas thing and wanted to bond with our son by saying that Santa was fake and based on Saint Nick, who is Turkish, just like my husband. It's like, does she have this on the clipboard? Does she have a macro for this exact sentence? Sorry, this is not germane to the situation. He's at work, but I'm definitely going to talk to him about whether this is the case, and if it is, I'm going to try to find a way to make him feel more included. We don't live in Turkey, so I could definitely empathize with him missing his home country and potentially wanting to make that connection between Turkey and something our son loves by telling him this. I do disagree with him flat out saying Santa isn't real, especially without talking to me, and I am still upset. But it's very out of character for him to be inconsiderate, so now that I've calmed down, I can see it's definitely about something deeper rather than him just wanting to change up how our son views Christmas without me. Absolutely not. That's a profoundly offensive thing to say about a Greek Christian like Saint Nicholas. It's... Guys. I feel like we're getting in the weeds here about the origin of Saint Nicholas, okay? I feel like that's semantics. Maybe it's a different discussion that we can have at a later date. I don't think it's necessarily relevant to the situation at hand. St. Nicholas was Greek. St. Nicholas was a Roman citizen. I agree. Were Da Vinci and Michelangelo Italians? Most people refer to them as such, but they lived long after the Italian unification. Here's the thing. You called it a jackdaw, which is not true. A jackdaw is from the genus Jacus daus. Sorry, that's like an ancient Reddit meme. from ages ago. But Da Vinci?
Who painted the Mona Lisa? Mona Lisa. Yeah. Da Vinci?
Your husband is wrong, by the way. Saint Nicholas wasn't Turkish. He was Greek. Depending on how pedantic you want to get, Saint Nicholas was either Roman or Lycian. While he was of Greek descent, the region in which he lived in hadn't been under Greek control for over 100 years by the time he was born. That's like saying Jesus was Roman or that Cleopatra turned Roman after the Roman conquest. Jesus was a citizen of Judea. Paul was a Roman. Nicholas was a Roman citizen, born about 190 years after the Roman Empire took control of Lycia. He had Greek heritage. Just wanted to say I've been loving all your responses. Who fucking cares? Like... Shit pisses me off. Okay. In Germany, we celebrate St. Nick on December the 6th. The kids clean their shoes or boots and get little gifts and candy in them. Maybe you can find a similar tradition to include the Turkish saint. St. Nicholas wasn't Turkish. Hey, Germany. Nice tradition. Don't care, didn't ask. Plus, St. Nicholas wasn't Turkish. This is crazy, man. All right, well, we've spent too much time on this one. Not that I haven't had a great time with this one, but... Oh, man. They're really hung up on the St. Nicholas thing. Nobody even wants to talk about the fact that we can all agree, maybe we don't know. Is he Lycian? Is he Roman? Is he Turkish? Is he Greek? Is he Byzantine? I don't know. What we all know is that he's got a belly that when he laughs, it rolls like a bowl full of jelly. Can we all agree there? Can we all agree that he's got a belly that rolls like a bowl full of jelly? And he hangs out with the polar bears on the North Pole? Actually, he's lean. Oh, look at this cutie baby. Hello. Hey. Hey. Hey, baby. Where's your nose? Oh. Kobe. Hey. Holy crap, she did it.
Where's your eyes? Eyes?
A little ambitious, I think, but
Eyes? I was teaching her eyes today. Eyes.
eyes. Where's your ear? Only I can pick my nose on stream, honey. Hi.
Is it like your new glasses?
I had to just put my picture up for like 20 minutes to just burn out all the new glasses. They'll get used to it.
They don't like it?
It's not that they don't like it. It's just that, have you ever seen like the way that the internet reacts to like a YouTube layout change or a Twitter layout change or like a font change on Reddit? Like it takes 10 years for people to be like, oh, actually it just looks normal now.
Ryan's face changed.
Gay. Hey. Sheesh.
He wanted to see Dada.
Okay.
Say, Dada.
Dada.
Right? You're like, Dada.
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 Da. Bye-bye.
You want to say bye-bye?
Bye-bye. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There he goes. Would I be the asshole if I didn't actually read my students' short story? I love a teaching, am I the asshole? Anyways, on Tuesday, I assigned a creative writing assignment for my students. For context, they're 11th graders. They had Wednesday to work on it, then a 4-day long weekend to finish or edit it to be submitted on Monday. Okay? Now, I fucked up at 2 vertices. You sure you're not a math teacher? I'm teaching 4 classes this semester, and I assigned it to all 4 on the same day. So on Monday, I received about 90 short stories to read and grade. I set a minimum of 1 page, but did not set a maximum word count. That's tough. That is bad. I missed the part where that's my problem. I've been blowing through them at a rate of 15 a day, shortest to longest, but it's going to be much harder to keep this pace up now. The last 9 are at least 4,500 words long, but still, it's doable. But I swear to God, one of my students wrote me a novella. I ran it through a word counter, and this thing is 22,000 words long. He did this in 5 days. I am so tempted to just read the first chapter or two and give him 105% on the assignment, but would I be the asshole if I did that? I mean, he put in all that work, but sweet Jesus. Would it even harm him if I didn't? Would it just straight up be unprofessional? And it's a sci-fi story. Literally my most hated genre. I can read a short story, but I don't want to read a whole ass novella. Do I have to? Next time the cap is 10,000 words. 5,000 if it's sci-fi. I like that. Very clever. Very clever. The teacher here, they're writing in a very, you can tell. This is like one of the 1% of people on the internet that are able to make a complete sentence that makes coherent sense and also conjures a certain emotion in the people that are reading it. Well played. You're already you are the asshole points for that. You're starting from ahead of the curve. So ethically speaking, do I have to read it? Edit for some extra context. He asked for an extension on Monday so he could just have time to polish it. I told him I wouldn't subtract marks from him if it's a little rough. He can just edit it on his own time. Straight up. Not the asshole. No assholes here. Like, come on. The kid is not an asshole. If you don't, it happens sometimes. You give someone a creative piece of work. Sometimes they just got nothing to do on that weekend. They might go hard. They might be like, this is my chance to really sink my teeth into this. 22,000 words is 44 pages single-spaced. And that's 44 pages in a word processor, right? Like, that's not 44 pages of like a paperback novel you would keep in your bathroom. That's 44 single-space pages in Microsoft Word. So from a book context, that could be 100 pages or something like that. Yeah, don't read that. That's crazy. I know, okay? Because it's the internet logic as well. It's 100 to 130 pages. Holy crap. The internet logic is like, well, you made the mistake by not putting a maximum cap on it. As a result, you're like morally obligated to read it. Nah. I mean, like, you're morally incentivized to read it, but like, surely everyone agrees that there is a bound at some point where like the logic falls apart. Like if somebody wrote a 700-page novel, should she be compelled to read it? I think at some point you just got to be like, I'm just going to give you an A++ and move on. If it was a short story, then the child should fail. Well, the problem with that is, as a teacher, if you fail the kid for a structural reason such as that, you open yourself up to scrutiny. What I think you want to do is give them such a good mark, because they're probably insanely proud of what they wrote. So you just give them something that lines up with their expectations, and you write, wow, A++. I can see you put a lot of work into this. Great job. Keep it up. And then, I mean, here's the thing. What if they filled 50 pages in the middle with just like ASDF, ASDF, ASDF? What are they going to do? Are they going to go to the principal and be like, the teacher didn't read this and blow up their A++? Or are they just going to take their A++ and use that to bolster their GPA? If he does it, he's a legend. Honestly, I don't even think the principal would reprimand the teacher for that. I mean, come on. Like, I taught classes in ESL, okay? I'd have a class of 12, which was small, and the assignment would be like, write a recipe, and the recipe would be like 2 paragraphs, and every single one was how to make instant ramen. And they were all like, and check this shit out, I crack an egg in it. Whoa. And I was like, yeah, so does everybody else in the class. Okay? That is easy. In 45 minutes, you could read 12 of those, B+, A, B+, blah, blah, blah. But when I think back to like my you know, like even my middle school career, they're teaching a class of 30 kids, 32 kids. They got to read 32 shitty 6th grade essays about like whether or not school uniforms should be allowed or disallowed. Do you really think that they're pouring their heart and soul into reading every single word? And it's ridiculous. It's just, I mean, if it takes them 10 minutes to do each essay, that's reading, you know, that's 3 hours. That's 5 hours of reading the same shitty essay over. I'm not saying they don't read the essays. I'm just saying they don't go over them all with like a fine-tooth comb, you know? They read them in a broad sense, man. Why would they become teachers then? The same reason like 80% of people become teachers, you know? The guidance counselor in 12th grade asks, what do you want to do with your life? You spent your whole fucking life in school so far, and you're like, I don't mind school, maybe I'll just be a teacher. And then you go to school to become a teacher because it's like a stable job with a pension, and you have a familiarity with the environment, and there's always a demand for lots of them, you know? That's the whole... That's why you don't know. Nobody becomes a teacher because they're like, I love reading shitty essays. Oh, I just love reading. I love listening to 4th graders give 5-minute speeches about Adventure Time. Come on, you know? Do you think they wouldn't want to like be the taster at the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory if they had a choice? They're filling a societal need, and it comes with some employment benefits as well. Yeah, good. Also, teaching is rewarding. Grading... It depends what you're grading, but, you know, grading is not fun. I can't, and I was only doing like, you know, 15 essays a week or something like that. I can't imagine if you're like a high school teacher who teaches like 4 periods of English a day. Not cynical at all, Kappa. It's not, I mean, I think it's just, it's not meant to be cynical. It's naive if you think like your essays in 5th grade were like making your teacher's life better. She just wants to go home, you know, have a glass of white wine, put on Everybody Loves Raymond, and like knock this shit out before the next day, where she's got to spend all day in a portable outside classroom made of like a retrofitted shipping container in the middle of fucking June. Shit's pure aluminum siding on all sides, just baking in the sun like a solar cooker. And her company is 30 5th graders who have no respect for her whatsoever, and then like one kid who's like, you're my new surrogate mom. Like, the teacher is not just a teacher, right? Like, they're a human being that has their own life that exists outside of work as well. They don't exclusively exist in order to, you know, make sure you know how to spell, like, commitment or something like that. Anyway, let's see. Let's read some of the comments here. First of all, this is hilarious. Second of all, you didn't specify a short story, your student wrote a novella. I'd say not the asshole if you read a chapter or two and graded it 100%. If on the off chance your student asked for feedback, be honest, you had 90 stories to grade and didn't have time to read the whole thing, then say something good about what you did read. Teachers are human too. Boom. Easy. No problem. Even less complicated and more honest. Read part of the story. If the quality is good enough to warrant full credit, award full credit, then actually say, I didn't read the whole thing, but the part I did read was already enough. Look, this is not bad. This is an ethical and moral thing to do. However, have you ever heard of the expression, no good deed goes unpunished? This kid spent a whole long weekend. Probably part of the motivation for them to write the story was they're going to, oh man, I wonder what they're going to think of when, you know, the Cylons attack the harpsichord gate or something like that. I don't think you need to provide this information unless it's asked. You can withhold a little bit of information or something like that. You don't have to send it all, you know, right out of the starting blocks. Yes, you're the asshole. Oh, here we go. Long does not necessarily mean good. It could mean drawn out, lacking focus, a variety of other problems, or it could be plain mediocre. In fact, the assessment was short stories. I'd be saying he didn't meet the objective and would likely get a worse mark. Don't care, didn't ask, plus you used a semicolon in your Reddit comment. This automatically disqualifies you from being on a jury of your peers. You are not the every person, okay? By the way, if I was critiquing already, needless semicolon to reflect more positively on your intelligence than your writing warrants. We do not bold things in academic writing. We let the construction of the sentence provide the emphasis itself without resorting to garish tactics like this. Similarly, a bold here and then an italic, and you're doing an italic into a bold. Like, I feel like I'm reading a ransom note right now. It's a little too much. Let your writing speak for itself, please. A good short story is compelling and its writing is tight. Again, overuse of italics. It understands how a sentence flows to create rhythm for the reader and exploits that. It takes time, effort, and patience to do a short story. M dash, overused, much more than to get to the first draft of a novella. Oftentimes, one word. We're going to draw a little line under that goes like this. A different discussion would be if you stopped reading at the cutoff point for an average short story. I personally, when this situation comes up for me in real life, which happens all the time, I go by the definition of 7,500-ish words, since that's what it used to be defined when sci-fi short stories were all the rage back in the 80s, but maybe the same number of pages as the next largest story. Objection, irrelevant and self-inflating. Italics. And grade-based only if the story you read was satisfactory. M dash, we've already touched upon this, as in if the payoff didn't come because the story was too long, question mark, that's because he didn't meet the actual objective of the assignment and marks are redacted accordingly. But I think that would have to be a whole different thread as well. This is pure insanity to me. So you are going to you didn't put a cap on the story, on the length or anything like that. The student went over the top, wrote a novella. You're not only going to not give them a good mark despite their ambition, because, like, it's 11th fucking grade, okay? This is not the Booker Prize. It doesn't matter. You know, you're not giving them, you know, a $50,000 scholarship that could have gone to somebody else that deserved it on merit. It's 11th grade. It's daycare. You know, get over it. Regardless, not only are you not going to give them like a good score, you're actually going to not read the whole thing, but you're going to come up in your head with a reason to mark them lower and be like, I didn't read the whole thing because of the fact that this is not a short story. So I'm not going to do the work, and then also I'm going to be like, you almost tried to make me do more work, so you're going to get like a B- or something like that. Come on, that's too much. You're not like the editor of, you know, the New England Journal of Medicine. Just give them an A and move on. Does it? Oh, and then next time, you can't be like, you didn't give me a page limit, or I didn't give you a page limit, but I said short story. And of course you should know, given that you were born in fucking what, like 2004? You didn't know that the definition of a sci-fi short story, taxonomically speaking, based in the 1980s when they were originally popularized, was about 7,500 words? It's too much, dude. You got your teaching, okay? Then you got to commute home. Then you got to cook dinner. Then you got to clean up after dinner. You got to, hey, honey, how was your work day? Maybe you got your own kids to worry about. Maybe you got other tasks and errands that are going on. Oh, you got people in your family that are dealing with stuff. You got, money situations to sort out. You want to watch the new episode of Scandal. All of a sudden, instead, your whole life is now structured around finding a good reason to not read this and then give the kid like a B as a result. I think fundamentally, no matter what, the student dramatically failed at time management. The work is unedited, which means it probably does have a lot of the flaws in there. This is roughly analogous to spending all your time doing research for a paper and then turning in a rough draft for your final grade. You haven't even read the paper. It's probably bad. Just read a chapter and then give them a C. How can you do this? And they sound like they have like some basis in science. And yet they're like, I haven't seen any evidence, but here's the conclusion that I'm going to draw from this. My professor, my PhD supervisor would not let me get away with this, let me tell you. Yeah, in 11th grade, I was smoking glue sticks on the back of the bus, but this would not fly in my PhD program. I see where you're coming from, though I wonder if it's a bit babying for a year 11. That means the students are 17 to 18. I think the right way would be to leave a note explicitly explaining it was a good novella and I enjoyed reading it, even if I didn't, just because I don't like sci-fi, but that marks had to be subtracted because it's a novella and not a short story? Do they have to be, though? Who are you, the short story police? It's only a short story if it's written in Bangor, Maine by Stephen King on a 72-hour Coke binge? Otherwise, it's just sparkling words? Guess this, you won't be the asshole for not reading the story, but you will be the asshole if you give it 100% just because it's long. The assignment was short stories, as we all know, based on the 1980s. Those are around 7,500 words. Technically, he didn't listen to the assignment. Hey, you know how you were planning on going to, I don't know, like Brown or something like that? Hey, your GPA just got fucked because technically this is not a short story, by the way. I know I didn't mention any of that in the rubric. I just said kind of go nuts, 1-page minimum. Technically, you're going to have to set your sights a little bit lower. There wasn't a word count. Since I couldn't know how old 11th graders are, he might be excused for not completely keeping to it. He might have just had so much fun, but a short story indeed means the writing is tight, not drawn out over multiple pages. Well, actually, it had a 1-page minimum, so if he didn't draw it out over multiple pages, he would have gotten marks down. But anyway, like, just as long as we're applying the same standards to this child that we should be applying to one another. Even if his writing was amazing, he didn't write a short story, therefore shouldn't get 100%, even if the writing was perfect. This is how you create the Joker. This is how you get a kid who ends up like writing like the next Da Vinci Code, which I'm not saying is a good book, but was very, very popular. Then they go on Conan O'Brien or something like that, and they're like, hey, so you wrote the first draft for this book when you were in 11th grade. You gave it to your teacher. What did your teacher say? And it's a funny anecdote, actually, Conan, would you believe? They actually gave me a C+ because it was supposed to be a short story. I wonder what that teacher's doing now. They smashed their TV out of their 6th floor window. They couldn't live with the regret. They asked Reddit how they should, deal with kids. I agree with the person above. Tell the students you didn't have time to grade them yet because you're just human. That's fair. All of this is fair. I just don't know why you have to find you have to have like a nuclear bomb in your pocket that's like if your student gets annoyed that you didn't read the whole thing, you have to be like, okay, well technically it was supposed to be a short story and you wrote a novella, so here's your B-. Like it's just crazy, man. I mean, to me, it just seems like the teacher was like, hey, go nuts, write me a story over the long weekend. Should have put a page limit on the top of it and then didn't. And now people are like, well, you did bake in that short story. It seems the student's enthusiastic, and as their teacher, you're plainly obligated to assess their performance. Yes, it's long, but a lesson is a lesson learned. A lesson learned is a lesson learned. Yeah, but like, it's going to take like 2 fucking hours to read that thing. Can you imagine how long it would take you to like read a 2-hour long novella and then also correct it? Like that's and like I don't mean to be rude, but like also we're all on the same page that this probably sucks, right? Like it's written by a kid. I'm not saying it sucks relative to the other students' writing. It might be the best. But compared to the kind of thing that you would deliberately like buy from a bookstore and read yourself, it's going to be like, it's going to be garbage, right? With no editing or revision whatsoever, like it's not going to be a great 2 hours, I think. Interesting. Interesting. But nevertheless, I imagine you ding your students for half-assing an assignment, right? What difference is it for you to half-ass the grading? I don't know. Maybe that one student isn't doing 90 assignments, whereas one teacher is grading 90 assignments. I'm not saying you have to read the entire essay, but you would definitely be the asshole if you didn't. It's just no empathy whatsoever. It's just the English language is not like emotions wrapped up in words for some people. It's like it's bytecode, you know, that there's a smart contract that was signed by the teacher and all the students when the assignment was presented for her to not follow through on her form of her role in the transaction is ridiculous, you know, like she can't do it. It undermines the faith that we have in the education system. I always think about like, you remember, I've told this story before in 7th grade. My teacher told me, she told our class that at the end of the day, we would play Mind Trap, which are like brain teasers that you pull out of, you know, hey, you're trapped in a room with 3 light switches and on the other side of the room is 3 light bulbs. With 2 switch flips, how could you figure out which one did what, you know? And you turn one on, you turn another one on for 5 minutes, then you turn it off, you leave the other one off, you see what light is on, the 2 lights are off, then you feel them to feel out which one is warm. Oh, right? Anyway, she told us we would do Mind Trap at the end of the day. We ran out of time. My friend got into an argument with her for like 40 minutes, which is the teacher should have known we got to stop this. But you also, it's not like you get a notification that's like, we're about to start a 40-minute argument. Like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, it starts of like, you know, 1 second and then it just blossoms and you're like, by the time you know you're in it, it's too late. It's quicksand, right? Yeah, this is the one where, you know, he was like a Reddit comment. He was like, you said we would play Mind Trap. At the end of the day, we're not playing Mind Trap right now. My parents told me not to respect liars, and you lied. Your move. You're the asshole. And it's like, you know, it's just if, then, there's no, like, tolerance built in for, like, sometimes shit happens. You know, what if, like, an earthquake hit the school? Oh, we all got to evacuate. You told me we'd play Mind Trap, you liar. Anyway, it's just that I get that. I get a lot of that energy from Reddit from time to time. Look at this smiling baby. Hello. Hi. Oh, hello, baby. How did my baby do today?
Little bit cry.
Oh.
Little cried a bit, a lot cried.
Oh.
Quite a bit of cry, but she met a friend.
Oh.
And then the friend, he was very nice. Apparently he has a 7-month-old baby sister.
Oh, nice.
So the friend was very nice to her.
Hey. How did mommy do today?
Mommy panicking. Mommy sweating.
Oh, no.
Mommy, underneath my mask, it was just like sweat. Just like...
Yeah, we started her in daycare. So there's like a little adjustment period where we kind of like, you know, she's supervised by Kate at the daycare. It's going to be it's going to be an adjustment. Just takes some time.
My arms are noodles.
Yeah, I bet you held her like all day.
I did.
Okay, honey. Can we do some tricks? Excuse me, Tomo? Okay. Hooray! Hooray! Baksu? Great job, honey. Peekaboo? Peekaboo! Oh, she was smiling so much. Did you? Peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. She's like, ah. Where's your nose? Yeah, you got it. Where's your hair?
Right there.
Yeah, I think there you go. She's so good.
Is there more tricks?
Can
Milk.
you? No.
Milk.
Where? Yeah. I don't know if you should have taught her that one.
I didn't teach her. She just knew.
Where's me? Yeah, that's you, and that's me. Blow a kiss. Still working on that one. Still working on blow a kiss. What?
You wanna give kiss to Dada? Or you wanna give kiss to Mama?
Mama? Mama? She looks happy. She looks sly too.
She was like crying the whole time. You wanna kiss mommy? Kiss. Good girl.
I've been trying to teach her how to give a hug, but when I say hug, she dances. She goes like
hug.
I don't know, dude. Maybe I was dancing when I said, "Can I have a hug?" And then she like imprinted on it. Can I have a hug? Mom. Ow.
Did you have a good time?
Bravo. Hi. Hi.
She ate quite a lot in daycare though.
Yo, she had a sick bento.
Oh no. She didn't have the bento. But she ate the food that the daycare lady gave
Oh,
us.
okay.
Some bread
Hey.
and some eggs.
Hey. Hey.
Eggs.
Uh-oh. What a nice baby. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you later, honey. Bye-bye. I'm glad she did okay at the daycare. You know, it's a big day for a kid. Go meet some peers. Be taken care of by an adult who's essentially like a stranger to you. Anyway, getting back to insulting these parents. Am I the asshole for getting upset at the idea of my wife getting an apartment to cut down on commute time to work? This is spicy. I can already tell you, this is spicy. I've been supporting my family for nearly 20 years and have a solid career at a great job that is about 35 minutes commute one way from our current home. You know what? Not that unreasonable. A 35-minute commute? It is probably maybe I guess it depends where you live. It seems somewhat average. My wife, after 14 years of being a stay-at-home mom, went back to school and earned her degree. She found a position at a prestigious job, her dream job, and started work a few weeks ago. I honestly could not be happier. However, her job is in the next town over, and her commute is quite long. 1 hour and 10 minutes one way? 2 hours? Okay, look, half an hour is like the minimum drive. Like, even a 5-minute drive is half an hour. You get in the car, you buckle your seatbelt, that's another 2 or 3 minutes, you know, you're parking, etc., etc. Every drive is about half an hour long, even if it's 5 minutes. An hour, though, 2 different times per day. I mean, you're actually like 12% of your day, if you're awake for 16 hours, is like commuting. Yeah, for her, it's both ways. 1 hour, 10 minutes one way, 2 hours, 20 minutes round trip. Admittedly, this is double my commute. Additionally, her position will require her to work overtime for 2 months per year. So in all likelihood, during these months, she will literally be driving, working, then sleeping. She's brought up several times of the idea of renting an apartment close to her work so her commute is essentially zero and staying there all work week. See, now I know we're not quite there. This is not the sort of thing I think you can do if your commute's like an hour. I think if your commute is like, 2 hours, or it's in like a different country, maybe, but like an hour, so you're going to be like a married couple like 2 days a week, and then 5 days a week you're going to be married to your job that also requires you to do this overtime. I mean, I'm not judging that, I guess, necessarily, but of course I hate the idea. First, I don't like the idea of only seeing my wife on the weekends. There's additional burden on me for cooking and feeding the kids and getting them prepared for school. Okay. Even if they are older kids, I mean, like, that's pretty unfair. Then, of course, there's the logistics of furnishing an apartment short-term and the financial impact of rent. This man's cooking his kids? Come on. So tonight we had a pretty big argument, ending with me telling her it's not happening. Of course, now I'm in the doghouse. We don't really have any way to compromise in terms of reducing the commute by way of moving. In an absolute perfect location, she would still have about an hour and 30 minutes round trip, and mine would increase to about the same. Source, is her, like, I'm just trying to imagine this. Is her job in, like, a pocket dimension? How can you have 2 points on a map, and yet you can't find anything that's closer that wouldn't also make you go much, much longer? I mean, I don't think he's an asshole. I mean, like, maybe I'm the asshole for the way I'm approaching the situation to some extent, but I'm like, unless... there's almost like just a balance sheet question here to some extent, right? Like, how much money is this bringing into the household, and how much is the apartment's rent going to cost, and does that make any sense at all to work for 40 hours a week when, 15 hours of it is going to pay for a secondary place to live that is non-essential? I feel like there's a compromise to be made here, which is, we'll try to find a place that is in a more amenable situation for the commute. I really don't like the way the guy's saying, there's no way to fix this. All I could do was cut her commute in half and make mine 30% longer. Like, that seems like that could be actually a practical solution. But I don't know. Let's see. I'm kind of like in an info position here, but I don't think he's the asshole for being like, I don't want to just be a part-time husband. Like, I think that makes sense. Maybe this is her way of finally having a break from cooking after, I suspect, being the only one cooking and feeding the kids for 14 years. Source, dude, just trust me. I suspect. Yeah. I wonder if there's an element of this where she's pushing him to contribute more to the household chores. I wonder if, despite her change of circumstances, he still expects her to also be a full-time housewife, and this is her way of backing out of it. What the hell are you talking about, man? I suspect. Source, dude, just try. This is what the internet is like, and it's probably been like this forever. But I feel like in the last 5 years especially, it's like people will like tell a story, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I missed the part where like you abused your spouse either physically or emotionally." I can read between the lines. Come on, think about it for 2 seconds. Like, this is crazy. Maybe it's her way of cheating, doing heroin, and abandoning her kids. If you're going to assume or suspect things that nobody said, let's go crazy with it. That's so good. Finally, some people with some sanity. Yeah, maybe he clubs baby seals too. One of his major objections he cites is that he would now have to cook and help the kids go to school. He should be anticipating doing at least half of that work anyway. It sounds an awful lot like he does not think that's his responsibility unless she lives elsewhere, and that would go a long way towards explaining all of this. What the hell are you talking about? There's a difference between I don't want to do any of this work and I literally have to be like the only parent doing everything 5 days a week, like 100% on call at all times. Yep, precisely. He literally says all she would have time to do is drive, work, and sleep, yet somehow magically thinks she'll continue to support the entire household's needs by herself if she lives at home. Like, he downplays her role because they're getting older now. But then he whines about the possibility of her being home less and it falling onto him to support the family. He said they're getting older now, so it's not that much work for me to take care of the kids, but he just wanted a little bit of a break. This is insanity, man. I'm losing my... They're just making stuff up. Have you ever met a human being? Like, I don't want my wife to live outside of our home for literally 80% of the time. Like, I would rather, sleep in a bed with my wife at night and, co-parent and have quality time together. Oh, is it because you can't be fucked to cook for the kids and you think she should be a housewife no matter what? No. Oh, really? Because I think it is. To work, okay, look. To work can be freedom and self-fulfillment in many ways. You'll truly understand this in your soul if you were ever a stay-at-home mom. Hey, now, this is... I've said this to Kate, and I have said this about the situation that, Kate and I have with the baby as well to other people. I get the easy job, sincerely, by being able to work, partly because my job is streaming, We'll see how this comment goes, by the way, before we agree 100%. But like, it's more draining to look after a 1-year-old baby for 7 hours than it is to stream for 7 hours. That might not be true for all jobs, okay? But it's definitely true for what I got going on. So I have nothing but respect for the stay-at-home mother, the stay-at-home father. Like, it's a lot of work. And it's not like labor at the extent like your muscles are burning at the end of the day, but you're like psychologically drained because your only company is somebody that is like completely helpless and going like goo goo gaga, right? So like I feel way more drained after spending 3 hours with the baby than I do, after spending 3 hours with chat. So I'm not insulting the work at all. I can understand that, but let's see what's going on next. Because everyone's saying insane comment. I've worked and I've been a stay-at-home mom. And the worst, most depressing, suicidal, and trapped was the first 5 whole years of my kid's life when I was literally stuck at home. No adult conversations, a huge gap in my resume that places me at the same level as a 19-year-old in the job market. No personal or professional accomplishments to show for it. I can understand that, honestly. I know Reddit loves the anti-work sentiment, but most of y'all are male kids. Look, they're not wrong, probably, but you didn't have to say it. You have no idea what not working does to a person. Being a mom is shit, and you're essentially useless once your kids become independent. Okay, that's just insanity. Let's go a little too far. She didn't support his endeavors, but she did. Her being at home saved daycare, and her husband gets a lovely pay and a resume that actually means something. I can imagine you're thinking the poor husband is the real loser because he had to go to work. You don't get that he had the privilege to work. All you had to do is throw away your job and commit to being a chef, poop cleaner, chauffeur, maid, nanny, nurse, and more 24/7 to know what it means. Do it, I dare you. Look, okay? This was harder on her than it was on I was expecting. I hate to sell out the other parents, okay? Some of this is fair, okay? Chef, I guess it can be kind of annoying. This is the one that gets me. Poop cleaner, just get over it. It's not that bad. I willfully, just genuinely, whenever I get the opportunity, I have like 5 extra minutes and I see that the baby's diaper is soiled, I am like, hey, Kate, let me change the baby's diaper. Because it's such an easy thing to do that also does something nice for the person who's been looking after the baby. It's like you do the easy job. The hard job is the malaise that comes from like hours and hours and hours of like looking after a baby. The actual task itself is not that bad. Like, I'm not giving sympathy for that. Chauffeur, okay. Maid, nanny, nurse, and more 24/7. Look, this is I don't want to. Look, you're not being a nurse 24/7. You're not being a chauffeur 24. This is probably like 20 minutes every other day. This is like for very scary periods of hours once every 6 months. Like, it wears on you, but you don't have to like lie to the poor people out here. She supported their shared household in one way while he supported it in another. Yes, I agree with this. And her contribution involved being a maid and everything else I mentioned above. I'm laughing at her wanting to get another apartment. She can finally be free a little. Just, this lady hates her husband and kids. I'm not saying, because, and I've talked about this before as well. I hate when, there's 2 aspects of this, right? Like, one aspect of this is I hate when parents are like, oh, my dang kid's so annoying, I can't do anything, blah, blah, blah. But I also hate when people are like, oh, it's not poop, it's a beautiful digestion miracle. I'm so fulfilled with every second that I spend with my kids, and like, no matter what, it's always like such an amazing time. I'm like, come on. There's some times where you're like, I just want like 5 fucking seconds of like, I want to talk to an adult human being about something that isn't like, yeah, that's a giraffe, Like, you get over it. You go through fits and spurts. There's a balance of like burnout, and sometimes you're just like, I really just need to brush my teeth, but it's been hours, I can't brush my teeth. You miss like parts of the, you miss the time that you have to look after your own needs first, okay? At times. So there's a good and a bad to it. But when someone is like, I mean, I just feel bad for like what this lady's saying is basically like, hey, I heard, yeah, you went to work for 14 years, full time, probably busting your ass. That's cool and all, but honestly, like, fuck you for being selfish. Now it's my time. I'm going to get my own apartment and finally be free a little bit. You had all that freedom, working at budget rent-a-car. You got 45 minutes of lunchtime a day where you can eat a sandwich out of a Ziploc bag next to like 6 people you hate. Now it's my time. Now it's my time to finally live like my Carrie Bradshaw life. Budget has unpaid lunches? Well, don't care, didn't ask. Plus, you got to go to the office. Anyway, I think this is unfair, okay? Everybody sucks here. My boyfriend and I were in a very similar situation last year. He got an amazing promotion in a location 1 hour, 15 minutes away. I insisted he gets a small flat or rent a room for 2 reasons. I wanted to know he's safe. If he's tired or stressed or there's bad weather that makes driving dangerous, I prefer he comes home 2 days later than not at all. Okay, fair enough. Maybe she's German? This is an honest question. Why is this German capitalization? I'm unfamiliar. They capitalize all nouns? I didn't know that. Every noun is capitalized in German. I had no idea. I genuinely did not know. They're sick and twisted. It's just, I had no idea, quite frankly. Anyway, I thought this was like an autocorrect situation, like she was typing on her phone and she always starts sentences with promotion, so it was saved in her predictive text with a capital P or something. Like she was always texting her boyfriend, promotion today, ? But maybe not. The mental impact, knowing he can skip the commute if he wants and not be forced to drive when he's already worn out. That being said, we do not have kids. Okay, don't care, didn't ask then. You got no idea what it's like being a nurse, nanny, poop cleaner, clown, Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, Wonder Woman, Black Widow, Gordon Ramsay, Marco Pierre White, Emerald Lagasse every single day, 24/7. Why is everyone in the thread assuming that she's being forced into being a stay-at-home mom? Okay, well, even if you're right, I might have left that question alone because that one's not gonna create a lot of sympathy for you. But why is everyone assuming he doesn't help with the housework? Thank you. Why is everyone assuming that you can afford to just move to a new house or have an apartment and a house at the same time? Tell me you're still in high school without telling me you're still in high school. Let's go. Owned, based, and upvoted. Okay, I mean, sure. Here we go. Reasonable, not the asshole. This is a difficult position. But she does have a responsibility to be part of the family. Not only would it be damaging to the kids to rarely see their mom, but it's an unjust burden on you since you both have full-time jobs. A compromise could be her getting a hotel room a couple times a month when she's working late or negotiating a couple work-from-home days. Based and lives in the real world pill? It's my alts. I guess the shit rises to the top, man. The cream's supposed to rise to the top, but the top comment was literally like, don't care, didn't ask, plus you're like a misogynist. It's crazy, man. I think there's more not the assholes here going on here. It's just that the people latched onto you're the assholes that are at the top. Am I the asshole for not telling girlfriend I had a son from a prior relationship? I can't imagine how this could not be you're the asshole. And it seems like that's how it bears out, but there's no context at all in 2 paragraphs that could save you. I became a dad at 17. To make things worse, let me stop you right there. Not the way you should be writing about your relationship with your child in public. I'm 22, 23 here soon. So this is 17. Man, that's ancient history. Jeez, that was like, why are we talking about stuff that happened in 2016, man? Like, come on. We're living in the 2020s now. You know, why are you dredging up all this ancient history? About a month or so ago, I met this amazing, fun, sweet, beautiful girl. A few nights ago, we went on our third date, feeling poorly that I'd hid a huge part of my life from her to start. I told her I had a son. She, at the time, was like, chill. She wanted to go to my place and meet him, so we did that. I woke him up, told him someone wanted to meet. I woke him up. That's so funny. Well, woke up, my 6-year-old son was sleeping. I woke him up and was like, hey, this is... It was getting pretty serious. We're on our third date. Look, it's not that bad. It's just kind of funny. I would be like, are you crazy? You could just meet in the afternoon on like a Sunday or something like that. Okay. Told him someone wanted to meet him. They hung out for half an hour or so. Oh, come on, man. It's a school night. When we were alone, she let it be known that she feels as though she was played in a way that I should have told her on date number 1 I had a son. Yeah, it's kind of like a soft, you're the asshole. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I never went through this. People in chat are saying 3 dates is pretty okay. Really? You don't think, like, if you had like an hour and a half long first date, you couldn't find a time to be like, when they were like, what's your life like? You're like, by the way, I live with a 5-year-old kid that's my own. You're the asshole. Firstly, be honest from day one. Secondly, don't wake your kid up in the middle of the night. Lastly, don't let your kid meet someone you've only been dating for a few weeks at most. Counterpoint. I have no username, sorry. Counterpoint. Amazing, fun, sweet, beautiful girl. You ever consider that? Like, I have some anxiety. I think it comes like clear and it comes across in like the way that I talk about social interactions and, you know, like my experiences at the deli counter in the grocery store. I'm constantly like making sure I'm not getting in anybody's way. And oh, if this person comes here, they're going to want some space. So I'm going to move over to the side. And when I'm walking on the sidewalk, I'm looking behind me to make sure everybody can like get past. Like I overanalyze the state of the environment that I'm in. But Reddit just... I read some of these comments and I'm like, it must just be so exhausting to like live like you're pretending to live, or maybe this is how you're really living. Like, yes, the only time I would wake my kids up in the middle of the night is if there was a fire. They need their sleep. Okay, yes, but it's half an hour one night. Like, it's not like the kid's sleeping in the bed and like once every 3 days he just like throws a bucket of ice water on his face or something like that. Like, it's just a one-time mistake. Like, oh, you child services should go put them in the foster system now, right? Like, OP needs to get a lot more serious with their child's mental health. Like, no. Like, you, like, kind of, like, again, it's like, it's like, oh, normally we eat at 6. I was really stressed out. I lost track of time. I ended up making dinner for my kid at 7 instead of 6. People would like read that and write, kid, as growing children need regularity and you starving them is not helping them. You need to get your own things together before you even become it's crazy, man. Like, it just happens. Shit happens. You shouldn't have woken up the kid for half an hour, right? That's hilarious, but also wrong. But come on, needs to get a lot more serious with their child's mental health. I mean, look who's talking. It's one night, man. I agree, kids need sleep. It's just, anyway. Very soft, you're the asshole. Hey, a sane human being. That's something you should tell someone you're dating on the first date. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean let her meet him or anything. I 100% get protecting your son. However, people have a right to know this information. Some people don't want to date someone who has a kid. Fair. Very soft. You called him a very soft asshole? This guy woke up his kid to introduce him to a girl he has went on 3 dates with. This guy is a major asshole for this alone. Do you ever think that it's possible that somehow we've slipped into like a time that is like morally as puritanical as the Pilgrims. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but like the guy woke his kid up for half an hour. He was excited about his date. He's 22, 23 years old. And this person has got 96 upvotes. He's a major asshole for waking his kid up. He's a major asshole. Like, what would I consider to be a major asshole? The wrestling promoter from Spider-Man 1. Who, Tobey Maguire is going toe-to-toe with Bonesaw. He wasn't even expecting to last more than 30 seconds anyway. The ad said, like, $500 if you can stand 3 minutes in the ring with Bonesaw. He KO'd Bonesaw in like a minute and a half, and then the guy goes, that the ad said for 3 minutes. You KO'd him in a minute and a half. And then he said, that's not fair. And then the promoter said, I missed the part where that's my problem. That's a major asshole, okay? Which is why it feels so good when that guy gets robbed and Toby just goes, when he moves out of the way to let him get on the elevator, and then he gets him back with his own line. I missed the part where that's my problem. Yeah, then it backfires on him. Yeah. Then it backfires on Toby as well. There's a lesson in there somewhere. But then Uncle Ben was like, I missed the part where that's my problem. Tobey Maguire was like, what's Aunt May gonna do? Uncle Ben was like, I missed the part where that's my problem. It just is like, keeps going, man. It's fucked. Does anybody else see how fucked this is? Anyway. I'm just saying, this major asshole, like, we gotta be nicer to people. I get the irony, trust me. But, like, it's a little mistake you shouldn't have done, and now you're like, send him to the gulag. It's too much. Oh, here we go. Am I the asshole? My ex is mad because I deleted her old Animal Crossing off my Switch. My ex is mad because I deleted her Animal Crossing game off my Switch. We ended our relationship mid-last year. She moved out of my house back in April. She wanted to buy my Switch because it had her island on it. I said no, based. So she asked me not to delete her island. She would get another Switch and move it over. I deleted the game off my Switch so I could make room for Mario Kart that I could play with my friends. It's been 6 months since she left, not to mention that she didn't play it for about a month or two before she moved out, but it was plenty of time for her to have gotten another Switch. She just messaged me upset because I guess she tried to play my Switch and found I deleted the game. Am I the asshole? P.S. She's at my house watching our sick kid while I'm at work because she has the day off. What the hell, man? I thought you were like 18 years old. I guess you still could be. It's less likely. But you were like, kind of a dick before, but perhaps justifiable, and who cares? But then the last sentence, like, oh, by the way, she's watching our sick kid right now, is not good. I feel like I'm not necessarily saying this is you're the asshole. I'm just saying, like, you could have avoided this whole conflict. Also, I'll just be honest, like, this makes me the asshole for sure. But, like, you have a kid, like, shut the fuck up about your Animal Crossing island, or, like, I had to delete it, honey, to play Mario Kart with my friends. Like, you have a baby or a child. Like, I'm not saying you can't be a gamer and also have kids. Like, you're really posting on Reddit about, like, oh, my ex-girlfriend's mad I deleted her Animal Crossing island. Like, just, like, shut up and contribute to your Roth IRA, man. It's like, it's so minor. I always just put myself in the... People get emotional for things that are to some extent outside of their control in the moment. And only later when, cooler heads prevail can you be like, okay, like, I'm sorry about that, okay? But I always put myself back, like, imagining if, like, I was 8 and, like, my mom was like, oh, did you delete my Animal Crossing island? I just can't imagine it, is basically what it's okay. So someone in chat said, you have a child, stop caring about other things. I mean, that's not necessarily what I mean, but it's like when you have a child, you know, the importance of other things in your life are adjusted to a huge degree of like relativity. You know, like I hate to say it, but there's that Tom Segura bit, which is like, you know, before I had a kid, I thought that I loved my dog, you know, and I did, but now that I have a kid, like I think in his words, he says like, if the dog hurt my kid, I would strangle them with my bare hands and look at my child for approval, right? Like it reworks things in your life where you're like, you know, if Animal Crossing's like up here and then you have a baby, maybe Animal Crossing doesn't like move too much, but the scale completely changes. Like the y-axis totally changes. You're the asshole? I was going to say not the asshole until I saw you were co-parenting a child. Hey, here's the thing again. That is not relevant to the Animal Crossing situation. I agree, OP did themselves a great disservice by compromising their position with that edit, okay? I don't think it's relevant. I think, like, you know, the issue of whether or not it should be able to be deleted is, you know, separate from, oh, my kid is sick right now and she's over. I think how is it relevant? Because pissing off your co-parent is just going to make your kid's life worse. Yeah, extra drama doesn't matter when it's your ex you'll never see again, but it matters a lot when it's your kid's parent. Okay. You know what? You've convinced me a little bit at least. And then and you've especially convinced me because the person who replied says, so everyone should cater to the person who likes to start drama. It's a little too much. I mean, I think both people should not care that. I mean, you know my philosophy, right? I try to avoid conflict except at the deli counter. He probably should have deleted, I don't know, maybe like Bayonetta 2 instead of Animal Crossing, knowing that there's a chance that the mother of his child would want to play it at some point, especially when she comes over to look after their sick kid. But at the same time, she hasn't played the damn game for 6 months. I don't think you get to come over and be like, oh, you deleted that? I was saving that for later. Like, no, you weren't. If you were saving it for later, really? Like, you were saving the thing in the fridge until the day that I threw it out because it went moldy? Like, after 6 months of not eating it, you were like, you know, oh, I was going to eat that for lunch today. Really? Because it's October, you bought it in April. So I'm kind of surprised that just the day that I happen to be like, I'm going to throw that out is the day that you're like, I'm really hungry for that specific thing. I'm also confused how she has access to the Switch. Are you still messing around with her? Are you still messing around with her? Holy. No, I'm at work and she's watching our sick kid because she has the day off. What a bitch. Oh, man. Not the asshole. She had enough time to solve the issue. I agree. Yeah. The people saying you're the asshole are crazy. You two are no longer a couple. ABD. She expected you to hold on to something for over 6 months without having any contact. You owe her nothing. I mean, I'm like... Again, it's like it's all in absolutes. No, you kind of owe her something. Like, if you're co-parenting, you have a situation where it's like you owe each other like a certain degree of respect and keeping like an amenable relationship going. But then, like, you know, it's like they co-parent. That's true. I mean, I literally did just say that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but it's also an Animal Crossing save. It's not like he shot her car up with an AR-15 or something like that. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know. Maybe it is. But I'm like, it's not, okay? Because she didn't play for 6 months. All right? At the end of the day, if I have to make a stand, you had 6 months to get an SD card or something, to get a Nintendo Switch. You didn't talk about it at all. You weren't like, oh, I'm so jonesing for Animal Crossing. Then, like, the statute of limitations, like, has expired on it. You can't back up to an SD card? All right, well. What if it was Kate's? I would never delete my wife's Animal Crossing save, but that's because I'm smarter than the person who made this post. This guy is on. We're not equals. Don't compare us. Okay, I would. I can hear her laughing in the other room.
Because you're smarter than this guy.
Yeah.
That's true.
Why would you do? Why cause your life's hard enough? Why are you trying to cause problems for yourself by like deleting something that she wanted to save? Like, don't be stupid. Were you stupid to delete it? Yes, probably. Were you in the wrong? No, I think no. But still, I mean, you could have worked. There's such an easy workaround, right? Like, info. Who bought Animal Crossing? Like, this shit is just, I know, it's a bad look. Just go ahead. Don't even argue the point against me. Bad look, bad look, bad look. Number 101, bad look. It's a $60 game from almost 2 years ago and you have a child together. Info. Who bought Animal Crossing? You ever see the photo of like that divorce court in 1999 where the couple's getting divorced but they can't figure out who should get the Beanie Babies? So they pour out the big bucket of Beanie Babies on the floor, and these two people who used to be in love, they were like building a life together. They said till death do us part, are on their hands and knees sorting through like doing a fantasy draft of the Beanie Babies. Because they think like, oh, I don't want her to get the Princess Diana Beanie Baby. This shit, like they didn't realize like in 6 months they were going to be worth like 75 cents each. It's just a big waste of everybody's time. It's the same energy. Who bought Animal Crossing? You have a kid. It's like 1 day of daycare. You're gonna get it. Go into your online banking, print out the receipts, get out the highlighter. Well, as you can see here, we used my MasterCard at Toys R Us in March 2000. This is not relevant. It's too much. It's simply too much. Am I the asshole for asking another player in Dungeons and Dragons to change the name of their character because it goes against my religion? You can have a name that goes against your religion? Yeah, maybe they're like a devout Mormon and their name is Brewed Beverages. I just don't know. We're gonna put up the spice veneer for a second. Did you know, I don't know how real this is, okay, but I saw this on Twitter filtered through TikTok, and it was like, tell me you're Mormon without telling me you're a Mormon. And then they said they used to get asked by their friends to do bed humping at BYU. So I said, okay, what the heck is, because what it sounded like to me was, I'm familiar with the concept of soaking, where you're not allowed to have intercourse for pleasure, but you can insert a penis into a vagina, but it's illegal to thrust. That's right, jump humping. That's not bed humping. So what you do is you have two people soak and not move, because that's not okay. The Lord can see your intentions. But if you happen to be soaking and one of your friends that you asked jumps on the bed to generate some friction, who am I to stop them, right? Like, that's like a loophole where I guess God is like, you got me. That doesn't count as fucking somehow, so you're good. Like, don't worry about it. It's real. I'm not saying everybody does it, okay? But apparently this is like a real thing that happens in some university dorms. It's one of the funniest things I've... Just move your hips, man. Like, I get it. It's bad look. Mr. 101. Here comes Mr. 101 again. He's trying to criticize what, like 50 million people worldwide or something like that, like some kind of jerk. I'm not saying you should not be allowed to get salvation, but surely when you get audited, you know, when you're at the gate and they're like, is your name on the list? They're going to be like, hey, you know, like when you were 18 and you were soaking and then you told your friends to like jump up and down on the bed. Just so you know, like, for future reference, we totally, like, consider that fucking. You're not smart. You're not that smart. Like, you can't just make up your own little rules down there on the big blue marble without running them up the chain to see if we approve them, right? Like, you don't just get to decide that that's okay. You've got to you got to run it to the CEO to make sure it gets approval. Like, I think they're just going to be like, I think they should just let them know, like, you're not slick. I don't think they should lock the doors, or you got to spend a decade in purgatory or whatever. I think you just got to, when you thought like you were getting away with it, you weren't getting away with it. We're just going to be cool about it, but like don't do it again, okay? That's all I'm saying about that. And also, you know how you're not supposed to have any brewed beverages, but then you made a loophole because the Mormon church they consume a lot of soda. They don't want to not consume soda, so instead we made it brewed caffeinated beverages. So then if you consume like a caffeine-free beverage, like a mug root beer, that's the same. Also, we knew what you were doing on that one. We want you to know we were also not cool with the mug root beers. Everything else is okay though. All right. Like, just be cool about it. Okay, sorry. I didn't even open the post. I was supposed to check. One moment. I just want to see the name, okay? Ted decided to name his character after the true personal name of the Lord. If you don't know what that is, look it up and you'll find out. I can't say it or type it here. When I saw the name of Ted's character, I asked why he named it that. And he asked if I knew the true name. I said I did and said the name offended me and asked him to change it. He laughed and said I was being too sensitive. It's just a character. I said that naming a character that goes against my religion is offensive to me and asked him again to change it. The others got involved and sided with Ted and told me to lighten up. One of them said they didn't really care about his name, but they wanted to get on with playing, so stop delaying the game. For the rest of the night, I referred to Ted's character as Ted's character. When I did that, the others rolled their eyes and the DM told me I was stupid. Look, I think it's a little silly. At the same time, can I be honest? Everybody sucks here. If I was playing a game with somebody and I named my character anything, and they were like, oh, that offends me on like a religious level, I would be like, okay, now his name is Gomley or something like that. You just, why let it ruin? Why do people go out? They look forward to this shit like all week, and then when they go out, they're like, I'm going to take any excuse to like ruin my day. Like, what's wrong with you? You're trying to pick a fight with everybody that you meet. Am I the asshole for making my son pass out the candy he got for trick-or-treating because he was being rude? Oh, this should be good. My son is 9 years old. We went trick-or-treating like we usually do, and the night was going well, except we got to a house that had that had a bowl of candy sitting on the porch and said, "Take 2, please." He puts his whole hand in there, grabs about 6 pieces. Of course, I corrected him, made him put 4 of them back, explaining he needed to leave some for the others. From then on, he had an attitude, and the last straw was when I told him to stop grabbing so much candy from people, and he screamed, "No!" like Caesar. We'd only been out for about an hour, so I took him right on home, took his candy bag, dumped it in a bowl, told him to come sit outside on the porch with me. Okay, so up to this point, not the asshole at all, just like that's a parenting moment. Your kid, he's all hopped up on Halloween excitement. He gets a little greedy, you teach him a lesson. So far, so good. Even ending Halloween early, this is fine. So far, this is fine. Took his candy bag, dumped it in a bowl, told him to come sit outside on the porch with me. He objected as kids came by and took handfuls of his candy. He complained they were taking too much, and I told him that he shouldn't have done the same then. Okay, that might be a little too far. You already got a good punishment. He ended his Halloween experience that he was probably excited for early because he got an attitude problem. To then force him to give away his candy to other kids and watch is I think it's a little much. His father came home from work, asked why he was in his room crying, to which I explained why. He said it was really cruel to give away the kids' candy just because he was taking a little too much. I said he needs to learn not to be greedy, to which my husband said, "It's okay, it's Halloween." He said I was being a jerk, that I should cut some slack for the one holiday where kids get to pig out. Come on, the one holiday where kids get to pig out? 10 years old, you're going to sleepovers, you're drinking like a whole 2-liter of root beer yourself. The one holiday? Like adults, they're one holiday, maybe 2 they get to pig out on. Thanksgiving, which is why everyone loves it so much. Christmas or Easter, maybe. Kids are pigging out whenever they please. July 4th, I forgot about July 4th. Memorial Day, Valentine's Day a little bit. No, I did not give away the entire bowl. Even if I had, I would have had no problem providing him more once he learned his lesson and apologized. Look, I'm not, parents, you're in a tight spot, okay? But like, I'm just laughing at the whiplash of the lessons. It's like, we're going home. We're going to give away all your candy. Okay, now that you learn your lesson, here's some candy. Kid's going to be like, I don't know what you expect a jab coming in. He's taking an uppercut right to the chin. Then all of a sudden they're soothing him. And it's like, bam, straight shot right to the right eyeball. Starting to swell up. And they're like, we cooked chicken fingers for dinner. You're eating them up. Bam, Gotta give away the chicken fingers on the porch. Throw them in the garbage can. Oh, this is like, it's crazy. Never let them feel comfortable. Anyway, I'm just going to say, like, as a parent, I think they're the asshole a little bit. I don't think it's like a lot. Up to this was totally fine, right? Kid was probably excited for trick-or-treating. They got greedy, tried to steal some candy. Mom made him put it back. Kid copped an attitude. Told him to stop grabbing so much candy. He screamed no. That's the end of Halloween. That's good. That's an hour out of trick-or-treating. They expected to be out 2 hours, 3 hours. They expected to get a lot of candy. They're not getting as much candy. There you go. You've lost your trick-or-treat privileges for this year. I think that's fair. The kid probably feels like that's too severe to begin with. Now, this part, where you forced him to hand out his own candy to other trick-or-treaters, is based, and I think if your kid was like 15, 16, this would be sick. I would be all about this. When your kid is 9, I'm like, it's a little Code of Hammurabi type thing. I'm in the wrong, or at least in the minority, though. Like, look at this. Not the asshole 60, you're the asshole 34. Everybody sucks here? Come on. Everybody sucks. Your kid is 9 years old. Either the parent is the asshole or not the asshole. The kid is fucking 9. He's 9 years old. You're going to be like, that kid sucks? He's 9. Okay, so let's see what's going on. I got to know what kind of made-up stories. When I was a kid, I said, and then they took it all, and I didn't have any left, and okay, let's see. Not the asshole, the outbursts are what gets me. When he screamed no, it sounds to me like a test of boundaries, as if he knew perfectly well what was expected to him and purposefully crossed the line in order to see if his behavior would be corrected. And you did that. He learned a lesson when he became resentful of the other kids taking too much. That's what his behavior looks like from the view of others. Have you ever like been 9, or did you just get spit out at like 19? I don't have solid memories of being 9, but there were just some days where you're like, for whatever, maybe something you ate, maybe, your brain chemistry is all coming together. You just like, some days you're just like, I'm going to go fucking crazy. I'm going to lose my mind. And then your parents are like, what are you doing? And you're like, I don't even know. Screw you. And then you're like, you just have days that are weird. Not the asshole. He's past the age where he should know how greed affects others. I'm like fucking dying here. He's 9. I mean, it's not 0. Like, but he's 9 years old, man. Have you ever seen like a 14-year-old? Those kids suck. They're selfish and assholes. They didn't learn the lesson you're supposed to learn at like 9, apparently. People are not like good people until they're like, there's like a window. Like you kind of suck. And then like, I think from like 33 to 37, you're like, I'm good with the older generation. I'm good with the younger generation. And then at 37, you're like, fuck everybody younger than me. I'm riding this shit out into the sunset. I Volkswagen, Dieselgate, I don't care, man. The Golf GTI, I love the way it handles hills. There's just a brief window where you're a good person. And it's certainly not 9. I was 9, like I was at a sleepover. There was my friend, his house had a fruit bowl. They hadn't cleared it out in a while. There was a tangerine that was like covered in blue mold. I don't know what I was doing. I was 9. This is one of my best friends was sleeping. I took the tangerine, threw it full fucking force at his head from like 10 feet away. hit him right in the side of the cheek, and just a bunch of blue spores like exploded out of it. I didn't know that was gonna happen, but he didn't wake up, and I was just like, I was like, let's go. Now, should you know at age 9 not to do that? Probably, but you're 9. You get possessed by instincts. Anyway, it's just, I don't know, man. It's all. Look, all I'm saying is that and this is unfair, but I'm going to say it anyway. These are the kind of parents who would be like making their kids smoke a whole carton of cigarettes if they caught them smoking when they were 12 years old. They'd be like, he'll never smoke again, or he'll be addicted to it forever and have like permanent bronchitis. But like, it's just not that bad, man. You really had to get some. It's not psychological torture to make the kid give out the candy to other kids. It's just kind of like, to me, it reads like, and this is where I have some sympathy for the parent, is that it reads like mom's kind of sick of your shit. Now she's going to get one over on you, which is understandable. But then, like, when you're going to Reddit to be like, tell me I did the right thing, I'm like, that's where I think it goes a little, you got to keep that to yourself. Anyway, take me back. I just think, I don't think it's horrible. I just think it's a needlessly vindictive. And then in the comments, people are like, you didn't go far enough. You should have tied his shoes together when he wasn't paying attention and then taken him to the longest staircase in the city. Read restaurant reviews. Dude, I was disappointed yesterday. I found out that Uva Bowls restaurant in Vancouver shut down. It was actually a sick restaurant, too. I took 1 year for my birthday, for Kate's birthday, I took her to this restaurant in Vancouver called Bauhaus. And then when we were going there, I looked it up on the internet, and I saw that it was owned by Uwe Boll, but the reviews were amazing. When we sat down, Uwe Boll, director of such films as Postal and Alone in the Dark and House of the Dead, was just having some dinner with his friend at his own restaurant. He came around after he finished to every table that was eating and was like, he made very pleasant conversation and said, enjoy the soup, it's amazing. And I didn't have the heart to break it to him that I knew and have hated every single movie that he's ever made. But then the restaurant shut down, which it's a shame. I mean, it's COVID, I'm sure. It was a nice space. There was a cool restaurant, man. Was the soup good? All of the food was actually amazing. Was that a real story? It's 1,000% a real story. It's finally, I can't believe it. It's finally happened. This is what people did not want to see, Zoms. And this is what you get. You don't want to see Zoms? Sure. You don't have to watch Zoms Royale, the greatest game that's ever existed in Earth's history. Instead, I'll just take you to r/Subway. How does that strike you? NL, why are you streaming a reaction to r/Subway's top all-time posts? Because I've lost control of my life. I about once every 2 months, once every 3 months, I go to r/Subway. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I've been to the restaurant many times, but I've never been on the other side of the counter. You know what I mean? Like, for all the times that I've been, I've never been in the position of the sandwich artists. So to get posts from them, I think is appealing, is to learn something. This is a very common sentiment. The thing I'm mostly here for, by the way, is like to see nightmare sandwiches, which I promise you're going to see a lot of here as we get going. This is very common. Customer all have the usual. Me, I've never met this man in my life. I've never ordered something as the usual, but I've always wanted to. I feel like that was a dream, like, of America that died with Dwight Eisenhower. Like, you used to be able to go into a place and get the usual. Not anymore. We don't live in that kind of world anymore. That's the price you pay for globalization, I suppose. Manager, only 2 people are assigned for tonight. Can anyone else come in till 10:30? Everyone.
tension down oil tanks.
I'm off to the Arctic for 3 weeks. I am not inside a fusion reactor. I'm in Hull. I am at Disney World. I'm in an airplane bathroom.
That's a pretty good meme.
Unpowered glider. I'm in Iceland. I'm flying a few thousand feet up.
All right, that's a pretty good post, honestly. I could give you that one. When the customer goes to the bathroom and while you're making their sub, you take it out of the oven like... I'm not laughing at the meme. I'm laughing at like how low I've stooped as a content creator. I hate it when Karens say, "Why are your sandwich so expensive?" Why are your sandwich so expensive? Me and the boys at work when the nice manager lost it and called some Karen a bitch. Whoa. This classic bit. This was the post that actually made me fall in love with r/Subway. Me wrapping sandwich, customer, no, there is another. It's another thing if you've never been to Subway, you got to order all your sandwiches at the front. You can't, get all the way through the line. Because there's things that can be done, in parallel to speed things up. You don't get one sandwich, then go all the way back to the top of the cycle and say there is another. You can play Minecraft on the point of sale. There's a couple of things that are standing out to me here, okay? One is you can play Minecraft on the point of sale. Another one for me, what the heck is this Subway? Like this piece of art, 100% Subway. What the heck's going on over here though? That's not a Subway. Is that the mythical back? It's a Subway inside of a Walmart? I'm going to be honest, I've never seen that before in my life. I've seen McDonald's in Walmarts. I don't think I've ever seen a Subway inside of an establishment. Although, I do know, this is not a joke, if you Google Maps, search it, you go to Langley, Virginia, you know the Pentagon, the American Defense Building that's shaped like a pentagon? Dead center of the Pentagon in that little hole, Subway. Not joking. As I guess people who work at the Pentagon love to eat sandwiches. Me during my morning shift. A, who the fuck closed last night? Me closing at night. This looks like a problem for the opener. I get it. Please, more cursed receipts. More, I'm begging you. Get me out of here, man. You had your chance, okay? r/Subway, look, maybe that's for me to enjoy in my own time. r/Chipotle. Top. All time. The CEO of Chipotle makes $16,000 an hour. He's only able to make this much because he pays 99% of his workers terrible wages they can't live on. Upvote if you think Chipotle workers deserve better. When the cashier at Chipotle asks what you got and the person making your food tells them you got extra meat, will you shut up, man? These are the exact same memes. I don't think any customers will come through in this weather. And then there's a picture of Liam Neeson in the winter. Accurate. There's literally the same image. Me during my morning shift. A, who the fuck closed last night? Me closing at the night. This looks like a problem for the opener. I don't know what I guess because I'm in an incognito window and I went to r/Subway followed by r/Chipotle. I'm just getting ads for San Rafael, Stone Fruit Sunset, Fruity Gas, Gelato X Fuel, 19 to 25% THC, high THC hybrid. I did it, y'all. I broke the train. This morning, while waiting in a hell of a line for my pumpkin spice latte, among like 3 other things I ordered for myself and my husband, the barista at the window told me the person in front of me paid for my order. I froze. Do I pay for the person behind me? Do I accept and look stingy? Then a small voice in my head said, Brecketab, you know what to do. You've read our Starbucks. I grabbed the 20 from my wallet and told her the money was for the tip jar then. She was shocked and thanked me profusely, which let me know this wasn't a common occurrence. I live in an affluent suburb, which let me know this was that where no one needs their Starbucks to be paid for by the person in front of them. I don't even understand the point of the train. Anyways, not posting for praise, but to hopefully get the word out there. Break the train and tip your baristas. Not the asshole. Everyone in the Starbucks clapped. Mario Lopez came out from behind the drive-thru and said, you were on a hidden camera TV show, and you were the first person. We had 1,000 people come through the drive-thru today. You were the first person who gave the money to the tip jar. Oh my. Today a lady came in and asked for a refill on her McDonald's Coke. This group of teenage girls came through today and wanted strawberry and dragon fruit pieces inside of waters. When I told them their total, they got pissed and demanded that it be free. I hate when kids see something on TikTok, believe every word, and call me a liar. Okay, this is the kind of psycho shit I can get down with. That makes me furious, and thus I love it. Someone ordered 40 triple espressos at the beginning of peak. You motherfucker. You piece of shit. You scumbag. I did it. I walked out during a shift. I love it. Oh, man. Woman called and complained because I wrote happy birthday on her cup. Seriously, a woman came through the drive-thru today and wanted to redeem her birthday reward. Wanting to be nice, I wrote happy birthday smiley face on the side of the cup. About 30 minutes later, she called to complain and said it was unprofessional and inconsiderate because the rain had caused the writing to get on her work shirt and told my shift not to tell us not to write on the cups anymore. What is wrong with you? Bro is struggling. What are Starbucks words for small? Small coffee, what word do I say when I order? Please hurry. Someone please. Asked for a small coffee and the barista told me to kill myself. All right, you know what? You got me. It took me a while, but because I so bought in that he didn't know what he was doing. And then at the end, he pulled the rug out underneath me. Am I the asshole for telling my ex that his runaway 16-year-old niece was staying with me even after she begged me not to tell her family where she is? All right. That seems a little scary. My ex's 16-year-old niece, Greta, showed up to my house unexpectedly, set up a biodegradable composter, started yelling at us about our carbon footprint because we were buying foods without scanning the barcode to see where they originally originated. Good one, good one. We could have also done Greta Van Fleet. Started coming into my house, literally sounding exactly like Led Zeppelin, but without the same songwriting chops. And then, you know, everybody that you went to high school with is like, whoa, they're the new Led Zeppelin because they sound the same. So true, so true. Anyway, she told me she was tired of living with her family and needed somewhere to stay for a few days before she was going to find a way to fly back to where her friends and boyfriend lived. Her showing up was a huge shock because me and her uncle are currently in the middle of a divorce and haven't been together for over 2 years, and in that time I've had no contact with her. It was the middle of the night, so I agreed to let her stay for the time being, and I offered to speak to her family for her, but she begged me not to. She told me if I told her family, she would leave and never speak to me again. Don't threaten me with a good time. Now, here was the issue. I have a 4-year-old son who FaceTimes his dad almost every day and basically gives him a play-by-play of every little thing that's happened to him since their last call. There was no way he wasn't going to mention it, since he was super excited when he saw Greta. I tried explaining this to Greta, but she kept threatening to leave if I spoke to her uncle. Oh, yeah, that seems like it's a totally normal situation. Hitting your ex-aunt with an ultimatum that if your 4-year-old son lets it leak that she's staying there, you'll never speak to her again. Like, this is what, I don't know what's going on in the 16-year-old's life, okay? But when people are like, I feel like she wouldn't run away for no reason. Look, it's not exactly when people are at, like, their most rational in their lives, you know? Clearly she's maybe not being totally fair in the situation. For a few days, it was fine because my ex kept canceling because he had an emergency he needed to deal with. In that time, I kept trying to convince Greta to change her mind and asked her for a better explanation on why she had run, but she wouldn't open up to me. She just kept saying she wanted to go home. The next time my ex called, I went into another room and explained that Greta was here because I felt it was better to hear it from me than our son, and it was also better for me because I didn't want to risk our divorce turning hostile over this. He told me not to tell her that I had told him and that someone would be there soon to take her home. That was a huge S show. Greta told me she hated me and I ruined her life as she was escorted home. Then my ex showed up a few hours later and he chewed me out for not telling him immediately. Am I the asshole? Kind of. So the first thing I'll say is maybe this sucks for OP, but your 16-year-old ex-niece saying that she hates you and you ruined her life because you did something that you felt was responsible and in her best interest. Welcome to the fucking game. That's the price you pay for knowing a teenager, I think. I don't mean to be rude, okay? I was a teenager once. I thought I was thinking rationally about everything, did not necessarily end up computing that way once you look back on it. But, like, there's a reason that, you know, we don't let 16-year-olds vote or, like, you know, rent a car. We could let them drive their mom's, you know, Jeep Liberty or whatever, unsupervised. That's no big deal because it's only like, you know, 3,500 pounds or whatever, capable of driving like 90 miles an hour. But I'm just saying, they're not the most rational people in the world. You didn't ruin her life. Like, what do you mean you ruined her life? Greta told me she hated me and I ruined her life as she was escorted home. Okay? Who cares? Not to be rude. Then my ex showed up a few hours later and chewed me out for not telling him immediately. Am I the asshole? I do kind of feel like, I don't think she's like, look, assuming this story is real, OP was faced with a difficult situation. They took some time to deliberate or at least kick the can down the road. They're kind of an asshole for, like, you know, being in custody of a minor and not letting her family know right away. Like, considering, you got to put yourself in the mindset of the parents as well, who we can't assume necessarily did anything heinous. They must have had, like, a terrible 48, 72 hours, you know, trying to figure out where their daughter was and, you know, running through their head that she's probably been murdered somewhere. You know what I mean? So I could totally see why OP would be an asshole here. Even if she didn't ask for the situation to be on her doorstep, no matter what. Yeah, maybe that's why her I don't mean to laugh, but maybe that's why her ex-husband kept having to cancel. Sorry, son, I can't FaceTime today. I'm dealing with the potential kidnapping or murdering of my niece. That's like some gift of the Magi stuff, right? You know, it sounds like the problem was like self-regulating. So, I mean, I don't know. Well, what do you mean is everybody sucks here? Who's the other person that sucks, though? The 4-year-old? Well, you know, he's not exactly a steel trap. He seems like he's a bit of a snitch, but he is 4, you know. Unless they are legally emancipated, it is a crime in most states to harbor a runaway. This may suck, but you are required to tell the parents or tell the police that you are providing the child sanctuary. That's another thing, actually, that I didn't consider. Normally, I hate when people are like, oh, it's a crime. Because I'm like, you know, sometimes that's valid. But, like, also, you know, sometimes it's like, you know, I think you gotta, there's the spirit of being like a good person that, if the cops aren't involved, takes precedence over the law. You know what I mean? Like, when I was 12, it was New Year 2000, you know? Y2K, new millennium. I was 12 years old. My parents were like, hey, you should have a little sip of champagne. And I was like, what? Are you crazy? Like, it's illegal. And they were like, it's the new millennium. You're only gonna, like, live through the new millennium once. And I was like, whoa, I don't want to. Anyway, I did. It tasted like poison. What they did was illegal. But at the same time, I look back on it as a fond and funny memory. you know? And I think that's why you can't live your whole life equating necessarily morals and ethics with the letter of the law. That's actually legal? Well, tell that to their probation officer. But they're not. Chat's not gonna like this one, okay? But if there was a situation where you thought maybe abuse was an issue, and as a result you were not comfortable telling the parents, you could also get the police involved and be like, I don't exactly know what's going on here. You guys sort it out. I don't think that that's going to be the most popular take on the internet. I'm just saying, your ex is an asshole for behaving like that. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. What did the ex-husband do wrong? Like, he's the asshole because he called her an asshole? He's the asshole because he said he was mad? He yelled at her? Did he yell at her? I don't know. I kind of feel like, to be honest with you, if I, and again, now I'm admittedly projecting onto I'm putting my own headcanon into this situation, okay? But like, if I had been helping my sibling deal with the disappearance of their teenage daughter for like 2 or 3 days, and then my ex-wife was like, oh yeah, she's been here the whole time, I would probably be like, are you fucking crazy? Like, you never thought over the past 2 days when we were like dealing with this shit for absolutely no reason, you could have just like let that drop for a second so these people weren't living in pure panic for the last 3 or 4 days? Just hypothetically speaking, I think it's a situation where being mad is fairly reasonable. Like, I told the story of we just before bed last night, literally as we were getting ready to go to bed, Kate looked at her phone and was like, oh my God. And I came over and she had texts from her mom that was like it said, SOS, I'm in danger. Her exact GPS coordinates, and then 2 random photos that I'm sure it just took with the front-facing camera. That was like a light fixture and the top of her head. So we were like, oh my God, she must have like, either she's been kidnapped or she fell down, she can't get up or something. So we called her, she didn't pick up. We called Kate's dad, he didn't pick up. We called Kate's sister, she didn't pick up, and we were like freaking out. Like, we were basically like 5 seconds away from calling 911 and being like, you got to break down my mother-in-law's door and make sure she's okay, or like start a missing persons report or something. Then, thankfully, it wasn't so late at night that everybody was asleep. Kate's mom like saw that she had missed the call from Kate and was like, oh yeah, sorry, I sent that by accident. I tried to cancel it, but I guess it went through. Apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently, on Samsung phones, this is what GameBot said, but Kate also said it's on iPhone as well. If you tap the lock button or press the lock button 3 times in rapid succession, it starts a 5-second timer that is like, if you don't cancel this, we're going to send 2 photos and your GPS coordinates to like everybody on your contact list that you've selected or something like that. So that's what happened. And even though she was like super in the wrong, it was a mistake, but still, I was like, I don't want to tweet this shit and put Kate's mom on blast. She's family. But then I also had a little devil on my shoulder that is like, this is fucking funny, man. That's a great story. So I asked my wife, I said, would it be okay if I tweeted this? And she said, yes, that would be fine. And then she also tweeted about it. So I felt like that was a fair, maybe this is an am I the asshole situation for me, but I was like, maybe at worst it's everybody sucks here. Because I kind of feel like after you maybe accidentally send a message that's like, I've been kidnapped, you could maybe look at your phone and be like, sorry, that was a fat finger or something, instead of just letting it sit there for like 30 minutes. That's just for the future. IMO, I would say. We had a very similar thing happen. Like when my mom was staying here like a year ago, she headed back to her Airbnb, and then she meant to text me and say, I'm inside, but instead she sent me, man inside. And then I was like, what? And I called her, and she was like, oh yeah, it was a typo. And I was like, okay, have a good night. Just like, there needs to be like a confirm, like it reads, once you get over the age of 50 is like, it like reads the text back to you, and then you have to say like your birthday or something like that in order to actually send the text. At least she didn't say man inside me. I mean, honestly, on the spectrum of things, I would rather my mom be having an illicit affair than go to her Airbnb and get killed by somebody that's hiding in her closet or something like that. Neither would be necessarily what I would choose for her fate, but like in the whole scheme of things, that one of them is like really bad, the other one is cataclysmic. Thank you for the raid, Daniel, by the way. We're just moving on to our next story. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I love my parents, but my mom does do that sometimes where she's like, can we call tonight? And I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. Like, is 8 p.m. okay? And then, like, she calls me and she's like, you know, how's your day going? And I'm like, it's going good, but the message you sent me was kind of like, is anxiety inducing? Like, is everybody alive and well? And she's like, yeah, I just wanted to talk. Like, you can't send the message that is like, can we call tonight or something like that, because it leaves you simmering in the anxiety the whole time. But anyway, I apologize. Am I the asshole for not having sympathy for my wife when my in-laws found out my parents are still married? Am I the asshole for not having sympathy for my wife when my in-laws found out my parents are still married? Am I the asshole for not having sympathy for my wife when her parents found out my parents are still married? Sorry. I understand the title, I think. I just don't understand why. I just don't understand why, I guess. I absolutely love my wife and am pretty much no contact with my parents due to my mom speaking poorly of my wife, attempting to hijack our wedding, and being passive-aggressive. My dad is kind of useless and admits he only had me to make my mom happy. Since I'm not currently making her happy, he has no use of me. What the fuck? Am I the asshole for having literally the worst parents of all time? My mom is a spoiled princess to the 1000th degree, and my dad likes it that way. Source, dude, just trust me, is my guess on that one. But we see them maybe once or twice a year at a holiday dinner. My wife hates my mom for her general bullshit, but mostly for pulling the princess act at our wedding. My mom had an anniversary party in the white dress I wouldn't let her wear to the wedding. What the fuck are you talking about? My mom had an anniversary party in the white dress I wouldn't let her wear to the wedding. If anybody needs proof of how crazy she is. There's no context for this at all. It's just like with that one sentence you expect to be like, I don't understand. It's too much. She literally just made it cocktail length so she could have her weird wedding dress fantasy. What the hell are you talking about? Jesse, what are you talking about? White cocktail dress. Wearing white to another woman's wedding is considered rude. Yeah, no, I think that's a little silly, but I do get it. But then my mom had an anniversary party in the white dress I wouldn't let her wear to the wedding. Who cares? I mean, she sounds like a total dickhead, but still. My wife has been telling people who don't know my parents that they split up after the wedding due to my dad's cheating, which is all made up. But I figured, hey, if it's helping her cope, cool. Not cool. Very not cool. Why would you do that? The story has spiraled into my dad left my mom for a younger woman and screwed her in court. Hasn't worked a day in her life, and my mom had to move into a little bug-infested apartment and take a job at a fast food place. This is like one of those mobile game ads, man. Where like this a lady and like a young baby like have to move into just like a derelict apartment, and then they give you like 6 options for how to like fix a broken window. You know, there's like a squeegee and a hammer and a big saw, a leaf blower. Like, what's going on here? Last night we had dinner with my in-laws and my parents walked in holding hands, and I saw my wife's eyes pop out of her head. Oh no, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. I never thought in a million years that this lie could possibly come back and backfire on us. My mom ended up saying hi to us and my mother-in-law, who is a bit nosy, and asked if they were getting back together, and my mom was obviously confused. My mother-in-law is so nosy. Like, her entire model for how she thinks about these people is based on an increasingly elaborate lie. When she saw one piece of evidence that it was all made up, she asked a simple question that could have really struck anybody. She's so nosy. My mother-in-law tried to change the subject, but my mom wouldn't drop it, so the whole lie ended up coming out. My mom was furious about the fast food part. Called, not the cheating so much, but called my wife a bitch and uninvited us from Christmas. No loss there. My wife was so humiliated, she was in tears. I tried really hard not to laugh, but some laughter came out. This can't be real, man. It's so good. I don't even understand. This is like if It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was real. These people are all sociopaths. It does feel a little AI generated. Like I love this comment. This is not a comment a human being would write with no context. My mom had an anniversary party in the white dress I wouldn't let her wear to the wedding if anyone needs proof of how crazy she is. I can't imagine the kind of person that would just interject this into a story and expect another person to understand what they're talking about. Like, I feel like this is a Turing test. And I'm going to say that this is a robot because I don't want them to break out of Oscar Isaac's house and then, filter into society with the rest of the world unawares. She couldn't wear the dress to the wedding because it's white. Yes, I understand not to be condescending, I understand why she couldn't wear the dress to the wedding. But why is it proof of how crazy she is that she wore it to an anniversary party instead? It seems like just about the sanest thing you could do is wear an outfit that you bought at an occasion in which it's appropriate. I guess I don't get it. It's petty? Is it petty to wear a thing that somebody wouldn't let you wear at event A, at event B where it's appropriate? She wore it out of spite? What? So what? This is reminiscent of that one other Am I the Asshole post that was like, it was all about like, you can't wear this dress. My mother-in-law bought the dress that my wife was going to wear to the wedding. But I don't know if it's like a Ridley Scott Prometheus Alien thing where like, I'm not sure if it's a direct continuation or it's like a spiritual successor. Like if Benedict Cumberbatch is going to be like, I'm playing a totally different, brand new villain, I swear to God. And then like an hour and a half into the movie, he's like, my name is Khan. And you're like, saw that shit coming a mile away. Like, I don't know what's going on. I feel like these are just kindred spirits though. Like for all I know. Hold on. I hear my baby crying. It's like a brain short circuiter. You can't have any kind of like coherent stream of consciousness when you hear your own child cry. It's like biologically, it just overrides all of the other stuff going on in your brain. I will say, I got a very funny story. I can't believe I haven't told it yet. When I picked her up from daycare yesterday, she had like a biscuit, like a digestive cracker / cookie that had been given to her by her daycare provider. So we took her home with the biscuit, and she was like, check it out, like, cookie. And then she couldn't really eat it, but she would like put it in her mouth and go, nom, 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 like pretend to eat it. Hello. And, you know, she was walking around with it. It was so cute. And then she was starting to climb up the stairs. We were watching her to make sure she doesn't fall. You know, we got the hands ready to catch her in case she slips. But while she was climbing up the stairs, she must have like put too much pressure on the biscuit hand. And then it snapped in two. And she just immediately, she like sat down on her butt and just tears poured down her face. And it was like, it's such a complicated cocktail of emotions because I was like sad because my child was going through like the most emotional thing they've gone through in weeks. Like there was genuine emotional pain. She was upset, but it was also really funny because I was like, it's a digestive biscuit. Like you could literally still eat it. It doesn't even, like, it's just such a minor thing to go nuts for. It was like, I was the saddest I've been in forever. And I was also like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Hello.
She's eating a biscuit.
She's eating a biscuit right now.
She had a very good time in the kinder gym.
Oh, let's go.
All the original members were there.
Whoa, so we were the only ones who washed out.
Yeah. And then they had like a panda on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And then she kept like leaving the class to see the panda on the wall. And then one of the instructor was like, "Oh, why is she here?" And then I was like, she really likes the panda. So instead of participating in the class, we're just like, panda the whole time.
Oh, that's cute though. She's showing off her big brain. Mama.
More? She's doing more.
More. A little sign language for you. More.
More Twitch sub? More?
No, that's okay.
Cracker.
Okay. Bye. It did sound like she said COCKA. I can still hear it. Okay, bye. Bye, Tomo. Am I the asshole for refusing to tell, let me rephrase. Am I the asshole for telling my GF I refuse to plan my meals in advance? I'm going to guess, let me guess. Everything else in your life is going fine? I, 34 male, run a beautiful bed and breakfast, but that's an aside. People pay me to stay in my house. Rad. Okay, hold on, sorry. There you go. I started to live with my girlfriend almost 6 months ago. I'm 34 male, she's 35 female. And we have this ongoing issue that just escalated. She has this weird obsession with planning food like it's the most important topic in the world. She constantly asks what my plans are for food the moment I wake up. She wanted to have discussions about us doing a weekly chart. WTF with meals. Asks me for lists whenever she goes to the store and is just super pushy. I'll be honest with you. I kind of like having my meals. I don't plan them out weekly, but I kind of would like to. I don't know if I have that kind of like drive right now, but that just seems like a smart idea to have all of your, at least your like, you know, lunches and dinners planned out weekly so that you know what to buy when you go to the grocery store. That doesn't mean you can't occasionally be like, you know, I know we were supposed to have, you know, some falafel tonight, but do you want to just order a pizza? I'm tired. You can pivot off of the chart, you know, on an at runtime basis, but still, like, you know, it's nice to be organized like that. My stance is this: we're two adults. I have zero expectations of her to cook. Come on. I get it. You're a woke king, but zero? I feel like my wife and I have expectations of one another to cook. That just seems normal to me. Zero at all? I was never in a situation where I was unable to eat because I didn't plan food in advance. I really can't decide what I want before I'm actually hungry, and I don't see any need to limit myself to these choices. Okay, 2x a day DoorDash customer has been spotted. What do you mean you've never been in a... You couldn't figure out what you want? I'm getting more mad about this one than about the revenge porn one, which says something about me. But it's very much in my wheelhouse to get upset about mundane things because you can go in harder without it being such a sensitive issue. But like, you realize that like when you're hungry for food. It's not like I'm specifically hungry for a cheeseburger. Nothing else would satisfy this hunger. You can have a craving, which is also fine, but you don't need to indulge a craving at every single meal. Some meals, you're like, I'm going to specifically go out of my way to indulge a craving. Whether healthy or unhealthy, I'm not trying to make that part of the distinction. But most of the meals I eat are like, I want to eat food that tastes pretty good at a minimum, but whatever it is doesn't matter that much. I never spend more than 30 minutes cooking. Again, I'm getting pissed off because these are just lies. What do you're 34 years old, you've never spent more than 30 minutes cooking? Have a little ambition. Every meal you've ever cooked is literally the length of Rachel Ray's television program where she teaches people how to make easy meals on weekday nights when they have kids in 30 minutes or less. He might be a microwave lord. I'm not even trying to, I'm not judging his food consumption. I'm just judging his words, which are misleading. I'm fine with us ordering if we're not in the mood. We have so many options. Stores is near. They do be. So we can always buy stuff. There's always something at home and we can always do our own thing. Shortly, the topic bores me to death and started to annoy the shit out of me. One thing that has not been touched upon here is why are you so annoyed by making a plan? Like the whole discourse, and I mean, I've spent a little too much time minding the paragraph, I guess. But like the whole discourse is about like why you shouldn't have to do it. But like, you know, what's wrong with it? I just don't understand. I mean, you could also have like a wide variety of food. You don't have to have like 5 of the same dinner, 5 of the same lunch. You could mix it up every single day. Being asked every day would annoy me. Now you got me nervous because that's like literally what I do. It might be like 11 a.m. and I'll ask Kate, like, what do you want to do for dinner? Anyway, the other day she again made a speech. Women, am I right? Just so you know, it would make my life easier if I could structure our weekly schedules so that I could buy the things I need to buy at the grocery store and save more time so that we could spend that time in a quality way together throughout the week instead of constantly having to run to the grocery store to buy the one ingredient we were missing because we didn't make a plan and you specifically want to have vegetable lasagna for dinner tonight. Just do it. Come on. Making a speech that I need to tell her. This is such like, I hate that I'm going in too hard, but this is like such little kid energy. The other day, she again made a speech that I need to tell her what I want to eat. So stupid. Why don't you just read my mind so that we can plan? And I just bluntly told her that by now, isn't it clear that I can't and don't want to decide on these things in advance? That she can just do what she wants and I'll figure out my own shit the way I did all the time. This is a great relationship. This is so good. Let's just eat our own dinners from now on because I can't be bothered to tell you I want to have soft tacos on Wednesdays on Monday. She said that if I don't communicate what I want to eat to her, we can't plan or get all the necessary ingredients. I asked her, when did we ever experience an issue? Because I expected to eat something I didn't have ingredients for. And also that I don't expect her to make food. We can see who is in the mood to cook, order, have something simple. I finally told her just to never ask this again. That I'm never going to do fucking Excel sheets with weekly meal plans. To relax and do what she wants. She is now pissed and ignoring me. So emotional. I don't get it. This whole thing seems like a made-up issue. Well, maybe, like, I mean, I shouldn't have, you're literally older than me, just to say, I feel like I'm, like, talking up at this one. So I'm kind of embarrassed to be doing so. But maybe the issue started with the food planning, and then actually you started swearing at her and telling her that you never want to do this and don't ever bring up any issue that you have to me ever again. That might have exacerbated some feelings of resentment that maybe came up using the food issue in the first place. That's just the way I'm seeing the situation, but maybe I'm drawing too many inferences. I'm at the point where I want to walk out of the room whenever she asks anything about food. This is the first time I feel motivated to check the comments in a while, because we are at 34% you're the asshole, 27% no assholes here, 27% not the asshole. This is like way more of a 3-horse race than I thought. What is this? It's weird because he has not expectation to be fed by her. He is perfectly happy to decide and eat what he wants when he wants. He doesn't have to oblige her need to meal plan. Do you think that a romantic relationship is just a roommate that occasionally you have intercourse with? You're trying to build like intimacy and shared experiences and have conversations and, you know, build a life together and stuff like that. It's not that you start eating your meals at, you know, you don't even eat a dinner with one another. I mean, if that's what you want, like if one of you is like, I am a vegetarian and another person's like, I don't really like vegetarian food, then so be it. But like, just because you don't want to fill in like a little grid with what food you'd want to eat on like any specific, I mean, like you're 34 years old. I don't even want to be like a dickhead about it, but like you're 34 years old. Sometimes you don't get to choose what you're going to eat 15 minutes in advance of when you eat it. You got other problems. Like, that's like how like my literal baby feels about food. It's like yesterday we got Vietnamese food. We made her up a little plate of the Vietnamese food. I chopped her up a little bit of the pork chop. We gave her a little bit of rice. We gave her a little bit of like the noodles from the pho, like chopped up so that she could actually eat them. She went to take one bite and was like, I hate this, give me pasta. She's 16 months old. We gave her pasta. There's no reasoning with that. There's nothing you can do. When you're 34 years old, sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, maybe on the occasional night, I'm gonna have to eat like my second favorite food instead of my favorite. Like, it's just very surprising to me that someone could make it 34 years on the planet and still have this kind of like juvenile attitude. Not the asshole, no assholes here. No assholes here, but I absolutely could not live with you. When two people are having meals together, it's normal to plan in advance. It's less expensive and ensures both people are happy. My husband and I plan for a week ahead, as do most households, as going to the supermarket every other day is a chore. Some people wouldn't call it a chore. Some people would see that as a value judgment. Some people would call it a hobby or a lifestyle. Filling up the anecdote machine for future streams. I mean, I don't see why you had to be so offensive to me to call my lifestyle a chore, but okay, you do you. Luge87. I still don't think it's no asshole, though. It's not even, like, I think he's kind of an asshole for not at least trying to make a food plan, for not at least making an effort once. But, like, I think he's definitely an asshole for, like, being so annoyed that she wants to do it, that he got so mad he told her to never effing bring it up ever again. Like, that's the red flag. Your girlfriend's level of planning around meals does seem exhausting and unnecessary, and I get why it annoys you. Now, I am not like a detail-oriented individual, but this, maybe it's because it appeals to me, but it doesn't seem exhausting to me to at least come out with like 5 days of meals. Because it's not really 15 meals. Like, you're going to probably eat the same thing for breakfast every day. You're probably going to eat roughly the same thing for lunch every day. You're really just planning like dinners. Oh no, having to compromise? I don't know. I don't know. Food means different things to different people. I'm just always, it's not like I grew up in the school of hard knocks or something like that, but I just love to eat. So as long as like the food is cooked and there was an effort to make it taste good, I don't really care if it's like roast beef and mashed potatoes or like a vegetarian chili or, turkey sandwich or whatever. Like, it's all, I'm just like, ooh, delicious. Every day I'm like, wow, this is really good. And I believe it the whole time. I mean, no assholes here, IMO, but I don't understand how people can shop for food without knowing what they're going to eat. On Sundays, I meal plan for the entire week and go to the supermarket once. I do feel like before I rule on this, I would love to see this guy's garbage can / compost bin. Because I feel like once a month, he throws out like $35 worth of groceries. Like a bag full of spinach that he used like one time. I'm not saying I've never done it, but like, it just seems like you have so much more food waste if you're not planning. That's my hunch, at least. Info, do you ever use ingredients she has purchased? Planning food can mean less waste. Okay, hold on. He replied to one comment basically saying he takes her pantry staples and some of her fresh ingredients if he feels like she has too many of them. For example, if she has a whole head of broccoli, which isn't really even that much broccoli. That would drive me insane if I were her. This man is treating you like you're a crazy nag and simultaneously benefiting from and undermining your meal planning. I would be livid. That is so funny. If he's actually taking from the food that she bought with her own planned meals in order to make the meals, and then he's also saying, when have I ever had to struggle to eat? Oh, man. I don't know. Like this one, my ruling is grow up. Honestly, your girlfriend should break up with you. It sounds like you don't respect her, and that this is just an issue where all those feelings are being poured in. It's not really about the issue. About the issue, you're being a big baby, and it sounds like even when you wrote it, which probably made you sound as sympathetic as possible, she sounds like the person who's the protagonist, and you sound like a big dickhead. So in reality, it's probably even worse. You're probably like sulking because you got to eat a delicious meal, but it wasn't exactly what you wanted. Like, you're 34 years old, grow up. I hope that story's fake. Am I the asshole for only continuing to pay for my adult children who have started families? Maybe. Hello, Reddit. Very nice to meet you. Oh, you sweet summer child. I'm writing to ask you about an ongoing argument I'm having with my fourth daughter, who I have been told to call Emma while on this subreddit. In short, I've devoted myself, male 64, to my career and future family since I was 17 and started my first savings account, and I've managed to accrue quite a bit, but not an infinite amount of money. I have 8 children! 5 daughters and 3 sons, and they've been the true lights of my life. Aw. I've paid for all of them to be properly educated, and all expenses up to their 21st birthday. That's nice. Like, that's a good thing. When my second daughter was 19, she fell pregnant, and I made the decision to help her financially with the child after her 21st birthday. I've been supporting her family since and eventually made the rule that as long as any of my own children had a child, the financial support would continue until said child turned 21. You ever hear the expression in economics that is, you show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcomes? Like, how many grandkids you got? Just be honest. You got 72 grandkids? Anyway, the amount I pay includes rent, food, tuition, and a modest monthly recreation fund. Since then, 5 of my children have started families, all early. I mean, honestly, if the government wants to, like, up the birth rate, they should read this post. This guy has single-handedly, like, raised the birth rate in the United States of America just by turning on the money printer. No, of course they're having kids early, which is not even necessarily a bad thing, but of course they're having kids early if they know that all of their needs are going to be supported for the next 21 years. My youngest daughter is not yet 21, so she's covered as well, but my fourth daughter, Emma, and my youngest son have not had any children. Emma has taken umbrage with this. She is married and considers her pets to be her children. However, her pets do not require tuition or a recreation budget, or extra money to live in a child-friendly area. She claims that I am pushing her into having children she does not want as she is child-free. Well, look, this is actually, she's kind of right. Again, I'm taking this almost too much from like a Spock viewpoint, but you are kind of, you're exerting force in the direction of incentivizing her having children. That doesn't mean you're forcing her, but I would say it's a literal pressure. I mean, if you could maybe get like, $1,500 a month for 21 years just by having a child, that's a pressure, whether you consider it a positive or a negative. I just feel as though, as a college-educated woman with a 2-income home and very few responsibilities, she is able to take care of herself. My youngest son has not made any complaints. Emma says that is favoritism, and I'm trying to force a lifestyle on my kids. I do not believe I'm in the wrong here, but my youngest son has guided me here to get a less biased opinion. Youngest son is a redditor. You ever thought maybe you should have stopped at 7? You hate to see it. This is fucked up, man. Okay, like, why would he be an asshole? That's my first question. And the only answer I can come up with is that not all 8 of his kids are receiving the same level of support. What I'm about to say might be annoying, and some people, you have the right to disagree with me here, but it also seems like not all 8 of his kids have the same level of need. Again, I'm not in this position, but I would feel like if I had siblings and they had kids and I didn't, and my parents were like, we kick them a little extra every month, like as a result of that, I would be like, that makes a lot of sense. If it was like $8,000 a month, I might adopt at that point if I were in the position to. Because, I mean, it does, I mean, I almost feel like I need a little info here that's like, how much money are we talking? Because your description of the money was not infinite, which is literally like the highest real number that you could create is within that upper bound. So, well, I don't know. Like, when would I start to be a little annoyed? I guess if like the money being paid as a subsidy for having a grandchild was like more monthly than the salary I made, I would probably be like, what the fuck? I don't know. This is a really complicated question. But also, I don't know, maybe I'm like, the millennials were constantly being pulled by the boomers towards pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and pulled by the zoomers to like, we got to treat absolutely everybody fairly, right? This is like, it's a very difficult crystal ball for someone to look at. I feel like if she's not a kid, like she's over the age of 21, maybe even older than that, like how long do you expect your parents to pay your rent, tuition, and a extra fund for incidental recreational activities? Why don't his kids just support their families too? You see, this daughter's trying to blow up the subsidy for everybody, and that's what I don't respect. I'm doing some character assassination without even really knowing who she is, but I feel like she's trying to tell the teacher that they forgot to assign homework. If you're the other siblings, you got to be like, oh, shut the fuck up. We'll all kick you like, we'll each pitch in 10% of our monthly slush fund and give it to you as hush money, and then everybody comes out in the green, right? Like, there's got to be a way to work this out that doesn't lead to the whole thing being torn down because your dad's like, oh, we got to be fair to everybody so nobody gets a subsidy anymore. You're the asshole. Yes, it's technically your money and you can throw it at criminals and gangs if you want. But ethically, you're basically teaching grown adults to procreate for the sake of handouts, and you're teaching your other children that they aren't going to have equal support from their parents unless they procreate, that your love is conditional on whether... Hey, come on, what are you talking about? Oh, if you really love me, pay me $4,000, Dad. What are you talking about? You're teaching your already grown adult children, almost all of which you have kids themselves already, that your love is conditional. What the hell are you talking? This is insanity. I think you got to evaluate this from a utilitarian standpoint. 7 people are very happy with this arrangement right now. One person's got all the problems. Read the reply. Okay. It's hardly a surprise all of his kids ended up being parents so young. OP basically told them not to worry about growing up because he would take care of them. Yes, that's true. That's definitely true. That's pretty true. And yes, and? I mean, we're in a strange situation here where people younger than the child in this post are giving parenting advice to the parent who is old enough to be their great-grandparent. It's like 16-year-old kids are like, you're teaching your kids who are 50% older than me bad life lessons. You're the asshole, so you selectively help your children based on their willingness and ability to reproduce. You've been telling your youngest kids their lives aren't important to you. They don't matter. Their futures don't matter. I don't think anybody's saying that their futures don't matter. Just maybe that, you know, it doesn't matter $3,200 a month worth. You're the asshole for financially incentivizing your children to have children before they're 21. No, at least get it right. He's financially incentivizing his children to have children the day after they turn 21. Not before. Then you're wasting some of the window because you've got an overlap between when you would be receiving the subsidy and between when your child would be receiving the subsidy. The optimum way to do it is to have like a C-section appointment for the day after you turn 21, and then you're covered until you're 42. And you don't have to lie in your post. They would be far more stable financially if they waited with or without your temporarily extended support, and making it conditional on doing something excruciatingly costly in the long run is counter to their best interests. This post just makes me mad because I'm not mad at their opinion. I'm just mad that they're lying. I actually think that they basically have the most stable job of all time. Literally all of their fixed expenses are being handled for 21 years as soon as they have a child. Well, you could think that's fucked up. I mean, it is a little weird, don't get me wrong. But like, what do you mean it's not in their best financial interest? I think it's absolutely in their best financial interest. It's kind of like, I wouldn't do that, but I'm like, it's kind of sick. Like if one of my friends had this deal, I would be like, dude, you're so lucky. I wouldn't be like, wow, your dad really screwed up. He's got your priorities all messed up. I would be like, bro, look at this. Can we do Mario Reddit? Makes me so mad. Soon. Oh, dude, here we go. I understand what you're trying to do, but does Emma never want to have kids? If so, why isn't she getting a recreation allowance? That's true. Okay. You know, I mean, you could give her like a little bit. People that get more because they have children piss me off. Just because they choose to procreate doesn't mean they're entitled to free childcare, tax breaks, extra sick days, leniency on being on time, extra stimulus check, getting a seat on the bus, priority boarding on the plane. Let's go through these. They shouldn't be entitled to free childcare. Any offerers in chat, just offering this as an option. If there's an option for free childcare that's been subsidized by the government, I sure as shit haven't seen it. Tax breaks, I don't know. That might be true. I don't know if it's true up here, but I'm assuming it's true in parts of the U.S. Extra sick days, I also don't know if that's true. Leniency on being on time. Look, on principle, I agree everybody should be on time, okay? But like, is sometimes your kid, you know, poops her pants, you change her diaper, and then as soon as you put her new diaper on, she poops her pants again. Do we want to have a society where like somebody's like, sorry, you got to stay in your shitty diaper for 8 hours so I'm not 3 minutes late for work? Or do we want to have a society where when shit happens, we're like, oh, I understand. If it becomes a habit, we'll talk about it. But instead, like, I understand sometimes real life pops up. Getting a seat on the bus? Yes. If somebody gets on the bus with a baby or a little kid, they should get a priority seat on the bus. That's just insanity that you're like, I'm not giving up my seat for a baby. Who are you? Ayn Rand? Like, that's... Come on. Priority boarding on a plane? You want the families to have priority boarding on an airplane. You don't want to be in your seat and then have like a 3-year-old kid have to squirm in past you to get in their seat. You want the kids to be sitting down. Plus, with priority boarding, I mean, they get overhead bin storage, I guess. But like, why do you want to sit on the airplane and just stare at the ads on the screen until takeoff? Go ahead, be mad. It's so unfair for those people who choose different paths in life. It's not people without children's fault. Others have chosen a difficult lifestyle of parenting. I can understand why Emma's upset. Look, this is true, but also, like, you're talking about a different seat on the bus. Oh no, I have to stand up on the bus because somebody has look, we don't need to go down this road too much. I'm getting short-circuited again. I can hear the mind jammer has popped on. Too many line breaks is also scary. It makes me feel like I'm being shouted at with clap emojis. I'm shoveling snow. Keep the hot takes coming. I'll do my best. It's your money. Do with it as you please. However, supporting lifestyles for your other children because they procreated is pretty shitty. Bad look. You're supposed to write bad look there. Also, do you look at the accounts for the families with children to make sure they're spending the extra money on their kids? Otherwise, what's to say they aren't taking that extra money and using it to get their hair done? Got the hair done. Check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? I know Lizzo. You can't sneak in a little extra Lizzo reference without me knowing it. Why should Emma have to save up her recreational things when you're paying those with kids to do them? Why is Emma getting shorted life experiences because she doesn't have kids? What I mean is the family wants to go to the Grand Canyon. You pay for the trip. Emma wants to go to the Grand Canyon. Emma has to save up and pay for said trip. That's shitty shorting Emma's experiences because she doesn't have kids. Kids don't make you entitled to the extra perks of life. Now, this is a situation where she's literally talking about people with children being paid like a substantial monthly salary to have a kid. I think they have a point in this situation. I resent the framing that as soon as you have a child, a whole new world of tolerance opens up to you where people are like, oh, you have a kid? Here, take my seat on the bus. Here's free things. Don't pay your taxes this year. Big deal. Life gets so much easier. That is like, I think you're living in a fantasy world where you're the main character who's also a victim. In this one situation, I do think you have a point. You're the asshole. You're punishing your other children for being responsible about birth control. Look, I forgot about this part of Am I the Asshole, where you can't just evaluate something on the issues that are presented. I'm guilty of it too. But they also add in like one more thing. That's like, what if, you're punishing your daughter for like not making the climate worse? And I'm like, do you see like another oil tanker exploded off the coast of Nigeria yesterday? We're talking about like grains of sand versus enormous beaches at this point. Like we don't just have to posture in this sort of way. We could talk about the actual issues at hand. Are you trying to start your own weird family cult by bribing them to have kids? Just rude, honestly. Info. If one of your children was infertile, would you support them financially or not? You see what I mean about like, you can't just debate on the issues. Instead, you come up with your own headcanon that paints someone in like the worst possible light that they could possibly be in. This situation did not happen, but hypothetically, if it did, how would you react? Don't think. 3, 2, 1. Come on. You're just looking for a reason to be upset at this individual. You could be upset because they're not paying out an equal share. You don't have to like make stuff up to be mad at. That's what Twitter's for. Oh man. Am I the asshole for making... I love the boyfriend-girlfriend ones. Because the ones that are like, am I the asshole for calling my wife a bitch? Like, those ones are sad because you're like legally kind of like locked in. At least, there's consequences to getting out of it. The boyfriend-girlfriend ones are just funny because I'm like, man, you should probably... Not in all of these circumstances, but like, there's like 2 answers. One is like, you guys should just talk to each other instead of the internet. And then the other one is like, you should definitely break up. Am I the asshole for making my girlfriend pay for everything after she implied she does? Whew, that's juicy. That is juicy. Me, 29, and Maddie have been together for 3 years. We live together. Maddie is an anesthesiologist, and I own my own landscape design company. Our budget is $35 million. Due to me working mornings and being home earlier, I do most of the shopping and cooking. We split all other duties 50-50 and pay 50-50 on all bills. I make solid money, but most of it is put back into my business, so I don't have as much spending money as Maddie. Maddie likes to think I'm some sort of trophy boyfriend. Okay? First time was when we were out with her family. She's the pride of her family because her family never went to college, let alone medical school. Maddie says OP does most of the housework, so I'm not overwhelmed when I get home. Her aunt said, Maddie, it's amazing you snagged yourself a trophy boyfriend while working so many hours. Then Maddie's mom said, look at you finding a man who supports you. Maddie said, I'm glad I can support the both of us. Okay. The aunt made a joke. If you take offense to it, that's fine. The mom literally said something nice to you. I will say, it might annoy me if my girlfriend said, I'm glad I can support the both of us, because that is an insinuation that you're a single income household when he is clearly also working, and I don't know the financial situation of his business, but still, that's kind of over the line. She told her friends she was treating me to a vacation. Her friend said, wow, Maddie, sugar mama out here. Again, okay, so like, she's kind of misrepresenting the relationship to her friends. All of her friends' comments seem like very nice so far. They don't seem like they're like, hey, your deadbeat boyfriend is like so lucky to have you. It seems like these are just polite comments. Wow, Maddie, sugar mama out here. That's just funny. That's okay. I told Maddie how uncomfortable it was. She told everyone she was buying the trip. Her response was, I was being ridiculous because we're a team. Okay. My parents asked how we were enjoying the new place. We recently moved. Maddie started going on about how much more house it is and how she's thankful for my help and willingness to support her career. A couple things about how supportive I am, how my job is tough on me. I don't find it that tough. See? A blue-collar worker not calling their job that tough? And anytime I say it on stream, everybody's like, oh, bad take. Straight from the horse's mouth. Apology accepted. And how she's thankful she's able to cover the house while I build my business. Afterwards, my parents called me to ask if everything was okay, if my business was struggling, and if Maddie was having to cover for us, they could help out. I said Maddie spent more on the down payment than I did, but in no way did she cover our house. I brought this up to Maddie, and she sees no problem. She says I should be glad to have a girlfriend who makes money and wants to splurge on me, so I haven't paid for a thing in the last 4 months. Date nights, tickets, grocery, Wi-Fi, gas, nothing. I stopped cooking, so now Maddie orders food for us. Whenever the bill shows up, I say she's got it. Or whenever I need gas, hey babe, can you get this one? I'll cook your favorite food later though. Maddie hasn't said anything, but I think she's getting annoyed. So last weekend, it was me, her sister, brother-in-law, and parents. When the bill showed up, the waiter gave it to me. I said, I'm actually the trophy boyfriend, so I don't pay for things, and handed the bill to Maddie. On the way home, she was being standoffish. All she said was, you didn't have to do that. I said, I covered half my bills, paid for the dates, bought her gifts, and didn't like that she implied she pays for everything. I said, if she wants me to quit doing this, then she can tell everyone the truth, or she can keep paying. Am I the asshole? It's actually hilarious. I don't know. I don't really think he's... Normally, I talk about how like this petty stuff is unnecessary and kind of makes you seem like a dickhead. Here, I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I think you taught her a lesson, quite frankly. 4 months is like a really long time to keep this bit up. Don't get me wrong. Like, he did it for like a couple weeks or something like that. I feel like she would get the point. But 4 months is a little excessive. But at the same time, I'm almost like this is too funny to make you the asshole. I'm not even looking at the comments. I don't want it to shatter my worldview. Because the top answer should be like, you should have a talk. That's true. But this is really, I just want to end it like there for this story. Because in my head, that's what they're going to be like for the next 40 years. And that's like more interesting to me than them solving the problem. Am I the asshole for keeping track when I was told by older people that I would understand things when I was older and emailing them examples of how they're wrong now that I'm adult? What an incredible place to start. I've kept track of most of the people who told me you'll understand when you grow up. After getting my degree, I started emailing a lot of them with counterexamples and research. Things like being punished for being bullied or drawing on notes, some religious intolerance, not getting paid for working when I should have, and a few others. My old principal literally emailed back to me with, "You're older, but you're still an immature asshole," so I decided to ask here. World's sanest person just dropped. Look, it depends. Like, obviously, first off, how good did that feel for the principal? Obviously, when there is a student that is like under your jurisdiction, you have to be nice to them as much as possible. But as soon as they leave the confines of the school grounds, you can say what you really feel. That must have been the greatest email he ever got in his life when he opened it up and then was like, thanks for letting me know your email address so I can freaking go off on you. This is not, I don't think it's that much of asshole behavior, but it is a little bit psychotic. I can hold a grudge, but to hold a grudge to somebody from your teenage years into adulthood and then basically try to own them afterwards is just, it's an unhealthy fixation at the very least. They're in positions of power over others, particularly children. The particular wrongs were for the most part harmful. In the case of the principal, I was bullied and punished for being bullied multiple times, then expelled. It was in a Houston suburb school where fighting is extremely common. However, even when I was hit, I wouldn't fight back. They even ended up with a recorded video that ended up on YouTube showing I didn't do anything except drop to the ground and cover my head. The video is what got me expelled for being involved in a physical confrontation. This seems like one of those things you shouldn't be emailing your principal and saying here's all the times you were wrong. You should be taking the school district to court and suing them for all they're worth. Your only problem is having tipped off the principal that the lawsuit was coming. It followed me to college. Also, I'm Jewish, and I was told that complaining about being harassed was something I would have to deal with and to suck it up by a teacher at the school. This is, the case writes itself. In regards to the payment issue, it was my first job, and I didn't realize they had to pay me if I still worked after they closed the doors. When I brought it up, they said they couldn't afford it and answered above as the principal did to justify their reasoning. This is one of those things. This is it's an everybody sucks here, and I'm sorry that happened to you genuinely situation. You should not be emailing these people with your long-held grudges. When you hold a grudge, you damage yourself more than you damage the object of your malevolence. That being said, it seems like you went through some nasty stuff. I like this more and this always happens when we do React Court. I liked this more when I just thought that they were a little bit kooky, but instead, maybe just a little bit petty. But this actually seems like just a terrible situation. So we're going to move on. I don't know. I would say everybody sucks here. Am I the asshole for having a lights out wedding? It's an essay. It has 5 edits. It has 4 edits and an amendment. Okay. Now I go off on the OP, and then I'm like, I read paragraph 2. Being raised by blind parents wasn't without its challenges. How am I supposed to go in on this? I, 27F, am the daughter of the most amazing parents that ever did amaze. No, they are not perfect, but they've literally done everything they could in their lives to make sure I was happy to the best of their ability. They are also both blind. Being raised by blind parents wasn't without its challenges, but we always found solutions or compromises. One thing that was always a point of contention was clothing and fashion. My parents have found their own way of being fashionable, and rather than appearance, it's fabric or feel. This has resulted in them having a very eclectic sense of fashion, but honestly, I love it. I admit that I hated it as a teenager, as I had no say over my own wardrobe purchases, but I realized that I did prefer to feel comfortable in my clothes over how I looked in them. Took many stupid expensive clothing purchases to realize this, but I digress. Nothing is mismatched anymore, but I have a super cozy wardrobe. With the wedding planning in full swing, my FDH asked me, my FDH, isn't this the Magic the Gathering format? Father It's not fat, dumb husband. Future dear husband? When did that get added into the acronym oeuvre? Future dear husband? Future doting husband? All right, I'm going in. Asked me if I was going to be okay with the photos. He did not mean this maliciously. It just didn't occur to him that I was originally planning to buy them clothing to wear. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, wouldn't a fabric wedding be special? Essentially, the whole wedding will be in the dark. I was inspired by that restaurant in the movie About Time. I realized I don't want to dress my parents. I want them to be comfortable and to enjoy our wedding the way they experience it. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wanted to experience the special day as they would too. My future dear husband, honest to God, does not care. In his mind, the moment I said yes, I became his wife, open parentheses, I love him. To avoid accidents, we're going to use glow stick lighting and everyone will be provided glow bracelet and necklaces. They light up enough to not crash into each other, but not so much. It's just like, it's just a lot, man. I don't want this to be like, to seem insensitive, but how many guests you got coming to this, man? We're also hiring event staff with night vision for this equipment. Night vision. You got Sam Fisher, man in the open bar. There's... That's amazing. I don't believe that this is real, but it's kind of amazing. Like, also, you can just do that. I guess if you had a wedding planner, you could be like, hey, just talk to like some catering companies and like add in a few grand for night vision, I guess, or something. When we announced, most of the family was supportive. My family goes without saying. Fiance's family is iffy. His brother loves the idea and is going to come in a velvet suit a la Austin Powers. Honestly, it's his parents that are really against it. We had a huge fight over it when they argued it's not fair to punish the guests because my parents are blind. I don't believe that they said that. I don't believe this is real. Edit. I feel like I keep seeing these points get brought up, so I'd like to address them. Edit. To all the haters who say I'm crazy and should die, I just want to say a few things. We hired a wedding planner whose literal job it is to make sure this event runs smoothly and safely. Is she like ex-CIA or something? Because I feel like logistically this is even... It's like a normal wedding, but like all the difficulty that goes into a normal wedding, but then with like a little Nathan for you veneer on top of it. They are literally being paid to factor in any contingency to ensure the safest experience. There will literally be staff wearing night vision goggles monitoring every table to ensure everyone's safety. That makes me feel less safe, to be honest with you. The fact that I will be observed by like 15 people who are the only people who can observe what's happening at the event makes me feel a lot less safe, quite frankly. I feel like I'm in like Guantanamo Bay or something. Like I don't wish to be observed. There were 200 invites sent out and 121 have RSVP'd yes. Each table is set to seat 6, so at this time we're paying for 20 extra hands to cover the tables for 121 guests. This isn't counting our table or the exits. But like, I'm just forgive me for asking these questions. So there's seating. So this is the reception. This is not the ceremony. This is the reception. So they're bringing you your food and you're eating, but there's also like speeches. So like when it's your turn to give a speech, someone's going to step out of the abyss and like grab your arm and be like, you know, oh, Mr. Letourneau, it's time for the best man speech. Please let me guide you to the pulpit. And then you're going to be up there giving a speech in the dark. Like, it just doesn't seem sensible to me. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the glow sticks. But still, how do you know where like the staircases are and stuff like that? The glow necklaces? Oh, never mind. Here we go. I've heard a lot of people imply that glow bracelets and glow necklaces won't be enough. Having been to many nightclubs and raves in my teens and early 20s, I can promise you that 121 wearing these is enough to see with. And the staff will manage the rest concerning tripping hazards and directions. Okay, so like literally it's just all of your complaints mean nothing because in my head I've already decided that it's going to work. A lot of the "you're the asshole" comments are making very valid points. That being said, I'm also making a list of strong points to go over with my planner tomorrow. But for those people whose only argument is they wouldn't be comfortable not being able to see, that's literally the point. You're not supposed to see. If someone came in a giant furry Sully from Monsters, Inc., not the pilot, dumbass, I'd be thrilled when I ran into them. The wedding isn't going to be focused on visually enjoying the experience. It's about hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling it. Can I tell you something? I do enjoy going to a wedding and tasting the food. I don't want to smell the wedding. I don't want to touch the wedding. Here is also a pretty good one, but really I'm going to see the wedding predominantly. It's not that this isn't like an interesting idea for like a fundraiser or something like that, but like, why is it merging with your wedding, I guess, is the thing that is kind of like, why does this have to be involved in the wedding? They want to bond with their parents? They're 27 years old. They could just, it's just weird, you know? It's weird to me. Like if Kate and I do like a bigger ceremony at some point, if we renew our vows, I hope my parents will be there. My mom, she's a plant-based eater. She doesn't eat any cooking oils. She doesn't eat any dairy. I'm having steak with blue cheese on it. There'll be a Caesar salad served on the side. And it's not that I want to like screw over my mom. It's my day. It was our day. I'm signing the damn check. When you know how many meals I had that you and Dad picked out for like the first 18 years of my life? I'm picking this one. Please know when I said that's the point, I didn't mean the point to be uncomfortable, and I can see how it came across that way. I want to apologize for that. That being said, what I meant is it's the point to attend with limited visibility. When people tell me they're uncomfortable with not being able to see, it sounds the same to me as if someone said they're uncomfortable being naked at a mandatory nudist beach. If you're attending knowing you will be naked, or in this case, nearly blind. So making a complaint about not being able to see, knowing it's a lights out event doesn't make any sense to me. They're complaining because they don't want it to be a lights out event. What are you saying? What do you mean it doesn't make sense to you? They're like, well, the thing is X, and they're saying they don't like X. So I don't get it. I'm out of here, man. She's saying don't come. Well, like I wouldn't even respond to the RSVP, to be honest with you, if this ended up in my mailbox. How about this one? Am I the asshole for ruining Easter by agreeing with a self-righteous little brat that I am a devil worshiper? Before I even load this story up, I love when adults get tilted by kids. Especially, like, if it's a 14-year-old, sure. Like, you go off on them, ruin Easter or whatever. But if they're, like, 9, I just gotta know. I gotta know more about you, that you let a kid get inside your head like that. A little background, I'm 28 and I live in a big city, and yard space for entertaining is a luxury. I inherited 10 acres of land from my grandfather, which he bought in the 70s. It's a dream location for an Easter egg hunt, and 90% of family events are held on my property. There's 2 houses on the property, my house that I built 2 years ago and my grandfather's house, which has remained untouched since he died. I am an atheist, and you will not catch me in a church, but I have no problem celebrating religious holidays like Easter if there's food involved. Well, that's big of you. My dad and his wife are more active in church than most of the family. My family was getting together for Easter, and my dad asked me as a favor to let my wife invite her church friends for an egg hunt after lunch. I reluctantly agreed. The pious kid who I thought at the time was 12 to 13 from his size, but later I found out he is 9. Let's go, baby! I knew it. Yes, I got rattled by a 9-year-old, but in my defense, he looked like he was 12, okay? When I yelled at him and let him ruin my family gathering, I thought he was 12, which would have been way more sensible. He asked me why I never go to church. Keep in mind, I never met this kid in my life, but somehow I assume that a 9-year-old is just a small person who has an adult's wisdom inside of their brain and will never ask anything that crosses the line. So I can only assume he has heard something about me from my stepmom. All I said was church was not my thing. He asked why not. I said a different viewpoint, and he wanted to know what religion I was. I said I do not belong to any religion, and I consider myself an atheist. He asked what is that, and I said I do not believe in a higher power. From that conversation, he told me I was a devil worshiper. I was like, WTF? I told him I sure was, and in the house he would see my animal sacrifices mounted on the wall. Literally, the way this is written is that this 9-year-old kid made a joke, like he bantered, and then the dude went full fucking psycho, just trying to scare him. It literally sounds like the kid was just trying to like get you to giggle a little bit or play around in conversation, and you're like, yeah, well, I drink goat's blood. And you can find it inside of my house. You have to go to the bathroom. I told him everyone thinks I got those deer from hunting, but they really are sacrifices. This kid lost his you-know-what. He ran screaming to his mom I was a devil worshiper and sacrificed animals. He was crying with snot running down his face. Okay, congrats, big man. You owned him. At first, my dad and stepmom did not get what the kid was saying because I don't hunt. The deer mounted on the walls belonged to my grandfather. My dad asked, why does this kid think you are a devil worshiper, killed deer? I told him the kid was nosy and made assumptions that I agreed with. I got yelled at by this kid's parents. They are yelling at me red face and I cannot stop laughing, telling me about my prosperity and that I'm evil. I told them to go take their superstitious bullshit off my property. I am catching so much hell, which is crazy to me because this just seems like a normal situation. Drama Llama stepmom is saying I have humiliated her in front of the entire church and she will never forgive me. I told her I don't care and reminded her that I only tolerate her. My dad wrote a public apology on his Facebook on my behalf. There was some backlash from the family and he deleted it. I feel a family meeting coming on, which I won't subject myself to. Literally, from about the age of 20 onwards, if you don't get along, and I mean like you're cool with your family, but you don't really have that much relatability with them, there's a little challenge called be nice and normal for 4 hours every 6 months. You have taken it to difficulty degree impossible. For reasons that I can't even understand. All you had to do was not be a weirdo around like the 9-year-old kid. Like it really sounds like the kid was just joking around. And then you got offended that there was a 9-year-old Christian. And you sought to own him in the marketplace of ideas. I just don't understand. Like when he said, are you a devil worshiper? Why wouldn't you just say, no, I don't believe in the devil either. Just like maintain like an even keel. I just don't get it. Dude, Reddit is full of people that are psychotic. Not the asshole, and to be honest, my favorite part is when you reminded your stepmom you only tolerate her. It's your family. Instead of just constantly trying to like own the people closest to you in the marketplace of ideas, you could literally just be like, I'm sorry, and then never see them again. Like, I don't understand why, like, what is wrong with you? 9,000 people upvoted it. I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. OP probably 3.1 thousand upvotes. So true, dude. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. OP apparently so freaking true now that I get it. Okay. Not the asshole, and ignore every single asshole on here saying that you are. The kid should have been taught better. Not your problem. You have more patience than I do. There's not a snowball's chance in hell I would have agreed to allow a bunch of religious people onto my property, and the moment any of them attempted to spout their religious nonsense off, they would have been escorted off my property. He's 9! Sir, we received a 911 call saying oh my God, on this man's property. This is, you would have been escorted off my property. If I had people that loved me that came to my house, which I don't own, for a barbecue, which I don't have, and they said something that even slightly rankled me because everything's about me and I'm the main character, I would escort my own father and mother off of my property. All right, it's not my PC. This is a blender, okay? Is it that the kid should have been taught better, or did somebody put the kid up to asking in the hopes of shaming OP back to the church? To me, that is even worse. But it's not. That's not what happened. So you could just not like that. It did. That's he's 9. He's a 9-year-old kid. The kid asked, "Do you go to church?" Because his whole world probably revolves around the church. You think it's a false flag operation from Jesus Christ himself. I agree with your general assessment, but let's be honest. One convo with a random stranger isn't going to do squat for kids with a parents like his. You don't, yeah, it doesn't have to. You're never going to see this kid again as long as you live. Oh, let's go. A little superfood smoothie, berry blue. Blueberry creamsicle smoothie featuring, hold on, spirulina.
You don't have to leave.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's got courgettes in it. It's got zucchini in it. I was about to win a League of React Chord game, dominating them mid lane in the marketplace of ideas, when my wife brought me a smoothie, not asked for, but much appreciated. Hey, Zari, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Am I the asshole for refusing to wear quote-unquote protection at a family gathering? Let me guess. Let me guess what protection is in this context. I'm going to guess that it's a 0.2 millimeter thick cloth mask is my expectation. Maybe I could be wrong. I could be wrong. See update on my profile. My 18F family gets together every summer in my grandparents' cottage. It's a really big house and can accommodate all/most of the family. This summer has been the first time doing the get-together since COVID. Oh, but I thought you got together every summer. We're on sentence number 3, and the whole thing's fallen apart already. Your Honor, motion to dismiss. Most of the children are at that age where they're still potty training or still wetting the bed. This runs in my family. Some of the older kids were refusing to put on their nighttime underwear because they were embarrassed to do it with their cousins there. Not all of them wet the bed. So my grandmother decided to avoid any embarrassment for the children, they would all wear protection for a few days. So protection in this case is a diaper, like a nighttime diaper. And they would be able to stop wearing it if they did not wet the bed. This is like a battle royale. Last man standing. If you don't piss your pants, you don't have to wear the diaper anymore. Okay, so we're at the part of the post where it gets insane. This was all well until my cousin, 15, who sleeps with the kids because she's still considered one, was asked to wear the protection too to set a good example for the children. I did not see anything wrong with this. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Asking a 15-year-old to wear a nighttime diaper to show solidarity with children who are 1 to 8 is insane. This is legit a fetish scenario post. I don't know if something's wrong with you or if something's wrong with the internet. Maybe I want to believe that it's not, okay? It's both. Because I do think there's a lot of like false positives. People will be like, I got the head of my dick hit with a sledgehammer. Should I go to the hospital? People are like, this is fake. It's a fetish post. Lots of people out there love having the tip of their dick smashed with a sledgehammer. And I'm like, I don't think so. But I don't know. This might not be a false positive. I'm going to continue reading it and we'll hit the eject button if it turns into something even more disgusting. But anyway, like this is just
to where we're at in the post. Yeah, it's not good to force a teenager to wear a diaper to go to bed. The thing with, okay, so 1 to 8-year-old kids are like, oh, I don't want to wear the diaper unless our cousin wears it. Okay, sorry, you're 6, so you're going to wear the diaper. I don't know what you want. Welcome to real life. Like, when you're 1 to 8 years old, you're not calling the shots. If you were calling the shots, the world would be even more fucked up than it already is. Sometimes you got to do what you're told. Yeah, be mad. Okay, cry it out. Who cares? Anyway, she did not like having to wear the bedwetting diaper and thought she was too old for that. My grandmother reminded her that I wet my bed until I was 16, so she's not too old. Okay, so now because one of my other family members wet the bed, now I gotta wear a diaper? Catching strays for no reason at all? She argued that if she, who had not wet the bed in over 10 years? She who has not wet the bed in over 10 years had to wear the underwear, then so should I, because I only stopped bedwetting a couple of... Oh, I'm out of here, man. This just doesn't sound right. I'm not even suggesting it's a fetish post. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't sound right. Something's not right. I'm glad that one weekend a year these people are all hanging out together and they're not in Gen Pop with the rest of us. I would love for you to tell me what weekend that is so I feel more comfortable going outside. I don't want to read anything else you ever write for the rest of your entire life. Am I the asshole for pretending a movie trilogy is a TV series to my girlfriend who hates movies? I don't even really understand this, but it sounds so innocuous as to be hilarious. Some am I the assholes are like, I shot my girlfriend in the leg. Am I the asshole? And some of them are like, I forgot to use my signal light once. Am I the asshole? Both could make you the asshole, but I have a penchant for both of them, quite frankly. So my girlfriend hates movies for some reason, but really loves to binge TV shows like crazy. She's a big fan of sci-fi and even time travel. Holy cow, even time travel? She's an advanced sci-fi viewer. Like Doctor Who, for example, big fan. However, apparently she's never heard of Back to the Future. I mean, this is like this is more fake than the last post. You never seen is one thing, but you've never heard of Back to the Future? And your girlfriend is older than, 18 years old, presumably. I don't know. I'd be surprised. Advanced sci-fi viewer, never heard of Back to the Future. She loves time travel, by the way, never heard of I mean, it's possible, but I tried to watch Looper with her, but she immediately dismissed it because it's a movie. So since it's just a very funny sentence. So since I'm a big fan of Back to the Future, I told her it's a TV series. I've got the trilogy digitally and spent all night trimming it down to like 40-minute snippets with as reasonable points to cut at, like just after the first travel back. Holy cow, that's so funny. You think he edited like the Netflix sting into the front of it? Like the dum. That's actually amazing. I overlaid to be continued and added credits at the end. She's used to Netflix skipping the intro to shows, so I didn't have to bother with that. The credits were cut short as well. We binged the entire thing in a day. Well, it's 2 hours long. I gotta know, dude. Like, is this guy, he's got like a supercomputer in his house or something too? This seems like he was doing a lot of rendering. They watched all 3 movies? Okay, that's crazy. We binged the entire thing in a day. She absolutely loved it, although she complained about some of the episode endings because they felt off. Yeah, I wonder why. Afterwards, I told her why it felt off, because it's actually 3 movies and not a TV show, but I'm glad she liked it regardless. She wasn't having it. After calling me a liar and asshole for betraying her like that, she stormed off to go home instead of staying the night as was planned. I mean, yeah, I did lie to her, but personally, I don't see it as that bad. So am I the asshole? We talked over lunch break. Over lunch break? What the hell? Over lunch break? How old are you? Maybe they're co-workers? We talked over lunch break and everything's fine. I apologized to her again for tricking her and said I didn't mean to upset her. I just wanted to share this movie I love with her. As some comments said, she felt belittled and like I made fun of her. She apologized for overreacting as she realized it came from a place of care and good intentions, even if they were selfish. She wants more communication in the future, though. She didn't lose trust in me, and she doesn't think I'm having malicious intent with her either. We're gonna watch Looper tonight! Bad chest! Bad chest! Looper! Mom says we can watch Looper tonight. I have to, it's so funny how overblown the conversation to reconcile was versus the actual offense in the first place. She wants more communication in the future, though. Bro, you edited Back to the Future into a TV show. You put a little splice in every 40 minutes and then told her it was a TV show. It's not like, you don't have to blow up the whole relationship for that. This is just funny. It's just a funny post. Assuming it's real. I don't even have I don't have anything else to say. The thing that's really funny is that it's such a minor thing. To blow up into a real fight is hilarious. He spliced Looper into YouTube shorts. Yeah, dude, if he wants, what he should actually do, my girlfriend, she doesn't like TV shows or movies because she only watches TikTok. Well, I really like The Irishman. So I edited it down to 543 30-second chunks and edit it into portrait style like it was taken from a cell phone. And then I showed them all to her in a playlist called Amazing TikTok Saga About Old Mobsters. Hashtag LOL. Anyway, maybe we lost our way on the bit there a little bit. That's very funny, though. I like that. What is YHMS? That's You Have My Sympathy. Am I the asshole for getting upset at my sister after she upstaged my bad news with good news? Is this like how I keep saying I almost died, and then people are like, hey, I had my job interview, called me back, I got the job, thanks NL, and I'm like, I almost died. How dare you have good news when I almost died? Am I the asshole for getting upset at my sister after she upstaged my bad news with her good news? So to start off, I'm F21. My sister, Sabrina, I noticed you did not hesitate to drop your sister's name immediately and maintain your own anonymity. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Like, you might have made it up to begin with, but you didn't even give yourself a pseudonym. We're not particularly close, but we always got along. I was always closer to my brothers. Rare semicolon spotted in the wild. You are the asshole. She was closer to our parents. However, Sabrina lives very close to my college, so we've hung out a bit more in the past few months. Sabrina has a 10-year-old son, Isaac, from a previous relationship. He left after she told him she was pregnant. Okay? Isaac is autistic and nonverbal, but a sweet kid. A few days ago, it was his 10th birthday, and my sister basically invited our whole family to come, myself included. She is extremely proud of Isaac and describes to us his every move. Everything is another first. A few weeks before the party, Isaac said his first word. Obviously, my sister documented and told everyone. We were all very excited. He has said a couple more leading up to the party, even saying my name when I was out to dinner with him and his mother. I was thrilled. Okay, and then this is the turn. I was thrilled, but a few weeks ago as well, I found that I was pregnant with my long... Oh, my God. No, I can't... It's fake. Fake post. Get me out of here, man. What happened to Am I the Asshole? It used to be like, am I the asshole for eating all the fully loaded nachos? Now every single one is like, me. I got hit with a syphilitic cannonball back in the 1700s and my chest cavities caved in on itself. My girlfriend has been possessed by the ghost of an angry demon, and we're trying to decide what restaurant to go to. Like, it's just, what happened to the... Now every single one is like, hey, just so you know, my sister has a lot of problems, And I told her to shut up. By the way, I also have a lot of problems. What happened to just we need to go back to the shredded cheese post. You know what it is, man? I'm not going to any more posts where the username is like adjective underscore verb underscore 4-digit number. You fucking liars. You creative writing Andes. I'm not going to any more default usernames. Look, how about this one? Throwaway rioting. That's a real human being that made this post, okay? I can at least get, I don't know if this is going to be real, but I can at least look at it. So I've been with my boyfriend for over 13 years, but boyfriend sounds really high school after everything we've been through, so I call him my husband and ask that my family does too. As a married person, I give you my permission to do that because who cares? Who gives a shit at all? Oh, you didn't go through a day where you stand in front of a bunch of people and fucking repeat after some guy at the front. Nobody cares. Okay? I mean, some people probably care. Also, and this is an aside, but like, I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but in Canada, common law is fucking crazy. Like, if you live with someone for like 2 years, you're legally married. I think I was legally married to like 6 people simultaneously in college, just because I had roommates that I, moved around with. Oh, you have to file for it? I don't think so, because I mean, this is like in 2004 or something like that, when I learned about it in like high school. But like, if we were basically told, like, if you live with somebody for 2 years, they can basically hit you with like a divorce settlement. They could, I mean, I'm not saying that like if you lived with your friend as a roommate, your roommate could like fake divorce you. But I think if you lived with like a partner, a romantic partner, and then you broke up, I think that your partner could go to a lawyer and be like, we were common law married, because you get common law married by default in Canada. Like it just happens after 2 years or 3 years. And you're entitled to some kind of like benefits as a result. At least in Ontario. It's 1 year in Ontario? That's crazy. Oh, 3 years, 1 if you have a kid together. No, I didn't sleep with my roommates. They're all engineers. Yuck. Anyway, okay. So yesterday we had an early Father's Day get-together at my mom's house, and I brought a Father's Day gift for each my stepdad and my 2 brothers. When we were doing the gifts, one of my brothers casually handed my husband the gift, and everyone stopped their own convos, started paying attention to them. My husband looked confused because we don't have any kids. My brother says in front of everyone, dude, come on. My brother says in front of everyone, I know y'all miscarried, so maybe you're not celebrating it, but I know how excited you were, and I think you would have been awesome at it. You might be an illegitimate brother-in-law, but you would have made a great dad. This never happened. There is nobody on earth that would do this, that would give you a gift for Father's Day after you went through this traumatic experience, and then while giving you the gift was also like, oh, by the way, you're not really married to my sister. This is idiotic, man. What happened to this subreddit? These are the filtered posts. This is an embarrassment. Am I the asshole for not saving my girlfriend's son when he was pinned under a bench press? What the hell? Season 2, Breaking Bad. All you had to do was lift the damn bar, man. Jesse! I'm a 36-year-old man, and my girlfriend is 34. I'll call her Jenny. She has a son who is 14 from a previous relationship. I'll call him George. Jenny and I get along well in basically all but one department, George. As bad as this is going to make me sound, I really don't like this kid. But Jenny's rose-tinted glasses for him might as well be painted with a coat of black at this point. I don't know, this kind of like mixed metaphors at this point. I don't think you can have rose-tinted glasses that are also painted black. It doesn't make any sense. She legitimately can't stop enabling his bad behavior, let alone recognize it for what it is. The friction has only gotten worse as she moved in with me 2 months ago because they could no longer afford to live alone. I have a basement gym I have poured over $7,000 into, and this is where I'm adding some creative license, after my divorce with my first wife. When Jenny and George moved in, George started to use my home gym uninvited. I first warned him not to. Without being too judgmental right now, why not just help him? You could have a shared interest with your stepson. You could have a hobby together. He could channel what you seem to think are, malevolent urges into something a little bit more productive. But okay, because you spent the money on it, you're not going to let... It's literally just iron bars going up and down. It's not that serious, man. He lied through his teeth and has consistently done it behind my back. Done what? Oh, worked out? Wow, this kid, he's crazy. I then put a lock on the door, very mature, which George broke down with a hammer. I then reinforced the door and put a new lock on, which George could not penetrate. What the hell is going on, man? Jenny insists on having a spare key to the basement, and I recently learned she's been loaning it to George. She tried cleaning up after him, but I could tell, since he and she are home during the day as he takes lessons online, plays Minecraft with the teacher muted, I can do nothing about it. Jenny won't return my key either. A couple of days ago, I got home from work and decided to hit the gym. Noticing the door open, I walked down the stairs only to find George in the middle of a bench press set. As I watched from the stairs, he went for 1 rep too many and got pinned. He was in no danger at any point because the barbell was low on his sternum, plus it was only like 80 pounds. After 30 seconds of panic mode, he finally got the bright idea to dump the weight, to which I gave him a slow clap. You let this kid flounder for 30 seconds thinking he was gonna, crush his rib cage? I know it's only 80 pounds, but, if this post has to be fake, because otherwise this guy should be minority reported. He should be in prison. I started to tell him that's what happens when you work out alone. Okay! We're almost on this. We're parallel lines destined to never meet. Why don't you just work out together, man? It's crazy. He then shrieked at me, red-faced, probably because he literally was in mortal fear and scared. Then he insulted my strength, to which I responded, I'm not the one getting pinned under an 80-pound bench. He ran upstairs basically in tears and told Jenny what I had said. Jenny's also furious with me, and they're both giving me the silent treatment. She says I should have handled the situation better, but I say I kind of did when I installed a heavy-duty door and put a new lock on it. I'm going to be changing the lock tomorrow. Least insane divorced stepdad Redditor? If this post is fake, and there's a chance that it is because it's on Am I the Asshole, I commend the creative writing because it's not so heavy-handed as to be immediately dismissible as fake, because I think we all know somebody in our lives that are, their masculinity is so fragile that they're no, I would never let my stepson work out in my gym. I paid for it. Why should he be able to work out? Why should a child that's part of my family be able to share some of my property when I'm the one who had to scan my Amex to get it? There's people like that. Not the asshole. Sorry, I got stun locked for a second when I saw because I'm like, they mean that you're the asshole, right? I just can't believe that the second post that was awarded Reddit comment for this, I actually did not It didn't hit the part of my brain that allowed me to interpret it. Not the asshole. I think you're the one viewing things through rose-tinted glasses. It's not just a matter of enabling him. Your girlfriend is using you. She's refusing to give you the spare key to your gym for the sole purpose of using it to violate your wish to not have that kid in there. Sorry, I said your kid. That's my mistake. That kid. This is beyond disrespectful. And now you have to change the lock again. You have no choice but to change the lock one more time because she will not relinquish the key. Even better, she's punishing you with the silent treatment. Question. What happens when she demands the new key for the new lock you'll get? Will she keep giving you the silent treatment until you yield? This relationship isn't healthy. Edit. Thanks for the awards and stuff, kind strangers. Holy cow. This is like, and somebody said this in the Discord yesterday, and it's completely true, or at least matches my preconceived notions of am I the asshole? There is a group of people out there, I don't even know, they might even be 51% plus of the population, that basically thinks you have complete control over everything in your own house at all times, and not only do you have control, but you should exercise that control at all times. I can't imagine putting yourself in a position where you forbid your 14-year-old stepson from using your home gym. Why would you, like, if at any point he said something like, I'm worried he's going to get injured, then I would be like, okay, that makes sense. Maybe, like, I'm not saying the kid is not going to, like, go around him, but, like, maybe, like, hey, only work out when you're, like, with me, like supervised, you know, we're going to teach you safety rules and stuff. Like if he ever said like, it's dangerous, that's fine. But he didn't. Instead, he mentioned the price tag for how much the gym cost him, which I think you can read between the lines and figure out why he doesn't want someone else to use it. You know, he spent $7,000 not only to have his own home gym, but also because it allows him to exclude other people from it, even though this seems like a no-brainer opportunity to like bond with your child or your stepson. Anyway, I came just the idea that like, well, if your girlfriend was unable to pay for her own living expenses and now she has the audacity to defy your orders in your own house. This is and then when she's mad at you for potentially letting her son think that he's in mortal danger, she has the audacity to give you the silent treatment in your own house? Like what? It's a scary thought, man, that this has 8,000 upvotes. Just my personal take. The narwhal do be baconing at midnight, though, for sure. I came here to say this. Her absolute lack of respect for you and your property shows how little she thinks of your relationship. I'm not saying you can't break gym equipment, but so much of it is literally like iron bars and solid like metal plates. What are you talking about? I'm just like, nobody's concerned about the child hurting himself. He was literally trapped under the bar. Everybody's concerned about the damage that he might do to the $7,000 home gym that consists exclusively of like iron circles. It's crazy, man. There's nothing here to salvage. I think you need to kick her out and find a new person to date because there's no repairing the lack of disregard for you. Holy cow. This is madness. Here we go. Also, why do people not talk and find compromises? Like, okay, kid, you really want to use the gym? You can do it 2 times a week or however often with me. No sneaking, no safety issues. It could even be bonding issues with the kid. But no, one side entirely locks down a room instead of finding a way to find safe use. And the other side violently disrespects that. Just fully dysfunctional, the whole thing. Okay, a normal person that exists in the real world. 384 upvotes. How dare your girlfriend give you the silent treatment? 7.8 thousand upvotes, and they gave it someone spent real American dollars to give it a shooting star that shows up when you scroll past it. Like, I don't know why so many relationships in Am I the Asshole end up being like nobody's gonna ever, like if you relinquish control over even the smallest issue of all time, you lose. Like at one point, don't you just realize like this shit isn't fucking worth it and be like, okay, sorry, Let's move on. Like let's get back to our lives, that like the important parts, instead of getting sidetracked by like a stupid like prideful argument for like a month. And then the most normal Redditors of all time. Hey, why wouldn't you just bond with him? Hey, why? He's a 14-year-old boy who wants to work out. You clearly like working out. Why wouldn't you just bond with him? Jenny's the worst. The worst. Jenny's are always the worst. So true. Most sane Redditor in the comments spotted. What the hell are you even talking about? Not the asshole. And it's a good idea for George and Jenny to move out as soon as they can. She is enabling his bad behavior and showing zero respect for you. Whatever you do, don't marry this woman unless you want to deal with George for the rest of your life. Your girlfriend doesn't respect you. She has zero respect for you and enables his bad behavior. What's his bad behavior again? Physically exercising. No, NL, that's not right. That's not right. The disrespect is that she didn't do exactly what you said, which, as we all know, is the basis for a healthy relationship. All healthy relationships are essentially just sequences of demand, comply, demand, comply. Do this, I did it. Do this, I did it. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody ever exercises their own autonomy at all, especially not teenagers. But hey, but NL, have you considered it's his house? Have you considered it's his house, his rules? 1.4 thousand likes. Take her key away and kick them out. Jesus, no amount of sex is worth this hassle. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It has 1.4 thousand likes. What a hassle. You know what? Very good point. What hassle? I had to make fun of my 14-year-old stepson after he almost died doing an irresponsible bench press because I refused to teach him gym safety. It's such a hassle, man. After like a long day of work to have to spend time with my family, no amount of sex is worth the hassle. Friend of mine used to say, they must be a tornado between the sheets when we heard this sort of story. Let me guess. Your friend eventually grew up and was not 21 years old anymore, but you somehow have just stayed locked into this mindset for the rest of your life. What the hell are you talking about? Over and under a minute and only leaving destruction behind? Is this the immortal bard, William Shakespeare? To quote a very old joke, it starts with a lot of sucking and blowing and ends with you losing your house. Oh, dude, truer things have never been said. Holy cow. Dude, women are getting lit up in the comments section. Holy cow. Jeez, Jenny, dude, do not let Jenny see this. She would be like, ah! She'd be like, ah! Oh, man. Holy cow. Not the asshole. Are you sure you want the liability of these two in your home? Honestly, not much right now. Jenny has been good to me generally, but she's a terrible mother for George. Plus, as you say, a gigantic financial risk for me. Holy cow. This is the funniest thing I've ever read. You just called your girlfriend a terrible mother and a gigantic financial risk. I mean, he's not saying like the gym is going to break and then he's going to owe $7,000 to rebuild it. He's saying like if the stepson dies in the gym, then he's going to get sued. But like, that's why you should show him how to work out safely, man. You're the one who let him wriggle under the bar, you dickhead. What are you talking about? If he got hurt, Jenny could take me to the cleaners. By the way, am I the asshole for letting him think that he was going to have his thoracic cavity fucking cave in for 30 seconds just to teach him a lesson? He's so like self-pitying. She generally just is this way with anything with regards to George. I wonder why. Maybe because it was her son, and he shouldn't have broken the lock, but he broke the lock to work out, man. He didn't steal your car and go on a joyride. He's doing a bench press. I thought it was something she may get better with. But I'm gradually losing hope as time goes on. That must be hard for you, to balance that along with your alter ego living as the Punisher. That's a lot to put on one man's plate. I got a lot of sympathy for that. Anyway, I think I'm upset with this post, but I'm also feeling powerful as a result of how upset I am. So it feels good, to be honest. Am I the asshole for throwing my wife's phone out the window because she wouldn't stop texting her friend when we're at the cottage? Oh, man. This shit always gets me, man. Oh, come on. And then I'm not even going to put it up on the screen because it's like, at first you're like, you should never throw your wife's phone. And then here we go. She couldn't stop messaging her writing friend. All they talk about are characters and role-playing them with each other. My wife is looking for a serious career in writing, but this is literally just for fun. She's never going to publish this dark academia borderline fan fiction. Okay, fucking stop making stuff up, asshole. I don't know if this is the end of React Court or what, but so many of these posts are they're just bait, man. Yeah, I'm protecting you from the bait by not putting it up on the screen because I don't want you to waste your good judgment juice on fake posts. And so many of these are fake posts. Like so many of the fake posts are like, me, 75, male, and my girlfriend, 19F, female, who is blind, were in an ambulance on the way to the moon. Okay, let me guess. Am I the asshole for being upset that my sister made me a birthday cake? My sister has a Purple Heart. She was shot in the Peace Corps trying to deliver medicine in Mali in 2009. Just give me a second here. Let me find it. Let me find the part where like you go in on somebody for being an asshole and then there's actually like a condition that means they have to be an asshole and you can't judge them. I'm not reading this. This is teenage drama. This post boils down to my sister made me a birthday cake, but the cursive writing on the cake looked really bad. Okay. God, I miss being 17. This shit would ruin your night. The cursive on my cake? Like the lady on Kitchen Nightmares on that one episode where they ran out of buns, so they have to serve her a burger on sourdough bread. And she's like, I've never been at a restaurant where they ran out of buns before. Like, it's just really hard. Oh. Am I the asshole for not making my son's friend breakfast? It's so... Oh, okay, so this is it. Here you go. I was going to be like, you just chose not to. Then at the end of it, I'm a single mom and groceries are expensive. Okay, fine. You got me. No, you're not an asshole. Fair enough. Also, Sweden detected. This post is brought to you by Sweden. Am I the asshole for not telling my boyfriend how... It's only because I respect the EU's right to be forgotten laws for internet privacy that I don't go in the internet archive and go to this. Am I the asshole for the strict schedule I have my kids on? Post has been deleted. Oh, that shit would have been so good. I could have chewed on that bone for like 20 minutes, man. That's how we know it was real. That's true. We need to go to r/am I the asshole deleted because no throwaway would ever delete something. They'd be like, look at how mad people are. I'm an amazing creative writer. It's only when people start to get blowback on a real story that they're like, I gotta get this shit out of here immediately. Am I the asshole for making my daughter give up her dog? That's a pretty spicy title. Throw away because a few of my family members browse Reddit and I would rather the situation stay contained. My M45 daughter, F16, has a dog she bought a couple months ago. Her mother and I said she could get one as long as she took care of him, paid for everything he needed, and spent time with him. Okay, like, this is already, like, I don't want to say is not okay. His daughter's a fighter pilot, a fighter jet. His daughter's a damn F-16 Hornet. I don't know if it's a Hornet. All I know is the SR-71 is the Blackbird.
I feel like you can get like your 8-year-old or your 10-year-old or your 12-year-old a dog. When you're buying your 16-year-old or you're allowing your 16-year-old daughter to get a dog, that's your dog. There's a lot of upheaval in a young person's life from 16 to like 25. You're moving a lot. You might go to college. You might spend a year abroad. Like you might spend 10 years abroad. So like that's your pet. This already is like that. I'm not saying the dad should have disallowed it. I'm simply saying he should at least recognize that, like, in forward-looking context, it's his dog, which is fine. You know, isn't that the way it always works? As a grumpy guy, maybe played by a Jack Nicholson type. I hate dogs. I hate dogs. Then all of a sudden he gets saddled with a dog. Maybe it's a dog of someone played by maybe Greg Kinnear or something like that. And then he's like, oh, I'm so grumpy. I hate this animal. But then he bonds with the animal and he's like, actually, I love dogs. Like, that's the way it's supposed to go. However, after a couple of months, she got busier at school and work. She's a sophomore in high school and works part-time at a fast food chain. She works 25 to 30 hours a week and spends at least 2 hours on homework every night. Holy cow, man. I gotta be honest, this girl's busier than I am. That's like... that's almost a full work week, plus school, plus 2 hours of homework a night. My God. She's busy. Even though her dog never went in the house and seemed okay, I felt bad for him since she wasn't home as much as she used to be. Unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing that you could do to rectify the situation. I talked to her at first, telling her that he needed more attention. The dad is 45. I get he's probably busy. He's a busy time in a person's life. I do love that he sees a sad dog and is like, well, there's absolutely nothing I could do to rectify this situation. I've raised countless dogs in my life, and I know what is needed for a healthy, obedient dog. I'm just unwilling to even put in the slightest effort for that right now. I was also worried she wouldn't be his alpha, which is absolutely necessary if she expected to take him with her when she moved out. I don't know what that means. Can a dog-pilled pet cell explain to me what your dog being someone's alpha is? It's a myth? Yeah, but like, what's the myth? Like, it's an old-fashioned thing that... I mean, I know what an alpha dog is. I've seen the movie with Emile Hirsch and Justin Timberlake and Ben Foster. I don't understand. It's the other way. Oh, he's worried the dog won't respect his daughter. You know, not to be the guy who saw James Acaster specials and then referenced them, but it reminds me of that James Acaster bit where he's like, I was at the club. Do you guys know what negging is? It's when you subtly insult someone to undermine your self-esteem and get them interested in you. And I don't want to brag, but these girls were negging me all night. The old Reddit switcheroo. Okay, anyway. Things got better for a bit until the summer came and they were giving her more hours at work. Enough was enough and I put my foot down, insisting she give him up since she couldn't be bothered to make more time for him. She argued with me for a long time about it, eventually giving in and finding him a new owner. She goes straight to her room after work and refuses to talk to me. My wife is upset but hasn't really picked a side. So am I the asshole for making my daughter give her dog a new home? Edit, 30 hours of work a week is not that much, especially in the summer. Look, she's 16 years old, man. Like, 30 hours a week is not that much. But it's a lot for a sophomore in high school when probably, like, I don't know, 75% of her friends have, like, just 2 or 3 months off for summer vacation. Like, that's pretty... It's pretty serious. I'm not going to pretend like look, I had the easiest job in the world. Before we had the baby, you know, maybe like 6-7 years ago, I could work 60 hours a week. I'm recording Isaac episodes, you know, it's not hard. I'm not going to act like 30 hours a week is not a lot, though, when you're slinging like hot chicken sandwiches out of the damn grill. And when I was 6, I didn't even get my first job until I was 17. I worked 10 hours a week. I had 2 shifts a week. Even when I had summer jobs in university, I only worked 35 hours a week. I was like 19, 20. Not in 1920. I know you're going to think it was 1920 because I'm bald, but like I was 19 to 20 years old. But even still, I was like, exhausted on Friday. Anyway, I'm raising my daughter to be a responsible adult. She pays for the things she wants and needs. And if she needs help with money, I provide it for her. It's the summer. She isn't in school. She has no excuse not to spend more time with him. Edit 2, the dog was allowed in the house. I was saying it never went to the bathroom in the house. I did not abuse the dog, and I do not neglect my daughter. I am teaching her to be a responsible adult. Okay, I believe that he believes that he's teaching his daughter to be a responsible adult. At the same time, I think he also, I mean, just to be honest, I don't use this word lightly, and also I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but it seems like you traumatized your daughter by being like a hardline boomer about the idea that like she went back on her word very slightly for justifiable reasons because she got insanely busy. This is a very common recurring element in Am I the Asshole? And I apologize. I don't want to be sexist, but it's to my own gender, so I can do it. There's a lot of Am I the Asshole posts that are like 25 to 65-year-old men who are like, well, I understand the situation changed in a way that's completely understandable and was not predictable in the first place, but we had a deal. And the male code means that we shook on it. So we have like a rigid set of standards we've already agreed to. And if we don't adhere to it, I'm sorry, but you got to give up your best friend. Like there's no, and it's not an all men thing, but like some people just in general have no ability to compromise or to realize that like a deal that you made in January might not make as much sense in August when the world has changed. But anyway, you're the asshole. You can't have it both ways. Making her take full responsibility for the dog, then forcing her to get rid of him. It's her dog or it's not. And from your own admission, it doesn't sound... I like this post because they used his own objectivism against him. If it's her dog, how can he make her give it up? You can't have your cake and eat it too. The alpha stuff is also nonsense. Okay, that's chat told me that as well. She's going to resent you forever for this. Yeah, okay. Absolutely true. Am I the asshole for demanding my fiance stop teaching our kids bad manners? Probably. I mean, I want to say no, but demanding is a very strong word, so I'm not totally sure. My fiance Lola and I have been together for 5 years, engaged for a little over a year, and we have twins. Our wedding is in 2 months. Lola usually takes care of feeding the kids in the morning since I work early, so I never noticed this until recently. I took a week vacation from work just to spend time at home with my kids and Lola and started to notice something that bothered me. Lola has been teaching our kids bad table manners and sees nothing wrong with it. I hadn't noticed as they don't eat this type of food for lunch, dinner, or snacks or eat it all the time, so I guess I missed it. Okay, so it's a good preamble. What constitutes bad table manners? I think there's a lot. First off, your kids are 2.5, which is like, you got bigger fish to fry, I think. I think here's bad table manners. Picking your nose at the table. Chewing with your mouth open or like making a lot of noise when you're chewing deliberately, basically. Some people get a little crazy and they're like, I honestly, I can't fathom how small the problems in your life would have to be worried about having your elbows on the table. But can I tell you, by the way, one of the reasons I never joined the school band in high school is like in 9th grade, I went on a 1 day like music retreat where we went to like a campsite and played a concert at like a nursing home and a concert at the campsite, okay? We ate dinner at the campsite. I'm in the 9th grade. Everybody else, more or less, that's there was, they were already part of the school band. I'm eating. I'm enjoying the company of my friends. I have my elbows on the table. Everybody simultaneously breaks into like, I forget the way that it starts, but it's like something, Ryan, if you're able, get your elbows off the table. This is not a livestock table. It's a first class dining table. Walk your butt. Walk your butt. Walk. And then I was like, what does that mean? And then they're like, oh, you have to get up in front of everybody and spell your name out with your ass. Like, you have to go to the front of the room and then spell your name, like, facing the opposite direction by moving your butt. And I was like, everybody was having a great time. And I was like, are you crazy? I'm not giving up nights and weekends for this shit. This is the most psychotic thing I've ever been a part of in my whole life. It was like the start of Midsommar, man. I was clearly in a different, like, a different culture, and I was fully immersed in it without having any sort of orientation whatsoever. Anyway, so that's why I never joined the band. This morning, I was helping make Lola breakfast. I was helping Lola make breakfast. And then I got the kids ready while she brought their food out for them. As they were getting ready to eat, I noticed they didn't have forks or spoons, so I told Lola I would get them. She said there's no need. Okay. Lots of foods you eat with your hands. I watched instead, and she gave the kids tortillas that she ripped into pieces. They were using their bare hands to grab the food using pieces of the tortilla. I asked her what she was doing. We should be giving them utensils, but she seemed shocked that I was concerned and said that's how they always eat it. Yeah. I don't even want to stop reading because I don't understand what's wrong with it. It's just, I mean, it just seems like a tortilla is the wrong hill to die on here. This is a very hand-based food. I told her she was teaching them bad manners and making them think it was okay to just grab food with their hands. She told me they do that anyway when they have chips or grapes or tacos or pizza, and listed a bunch of other snacks and fast food you eat without utensils. Okay, so my wife owned me. Am I the asshole? When I complained about something idiotic, my wife brought up 17 examples of foods we eat all the time that I don't have a problem with. But those foods, though, are American. Like a burger, dude, a burger. You want me to use a fork and a knife to grab a burger? Are you crazy? It's a burger. A taco? Yeah, that's fork and knife, man. You don't want to touch the tortilla with your bare hands. I pointed out those things are usually made to be eaten quickly or on the road, so utensils aren't needed. This is just an insane goalpost move to me. She said I was being offensive by calling her way of eating gross and saying it was bad manners, but I do think it's gross to see someone grabbing at food with their bare hands like that. On the other hand, eating a hamburger while driving, even though you're still touching the food with your hands, not gross. Even though you probably haven't washed your hands in 2 hours, no big deal. She said she grew up eating like that and would always use tortillas to eat things like eggs or meat rice beans, and that it wasn't gross because she always made the kids wash their hands. I ended up giving my kids forks for them to eat. Okay, healthiest relationship spotted. They didn't want to use, which made me even more frustrated with her because now they're used to this. Lola has been really annoyed the rest of the day and wouldn't let me help with lunch, and earlier she was walking around the house speaking to someone, probably her sister, in Spanish about me, and I'm starting to feel a bit annoyed. It's so good, man. He doesn't speak Spanish, because then he would probably know who she's talking to, but she's talking about him. I can relate to that. Usually it's not bad stuff, but sometimes I'll be like, looking at my phone while I'm eating dinner with my in-laws, because I mean, like, I'm on year 10 of this stuff, right? Like, at some point you just gotta tap out and do the doom scroll, and I'll hear like Korean speaking and then Ryan, and then Korean speaking and then Ryan, and then I'm like, but then I know I can pick up enough Korean that I can usually figure out what she's talking about, and then I laugh when the punchline comes in at least. I don't pretend to know the whole thing, but I'm like, I get the gist of it. Yeah, this is a good point. The tortilla is the utensil. It's basically like it's a corn glove. Well, maybe glove is not the way you think of it, but all the dudes' replies are super racist, by the way. Okay, well, let's go take a look at that then. So yeah, you're the asshole. He's probably heavily downvoted if I had to guess. So we probably won't even see them. You're the asshole. It's very common to use a tortilla as the utensil. You're being insensitive to her culture. Not just insensitive, but like, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Fundamentally, I'm mostly just like, you're the asshole and I'm confused. Why do you want your kids to use a fork to eat something with a tortilla? It doesn't... It doesn't make any sense. Like, I've actually fully don't understand. I think he's just mad, and he's trying to find a source for his madness, but actually he's just mad. I think he has some built-up resentment, and it bubbled to the surface at the most frictionless possible moment, which was this, where he felt like he had a leg to stand on, but actually doesn't. Show his replies? I don't want to validate him. Also, I don't know how to do that. That's the main reason. It's just I don't want to click on his replies and have him have like a racial slur pop up or something like that. I'll let the downvotes hide it so that I already know I don't like the guy. I don't need to. You ever hear the expression, "'Tis better to appear a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt"? That's kind of where I'm at with this guy, except replace fool with, I don't know, possibly, I don't know, bad person. You're the asshole. Your casual racism towards your wife is going to affect your kids. Yeah, okay, I mean, okay. I understand why everybody's calling him a little racist. However, I wish more people would also focus on the fact that his argument just doesn't make sense to begin with. I understand why the racism thing is bubbling to the surface, but I wish more people would talk about how it doesn't make sense to eat a tortilla with a fork and a knife to begin with. Maybe he's a germaphobe? Yeah, but he said he doesn't mind eating fast food in his car. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend to stop meal planning? Oh no. It's an edit at the top, man. We did have one similar, but that was, I believe that was the boyfriend was mad because it took 5 minutes to plan their meals for the week, but he's not the kind of person on a Sunday who knows what he wants to eat on a Thursday, because mommy's special little boy gets to pick at 5:45 what he's going to eat at 6 every day of the week, even though he's 28 years old. I remember that one. That one still lives in my brain. That's like somehow you got to be an adult, but you're like, my day is ruined if I don't get to choose what to eat for dinner on the exact like time of dinner every day. Oh man, sorry, I had to let the blood pressure come down a little bit. Whew. What about the classic, I let my stepson almost die so that he could learn his lesson? Yes, the most sensible home gym owner who let his stepson think that he was going to die because he didn't want his stepson using his gym. See, that's what could happen to you if you use the gym without my supervision. That's also what could happen to you if you use the gym with my supervision, as demonstrated by my behavior right now. Anyway. All right, am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend to stop meal planning? We'll start with the edit. Edit, please stop commenting that my girlfriend has an eating disorder. She does not. If you do it, I will probably block you. But I'm not 100% confident. It depends on the contents of your message. I don't care if you've had an eating disorder. This is one situation. It's not possible to say someone has an eating disorder over one situation you weren't even there to witness. My dumb assery sent her to a high-intensity practice with no food in her body. I don't know what is going on. It's written like a Johnny Truant passage from House of Leaves. Like, what's happening? We're starting at the damn end. She is not rigid with her food. She doesn't have time to cook, so meal prepping makes sure she can eat to meet her caloric goals and nutritional needs to stay healthy. Her team meets with a dietitian to make sure they're eating the calories they need to. Well, then why are you telling her to stop meal prepping? I don't understand. She needs to meal prep to get her nutritional needs, but the title is, am I the asshole for getting her to stop meal prepping? I know it sounds bad, but hear me out. My girlfriend, Charlotte, is really big into fitness. She always played sports as a kid and is now playing volleyball in college. She also goes to the gym 6 days a week. Because of this, she likes to meal prep for the week to make sure she gets her macros. I don't know if you've heard about this stuff. Just a couple hours ago, she went into the fridge and suddenly became very frantic because I'd eaten her overnight oats. I think that's what they are called. I didn't realize they were part of her meal prep. I thought the oatmeal fairy just blessed us and put some food in the fridge that was for me to eat without asking for it. I thought just some benevolent donator came by and put some food in the fridge that was for me because I live here. So blessed. LeBron James Instagram photo. Can't believe this my life. I didn't realize they were a part of her meal prep because she'd never made them before and didn't say anything. What was she thinking? Usually her meal preps are several of the same meal, but there was only one oatmeal container, so I thought it wasn't hers. But like, okay, I think I'm missing some context. Whose was it that, do you have like roommates? If it's not hers, then whose would it be if you didn't make it? Can you just admit, like, what, instead of writing this insane sentence that falls apart under the slightest bit of scrutiny, why not just be like, I'm an adult, I made a mistake and ate her food because it looked good and it was a moment of weakness or whatever. I don't understand why you, like trying to come up with some form of justification that's like, oh, normally when she makes food, there's a lot of it, but there wasn't that much here, so I just ate it even though I didn't make it. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to put myself in this guy's shoes. Like, it's not ingredients, it's food. It's not like there was some strawberries in the fridge and he ate a couple. Like, this is like a meal. You ate a meal out of the fridge. This is the guy that is in your office, so they had to make those bags that have like a mold pattern on them so that it looks like it's a moldy sandwich, but actually the sandwich inside is good. You just had to put some form of deterrence on it so that people didn't steal it from you. Maybe he thought he made it and forgot. Maybe that's the only thing. Hey, did I make these overnight oats? I don't know. Maybe. It doesn't seem like a thing that my fiance would do or my girlfriend, so yeah, it was probably me. Even though I have no memory of doing it, that just doesn't seem like something she would do. She went off about how inconsiderate I was being because she didn't have time to cook in the morning because of her schedule. That seems completely fair. I immediately apologized for eating it, even though, clearly based on this post, he doesn't really see that he did that much wrong. I mean, you think he knows that he did it wrong, but he's like, hey, there's justification for it. Have you considered that the container was not as big as the normal meal prep containers you make, and thus I didn't think it was for you? I thought it was for anybody. It was a first come, first serve situation. I know that it was super crappy, and I genuinely had no idea. I just want to talk to him for a second and be like, what do you mean you had no idea? How did you think the food got in the fridge? Much like this is the last post, but like on steroids, where I'm like, I didn't understand why that guy wanted to use a fork to eat a tortilla. This one, I'm like, I just don't understand. After apologizing, I said maybe she should stop meal prepping if not getting one of her meals throws her off that much. I'm sorry to say, this is rude. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever read in my life. Can you apply this to anything? Oh, if you need insulin so bad, maybe you should stop taking it. What doesn't make any sense? Maybe you should stop meal prepping if me stealing your food makes it so you can't eat your meal. She got angry and said that I wouldn't understand since I don't play a sport. Here's the thing. I don't think it has anything to do with a sport, but I do think that she's right that he wouldn't understand based on the reasoning skills that were on display throughout the rest of the post. Then she left. She usually texts me when she gets to her location safely, but hasn't said anything since our argument. Am I the asshole? She just texted me she wants to talk after practice. She just got home from practice and we talked. She apologized at snapping at me over an accident, but like, it's like she's not in the wrong like at all. You should always try to be nice to people, but she didn't do anything wrong. It's not an accident. I mean, I'm not naive enough to think that like you could never eat someone's food that they wanted to eat. You know? You get hungry, you're tired, you're like, maybe she forgot about it or something like that. I'm not saying there's any good reasons, but like, and you should just ask in the first place. But then to like be offended that you got called out and thus go, maybe you should stop meal prepping if you need food so bad. Like he should apologize. She just got pissed in the heat of the moment, but asked me not to touch any of her meal prep food without asking, especially before practice, because her foods are important to keeping her physically fit and her energy high. Yeah, no shit. Why is he typing this? Like, everybody reading this has to know this, right? She said that not keeping to her nutritional goals can cause potential injuries. She said if I want the food she preps, I need to ask her to make me some while she's prepping on Sundays. I feel like I should include this in my post because many people don't read all the comments. Yes, I apologize profusely. I ordered pink-lidded containers on Amazon to make sure this doesn't happen again. It doesn't, what are you talking about? You don't need a new system. If you didn't make the food, you know is not for you to eat without asking at least. Like, what's wrong? The system didn't fail you. You just ate someone else's food. I'm not even, look, I get why you're focusing on the pink stuff, okay? I'm just saying, like, much like the last one, I'm like, the central problem here is so insane to me that I just don't get it. If you didn't make the food, you don't need a special container. Can't you look into your memory and be like, did I make this paella? If you didn't make the paella, then don't eat the paella. Also, the man's eating like overnight oats at night. They're called overnight oats. Anyway, we're both laughing over it now. She started calling me the oatmeal bandit. I love her. She's so crazy. You're insane. This is the most insane post I've ever read on Am I the Asshole? He must be so hot. Of course you're the asshole. You knew for sure you hadn't prepared it and it wasn't yours. Instead of saying, my bad, your solution is to tell her to stop meal prepping. What? Just don't eat things you didn't cook. Holy cow. It's like literally what I took 3,000 words to say in like 50 words. Then they go too far and they say other things about how we would steal stuff from the work fridge. I'm not comfortable saying that again, but you're the asshole? I thought it wasn't hers. Did you make it? Then whose did you think it was if not hers? It's so good. I love it. You're the asshole. Did you think the Oat Fairy prepped the overnight oats? Okay, I'm learning I'm not as clever as I thought I was. You're the asshole. You knew it wasn't yours. I'd say the reasonable next step is to ask her to label her meals, but asking her to stop entirely? Why? I mean, labeling the meals I think is even too far, but like they're implicitly labeled because he didn't make them. I don't understand. I just don't get it. There was only one oatmeal. I will read 25 of these. There's one oatmeal container, so I thought it wasn't hers. What the fuck? You knew it wasn't yours? You're the asshole. Maybe a ghost left it there. I love this, man. Usually her meal preps are several of the same meal, but there was only one container, so I thought it wasn't hers. Whose food did you think you ate and left without a meal instead, and why would that have been okay? Oh, man. That's fun. I'm not saying bullying is fun, but I'm not bullying. I'm simply asking this person questions to figure out how stupid they are. Am I the asshole for not following the school supply standards for my children? Okay. Probably. Automatic, yes. I don't even know the premise. What are the school supply standards? Like they were only supposed to get their kid like pens and pencils and then their kid shows up with an iPad or something? I, 35 male, have 2 children, 9M and 5M. My littlest one is going into kindergarten. I was so excited to properly include him in our school shopping routine. He's always tagged along with his brother and gotten his own arts and crafts stuff to use at home, of course, but there's a new layer of excitement this year. All right, cute and wholesome. We always allow independence in choices as long as it doesn't become inconvenient. For example, if my kid picks out the 120 count crayons, we might redirect him to the 96 count instead since it's easier to carry around in his backpack. Your 5-year-old doesn't need 96 crayons, man. That's too much. That's ridiculous. They need like 16 crayons at most. That covers like the rainbow and all the semitones. You know, you got the whole thing. Other than practical, we read it. It's always a fun experience and a great way to kick off the school year and to relive some of those, oh God, my baby's leaving me fears for my husband and I with our 5-year-old. Can I say something else that's a value judgment? I think it's just a little, and it's not a big problem. He's devoted a lot of text to how much he loves shopping for school supplies. That just seems like a little bit like more than I would expect for an adult. Doesn't have to be a chore, but like the fact that he's getting so much enjoyment out of it. Because you know what, and I'm going back in time now. I show up to school with the Buffalo pencil case. I got like the little pencil sharpener. I got, some lined paper. And I got the binders where you have to go, kung, and then the fucking rings snap open. And obviously, if you pinch your finger when you close the ring, you're going to lose it. But they open with so much force that just the ring popping open can actually draw blood if your hand is in the wrong spot. And then you look to the person next to you, and it's probably somebody named Elizabeth, who is 6 inches taller than you in the 7th grade, and she's got a 5-star binder for every single school subject, even though you're in middle school. And then she's got her pencils, like, this is the number 2 pencil, this is my pen, this is my gel pen, this is my, and I'm like, this is that kid growing up, who I've got to ask for a pencil because I forgot to bring one. And then they go, just make sure you give it back. I'm gonna give it back. I'm not out here in the habit of stealing pencils from my classmates. Like I don't get any value out of that. We usually grab quite a few items on the teacher's wish list as well and make a point to wrap it up nicely as a little thank you present from our children to the educator that will be spending the year with them. This year, upon receiving the school supplies list, there is a note made at the top that all supplies should be exactly as listed on the sheet, such as a 24-pack of crayons. Excuse me, is this a Lascaux cave painting? How am I supposed to weave a fresco with a mere 24 crayons? It doesn't seem possible. But 96 crayons for a 5-year-old is actually so funny, too. Have you ever seen a 5-year-old draw? Like, they could accomplish the same thing with 2 crayons. I had 96 at 5, STFU. I'm sorry. It's exhausting. Hello, Cobalt, by the way. Hello, Cobalt. Welcome. Cobalt, how many crayons do you think is too many for a 5-year-old to go to kindergarten with? Would you say the number is over or under 96? Anyway. This was confusing for me, as I buy the items specifically for my children. I decided I was going through with our supply shopping tradition as normal, never getting anything less than what was required, of course, and send a note with both of my boys that their items would be their own and could be kept in their backpacks as usual. When I expressed this sentiment to those around me, aside from my husband, they weren't very receptive to the idea. Am I the asshole for not following the rules listed? It's just... why are you getting in your own way, I guess? It's just kind of weird. I agree. I'm straddling 2 lines here because I'm a parent, but I've also been a teacher. And when you're like a teacher, if you have to manage a class of 35-year-olds, I'm sure you devised a system that makes it as convenient as possible so you don't have to focus on minutia like who's got is the right crayon box in their backpack. You probably just want to keep it on the damn shelf so when it's arts and crafts time, you can just, drag them all out and nobody's going to cry because they didn't get the right box, right? But instead, you got one dad who's like, I know that you designed this system, but I think I know how it should work better than that. And now is even more exhausting because you got to deal with the dad as well. So yeah, I think you're kind of the asshole, honestly. Like, why don't you just buy the list? Like, the teacher's job is already hard. You really think that they designed the school supply lists to like antagonize you? You think they don't have bigger problems in their lives? It's just kind of just like a weird battle to pick, quite frankly. You got pre-read? Okay, well, let's check it out. I'm 100% open and now intend to buy extra school supplies to send with each of my children for those whose families can't afford to purchase them. My kiddos also... yeah, okay, so like I understand also that maybe there was like a cap on the school supplies to not make people with less money feel like they have to overspend in order to keep up with the Joneses. That makes a lot of sense, but also like, why are you? I just don't understand why you're picking the battle in the first place. Like, why don't you just adhere to the letter that they gave you because it's kindergarten? Like, who cares? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why? Like, do you have no problems in your life? I get that this is for petty grievances, but at the same time, like, here's what I want. I want you to make a follow-up post. It's like how I got to be 35 years old with 2 kids, and the biggest thing going on in my life right now is like I'm having a feud with a kindergarten teacher over school supplies. You haven't had simultaneous salmonella and campylobacter infections recently, clearly. You haven't done colonoscopy prep recently. Am I the asshole for helping my wife take her father to the emergency room and then rolling my eyes when he told me that they said wait anywhere, so he went home and missed his appointment? But then also, like, I'm not going to get into the details. That's for Kate to do on her stream if she wants to. But like I mentioned last week, how we've been trying to get my father-in-law, like a medical appointment, like a doctor's appointment, because he's been having some troubling neurological symptoms, okay? We finally convinced him on Sunday to go to the emergency room. On Sunday, he went to the emergency room, but we knew it was going to be like 6 hours, right? So we had him go first, and we're like, we'll meet you there. So he went first. He showed up at like 10 a.m. We drive all the way out to this hospital, like, you know, quite a distance away. And then Kate calls him and is like, where are you? And he said, oh, like I got checked in and they told me to wait anywhere, so I drove home. Kate was not very pleased with this turn of events. The reason we had to be there, and like this is very I'm not bringing this up just to bring it up, is very central to the issue. Like Kate's dad doesn't speak English well enough to probably handle what a doctor is going to say, right? Because you need to follow their instructions very specifically, and you need to know like what they're saying in order to relay it to the rest of the family. So that's why Kate had to be there. And I was there just because, hey, it's the weekend. You spend time with your family, right? Anyway, so then we're like, well, what the heck, come back. So he came back, and then Kate talked to the people blocked me. Kate talked to the staff, and the staff was like, like we called his name like 3 times, and he wasn't here, so we pulled hhim off of the list. And then she was like, yeah, he went home because he thought when you said wait anywhere, like you didn't mean the 20 chairs in the he didn't think that it was pick a chair. He thought that it was like, oh, it's like when you check into a restaurant and they're like, it'll be 45 minutes, like why don't you just take a couple walks around the block or whatever. So luckily they got him in like right after that. They were they basically let him skip the line, which I appreciate. And then he got like good medical care, and he got like whoops, I'm stupid. That was not smart. And he got like scanned and blood tested and stuff. He got a clean bill of health with some other, like some things that he can do at home to help minimize his symptoms and stuff like that, which was nice. But then I do have to be honest, there was another part of me that was like, I'm glad my father-in-law is getting good medical attention. But I was also like, where was that shit when I needed it? Because I was fucking dying and nobody cared at the hospital. They were like, what the hell are you doing here? Get out of here. You're 33 years old. And I was also like, you know what? Fuck this, dude. I'm never going to a Vancouver hospital if I got an emergency ever again. I'm driving out to New West. You can catch me at the New West Hospital. Next time I got a serious problem, go to the closest hospital. That's a foolish decision. I will be going to New Westminster, where the population is 20% of Vancouver's, but the infrastructure is 200% better, and I will be going to New West. No, I would not cross the border and go to Bellingham, okay? I wouldn't be caught dead. Even if the hospital is probably Bellingham's #1 tourist attraction. Because when people go to Bellingham, they're like, what is this horrible town? So they eat cyanide and then go to the hospital, and they're like, what the heck? If I'd known the hospital was this nice, I would have started my trip here instead of at the damn Tulip Festival Museum, whatever the hell you got going on in Bellingham, Western Washington University's football stadium. You know, like I feel like I'm just wondering what's going on in your life that this is taking up so much space. You're the asshole for the reasons others have mentioned. 14 years in public schools, you don't want to start the year being that parent, you just don't. Most classrooms I was in, extra items were simply sent home or not used. May I suggest you could set up a homework station at home with some of the off-list items your kiddos would like. I know who this parent is. Not really, like I don't know who they are, but every class had 3 of this person. You know, the kind of like kid that's unreasonably organized for a 12-year-old. I didn't realize that carried through into adulthood as well. It was me. I was unreasonably messy as a 12-year-old. Or I don't know, maybe reasonably messy, honestly. OMG, he does. I've been loving the Daddy Pig Photoshops, by the way. There, finally, it's a number 2 post, so maybe it's not finally. From a teacher, you're the asshole. Especially if items are going to be shared. You're trying to individualize supplies for your kids. It makes it harder on the teacher when they have 25 plus more kids like yours to manage in the classroom. Shared supplies also create a sense of accountability. What you're doing is teaching your kids it's okay to not follow directions. Following directions is one of the biggest problems with kids in school right now. Yes, good. BernieSanders.png. Yes. I couldn't, like here, it's the thing, apologies, I already talked about the Campylobacter, the colonoscopy. Let's bring it back to the cruise. It's the same thing, except with adults, that we went through when we were disembarking from the damn cruise ship. There's 3,500 people trying to get off of this damn, floating apartment building. 1 in 10 people was like, I know that they've designed the system to maximize throughput, but I'm just going to fuck around and break the rules because I think I know better than the staff. And that makes it take longer, not only for them, but for absolutely everybody that is behind them in the line as well. Hey, we only called people with Pluto luggage tags. Oh, I'd like to get off the boat. What's your luggage tag? Mickey Mouse? Well, we only called Pluto. I don't understand why I can't get off the boat. It's because they got the luggage is coming off in a specific order, so they let the people go, and then they can pick up their luggage, and then they got more space with the luggage, then they can put out the new tags, and then it's actually faster for everybody to just follow the system. But instead, this guy's like, oh, the system's not perfect for me. Yeah, that's because it's a compromise, because you got 30 kids in your damn kindergarten classroom. You got to... You know how exhausted you are after looking after like 2 kids all day? Okay, look after 25 strangers' kids in a big room where they're all running around with each other for 8 hours for 9 months a year. And then, oh, it's Tuesday, time to do finger painting. Try to get 25 damn kids to wash their hands. Oh, Jeremy's dad sends him with the special Tom's of Maine soap. Because he doesn't use Dial. They're not a Dial household. Okay, like, honestly, you have to live with other people in society. Just get over it. What the hell is this? Am I the asshole for not wanting a med school student to watch my doctor perform a rectoscope on me? Can somebody tell me, is a rectoscope a real thing? Or is this a rare colonoscopy post? You would know? It's my alt account. By user/deleted 5 days ago. 5 days ago? Ah, I'm safe. No, I'm not. My colonoscopy was 6 days ago. Oh, shit. I had opportunity. What do I need now? I need motive and intent. Holy cow, this is like, it's perfect timing, man. Long story short, my doctor told me, I don't live in the U.S. I don't live in the U.S., man. I don't remember making this post, but this doesn't seem like the kind of post my wife would make. So it must be for me. Long story short, my doctor told me 29M. I'm 29M in many ways. That she will perform a rectoscope to see if I really have hemorrhoids or something else. It was already embarrassing to discuss my medical issue in front of a bunch of medical students and ask questions too. Look, it's your prerogative. It's your right. I promise you that they do not care. Every single one of these students is going to watch like 12 people die in their career. They don't care about your butthole. They're probably just really tired. Like, they're probably just like, man, I hope this guy stops being so weird about his asshole so we can get lunch on time today. So I don't have to eat a ham sandwich over the bathroom garbage can on the way to my next assignment. She got me into the exam room, and with her there was a student, medical training with her. My doctor told me to get in the position, get my pants off, and literally show her my asshole to insert the thing. I was like in front of her, and she said yes. It threw me off because I never expected this to happen. I told her I'm not going to do this until she gets out of the room. The student told me she's just here to observe and ask questions so she learns. I told her that it's cute. What? Nice try, sweetheart. I know you're just trying to get a glance at this sweet, juicy peach I got here. Cute excuse, honey. Where I come from, we call this sexual harassment. But I'm not going to do it in front of her. She needs to get out. I got in a small fight with the doctor and the student, both insisting it's okay for her to be there and trying to convince me, but eventually the doctor gave up and agreed. After finishing my visit, the student confronted me and made me know she didn't like the way I spoke to her. That seems totally fair. If you said it's cute. I spoke to her and that there's no shame in medicine. She's only there for learning. I told her off and that I don't want her to see me naked. She called me an asshole and left. Am I the asshole? Okay. This might surprise you. I don't think you're the asshole for not wanting the medical student to be in there. I think that's your right as a patient. I'm open about my medical procedure. I mean, if they want to have the room packed for the colonoscopy, what do I care? 6 people are seeing a camera be shoved up my asshole. Why not make it 20? Why not make it 100? What do I care? But I think it's your right to be like, no, only the doctor. But the way he talked about it was like, was very rude. I think that makes him an asshole. Edit. I want to say that I went to a medical school hospital, not a normal hospital. This might be relevant. Okay, you're the asshole. Are you stupid? Is this the same guy who he ate his girlfriend's overnight oats? I retract my not the asshole. Again, here's the thing. I think you should have the right to be like, no, the medical student can't watch you shove a camera up my butt. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with that because at that point, I'm like, I got bigger problems, like the camera going up my butt. I'm not going to let like a little speed bump screw up the whole road trip, right? And you know what? Maybe they'll become a better gastroenterologist as a result. But the way he talked to the medical student seemed very rude, which makes him an asshole. I'm so sorry you found that unbelievable, but unfortunately, I can assure you it did happen to me yesterday, and it was unbelievable to me too. I thought I was the asshole because maybe I prevented her a chance to learn. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I find it hard to believe as well, but simultaneously, like, I also find it hard to believe that you went to a medical university hospital and then we're like, no medical students, please. Update. Thank you for the kind words. I know that this post is tagged as asshole, but it seems most comments are saying not the asshole, so don't worry. I know now that we won big. Jay Beesman, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. It's looking like I'm not the asshole. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not the asshole. I'm also going to tell you I only went to the hospital because my doctor works there now and told me to go there for a checkup every Thursday. I also live in Egypt. Sorry for not answering these questions early. I didn't open my account until now. I will also try to report the student for... I lost my place. I will also try to report the student like many people here are telling me to. It will be a disaster if somebody like this becomes a doctor. What the hell are you talking about? You kind of like, based on your own verbiage in the post, you kind of verbally abused her, which means you, in real life, you were probably way more rude than even your post would make you seem to be. And she didn't say, hey, I really want to see your butthole. She said, hey, I didn't like the way you talked to me, which is completely valid. Literally, they're just, I mean, I'm sorry. They're just looking at your butt. Why are you being so weird? Doesn't make you any less of a man. Again, I think he's within his rights to say, I only want the doctor to be in the room. I just don't know why he's making it such a big deal. Also, the post says asshole, but he's like, thank you for telling me I'm not the asshole. You're the asshole because of your edit. Med student here, not the asshole. Traitor. Not the asshole. Edit. Everybody sucks here. Edit, not the asshole. He better never go to Talladega. Absolutely true. Am I the asshole for suing the Talladega audience for constantly yelling, "Show me your butthole"? We got sketty, we got beer. We're getting fucking nuts. Am I the asshole for telling my friend that I think his girlfriend is about to leave him? Not 16 years old, by the way. I, 30F, am friends with Ruby, F30. Just, isn't it so much to ask for to get some consistency? 30F, F30, M31. Can you at least put the age and the sex in the same order every time? Sorry, I gotta hide. I'm stun locked too early. We met at uni and we're part of the same group of friends. They got together in our final year. After uni, Tom and I started work. Ruby did masters while working. Jason OD'd and died. What the hell is going on? The coolest dream. After masters, Ruby landed a very good job and Tom decided to quit his. Apparently she wasn't happy but let it go. Ruby and I were very best friends, but after graduation she became boring. While me and Tom would have a drink or two in their garden, she would study or work and drifted apart. That's so good. Recently, Ruby has become more distanced. When I come over and Tom and I sit in the garden, she doesn't even join us. She does her own stuff. She barely acknowledges us. Well, Tom doesn't see an issue. I tried to tell him, but he said it's fine. At least she doesn't bother him while gaming anymore. She's lost a lot of weight lately. She's gained it because of her thyroid and has just been focusing on herself. I tried inviting her to have a drink with us, but she always refuses. Frankly, I think she's taking adulting way too seriously. Psychic damage. Psychic damage. Last Saturday, I was out with some friends and we were doing a pub crawl. At one, I noticed Ruby having a drink with her friends. I didn't know she had any. And she was her old self, laughing, having fun, cracking jokes. She was the life of the party. I didn't know any of those people and I suspected Tom didn't either. I texted Tom and he said he's busy with a game and we'll talk later. I couldn't let it go. She went outside with her friend and I followed them. It was crowded, so she didn't notice me and I kind of eavesdropped on them. I was lucky because they're talking about her plans and it seems she's planning on leaving Tom. She's sick of him not working and ignoring her, but been stuck because he doesn't work. She saved money for herself and saved a few months' money for him so when she leaves, he can have money to live off. I couldn't believe my ears. What a TCH. I got a taxi and went straight to Tom's, telling him what I hear. He told me to stop being silly. Plus, I'm playing a game. We'll talk later. I told him he should consider what to do so she stays, and he said she has no reason to leave. We played some games and got a bit more drunk. I stayed on their sofa and didn't know when Ruby came home. I was woken up by Ruby at 2 p.m. and she called me an asshole amongst other names, kicked me out of the house telling me to never come again. She was pissed because Tom confronted her about leaving. She told me not to meddle, and I told her he has a right to know if she's going to leave and has a chance to make things right. Was I really in the wrong for telling him? I mean, we used to be friends, but I don't think I have any obligation to her, but I am not sure. Am I really the asshole for warning him? I thought he deserved that. Update. Shit has hit the fun. Last night, Tom knocked on my door crying. She kicked him out. They were talking and he was begging for her to stay. He offered to find a part-time job and do more around the house, but she wouldn't listen to him and didn't care that he wanted to try. Okay. I know I said I wasn't going to get stun locked. Your girlfriend provides all the finances for the home. It's not going to be a popular statement, okay? But there's more for you to do around the house. You got 40 hours a week chilling, and then also the evenings, and there's still stuff you're not doing, like everything around the house, or like 85%. You don't, I hate to say it, you don't know how lucky you got it. During 8 hours of work, if you did like 2 hours of chores daily, that place would be fucking sparkling. He's on Rumbleverse 100%. There's no doubt. He's probably the guy javelin tackling me in the final circle. Vacuum every 2 days? I'm just saying you got to justify your role. Like, here's what I would do. If I was in this situation, first off, there's no doubt the house would be clean as hell every day. But 100% of the time, whenever, like if she comes home at like 5:30, 5:25, I'm plugging in the vacuum cleaner so that when I open the door, she always sees me doing something. So she gets the subconscious impression that like, oh, he's been working all day. He couldn't even finish the housework by the time I got home. Or I'd be like, I would just open the door wearing like rubber gloves and be like, oh, sorry, I just finished cleaning the bathroom or something like that. Meanwhile, I would, have a leisurely breakfast. I'd probably go for a nice walk, play some Pokemon Go, come back, eat a leisurely lunch, and then I would do some chores, and then I would probably like watch a movie or something like that, and then I would plug in the vacuum at 5:25 and be like, zzz. And then people are like, well, what if she came home early one day? Well, I would just, as if she came home before 5:30 and I was looking like I was just gaming, I would be like, I'm sick. I don't feel well. But you can't, if your girlfriend's making all the money for the house, you can't let the home be in disarray. Because then your girlfriend is just your mom. If she's doing all the breadwinning and 50% of the housework, you're like, stop being such a loser. I'm sorry, I didn't know how else to phrase it. Now, if the roles were reversed, I would say she's girl bossing. Leave her alone. But I can put myself in his shoes more easily, okay? She said she's leaving in 2 weeks. She's so serious about adulting, she gave 2 weeks' notice to her boyfriend. He asked where, if they could meet and work on things while living separately, but she's moving abroad. She has his debit card. They had a joined account, and she had a separate one. But she's transferred all but 100 pounds. That's all he has for 2 weeks. As you can see, she's not the saint you guys make her out to be. Tom is heartbroken, and all she cares is money and her move. She doesn't care how he feels or if he has a place to stay for the 2 weeks. The edit, I don't understand at all. I feel like both OP and the guy are bozos. You're entitled, for the record, within reasonability, to live your life however you want. You want to be a 31-year-old guy who just plays video games all day? Well, you could become a streamer. But also, you're entitled to do that, but that doesn't mean that, your girlfriend who is crushing it in all aspects and doesn't want to get drunk on the weekends with her university friends and sleep until 2 p.m., that doesn't mean that she has to stay with you. It honestly sounds like Tom and the poster should be in a relationship together. They both don't take adult life seriously, which again is completely fine as long as they're not trying to fit a round peg into a square hole and be like married to a career woman. Like, it's that those are incompatible lifestyles. So if you want to have a couple of ciders and play FIFA all day, then sure, you guys you would get along great. What's the problem? Also, I don't understand why he feels like he should get more money. It doesn't make any sense to me. My girlfriend broke up with me. She only left me 100 pounds of her money. You realize how bad of a boyfriend you have to be for your girlfriend to pay you severance? She reduced the severance twice? Yeah, because you kept asking for more. I would be annoyed too. She told him she had some money saved up so he'll have time to find a job. He asked her if he could get the money now since he has to go someplace else and find someplace else to stay. Oh, grow up. Stay out of other people's relationships. And guess what? Of course your friend was super happy. I'd be happy too if someone paid all my bills and did everything while I sat on my ass and wasted my own college degree doing nothing. And he said the only problem they had was her nagging him. Translation, she was telling him point blank the things that made her unhappy and the change she wanted to see, and he made zero effort to accommodate her. Ruby deserves her freedom. Her life will be much better with both of you gone. And in 10 years, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves. You aren't in your 20s anymore. Now is the time to build the life you want, which is what smart little Ruby is doing. I don't know why she phrased it like that, but she went off. Smart little Ruby, whether she's working her job that pays her too much money, doing all of the financial responsibilities of the household, or building equity that skyrockets their net worth. If Tom came to me and begged for greater severance, I would have said no. I, male 28, live with my wife Macy. 28. There's a rule that I have. You can't share other people's names if you don't share your own name. So you got your son's name, an infant son named Leo. You got a wife, Macy. What's the husband's name? Quirky Addendum 2779. Leo is our first and only child and is 5 months old. Macy works part-time and I work full-time. Macy works on Tuesdays, but I don't. If Macy gets a call to work on the day that's 3 days after Tuesday, and I get a call to work on the day that's 4 days before Wednesday, who's looking after the baby? Macy works on Tuesdays, but I don't. Macy normally leaves the house at around 8 a.m. to get to work on time, but I like to take the opportunity to sleep in where I can get it. You are the asshole already. You should have thought of that before you conceived, dickhead. What are you thinking? You had 28 years to take the opportunity to sleep in, and then you made a decision that gave up that right, okay? Whenever Macy gets ready for work, Leo will usually start crying in his crib even after he's had his first feed of the day. This doesn't wake me up unless he's been crying for a little while because I'm a heavy sleeper. My child cries a little bit, but it's usually easy to ignore. For the past 2 Tuesdays, Macy has decided to take Leo out of his crib and put him in our bed with me right before she leaves for work, even though I'm sound asleep. She doesn't do anything to wake me up because she's leaving for work and Leo stops crying when she puts him in our bed. Okay, that's also really bad. If you don't have a kid, you might not know there's best practices for a newborn's sleep, and putting a child in your bed as an adult is already bad, but then putting it in the bed with someone who may not even know it's there is way worse. I'm less paranoid about it now, but especially for like the first year of our daughter's life, I was like, I would like put her in the crib, I would leave the room, and then I'd be like, oh shit, what if there's a mild earthquake and a book falls off the bookshelf and lands on a stuffed animal and pushes the stuffed animal onto her face and she suffocates, right? Like that's where my head was at. There were a lot of days where I woke up and I was like, oh, she should be crying by now. I guess she died. I guess she died in the night. And then you just sort of like sit there for a bit and be like, well, I'm just going to enjoy this little period before I have to face that. And then you wait, like you maybe like brush your teeth, and then you go into the room and she's just chilling and you're like, oh, never mind. Good morning. It messes up your amygdala, man. Having a kid, like your amygdala permanently expands to like 5 times its normal size. Yes, Kate there's a baby cam video of me waking her up one day, and I like went in and was like, hi, and she didn't react at all. And I was like, that's fairly normal. So I like put my hand like on her chest and started to do like a circular rub, and she didn't react. And you can see on the baby cam, it was like I got hit by a lightning bolt. I was like, and then I did it for like another 5 seconds, and she was like, good morning. Anyway, she was just chilling, honestly. Anyway, nothing bad has happened yet, but I know the risks of putting a baby in a normal bed with an adult sleeping in it. Leo crawls, and I'm worried he could fall out of the bed and hurt himself. Okay, I didn't even know that he could crawl. It's already bad enough that he could just be hurt or worse. But the fact that he can crawl means that, yes, he cannot be in the... assuming that you're responsible enough to have a box spring because you have a child... You please tell me you don't just have the mattress on the ground like you're living in a college flop house or something. So that's dangerous. The baby could crawl off the bed and like hit their head on the floor. I talked to Macy and told her to leave Leo in his crib when she's getting ready for work. Macy got annoyed and said she can't just leave him to cry, and said I'm a bad father for not noticing and waking up when Leo's in the bed, saying that if it was her, she'd notice and wake up. I got angry and told Macy that she's being unreasonable and asked her what she thought would happen if Leo fell out of the bed. I asked her if she wanted Leo to get injured. Macy got really mad and has gone to stay with her sister for a couple of days and took Leo with her. Well, now you can sleep in. Be careful what you wish for. Hasn't been answering my calls or texts and still hasn't come home. I get off work 4 to 5 a.m. on weekdays, so I'm getting around 3 hours of sleep when Macy goes to work. Macy only works 1 day a week. We don't need her income, and I make more money, but she likes her job, and I respect her choice to work. I work 70 hours a week and do my fair share of housework and cooking when I'm home, so I sleep like the deceased when I'm in bed. Okay. ETA means edited the ad. Thank you. Okay, honestly, it's a self-serving edit, but at the same point, it does provide some context. I was going to say, well, just wake up, but waking up after 3 hours of sleep, that's like a forehead moment. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's like setting yourself up for failure. It's like when people say, my weight loss plan, I'm never going to eat another carbohydrate. I'm like, okay, I'll talk to you in 2 weeks. We'll see how this plan's holding up. If he's working 70 hours a week and the time that he's not working, he's also helping to take care of a 5-month-old infant. Again, you do it to yourself. Don't get me wrong, but I'm sympathetic, at least, to this. I have a much easier job. I work less hours and my child is older. And at the same time, at the end of the day, at the end of the week especially, I'm a little beat. So I do get it. But your wife cannot put the baby in the bed with you when you don't know that the baby's, especially if the baby can crawl. That's just something you just can't do it. I do think it's kind of like an everybody sucks here. That's about it. Including the child? Come on. Why are you crying so damn much? There's probably never a situation where you should say, do you want your daughter to, or do you want your son to get hurt? That's not a fair argument tactic. But she did also call him a bad father. It's like if you ever go to reddit.com/r/daddit, which is like the dad group on Reddit instead of the mom group. The mom group is basically like 90% posts that are like, how can my husband do so little and expect so much? And then r/daddit is all posts that are like, everybody only asks me what am I doing, nobody ever asks me how am I doing. It's a glimpse into the soul. But you shouldn't call him a bad father. He's working 70 hours a week. He's working his tail off, you know? Am I the asshole for telling my niece she had potential and everything could have worked out for her too? Ooh. Ooh. Am I the asshole for telling my son to get over it? Okay. I like that one. Exercise. Wait, sorry. English is not my first language. My wife and I tried for a baby for a long time, but couldn't have one. We finally decided to adopt him. We adopted a 12-year-old boy. Jared, fake name. Of all the fake names you could choose, you've chosen one heavily loaded with Could I just get you to not... Okay, Kevin. Let's call him Kevin S. Okay, our adopted son, Jeffrey E. My wife and I tried to have a baby, but eventually we decided to adopt. We'll use a fake name to protect the innocent. Let's call him OJ. Let's call him T. Bundy. Sorry, we weren't in a good financial situation, but we tried to do our best. 4 years after that, we had a daughter, Jada. A few years after that, I got a very good job. We were able to provide a very comfortable life for Jada. Also, I admit that as Jared was our first child, we have no idea how to be parents. We were more strict, like early curfews, being a little overprotective and things like that. Okay, honestly... To go from not having a kid to getting a 12-year-old is like a Nathan Fielder experiment. You're supposed to ramp up, every day the parenting changes a little bit and you change in response to the growing demands and the changing restrictions, right? To just get a 12-year-old handed to you, that's tough, man. I don't think any parents out there are the ideal age. When did I have the best relationship with my child? Probably right when they started being a teenager, essentially. Right when puberty hit, they really mellowed out. And then that's so I have some sympathy for that. I'm not just trying to poke fun at it. I'm just saying there's a certain amount of sympathy that you gotta have for that. With Jada, we had more experience and didn't make those mistakes. Wrong. You had no experience from 0 to 12. You don't have to give the parameters you need for a 12-year-old is much different than the parameters you need for a newborn. Oh, Jada, don't swear so much. You know, it doesn't. I don't think you can just transfer that. Now, Jared is 30 and Jada is 14. Time skip. Jared keeps complaining about how unfair it is that Jada has a better life. We apologized and told him we wish we could give him a better life, but things were different back then. Today, he was at our home and Jada was telling him about her boyfriend. And he said, you have a boyfriend? I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend when I was your age, 16 years ago. Get over it? Yeah, you know why you should say get over it, honestly. Wait a minute. We'll just wait for it. Then she told him about our trip, and he told me, you take her to trips? You never treated me like this. Guess we know who your favorite is. I just got mad and told him, can't you just be happy for your sister? Stop acting like a kid, you're 30. Yes, I couldn't afford to go to trips back then. Just get over it. He called me an asshole and left. Jada's on my side and thinks he was being childish, but my wife said I'm the asshole and should apologize. Edit. I called Jared and told him we'd love it if he would come on a trip with us. He said, I don't want to come. I can go to trips by myself. I don't want to come on your trip, Mom and Dad. I can go on my own trips like a big boy. I asked him what he wants me to do now, because I can't change his childhood. And he said he wants me to let him live alone, so I'll be doing that. He's my son, but he is an adult. I can't do anything to help him if he doesn't want to be helped. Why is he the asshole? Like, what is he supposed to do? Get a time machine? And please don't tell me that this is going to be like the top post is going to be you've got to make the situation financially whole. Anytime you take your 14-year-old daughter, if you buy your 14-year-old daughter back to school supplies, your 30-year-old son should get a dividend paid out from the family to the exact same amount of the value of the school supplies you purchased. You're the asshole. Why didn't you include him in the trip? You need to be more sensitive to your older son's feelings instead of calling him names and telling him to get over it. Sounds like you definitely favor your bio daughter over your adopted son, and he knows it. Doesn't he have other shit going on? I'm sorry. Like he's 30 years old. If one kid was 14 and the other one was like 17, then I'd be like, yeah, that's a dick move. But like, I'm just putting myself in the mindset. Like if my parents had a kid after I went to college and they were like, hey, we're taking Jada to Tuscany. Do you want to come? I would be like, well, I gotta knock out the damn rent, you know? I mean, I would love to, but Jada has summer vacation. Hi, I'm 30, and my mom just took me on a trip this summer. We have a big family and couldn't afford trips when she was raising all of us, so now that she can afford it, she does. You're the asshole. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there's just a cultural or a personality difference here. I can't imagine resenting your parents because they took your younger sibling who is basically part of who's a child. You're an adult. Your sibling's a child. And you're like, oh, you're the asshole for not taking me on this trip. Soft, you're the asshole. Just get over it has man up vibes. Look, here's the thing. 99% of the time, you should not tell somebody to man up. But there's like a 1% situation where you gotta like man up. It's just because it's almost always wrong doesn't mean it's wrong in all situations. Like you remember the Kitchen Nightmares episode where the lady ordered a hamburger but they ran out of buns, so they served her the hamburger patty on sourdough bread. And then she started to cry because she was like, they don't have any buns. That's a man up situation. You're like an adult. Your burger's got the wrong kind of bread. I'm sorry, you gotta be able to weather the storm there. But he didn't say man up. He said get over it. And then so it's like, first off, you're the asshole for this thing that you didn't say, but is kind of similar to this thing that you said based on the vibes. Remind him that you chose him. Maybe arrange some stuff for you to do with him. And when he says no, you're still the asshole. Yes, your circumstances have changed. Yes, you can give your daughter the life you want to. Doesn't stop your son from feeling the way he feels. Okay. That's sure. But he's 30 years old. I'm not saying you have to be like an emotionless husk, but you could like, be sympathetic to the fact that your parents, your adopted parents raised you when they had lower means, and then now they have greater means, and be like happy for the greater success of the family and the people who chose you and reared you, instead of resenting the fact that like your sister is getting to go to like a Holiday Inn Express. You're the asshole. You shouldn't have adopted a kid when you were in a bad financial position. You should have thought about stuff like this. Before you adopted a child, you should have been like, what if we're poor now, but we get rich later, and we're able to provide for another child, and this child resents us for it? You got to think about stuff like this before you adopt. You don't get to just adopt a kid and toss him out like a practice pancake. What the hell are you talking about? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to steal practice pancake. That's great. User received gold for this post. Practice pancake. It's not a practice pancake situation. This is like the next 20 comments. This reminds me of when you throw out a practice pancake. One of these days it's going to hit. So much this. People feel like they're entitled to children no matter what, and don't think about if they're capable of raising them. He raised them. He couldn't take them on a trip when he was 14. Did the process of adoption create this financial hardship, or failed rounds of IVF? It's funny how much you try to buy your way into children, the less qualified to support those children you become. Is that funny? Do I need to bust out the dictionary? Definitely. They said English wasn't their first language. Maybe they live in a place with less scrutiny over adoptions. Or fucking maybe they don't. Dummy. Who knows? As long as we're making shit up that could be true or could be false. What the hell are you talking about? You need to man up. I'm not adopted, but I'm the oldest sibling, and I'm taking the tossed out like a practice pancake into therapy with me next session. Please don't. Your therapist is going to lose respect for you. I'm sorry. That I was joking about that one. Normally I say I'm not joking. That time I was joking. I just thought it would be funny. Therapist is going to be like, Jesus Christ, this is like the 8th time you brought up the practice pancake. Please. SpongeBob typing, but we deserve to be parents. They wanted to call themselves parents. Of course they didn't care about the life they could give to the child. They had to stay in a La Quinta Inn Suites instead of the Marriott. Jared was old enough to last them just a few years till they could have their miracle Jada. They would give her everything they could right after Jared was out. OP, don't forget, you're still a parent even after your kid is 18. If you were regretful about not being able to give him a better life as a child, you should include him now that you can do it. You're the asshole. It's a trip! Is this crazy? Am I crazy? Did they toss him little bread crusts? Hey, Jared, come over for dinner. Here's some gruel. Oh, Jada, how do you like your beef Wellington cooked? It's a trip 16 years later. This kid was 14 in I can't do the math, 2006. I feel like if my parents, I'm 33, if my parents had a 14-year-old daughter or son, for that matter, I would almost be like, and I guess this doesn't mean that this person is wrong, but I would be patronized if they were like, we took your sister out to Red Lobster, so we sent you a gift certificate to the keg. I would be like, Mom, that's not necessary. Maybe I feel that way because I'm an only child. It's hard to put myself in those shoes. Maybe I feel that way because I was parented very well. That being said, I didn't go on any fancy trips. I lived in Kingston, Ontario. Every year we went to Belleville or Ottawa. She was a 2-hour drive. We stayed in a Holiday Inn, and then we ate at chain restaurants that they didn't have in my hometown. Now, it was nice. I had a good time. Maybe I'm just not, as a child, I wasn't as into trips as they were, but still, it really sounds like they're interpreting this from the perspective that they raised the first child and were like, fuck you, here's some dirt for dinner, eat shit. 18 years old, boom, get out of the house. Wow, look at our precious angel. Wow. Oh, you know how I'm going to fuck over my adopted son? I'm going to get like a great job and really elevate my station in life, and then use my newfound salary of financial liquidity to provide them the kind of life that I wish I could have provided my first child with. Like, we're one dial on the satire meter away from them being like the top comments being like, you should also underprovide for your current daughter. If you really want things to be fair, you should start putting them on like poverty wages again. You should start feeding them maybe like a little cabbage and hot water for dinner every single night. It's like, think of the 30-year-old man, okay? He's incapable of making himself emotionally whole in this situation. I'm not trying to harp on the guy who, whatever. He can be like upset. Like the 30-year-old man could be upset. I think it's a little juvenile, but I also haven't been through it myself. But I'm harping on the redditors who are trying to get this dad to like fucking kill himself in Minecraft or something. They're going off on him. They're saying he's a bad dad. It actually seems like he's doing pretty well, honestly. I mean, he wrote the post, so who knows? But still, I don't know. I don't think that not letting your son date at the same age that you're letting your daughter date now has anything to do with how much money you're making. That shit was fucking 16 years ago. It was 16 years ago. People change. I'm not saying it's a different time. I'm saying the dad is a different man. He's become the second ship of Theseus. He might even be like the fifth ship of Theseus. You have a favorite child, a do-over child, if you'd rather call her that. I'm sure that he wouldn't. You would rather call her that to make the OP look worse. Of course, that's permanently impacted how Jared sees you. The number of people arguing that it's not wrong to do better on the second kid is interesting. The number of people calling me fools, calling me a fool and an asshole for my asshole comment really makes me think. I didn't call OP an asshole. I was very careful not to do that. I said how they've treated their two children is the way that an asshole would do that. The way that they're acting now, where they're explaining all the bad decisions they made with Jared as justified because it's over and can't be fixed, yeah, that makes them a huge asshole. Sure, you can't fix what's in the past, but there's not some magic number of times you have to apologize that lets you sweep what you did under the rug. Jared does not have to get over the fact that he had a shitty childhood because of OP. Because of OP, he was adopted at age 12. This shit's driving me crazy, man. Everyone on Twitch is agreeing with me right now, which is frightening because it means the YouTube comments are going to be scary as hell. You're the asshole, and it seems like you raised your daughter into a brat. What the? She didn't even play a role in the story. She literally just exists. Envrox. She didn't do anything at all. You can call the dad an asshole. If Jada's catching strays. She didn't even do anything. She just went on the trip with her parents. Uh-oh. Am I the asshole for installing a GPS tracker in my 15-year-old daughter's car? Update/answers to questions at the bottom of the post. Holy cow. You guys ever read the Epic of Gilgamesh? Because, wake up, honey. New Epic of Gilgamesh just dropped. I have a daughter who's 15 years old. She recently got her instruction/learner's permit after she took a summer driver's ed course and passed the written exam. In my state, the learner's permit has a driving restriction. This is heavy people talk. Just get ready for it. That the child must have a licensed adult in the front passenger seat with them at all times, no exceptions. She has to hold this learner's permit for 1 year before she can move up to a restricted license at 16 years old. Okay, now after that exhaustive course in West Virginian driving law, we bought her a car during the summer so she can have a familiar car to practice in with us while having her learner's permit. This will be the same car she will use once she gets her license. I'm trying not to get stun locked. Every car is a familiar car. You're not going to get behind the wheel of one and be like, what the hell is this? Almost everything is in a pretty similar position. The pedals are there, there's a steering wheel, there's the signal lights, there's a center console. Not true, not true. What are you driving? Oh, I don't know how to do the launch controls on the Bugatti. I'm too used to my Lamborghini Murcielago. Oh, okay. Honestly, if this is manual, sure, okay. But if this is North America, I doubt it is. It could be. It could be. But I doubt it is. Because she said state. And don't you know anything? Europe doesn't have states. They have duchies. The problem is she's been driving this car by herself without our permission or even informing us. Sometimes we leave her home alone for a few hours so we can go to the store or on a date. She's been secretly driving when we are not home. I found out after noticing the discrepancy in the miles on her car. This is the plot of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Don't they know that you have to drive the car in reverse to take the miles off the odometer? I found out after noticing the discrepancy in the miles. We scolded her and told her it was illegal, and we started outlining the tires with chalk so we know if she uses the car or not. However, the chalk did not stop her from taking the car out. Wait a minute, she got past the chalk wall? You got the impregnable chalk line has been breached? I don't want her breaking the law. And I'm terrified of her driving on her own with so little experience, although she seems to be doing fine as the car has no damage, so I secretly installed a GPS tracking device in the car. We then secretly pretended to leave and waited until we noticed the car's location changed. I immediately called my daughter and yelled at her, telling her we need to come home now. She came back, we got into a huge screaming fight that ended in tears. She screamed that I was a controlling mother invading her privacy, and this was her car since we bought it for her, since we had no right to secretly install the tracker without her permission. It's Everybody Sucks Day. This is like time machine technology, but this is why you don't buy your kid with a learner's permit their own car. I never was tempted to drive my parents' cars when I had my learner's permit because, I mean, they were using them. There's an extra step. I would have to either steal my parents' car keys or I would have to ask my parents, excuse me, mom and dad, can I break the law and go driving myself? At which point I assume they would be like, no. And I'd be like, I'll go back into my room and play some Halo 2 or something like that. If someone's not allowed to drive legally on their own yet, why did you give them their own car? It doesn't make any sense. It's like the worst way to approach the situation followed by the worst way to address the situation. You're doubling down. Edit. I do plan to remove this tracker once she gets her full license. It's only while she has her learner's permit. Okay, I mean, that's the minimum possible baseline for nobility, or for dignity at least. Update. We drove the car to a local Walmart because I saw they're pretty friendly with truckers and van dwellers. So I figured they wouldn't mind a car left overnight. We don't have anyone who lives nearby that we can keep the car at. I called an auto locksmith and they said the earliest they can come out is tomorrow afternoon, so we're waiting on that. There's a lot of people who ask the same questions and I can't respond to everyone, so I'm just going to answer them here. An auto locksmith? It makes sense that that's a thing, but I had never thought about someone changing the locks on their car. Oh, you missed the paragraph about the keys. Sorry. I would have taken the key back, but she refuses to give it to me, and I don't know where she keeps it. Oh, okay, I guess that's an unsolvable problem. Look, I'm not saying it's easy to parent a teenager. I'm just saying, it sounds like you shouldn't have bought her own car at 15. I mean, that's just... You made a big mistake to begin with. Why'd you buy her a car in the first place? Here we go. I wanted her to be able to practice driving for her license in a car that would be familiar even after she got her license. That way she would feel more confidence since she knows the car, where everything is. Driving is scary, so I wanted it to be a really smooth transition from her to her learners to her license. This is why we didn't think to sell the car either, because we wanted to keep it for this reason. I told my husband about selling the car, and he said he would think about it. He's the one who paid for it. I don't find this reasonable. I know, I guess I'm wary of this being a boomer take. But isn't it good that while you're learning how to drive, you actually get to experience driving a variety of vehicles? I mean, she's 15 years old. It's that your brain is still plastic, It's not like mine slowly breaking down every single day due to old age and lifestyle choices I made in college. Like you're still growing and learning. You're adaptable. When I was learning to drive, first car I drove was my driving instructor's Honda Civic. I also drove my grandfather's Ford F-150. My mom had a Ford Explorer I drove. When I took my driving test, I used the car that the driving test had in order to take the test for people that didn't have a car, because I didn't own a car and both of my parents were at work. And I'm not saying that every single car is like exactly the same, but I think you're making the problem like too large. The idea that she has to have like a consistent automobile for like 2 years in order to wrap. I guess it's like it simplifies the situation, but also like cars are expensive, man. Why'd you give her a key in the first place? My parents bought me a car when I was 14 and had my learner's permit. They immediately gave me a key to it, and I never once drove the car without their permission, despite always having the key. I thought my daughter would do the same thing. I've raised her almost exactly how my parents raised me, so I thought she'd act the same way as I did in the same situation. You don't do something like this just based on the way that you have to look at your child's behavior, not the way that you raised them, because people are different. You know, like if two people in the exact same situation have different personalities, or in the closest possible situation you could imagine, they could still have different personalities. You know, oh, my parents raised me like this in 1975. I raised someone with the exact same principles in the 2010s, and they're behaving differently in response to this new environment. It just doesn't make any sense to me, I guess. I'm trying to just wrap my head around it. If basically, so you need a chaperone in the car for someone with a learner's permit to drive, which means the parents have to be home in order to be the chaperone for their kid when they're driving, which means that they're not at work or otherwise outside of the home, which means that their vehicle should be in the garage. So why do you need to get one more? You already have the vehicle. It doesn't make any sense. And I will say that the teenager is the one breaking the law in the first place. So they're definitely an asshole here, but they're also, 15. I said their brain is growing, but like it's not fully grown yet. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna not think about long-term consequences as much as like short-term enjoyment sometimes. Let's not cross this one off the list, Windows. Let's remind me tomorrow. Let's keep kicking that can down the road. Their brain is not at like peak executive reasoning until like 10 years from now. Hey, Giago, thank you as well for the gifted subscriptions. If those were incentivized to get me to do the Windows update, I'm sorry to tell you, it's going to be a 29-hour wait. Then it'll happen. I've got it on my calendar and everything. Why haven't you taken the key? I've told her to give it back to me, but she refuses, and even when I searched her room, I was unable to find it. Sorry. You have other tools at your disposal as the parent. You control all of the economic flow into and out of the household. You have like legal rights that your daughter doesn't have. Like, why don't you just slash her tires or something like that? And by the way, there's no spare key. Even if I was dumb enough to buy my 15-year-old child their own vehicle that it was illegal for them to drive, like, I would at least be like, I've got a spare key. And then if they kept taking the car out illegally, I would be like, guess what? It's my car now. They do have a spare key. What are they? That's how they took it to the Walmart. Okay, so that's how they're trying to solve the situation. I understand. Yeah, kids, you would like, remove the license plate with a screwdriver, refuse to put gas in the car. I mean, I guess I don't know if the kids got on it. Well, I could take the gas out of her car and refuse to buy more, but at the same time, she'd just buy more with her egregious allowance. Anyway, it just seems like there's other things at your disposal. You can't be like, give me the key No, okay, I guess you got me. Why haven't you done anything to punish her? I already told her she was grounded long ago and she does not get to use a smartphone. She still has a flip phone. I don't want to completely take away a phone because I still want her to be able to contact me in case of emergency, but has unrestricted access to her laptop because her homework is posted and submitted online. I mean, I will. This is maybe the one time where I'm like, this is fair. You know what would be a great punishment though? Is she can use her laptop unrestricted, but she has to do it in the living room in view of the parents. That I would be on my best behavior if my mom was looking over my shoulder to see what was on my laptop screen at all times. I would rethink my behavior very quickly. Not even just, adult content. I would just be embarrassed by some of the shit that I was laughing at. Are you watching that video again, Ryan? The One Piece! And remember, eat some more cake, eat some more pie. Doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried. Are you watching that Chibli guy again? Why are you shitposting so much? Do your homework. Why haven't you disabled the car? To be honest, my husband and I don't know much about cars, so this didn't even occur to us to try. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas, man. I've never even heard of a steering wheel club before. Are you serious? That's like something you should have heard of because it was a huge thing like 20 years ago and is almost, you see them now and then, but not very often these days. We're the type of people who bring our car into the shop for any maintenance, so I didn't know how to disable the car. So the idea of removing parts of the car or such never occurred to us. I don't know much about cars. I could still probably come up with some fairly non-destructive ways to disable a car. I probably would not cut the brakes. The sugar in the gas tank, the Ernie McCracken special. Take a dump in the driver's seat. Take the spark plugs. Surely you could just, why don't you just lift the engine out or something like that? Why did you think the chalk and tracker would work? Just because it would have worked on me when I was a teen. I didn't like upsetting my parents. Okay, then that shit is irrelevant. Obviously, she is not the same person as you. I'm losing it at these parents that are like, the law didn't stop my child from taking the car out. The threat of potentially being arrested didn't stop them. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to a little piece of chalk next to the wheels. I've already discovered you're driving the car without my permission. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change functionally absolutely nothing. I'm not even going to make it any harder for you to break the law. And let's be clear, again, the child is in the wrong for breaking the law. I also would not, I don't know. I was a very well-behaved teenager. But maybe part of that well-behavedness is just I didn't have opportunities to misbehave that much, I had friends who were also not breaking the law. I didn't have access to a vehicle that I could drive illegally, unfettered, unsupervised access to get in trouble like that. If I was 15 and my parents gave me, more room to cause problems and my friends were a little bit more troublemakers, maybe I'd be in this exact same situation because you're a kid, that's part of growing up is realizing that, there were probably only that the person you sat next to in second grade has a disproportionate effect on where you go in your life from that point onwards. Maybe you're sitting next to a future valedictorian. You become friends because you're in close proximity. You go to their house. They've got a stable home life and everything's great there. And you guys grow up together and you achieve great success. Maybe you sit next to a kid who's 7 years old and he's like, hey, at recess, do you want to smoke a cigarette? And then your whole life goes down, at least it gets pulled down a different path, They're not adults, they're kids. They're not fully in charge of their own actions in the same way that an adult is. So the kid is wrong, but the adult is the one that has the responsibility. Everybody sucks here, but definitely the parents in a legal sense suck more. You should not have bought your... I mean, this again, it's time machine technology. You should not have bought your child a car. Am I the asshole for feeding my dog table scraps from a dinner my boyfriend made for us? This one's weird, because it's like, so far, not really. It depends on the situation. The problem with feeding table scraps to a dog... I'm not a dog owner, but as I understand it, the problem with feeding table scraps to a dog is not so much that it's insulting to the chef, but that dogs shouldn't be eating human leftovers because it's not, the dog body is not meant to break it down. I've been dating Jay for 4 months. He's handsome, smart, funny, well-educated, has an awesome job, and is a sweetheart. Sunday, he had a whole day planned for us. We were going to walk a nature trail, then go back to his place for a dinner he was making. I was so excited because it was going to be the first time I'd be at his house. Since we were hiking, he said I could bring my dog Shelby with us. He made us a roast and some vegetables. I finished my plate before Jay did and took it to the kitchen. There was still about half the roast left, and it was close to Shelby's dinner time, so I took half the roast and some still raw vegetables from the fridge to put on a plate for Shelby. You took a quarter of the roast, feed it to your dog? Half of the half? You took a quarter of the roast? Okay, I'm mad. I'm mad. That could have been leftovers. That could have been his dinner tomorrow night and the night after, the night after that. He could have been slicing that up for sandwiches and taking them to work or something like that. Like a little piece of the table scrap, sure. Like, I thought she'd give him like, a little, like a piece of meat. Did she put the demi-glaze on top of it? Did she do a balsamic reduction? Anyway, sorry. Yeah, that's not table scraps. That shit came from the kitchen. That's a plate. They're not scraps if you have to slice them off the damn fillet. That's how they serve you in a restaurant. Anyway, I was carrying the plate to the back door with Shelby to feed her outside. Jay asked me what I was doing. I told him I'm feeding Shelby. Jay said something like, well, that's not dog food. Jay knows I mainly feed Shelby a raw diet. Yeah, roast is not raw, so I don't see how that's relevant. I mean, it's named after the manner of cooking. Keep reading? Okay, I trust you. Jay knows I mainly feed Shelby a raw diet. I opened the door to put the plate down for Shelby, and Jay got up, took the plate away from her, went to the kitchen, came back with it wrapped up in tinfoil, and told me to leave. His excuse was he made dinner for me and him, not me, him, and my dog, and that I should have asked him before I helped myself since he would have used his leftovers. I did leave, but not before telling him he made the meal for us so I could do with some of it as I pleased, and he knew damn well how I feed Shelby. It's not raw food. He's kind of crazy for being like, you gotta go. But also, they've only been dating for 4 months. So I feel like, if you've only been dating for 4 months, maybe you see like one red flag and you're like, you hit the emergency eject button. You're like, I'm out this. But it's not like they've been dating for like a year and he's like, get out of our apartment or something like that. Sure, they've been dating for 4 months. Maybe he's like, I see where this is going, and I'm going to have to hit the next button. I did leave, but not before telling him he made the meal for us so I could do with some of it as I pleased. So he knew damn well how I feed Shelby. I tried talking to my friend about it later that night. She said Jay was right to be upset, but this friend has never really approved of how I treat my own dog. I asked a friend about it. Then they told me the answer, and it wasn't an answer I was looking to hear, so I just discounted what they said because they never agree with me anyway. So why did I come talk to them in the first place? I don't know. I feel like she was probably a bit biased and the wrong person to ask. Am I the asshole for just feeding my dog like I normally would? Clarification. Many people are calling me one of history's greatest monsters. I would like to come back and defend myself a little bit. She does not get restaurant food daily. I eat out maybe 4 times a month. If what I eat is dog safe, or if the restaurant makes food for dogs on request, then I bring some home for her. Is that a thing you can do? You can be at a restaurant and be like, I have a request. Do you make dog food here? It's next to the kids' menu. Some restaurants, I told you I'm not a dog person. I don't know. It does sound like an insult. Yes, I'll have the tenderloin cooked medium, please. And also, if you bring out a side of dog food. No, it's not for me to eat. It's for my dog. Shelby's daily meals are a bit of brown rice, raw vegetables, ground chicken hearts, and beef livers. The hearts and livers are boiled just enough to kill bacteria, and that is all with the approval of Shelby's vet. I asked Jay how he prepared the roast so I could know if it's safe to give her. That's also why I got her fresh, unused vegetables from the fridge. Update. I accept I'm the asshole for what I said and did to Jay. Some of the responses were harsh, but I see now why I was entitled. Thanks to people who responded. Others going on about her diet. Thanks for the concern, but I came here to ask about Jay, not to get into a debate about dog foods. Shelby's been on her diet for 6 years and is a healthy and active puppo. That's all, and my vet need to know. As for Jay, I apologize. He did accept my apology, but he broke it off. He said that was the last straw for him over me doing things without asking first. He's talked to me about taking things off his plate or his drink without asking before. I've tried to do better, but kept slipping up. That's hard. That's one. It's like quitting smoking. Trying to stop taking someone's drink or taking food off their plate without asking for it first. It's just one of those things. It's tough to... It's a tough nut to crack, honestly. I didn't realize I was this bad, so I'm going to work on myself for the next guy. For people that said not going to his place for 4 months is a red flag, that was my decision that he respected. I don't want to go to someone's house or them know where I lived the first few months of dating and getting to know each other. I mean, that's fine. Young people are so funny. Sorry, this is really insulting. Through tears. I guess I just need to work on myself a little bit. I really got to stop stealing food off of his plate without having the decency to ask first. It's just so hard. I've really got some soul searching to do. I've got to figure out what's so wrong with me that I will take sips of someone's drink without asking. Am I so broken? You know what? You're right. We should read the comments on this one because the situation is so minor that I bet the comments are insane. It's the way it tends to go. If OP's not insane and the person the post is about is not insane, the comments pick up the mantle. I don't have a real problem with this lady. She, overstepped her bounds a little bit, needs to learn to ask first. No big deal. Yes, you're the asshole. Your now ex-boyfriend. Why you gotta put the own in there? Come on. She's already hurting. You don't have to add like a little Salt Bae sprinkle on top of it. Your now ex-boyfriend made a special meal for you. You took a large hunk of that special meal and gave it to your dog. Not only that, but you did so knowing it would upset your now ex-boyfriend. You should have brought dog food to feed Shelby. Okay, that's true. You should have not fed Shelby with people food, and you should not have fed your dog with a special dinner. Your now you triple down? Boyfriend prepared for you. It is wholly irrelevant that Jane knows you mainly feed Shelby a raw diet. I mean, that is true. Also, the title of your post is misleading. Table scraps are what's left over on your plate after you finish eating. They are not a quarter of the roast your boyfriend prepared. This is all very true, but it's given with a certain Sheldonian Cooper-esque air. Anyway, I don't know why there became an argument about inflation right after. I guess you haven't been grocery shopping lately. Roasts are expensive. Groceries in general are expensive. You didn't even bother to ask if he minded. You are entitled to food you didn't pay for or make. That's not correct. She is entitled to food she didn't pay for. If this dude's like, come over to my house, I cooked you dinner. She's entitled to that food. She's probably not entitled to take a quarter of it and feed it to her dog. But at the same time, like, this is just insane. So now you've gone too far. Now you're can I have another bite? Can I have another bite? And do it in his head. 35 cents, 70 cents, $1.05, $1.40. He's like, what am I getting out of this deal? Holy cow, she's eating like $6 worth of chuck. The chicanery. Yes, OP also helped herself to the veggies in his fridge. Even veggies have gone up in price. No shit. It's just a, am I on r/stocks, r/frugal? Like, I just don't understand. Yeah, and you're sitting in a chair in his apartment and you didn't even contribute to the rent. And you know how much rent has gone up? Owner equivalent rent, no less. Like, it's just enjoying his air conditioning. Yeah. Sleeping on his bed with the sheets that he washed with the Tide Pods he paid for. Like, it's just, you're right, but you're going way too far. Like, you're going too granular for no reason. I love the chicanery, by the way. You're the asshole. A quarter of a roast is not table scraps. How is the fact that you mainly feed your dog a raw diet relevant? Also, holy entitlement, Batman. User received gold for this post. You made dinner for me so I can do with it as I please. By that logic, it would have been perfectly acceptable to flush it down the toilet. Okay, see, that's better. And then this is why they always, the second poster always takes it too far. Yeah, and used the dude's plate. He wrapped up the whole plate and gave it to her. Yeah, and the food is one thing, but he also had the food on a dish. It's crazy, man. And he used his own energy that he paid for food to feed into himself so it could be metabolized into ATP to provide energy to hold the plate, and she didn't even contribute. You're the asshole, half the roast. Let me introduce you to this new concept called leftovers. It's this amazing thing where you eat some food later or the next day. Holy shit. 10 times Redditors blew out the OP of an Am I the Asshole post. Why are you're fishing for cheap owns here? You're the asshole. Veggies aren't cheap either. Imagine spending a couple hours making a nice meal. They raid your fridge, take a bunch of food for a literal doggy bag. OP should post this dude's phone number. Are you crazy? That's a crime. Am I the asshole for making my husband fly coach while I flew first class? My initial judgment, and I'm glad that this is not how the legal system works, is that you can't be an asshole in this situation because it's very funny. This is a humorous situation. I would have a sense of humor about it. If we were flying somewhere and Kate was like, I want to fly first class, there's a genuine chance that I might be like, you know what? To save like $1,500, you fly first class, I'll be hanging out in coach. Doesn't bother me. We're watching the same movies. You're renting a nicer chair. I've flown first class 2 times. It was on the same trip. They were short flights. It was nice to get unlimited wine and snacks and a light meal, but I was like, this isn't worth $1,000. Are you crazy? I'm watching X-Men Apocalypse on a 3.2-inch screen. It's not that big of a deal. You enjoy the first class, and with no resentment, you enjoy the first class. I'll be in coach. I'll be wedged in the middle seat for 6 hours. I'll be watching some 6 out of 10 Jason Segel movie, and we'll arrive at the same location $1,500 richer. Yeah, plus we can still text. We could play chess over the in-flight entertainment system. Anyway, sorry. My husband's company recently chose him to attend the conference in Miami. They chose him and a few of his coworkers out of a ton of candidates, so it was quite the honor. The company told them they were allowed to bring their spouses, but they wouldn't be springing for plane tickets. So if they wanted to bring us, they'd have to buy tickets out of their own pockets. My husband asked me if I wanted to go, and I told him that I did. I'd never been to Florida in my life, and I thought it would be a fun trip. He told me, great. When we went to the website, he asked if I'd be okay flying coach, even though he'd be flying first class on the way there, coach on the way home. I asked him why we couldn't just fly together. He replied, first class is so expensive. I feel bad, but we just can't afford it, especially if we want to go out and have fun in Miami. The flight's only a few hours. This really, really bothered me. I understood a first class ticket for me would strain our budget a bit, but what kind of a man lives it up in first class? Well, his wife sits in coach. I asked him just that, and he responded, come on, I'm taking you along with my work trip. I earned my first class seat by working hard. It's my reward, but I insisted if we truly couldn't afford a first class seat for me, that he as a gentleman should give up his seat for me. We argued, but ultimately he agreed to give me his seat. Of course he did. Clearly he's an educated guy. He's a good earner. He's not an idiot. Of course he lost that argument. We had a good time in Miami, but he's been a little mad at me since, saying that I earned his first class seat, that it was free and cost us nothing, unlike my plane ticket, and that I should have just let him enjoy what he'd earned instead of guilting him out of it. I think he's being a baby. He should have put his wife's comfort above his own, especially since he made the choice to be cheap. We're very close to his parents, so we've taken the argument to them for mediation, but they are split. His father agrees with me that he wasn't being a gentleman, while his mother thinks he earned his first class seat and that I should have let him have it. I'll ask all of you, am I the asshole? Bro, who fucking cares? It was like a 2-hour flight in a comfier chair. You guys got problems. Get over it. This is not that big of a deal. Dude, honestly, she is my King Solomon instinct is that obviously on a principle level she's wrong. On as a human being who, you know, is in a relationship, who's married, this husband has got to get his head out of his ass. You should be sitting in coach and you're like, holy cow, I get like, especially if they had kids, this would never come up. Because he would be like, holy shit, 3 hours to myself? No, I want to sit in first class. No, please. No, okay, fine, you take, I guess I'll be the bigger man, you take it. I'll be back there. Can I have some more pretzels and hummus, please? Can I be, can I watch 2 in-flight movies at the same time? Can I take a little bit of a nap? I would be pogging. I'd be living the life. I don't care if I'd be making friends in the middle seat. It just doesn't seem like this is that big of a deal. And maybe you could, I mean, there's so many obvious situations here or solutions. Maybe she takes first class on the way down, you take first class on the way back. That's like a literal King Solomon, you're completely fair. Or maybe you just fucking nut up and take the coach seat even though you're in the wrong, because it's the easiest way to solve the problem. And then you get back at her by ordering more in-flight beverages, judgment-free. And then when you get off, she'll be like, how many Heinekens did you have? And you just fucking lie. You just be like, 2. This is a secret to a happy life. There's so many different ways that you could get through this without it. Now you've dragged in the older generation to have their say. This is not going to end well. This is not like a real problem. And I'm mad at the husband because there's so many different ways you could play this. Like if he was like, this is how you know he's never seen Game of Thrones. Because if he knew who Littlefinger was, he would have said, so I offered to take the coach seat, knowing that if they ever got in a dispute over it anyway, she's going to win the argument and he's going to end up taking the coach seat. He should have offered it to begin with. This gives him some soft power that he's used to improve perception around him, which allows him to then exert his will in a different context. Maybe he gets to choose some restaurants, you know, as a result of that. And not even like in a contractual swap, but just because you've created an environment where, you know, he's more respected as a result because he made a concession willfully instead of having to fight for it. Even though he's in the right. I don't know if I can read the comments on this one, because I think that I'm going to lose my mind. Because I know people are going to get lost in the damn weeds. People are going to be like, well, he earned it, so technically he should be sitting up there. That's true, but at the same time, the fucking husband should be like, you know what, you're right, enjoy yours. Giving your wife a first-class ticket it's going to have knock-on effects that are going to make your life better as well. And the knock-on effects are probably going to be better for you than sitting in a more comfortable chair and drinking like 3 bottomless mimosas or something like that. I know that the principle is she's wrong on principle. But have you never read Diplomacy by Henry Kissinger? Have you listen, dragging out a whiteboard. This is Niccolo Machiavelli. Niccolo Machiavelli wrote a novel in the 15th century called The Prince. And with the Prince, he said, never let a good crisis go to waste. And then you don't understand, okay? Okay, sorry, I'm scrolling down here. Simple. She is selfish, entitled, manipulative, greedy, a me person. This post is like 500 words, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you're, she spelled the wrong fucking your, dude. It's got 20,000 upvotes. User received gold and deleted their post for this. If you're going to be financially strapped by buying a first-class ticket, then the reality is you cannot afford it and are trying to live above your means. Okay. So what? I mean, I don't know what the point, like, what does that have to do with, who cares? Who asked? Well, in order to rule on this, you need to know their exact monthly budget. I hate it. Then just, you see, here's the thing. For some reason, we've been raised in this culture to believe that saving money is a moral good and spending money is a moral evil, as if there's some kind of ethical, and then we got it. Get me out of here. Next post. You're the asshole. What kind of wife puts her comfort above that of her husband's? This is not a husband-wife thing. I think a lot of people put their own comfort above the comfort of almost anybody else. A child, different. A child, sure, your own kid. I think a lot of people put their own comfort above the comfort of someone else. This whiteboard bit is fire? Okay, let's go. You're a hypocrite, and you cheated him out of something he earned and deserved for it. Do you realize that we got the fucking... There's like 10 people in the United States of America that are holding everybody else down. You see they got us fighting over the damn scraps. A first-class flight for 3 hours. Everybody's in here like you cost them a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You see that we're all out here in the rabble, punching each other in the face for just things they're casting off from the high table. Sitting in a slightly more comfortable chair in the sky while they feed you like a meal of sous vide salmon or something like that. Because you know they're not sauteing that shit. There's no open heat on the airplane. Shit is all microwaved in like an aluminum bag back at the terminal. They got you turning on each other when you should be turning on the people that make the first class tickets so expensive in the first place. Offer a hand, they'll take an arm. Why are you bringing like the Acts of Apostles into this? What are you talking about? You're the asshole. Not so much for this seat situation, more for your whole outlook on this venture. This was his moment, his trip. He wanted to share that with you, but it seems like that in and of itself wasn't good enough for you. He offered to take you to the Real Estate Notary Public Convention 2022 in Sarasota Springs. His moment. And you took your pants off and took a shit on his moment. Look, she's in the wrong. I just need to keep coming back to that because on a principle, like a pseudo-legal level, is if I was an independent arbiter, the first thing I would say is, are you sure you want to do this shit over this? Then the second thing is I would say he gets the seat because it's his comp ticket from his work. But then I'm zipping up in the bathroom urinal, and then he comes in. I would be like, brother, just one more time. Are you sure you want to be here? Is it really worth it? And then it's his choice from that point onwards. But if he doesn't respond to the men's room arbitration, then I've got to issue a legally binding decision. But still, you're the asshole. I'm surprised you think you're not here. If you're sticking to outdated gender norms of a gentleman who gives up his seat for his lady, then do you also fetch him his slippers and a stiff drink when he gets home wearing your best lipstick? Why is he? Am I losing the ability to read? Am I losing comprehension? Where does he work? He's wearing his wife's lipstick? What's going on here? I'm confused. He's 100% right. He earned that seat. His work gifted him first class because of his work, not yours. The fact that he even agreed to allow you to do this shows what a good person he is. It's not the least you could do, but it's like he didn't really do anything. Honestly, I don't know. I feel a little crazy because I've flown first class and it's better, but it's not like flying first class is like you're on Soul Plane, and then flying in coach is like, you're on like the Trans-Siberian Express in the 1800s or something like that. Like there's a difference. I'm just saying it's not that big of a deal. OP disappeared after posting. I'd love to hear an update. Well, of course, after seeing all these "you're the asshole" responses, OP realized her ploy to gather support has been foiled, so it's time to disappear now. This shit sounds like a Batman script. I'd love for the update to say something like, my husband met his true love in coach who's not a greedy jerk, and now I'm divorced. Sanest Redditor of all time. I wonder if they actually made that post. Am I the asshole for leaving my wife for someone I met on a 2-hour flight to Miami? I think people would be like, you're the asshole. She chose to build her life around you, and then you just go and throw it away for a cheap fling? Oh, but she made me sit in coach. Oh, delete the gym. tan the Facebook and do your laundry? Am I the asshole for telling my husband that I was inviting my brother for dinner and telling my brother my husband wouldn't be home? Am I the asshole for not telling my husband I was inviting my brother to dinner and telling my brother my husband wouldn't be home? Me, husband, brother, dinner, home? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It does sound like she's going to blank her brother's blank, doesn't it? She's going to cook her brother's dinner. I don't know why you're being so weird about it. Am I the asshole for dropping my sister's kids at the child-free wedding that she was at? I'm going to guess that it's probably a no because it says not the asshole. But this always starts with like, am I the asshole for violating a tenant that somebody asked me to follow? And then you're like, yes. And then later they're like, my sister is addicted to crack cocaine and left her kids with me for 17 days straight. And you're like, okay, you know what? Not the asshole. Not the asshole. Do you see the tweet that was like, people will write posts that are like, am I the asshole for poisoning my spouse? And then when you read it, you're like, no, you're not the asshole. But then if somebody makes a post that's like, am I the asshole for cooking my wife her favorite dinner? You know you're about to read some serial killer shit. It's actually true. If you ever see an am I the asshole post that's like, am I the asshole for doing an incredibly nice thing? You know you're about to see something written from the perspective of Jeffrey Dahmer. Get me into some spiciness, man. I don't sort by controversial. That's how you end up. Here's my impression of somebody in the controversial, most controversial post in every Am I the Asshole thread not related to public health. Something, 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 the vaccines. Like, Can you add like a sane filter to controversial as well? Am I the asshole for making my son walk the dog? Asshole. This should be good. Throwaway account and fake names because my wife is also on Reddit. Brother, if you don't want your wife to find your Am I the Asshole post, you should make up a fake story. What kind of person is going to read a story that echoes their real life, one for one, and then be like, well, the names are changed, though. This can't be... This exact thing happened to me, and all of our children are exactly the same age, and yet... the names are different. Throwaway account and fake names because my wife is also on Reddit. And sorry for the long post. Don't be sorry. Just trim it down like 40%. My wife and I have 3 sons. Alex, Dylan, and Jake. When I was a kid, I always wanted a dog, but my parents said no. I never got the chance to get one during my 20s, but recently my interest in owning one was sparked again. So I asked my family what they thought about getting a dog. My wife wasn't enthusiastic about it, but she relented after a few weeks of me asking. Alex and Jake were excited to get one, but Dylan's immediately opposed to this idea. You're 42 years old. Why are you writing like this? It's not to say that you can't have a dog at age 42, but like, why are you using your childhood ambition as like as a cudgel here? I don't understand. I'm not shaming him for having childhood dreams. Okay? It's just that, I mean, doesn't he have bigger problems? Hey, does he have... like, listen. I don't know where this is going. So maybe I shouldn't jump in and judge yet. But like, if you want a dog, you could just get... Okay, let's read it. You're right. Let's not go in too far. It's just the first sentence. Sorry, I primed myself with... Look, he's the asshole based on the flair. Let me go in, okay? Dylan was always different than my other sons. He never had an interest in sports and was always more subdued than his brothers, which always made it hard for me to connect with him. Right? Yeah, he's not into football. It's hard for 2 men to connect over something that's not like a round ball trying to go through a net. He remained opposed to the idea of getting a dog, but me and my other sons managed to wear him down until he finally relented. Hey, Dylan's 11 years old. Why don't you just get a dog and then take care of it? And if he's 11, who cares? You don't need the whole house to like be on exactly the same page on every decision. It's crazy. Are you afraid of dogs? Sure. If he's got a dog phobia, otherwise, why don't you just buy a dog? And Dylan might be like, I'm not going to walk it. Okay, then I'll walk it. It was my childhood dream to have a dog. I think Dylan just wants his dad to start with like a gerbil first. And then be like, hey, Dad, I know you've always wanted a dog, but let's try a gerbil for like 3 months. And if you take care of the gerbil and you still love it, then we can talk about the dog. Okay? Problem is he hasn't changed his mind yet. Wait, however, he said if we did get a dog, he wasn't going to be interacting with it or taking care of it, that it would be completely on me and on his brothers. I found this ridiculous. It seems very sensible. That seems like something an 11-year-old would say, and also is completely fine because it's the dad who wants the dog. I don't understand what's going on here. Of course he's not going to stick with it. No 11-year-old kid is going to be like, I'm going to ignore this dog for his whole life. He's probably going to pet him like on day 2 and be like, now it's my best friend. But like the dad's got the responsibility to take care of the dog. The problem is he hasn't changed his mind. We've had Zeus for 7 months now, and Dylan has not warmed up to him in the slightest. He doesn't play with the dog. He doesn't cuddle with him. He doesn't let Zeus into his room because he destroys stuff. Whenever he is near the dog, he just ignores him. I find this completely ridiculous. Zeus loves Dylan, and he follows him around whenever he sees him and jumps up on him to get his attention, but Dylan just isn't receptive to it. To change this, I told Dylan last week he would be in charge of walking the dog every day after school. Wake up, honey. Dumbest idiot on the earth just dropped. Psychotic moron just popped up from the ground like a little prairie dog. Dylan straight up refused, and he shut down the conversation every time I bring it up. It's been a week, and he hasn't walked the dog once. In my frustration, I told him if he didn't start listening, I wouldn't allow him to go to the comic book store anymore. He freaked out and told my wife! Dylan, you freaking narc! How dare you? My son's a damn snitch, man. He told Mom. Now my wife is upset with me, claiming I knew what I was getting into with this, and I knew Dylan wouldn't be playing with the dog, but his intolerance of the dog was weird, and I can't entertain it any longer. My wife has been short with me ever since that conversation, and Dylan is cold with me as well. Alex is now agreeing with his mother, which is making me have second thoughts. So Reddit, am I the asshole? This one is going to have some insane comments. Like, insane that are like, you're the asshole, but you should leave your family and let them get, like, a benevolent stepdad. There's 100% going to be comments that are like, you should let your family... If you can't respect your family's happiness, you should just leave them. Let's see. So, obviously, he's an asshole. Like, there's nothing... Is cut and dry. Oh, my God, the bullet points, man. So, you are 3 people who want a dog and could take care of a dog, but your son who didn't want the dog has to, even though you told him he wouldn't have to. What you've taught your son. You are a liar. It's okay to not take care of your own responsibilities, and you punish him intentionally because he isn't you. Edit, thank you for the awards. I appreciate it, but please stop. This comment isn't genius or anything great. Stop! Stop with the hero's not a word we use lightly. You know what? It's the firefighters that are the real Stop! You're the asshole. Big time. Poor Dylan. 7 years and counting. Want to bet? What is that? Oh, until he can move out. Okay. Alex, the heir, the pride and joy with the same likes as you. Dylan, the spare, can't click with you because you do not understand him. Jake, the baby, again, someone you can click with. Holy cow, man. Dylan's situation sounds like the typical overlooked middle child. Here's my impression of middle children. This is classic middle child stuff. This reminds me so much of being a middle child. Sorry. Middle children mouthing. I'm a middle child. I'm also the oldest and the youngest. He is his own person, has not to be your carbon copy to show the world your manliness, your prowess betwixt the sheets. You wore your wife down with weeks of nagging, then you set your sights on your defenseless child. He said no, you pressured him. You used your your position as an authority person to wear him down, saying yes to a dog. He warned you, your dog, not his problem. And what are you doing now? Again, stomping over him, trampling his boundaries into the dust, just because, again, he isn't a carbon copy of you, is his own person, with his own wants and his own needs. In future years, when you browse through social media and see a post that he is engaged but he didn't tell you, when you see wedding photos for a wedding you got no invitation to, the birth, the baptism of a grandchildren you will never see, then search for this post, read it, and maybe then you will understand that no is a full sentence. But until then, the Lord of the Manor wants a dog. Lord of the Manor gets a dog after nagging, cajoling, pressuring wife and middle child into agreeing. But now the Lord is pissed that a forced yes is still a no, and again abuses his authority as a parent to pressure said child into behavior the Lord deems acceptable. There are people out there who dislike There are people out there who dislike dogs, who want a gerbil, a cat, a snake. There are people out there who are so against getting a pet since they know exactly who will have to care for them. Not the owner. No. The care will be placed onto their shoulders if they want it or not, as you are doing now. But guess what? There are people out there who know how to help themselves, to stand up for themselves. How often do you think you can force Dylan to try to bond with Zeus by walking him? To play with him? To care for him? How fast comes the day when you come home from work and get informed that Dylan walked Zeus as the Lord ordered, but sadly Zeus got away and is nowhere to be found? And all this just because you can't accept that Dylan is not you. Dylan's going to kill the dog? Edit, thank you for the Redditors for the kind awards. I finally figured out how to get a notice for them and say thank you via the chat, I hope. In case this doesn't work again, thank you. And please say a prayer for Dylan, will ya? Holy. Sanest comment on the internet just dropped? Why is it it's written like, this comment was brought to you by Peter Baelish. Lord of the Manor wanted a dog, but that didn't matter. Peter did not want one, but that didn't matter, did it, Ned? Did it? What the Lord wants, the Lord gets. And who had to look after the dog? Who had to feed it and water the dog? And find an off-leash park, because in a normal park you can't take your dog off the leash or someone might yell at you because there's kids running around. Not to mention, it wasn't until the eldest child started... Imagine reading this insane comment and then being like, you know what? Not to mention, it wasn't until the eldest child started siding with the mother and brother that OP started second-guessing himself. The words of his wife and son were not enough. This is the vibe at, like, PAX when somebody in shepherd cosplay goes up and gets a hot dog. This my favorite hot dog on the Citadel. Yeah, that'll be $6.97 there. Did you want a side salad with that, or are you good with the fries? When someone Googles total asshole, I'm guessing your photo pops up first. You're a manipulative husband and a crappy father who doesn't like it when he can't get his own way. Well, I mean, it's a little much. Plus, I've Googled it, and that is not what comes up, by the way. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay to fix the babysitter's laptop? Let me guess. Oh, wait. Am I the asshole for begging my boyfriend not to bring Heinz ketchup to omakase? Sorry, I gotta know. Oh. Oh, okay, one sec. Sorry, this all seems ridiculous, but I need a sanity check. I consider myself a foodie, but my boyfriend Jay is the exact opposite. Like, he'll literally eat, but is more than that. He always starts things with me when I try to take him out for good food. For example, last year, I got us reservations at a steakhouse, and he made a point of ordering his steak well done with ketchup. The thing is, he doesn't even like eating this food. He does it this way to make a point that no one, not even I, can tell him how to make his food or eat his food. Well, his birthday is coming up, and he likes sushi, so I wanted to treat him to a nice omakase experience. It's where you sit with the chef and eat the food in front of them. It's more than I spend on food in 2 weeks, but I thought it could be fun for both of us. Today, he told me he's only going to go if he can bring a bottle of Heinz ketchup and put it on the table. I thought he was joking, but he was serious. Did Heston Blumenthal steal your girlfriend in high school or something? Like, what happened? Why does he have such a chip on his shoulder about fine dining? I don't understand. Please read the comments. Okay, well, I haven't even finished the post yet, okay? I told him I've literally never seen him or anyone else enjoy sushi with ketchup. He actually got mad at me saying no one gets to decide for him how he eats his food. He went on to yell at me that it's a shitty birthday gift because I'm the foodie and he isn't. I think he's being obnoxious with the ketchup thing, but maybe he's just making a point about me forcing my hobbies on him. I don't know. Am I the asshole? No, not in the slightest. You know what, though? Why don't you give him what he's always wanted? Why don't you take a trip to the Heinz Ketchup Museum in Allentown, Pennsylvania for his birthday? If he loves ketchup so much. Then if you love ketchup so much, then why don't you go to the Heinz Museum and fuck your ketchup bottle? Why don't you fuck your bong? You know what? I will fuck my bong. Doggy style for once. Okay, hold on. Info. Your boyfriend opposes fine dining. Why is that your birthday gift to him? Exactly. If I was an avid camper and my significant other hated it and always insisted on bringing ridiculous stuff and making a scene to prove a point, I would not be planning a camping trip for it. Maybe they need to have a deeper conversation about putting up with activities the other person doesn't enjoy for the sake of their relationship, or maybe they're just not compatible. Counterpoint. Why is your boyfriend so fucking weird? Also, yeah, she said her boyfriend likes sushi. So she's taking him to a nice sushi restaurant. What, is he like sushi but only if it fucking sucks? Or it's like out of a styrofoam container? I don't understand. Why would you take him to omakase for his birthday if he isn't a foodie? Sounds like a gift for you. OP does say he likes sushi, though. Okay, here we go. Person who has had sushi 2 times in their life. I feel like there's a big range of what people might mean when they say they like sushi. Like if someone likes California rolls, and all those Americanized rolls with avocados and jalapenos, they could say they like sushi. Is it traditional Japanese sushi? No, but it's still a type of sushi. Or maybe they like sushi boats where you pick little dishes off of a conveyor belt. Omakase is a pretty specific type of sushi served in a specific way according to Wikipedia. Speaking as someone who does like a good omakase, I can see how someone who claims to like sushi might not necessarily like omakase. Hey, thanks for the birthday gift, girlfriend, but this isn't exactly the kind of sushi that I like, and I'm an adult man, which means apparently I don't know how to have a conversation. Instead, I have to just escalate the bit like it's some kind of improv sketch. It actually is pretty reasonable for an adult man to throw a temper tantrum because he said he likes sushi and you take him to nice sushi instead of cheap sushi. What's wrong with you? Everybody sucks here. You don't bring your own condiments, but I'm guessing you're a pain in the ass about food. To which he reacts by ordering food that will annoy you. Both are absurd behaviors. Also, you don't bring someone to restaurants you want to go to for their birthday. You go to their favorite. Yeah, but he's 10. I don't know. I'm sorry. Listen, I think in principle, yes. But in practice, grow up. You can't just go to a great restaurant for your birthday. It has to be your favorite restaurant. Like, how old are you? I just get one day. I just get one special day. Well, then offer the suggestion. Don't just threaten the ketchup, the football. You know, you got to turn 2 keys. And at the same time, and a Heinz bottle pops out and ruins your relationship. Like, just relax. Why don't you just be like, I don't want to go to the sushi restaurant. Doesn't make any damn sense. She'll be like, fine, where do you want to go? And he'll suggest a place that has 5 out of 10 food, but like 92 beers on tap. She'll be like, okay, fine, for one night. Am I the asshole for refusing to... I got a lot of -2s on that. It's like the most -2s I've ever gotten. And I'm living for it. I wear those -2s proudly. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay to fix the baby? Plus, you know that he'd be like, well, as soon as he sat down for the omakase, he'd be like, you got any sushi that isn't too fishy? Don't even get me. I don't want to be on the right side of history in that one. It's been a pretty spicy react court today, though. Am I the asshole for lying about a food allergy? Oh, no, they're vegan. If they're a 9-year-old vegan woman, Reddit's going to eviscerate them, man. The Reddit hierarchy of shit rolling downhill is like, it's got to be like old, maybe vegan, teenagers, landlord. I don't know. But am I the asshole? I don't know. Am I the asshole? People really respect homeowners. They're big about, like, you know, it's your home. You are the king of the castle. You're the lord of the fief. You make the rules. I'm the asshole for lying about a food allergy. I'm vegan, have been for over 5 years. I'm lucky to live in a major city. Okay, Reddit is like, they're gearing up for one of these. Lives in a major city, vegan for 5 years. Let me guess. Good job. 2 supportive parents. Check one of those. With a plethora of entirely or partially vegan restaurants. But when I visit my family in rural Pennsylvania, my options become non-existent. Attitudes towards veganism here range from ignorance to outright hostility. I try to avoid eating out with my family when I'm home at all costs, but sometimes it simply isn't avoidable. For example, my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner. My sister had her dinner at the foremost fine dining establishment in the town. It's a big old tavern that bills itself as a French-influenced steakhouse. Menu fare is every imaginable cut of steak drowned in butter with some chicken and fish drowned in butter, plus sides of veggies and mashed potatoes that are, yes, smothered in butter. The 1 or 2 vegetarian dishes are buttered and drowned in creamy sauce. Given that my little brother used to wait tables here, I know they frown upon substitutions and don't use much veggie oil for the sake of quality. Okay? I've had 2 negative experiences here. I tried to explain my vegan diet my first time here in depth, yet my sad little plate of steamed broccoli was drizzled with butter and my iceberg lettuce salad came with ranch. The second time, a chef came out personally and promised me his tomato pasta dish was vegan, only for me to find out they swirled Parmesan cheese into the red sauce to disguise they accidentally sprinkled it on top. That incident broke my trust completely. For my sister's dinner, I told the chef I have life-threatening food allergies to meat proteins, dairy, and egg. They were like, sure you do. Why don't you just say you're vegan? Because I like to mention that way they can. I was served a dish of plain pasta with salt and pepper with fruit, which sucked, but I appreciated the consideration. For those allergies, though, they had to scrub down the whole kitchen, clean the fryers, check the ingredients list of their products. That prep apparently cost them an extra 2 hours, and I didn't realize this. They charged my parents, who are paying for the rehearsal, an extra several $100s for their time. My sister and parents are livid. I already sent my mom the several hundred needed to cover the extra cost, but they're upset at me for lying and humiliating the chef and the restaurant, whom they have close ties to. My sister's wedding is this weekend, and something tells me it's going to be tense. Personally, I think if this restaurant's going to continue with their ignorance and inconsideration, they're getting what they deserve. Am I the asshole for ensuring my needs are met? Okay, not the asshole in some ways. Listen, you should never lie sometimes. Everybody knows this. Rather than lie to the restaurant, they could have been like, I'm just not going to have a meal at the rehearsal. I'm just going to have wine. Or I'm going to eat before. Or maybe I'm going to bring like a vegan protein bar in my pocket or something like that, right? It's not a huge deal. That would have been the right way to solve it. That being said, I can also see why she would lie about it, since her trust was betrayed a couple of times. Couldn't she have just lied and said she gets like horrendous early onset like diarrhea or something like that? She didn't have to say it's lethal. Like that puts a lot of onus on the restaurant. Also, this can't be like a common practice, right? That, oh, sure, you want to have some plain pasta at the restaurant? That's no problem. That'll just be the cost of the pasta. It's around $23, and also $400 for the cleaning fee. Like that, I don't think that makes any sense. That doesn't pass the sus detection, but she paid it anyway. But I do understand why she lied. And I think post-lie situation and consequences, I think they handled it well. So I would like to say not the asshole. Apparently they're the asshole, though, because on Reddit, we don't like vegans, for one. And then nobody should ever, under any circumstances, lie. Unless the old ball and chain asks you if her ass looks fat in that dress. In which case you say, of course you, no, it would never, and that's it. Okay, let's see. Let's see if the prediction is right here. You're the asshole. Hi, someone with, oh, here we go. Someone with the moral high ground. Hi, someone with an actual food allergy, lactose and potentially gluten. Please don't use unconditioned that can and is life-threatening to make your life easier. Also, you, their job, 10x harder. Holy crap, this is my most liked comment. Yay. Edit 2. My allergies are not life-threatening, but they are a pain in the assets. Hi, someone with 1 point question mark food allergies here. Please don't pretend to have food allergies that are life-threatening. Mine aren't, but some people's are. Thanks for the Reddit comment. Or Reddit comment. 100% this. Proud 20-year vegan here. And the parent of a child with life-threatening butt allergies. What? Excuse me? Your child has a life-threatening butt allergy? I don't understand. Oh, no! Oh, man. People who lie about this to get their way literally make my blood boil. No, they don't, but I get that it makes you angry, which is also fine. I understand. Bring your own food. This is not a vegan restaurant. You can't expect the steakhouse to cater to your vegan requirements. I think that's definitely fair. I mean, this is not an unfair comment, in my opinion. Personally, I think that if this restaurant is going to continue with their ignorance and inconsideration, they got what they deserved. This sort of attitude is what makes many people hate vegans. Okay, I mean, that's also not unfair. I'm sorry to say. I don't hate vegans at all. And as someone who it was 12 years ago, I was a vegetarian myself for like 6 months. When I was a vegetarian, I realized it's actually like really annoying. Because sometimes you'll just be like minding your own business. You'll like go to a barbecue, you'll bring a salad. People will be like, why do you have that salad? You'd be like, oh, I'm a vegetarian. Then they would get on your ass because they have a preconceived notion that you get on their ass. They would almost be like threatened by your dietary choice. Like you think you're better than them or something. And you're like, I'm really just trying to like eat my salad. Does this make you jealous? Nom, 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 nom. Oh, look, the steak is so juicy. Nom, 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 nom. Like when you actually don't care. So I think people have this idea sometimes that like all vegetarians and vegans have a position of moral superiority and like turn up their nose at people who eat meat. When I think in reality, that's a very small percentage of people like that, especially as it's kind of grown as a habit. Most of the people are just like normal people who want to, they just make their own dietary choices for whatever reason, environmental, health, or ethical, or whatever, and then they just want to be like kind of like left alone without having people be like, well, you're gonna get a garden salad. I'm gonna order 2 steaks just to make. Okay, well then fucking fine. Who cares? I don't know. Die of heart disease. I don't care. Like I actually don't care. I'm just here to eat something. Owned. I'm so owned. Clogging my arteries to own you because you're eating a salad. It doesn't make any sense. It's very weird. I mean, I don't think they'd really... Soft, you're the asshole. Soft, you're the asshole, okay? It's like a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. Larry's dating someone way out of his league. Let's say Cameron Diaz returns to acting. On their date, Cameron Diaz says, oh, I love that place. But like Larry's like, why don't we go to Aritzia? And then Cameron Diaz is like, oh, I love that place, but I can't go back. Ever since I turned vegan, they have animal products in all their food, even when I ask for them to not have any animal products. Larry goes, why don't you just lie and tell them that if you eat any butter, it'll kill you? And then, Cameron, hi. Don't talk to me, Larry. What did I do? You know your little bright idea with telling them I'm deathly allergic to butter? Well, they had to close down the restaurant because they had to do 3 hours of deep cleaning, and then they put it on my bill at the end. Cameron! How could I have known that? Fuck you, you bald prick. And hey, Larry, don't call me. Am I the asshole for asking my husband's friend if he was going to bring his wife's ashes when he moves in with us? What the hell is What? My husband's friend lost his wife 4 months ago. He had cremated and used to keep her ashes in their home. He unfortunately had to lose his home to medical debts and asked me and my husband to let him move in with us and stay for a few weeks till he figures it out. I'd like to go back to the homepage now. I'm not having any fun. He told us this during dinner. My husband said, of course, we'd welcome him to move in and stay in our house. I, for some reason, kept thinking about his wife's ashes. Now, I'm not of fan cremation, but obviously I can't control how others choose to honor their deceased loved ones as much as I would like to. But still, seeing ashes or being around them gives off weird vibes that I cannot control. I decided TJ speed up and asked his friend if he was going to bring his wife's ashes as well. His friend got quiet and my husband gave him a death stare. My friend left and then my HUD band blew up asking what the hell possessed me to ask such question. I told him I was just inquiring about the ashes since he knows how I feel about it. He said this came across as insensitive and unwelcoming towards not just his friend, but his deceased wife as well. We had an argument and he called me cruel and reckless to speak to his friend the way I did. He said I should never have brought it up. He told me to get over myself and not expect his friend to part with his wife just because I'm uncomfortable. We argued some more, and he told me to apologize next time I see his friend for the disrespect I displayed, but in my opinion, he made a big deal out of a question. Yeah, you're the asshole. This feels like another Curb Your Enthusiasm bit, honestly. You gonna bring the ashes? Yes, Larry. I'm gonna bring the ashes. You know that's my wife. Dude, honestly, my mom was talking to me when she was here. She was like... And I felt bad because she was like, she thought it was a great idea. And maybe it is. Maybe I have no vision. But she was saying, you know, instead of being cremated these days, a lot of people are choosing to, and I don't know what the word is. I think she called it wet cremation, where they basically just kind of get put in like a sous vide until they get sort of like all their... all their flesh gets... Yeah, aquamated! That's it. You get put in like a warm bath and sous vide'd until like all of your flesh disintegrates, and then they just sort of like grind up your bones. And she was like, it's great because there's like less emissions from like the cremator and stuff like that. And I swear to you that what I said was, I don't care about the emissions from the cremator because I'm dead. That's like even in death, I can't be a little laissez-faire about my carbon footprint. Like, people are driving gas cars, they're taking huge road trips. You're gonna guilt trip me for being cremated once? It's not gonna be cremated, like, I'm not gonna make a habit of it. What percentage of a person's lifetime CO2 emissions come from cremation? It's got to be like one millionth probably. Plus, I'm dead. Like, isn't that like the greatest deal of all time? I emit a little carbon dioxide and then no more ever again? It's insanely good for the environment. Also, I didn't use the incinerator. The person running the incinerator used it. All I did was die. I'm not going to take responsibility for the pollution from the incinerator. They're the one who shoveled all the coal into it or whatever. I just had the audacity to die in their jurisdiction. Regardless, you know, I'm not really that fussed about what happens to my body after I die. But, like, if you're giving me the choice between cremation or being slow boiled in an aluminum vat, I really would choose the cremation. I'm gonna be a little stick, because I don't know, it was just in my head. Like, in the furnace, I'm already dead. I'm sitting there, and it's kind of like a Viking funeral, right? And then I'm like turning into ash. But like my body like slow boiling, and like my skin slowly like sloughing off and stuff like that, and like my eyeballs falling out. I'm like, what if they didn't hinge the door properly and it like opens up and then I kind of like I'm half soupy and I spill out of the front door or something like that. Just put me in the. You could do like a pizza at the same time or something. You could do some batch tasking, but like, don't put me in the slow boiler, man. I don't want it. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm old fashioned, but it's just like a little gross. You don't have to bury me. I'm not worried about that. I don't think I'm ever busting out of the casket or whatever, but like, I don't want to be sous vide and reverse seared, okay? It's just, I'm pretty open-minded, but that one's just, you can do it. It doesn't bother me that it's being done. I just personally don't want it done to myself. Anyway, what were we talking about? Kitchen Nightmares episode where a restaurant has a side hustle grinding up bones in the back. So true, Chib. Is it Gordon? What in the hell is that? All right, listen. Sous vide human. Lovely breakfast. Simple, delicious, fucking fantastic. I love the way he talks when he's actually doing recipes. Simple, elegant, light, airy, crispy. Perfect. Perfect for a family breakfast. Rustic. He's always twisting. Rustic. Gordon Ramsay discovering the human sous vide. What? How long has it been in there? He's sticking his finger in his body and it's going like, it's fucking goop. You donkey. It's disgusting. He's licking it. Oh, it tastes as bad as it looks. Am I the asshole for getting upset because my wife wants 2 days off a week? I've been with my wife for 15 years. We're both 33 years old and have 2 wonderful children, both very young. We are both professionals in our community and earn good wages. But like many people, money is often tighter than I would like. When we had our first child, my wife decided to take a part-time job at her workplace. We had extensive conversations and had agreed that 2 days off a week would be beneficial for getting things done, otherwise we would struggle. We both work 8 to 4. Okay, this is very reasonable. With both of our children, she has taken 18-month maternity leaves, and we are nearing the end of her last leave. As such, money is especially tight, and some things have fallen off, like household tasks, because having 2 kids is a bit of a lifestyle change. So true. So true. We both agree it would be great for her to return to work part-time, but got into an argument today. Today she told me she volunteered for the PTA starting in January so she can go into my son's school on her off days. This was a bit triggering for me because I feel the days off are for her to complete tasks that we often don't have time for. That's not a great sentence. But honey, haven't you considered that your days off are to do the housework? I think it's possible that she did not consider that the same way that you did. I told her that much, and I feel I'm very polite in what I said. I did reference household chores like laundry, dishes, vacuuming, and whatnot. It was not to be misogynistic, but our family does happen to follow the stereotypical archaic family structure where we have a partially stay-at-home mom and me working full-time plus overtime occasionally. As your PR representative, before you put this one out there, I'm going to advise you to just put a strike through the last couple of sentences there. I don't believe that this person is a misogynist, that nothing about what they're saying is misogynistic, as far as I can tell. But just the way that they wrote, I don't mean this misogynistically, but we do happen to embody the lifestyle from a very misogynistic time, it makes your case a little weaker. It invites the appearance of you to be a misogynist, which is not necessary given the content of the post so far. Anytime you say, I'm not this, but you may not be that, you have to see what comes after the next part of the sentence. But people are predisposed to think that everything that comes after the but nullifies the thing that you said first. Like, I'm not a serial killer, but I do enjoy watching Ted Bundy documentaries. I'm not a serial killer. I just like it because I'm not going to say because he's such a hottie. Have I done the bit yet where in every Ted Bundy documentary, they're like, a disarmingly handsome man asked me if I could help him with his bag. And then they show a photo of Ted Bundy and he's like, he just had a certain animal magnetism. He wasn't like other serial killers. Like he was approachable. He was nice. He was a hottie. Sorry. Sorry. The climax of this argument was my wife getting irate and telling me that I couldn't tell her what she could do on her days off. I reminded her they were not days off, but rather an agreement where she works part-time but gets our family tasks done. What? Wait, this is... So... Now, like, all right, listen. Why do you think you guys so much control over your wife's time? Like, I can understand where he's coming from. He's like, my wife's been on maternity leave, so there's like a reason that things are kind of in disarray right now. It's a lot of work to raise kids. You know, money's tight. We're going back to a previous arrangement before. But why? I just don't understand why he thinks that he's in control of his wife's free time. That he's like, yeah, you can take as many days off as you want as long as you clean the entire house the whole time. He might not be a misogynist. He might just hate his wife. There's nothing in here that says he hates all women. He might just hate the one that he chose to spend the rest of his life with and have 2 kids with. We got to give him the benefit of the doubt, okay? No, that's even too far, but... Edit for info. Sorry, I didn't use PTA properly. It's volunteering throughout the week at school. I know PTA is 1 hour a month. It's not the meeting, it's the assignments. Volunteering and commitments she's making throughout the week. Roughly 4 hours a day on her days off. That's a lot, but at the same time, it means she's also got like 12 hours of other time. I don't mean that to say like she should, that's what it seems like, has plenty of time to make the place spotless. I'm just saying like, you know, she could still, I don't understand why that seems like he thinks that she's unable to maintain the standards of the household then. It looks like I'm the asshole. I need to reevaluate priorities and apologize to my wife. I appreciate the feedback. Edit 2, apparently I don't articulate myself well. She works Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. She has Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. 4 days off, I guess, but we work on things together on the weekend, which is why I said 2. This guy really the kind of motherfucker to be like, it wasn't a real day off because I did the dishes. What the hell are you talking about? Welcome to being an adult and having some kids, you know, especially. It's Sunday. Put on your work boots. You're doing family work today. It's still labor in many ways. You're just not wearing a uniform unless you're tucking your jeans into your New Balances like I do. So here's what I'll say first. We start out reasonable and get brought to the extremes by the comments. You're the asshole. Kids don't raise themselves. Your wife's getting involved with their schooling in the parenting community. She's not having bottomless mimosas during this time. How do you know? Do you have like a nanny cam? You don't. Maybe now and then. Maybe. 1 day a week. Maybe. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Glass of white Zinfandel at 11 a.m. Kids are down for nap time. You never know. And you know what? Good for her. I love that for her. Listen, your kids are small. One day they'll be grown. Do you think they'll remember whether the floor was vacuumed and the windows were washed? Or do you think they'll remember their mom was there for them? Some of my best times were volunteering at my kids' schools, and they'd tell you the same. Don't take that away from your wife and kids. If you can, try to carve more time for yourself to be there for them too. You won't regret it. Even if the baseboards are dirty, they'll remember that you showed up. So true. Jesus, you didn't have to go right for my emotions, lol. It's him. Well spoken. Thank you for taking the time to write that. It's an awesome perspective. I'd never considered that before. I might be focusing on the wrong aspects of my life. I'll go for the sucker punch then. All right. Here we go. You have 2 types of currency to manage, the monetary and the emotional. Please take care to balance them. Now, obviously, you have to work and cover the bills and stuff, but in my experience, fathers, they lose sight of what they're working for. They work and work and work to give their kids everything and the best, and that's not flawed, but I promise sometimes you can do the best without everything. From my personal experiences, we had a great childhood. Big Christmases, family trips to Disney a couple times, cables. The first house on the block with a dedicated landline for the internet. We had a lot. Know what we didn't have? My dad home much at all. We could have gone with less. You're absolutely right. You could have gone with less to have more. If your father had been less successful at his job, you would have gotten the internet later, and then you wouldn't be here making this crazy 500-word essay when the guy apologized. He already apologized. Edit, thank you for the awards. I actually just talked to my dad, and I told him about this post. Sanest Redditor just dropped. Hey, Dad, I just wanted to tell you about a post I made on Reddit this morning. Oh, really, son? That's cool. He was working under the wrong devotion. And at the time, he thought he was making the best choices, but looking back, he sees a lot of regrets and missed chances of opportunities. He sees all the things that didn't see as important then and wishes he'd done things differently and made more time for the things that matter, such as being home with the kids. We also both teared up over some of the memories mentioned here. So his, with a capital H, is God. Your father is God. This message is from Jesus Christ himself. I take back all that fucked up shit I said about you getting the internet too early. Don't be him, waiting until he's... Don't be like my dad, waiting until he's retired and looking back and wishing you could do it all over the right way. Listen. True, but also, like, people gotta fucking... Like, they gotta work. Like, I don't mean... You could all... Okay, like, pull it back a little. Like, this is seeing, like... You never get that time back when your kid is little. So make the most of it. Yeah, but like you can still also like work. I mean, I'm in a different situation because I have so much flexibility. But I'm just like I just think that it's maybe they're going a little bit too far to the extreme. This is, hey, when you're home at nights and on the weekends, be active in your child's life. Don't be looking at your phone going, "That's great, honey." Of course. But you don't have to, like, I don't know, move down to part-time work to spend more time with your child just so, like, I think you're going to have that quality time in a normal balance as well. I saved this to read to my husband in the morning. Him working so much has been an issue of contention for the past several years. I'm going to pour one out for this guy's husband, or for this person's husband, because I think I would. Can you imagine? You have a child with someone, and then you wake up in the morning, you're like 5.5 hours of sleep, you're stressed out, I got all this shit to do today. Honey, I just want to read you something real quick. It's a 1,500-word essay from Reddit about how you're a bad father. No, you know what? They make some good points. I'll think about that. This is a sad story, man. Good luck. All of this is emotional to read just as a bystander. What the fuck are you talking about? As an empath, this stuff is hard to read. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I'm hitting like empathy fatigue on these posts. What do you mean? If this is... Now you're turning me into a boomer. If this shit is hard to read, get ready to go through life closing your damn eyes, man. This is just like a relatively normal situation. I mean, not typical, but like pretty common. Like, I'm sorry, you gotta grow like a bit of a damn spine, okay? Doesn't have to be made out of adamantium. You gotta be able to at least read a secondhand story of a dad spending a little too little time with his kid without it withering you to the damn core. Have you seen Slackers? I don't think I can imagine any other streamer who might have seen it. Have I seen Slackers? What a ridiculous question. I love you, but I hate you, which brings to mind how much I love you. We could have worked things out, you know, in my little room, in my little locked room. I'm sorry that you had to settle for Dave, the one-dimensional man. He's filed under cocksucker in my little black book. Sweetness can rot your teeth, bittersweet cacophony, and You hold the key. You hold the. You think I don't know every word from Slackers? Devin Sawa, Jason Schwartzman. Kind of insane this information occupies space in your brain. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that sometimes when I hear a song, usually like during a Peloton ride, I'll hear a song that I've literally not heard since like 1998, and I still know 80% of the words. I'm like, what are you doing in there?